A sudden thick fog swept across the globe. Areas where the fog thickened were declared restricted zones, and countless monsters emerged from them to wreak havoc on humanity. Only by awakening as a clothing summoner, wearing specific costumes to portray and summon deities, could one counter these beasts. The Western Church designed papal robes to summon the red-robed pope, sweeping through the restricted zones. The Eagle Country designed sacerdotal robes to summon Native Americans to protect their land. However, due to the vast fog-covered areas in Huaxia, its civilization was lost, and it had to borrow costumes from other countries. Nations ridiculed Huaxia for having no native attire. Lin Hamo found himself in this world, just in time to participate in the Global Clothing Summoner College entrance exam. Lin Hamo, if we happen to meet in the upcoming Clothing Summoner exam, could we work together? In the spacious corridors of Jinghai No. 1 High School, a student with a few freckles on his face made this request, his words filled with obvious unease and anticipation. Standing before him was a handsome, yet expressionless youth, Lin Hanmo, the top scholar of Jinghai No. 1 High School, who had recently awakened a top-tier talent as a clothing summoner. If they could fight side by side in the exam, perhaps he could ride this wave and leap into a more ideal academic institution. The freckled youth pondered this in his heart, mustering the courage to make eye contact with Lin Hanmo, but the aloofness in his calm gaze instantly shattered his courage. "Sorry to bother you," he said, hurriedly turning around and fleeing back to his friends. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. See, trying to hitch a ride with Lin Hanmo is like dreaming in vain. He's a top-tier clothing summoner. It's normal for him to be aloof. He probably looks down on our school's top students. Forget it, let's go. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Hanmo's open mouth slowly closed. The word "sure" that was almost on the tip of his tongue ultimately swallowed back. He watched the students retreating back and shook his head gently, then opened his phone to browse the latest news. Chungbei Su Kun's endless creativity leads to the accidental activation of the basketball spirit while wearing homemade split bangs and overalls, greatly enhancing his rap skills. The Shrank Clothing Summoners Crusader Legion suffers consecutive setbacks in besieging beasts as the fog zone spreads towards Western Europe. The Global Clothing Summoner exam enters its 1-hour countdown, with candidates ready. Who will claim the top spot? Predictions for national candidate rankings place Huaxia at the bottom again, with the world questioning Huaxia's clothing culture. Who can step forward and turn the tide? Huaxia has no native attire. 18 years in this world, and such remarks still stung his heart. 300 years ago, a sudden thick fog swept across the globe, engulfing about 40 of the land and sealing the skies, depriving humanity of the ability to explore the cosmos. At the same time, the Earth miraculously expanded nearly 100-fold, seemingly providing more living space. But the bone-white giants emerging from the fog continuously eroded human territory. Areas covered by the fog instantly turned into living hells. Panic swept across the globe, with every nation fearing that their country would be swallowed by the fog. However, amid the crisis lay opportunity. Humans discovered the awakening stone of the clothing summoner heritage within the fog. Youths aged 18 could awaken as clothing summoners through the awakening stone. They used spiritual energy combined with special materials to design costumes, portraying the historical and cultural figures represented by the costumes and unleashing their inherent powers. In short, by wearing ancient costumes similar to historical and mythological figures and portraying these figures, one could summon them and wield some of their abilities. For example, by portraying the saint and designing and wearing dragon skin, one could obtain some of the powers of the 12 talismans and even summon the saint's true form. Since then, a global craze for exploring culture erupted. The Western Church unearthed the robes of a cardinal, summoning the Red Robe Crusaders to sweep through the fog-covered restricted zones. The Eastern country dug up a set of sacerdotal robes for the 8-headed serpent, summoning it through sacrifice. However, due to the vast fog-covered areas in Huaxia, the excavation was extremely difficult, and Huaxia's ancient civilization seemed to have declined, lost in the river of history. Even countries that only unearthed the eagle totem of Native American culture dared to mock Huaxia for lacking historical heritage, forced to summon foreign deities in times of crisis. Worse, these summoned Western deities would even fight half-heartedly when facing Huaxians. Learning all this, Lin Hamo burned with anger. The Huaxia he belonged to had a continuous history. Huaxia boasted a splendid history of 5,000 years, with myths and legends shining across the globe. Zhong Kuei's robe, the nine-clawed dragon robe, the Qing Chun Taoist robe. Western deities? When I don the golden lock armor, wield the Rui Jingu Bang, and summon the great sage equaling heaven, it will only take one strike to show them the power of Wuxia's attire. Lin Hanmo had full confidence in Wuxia's clothing. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness in his mental ocean. In the darkness, a faint light gradually appeared, and rows of bookshelves filled with ancient books emitting a faint glow converged into a vast library. This was the exclusive SS rank ability he gained upon awakening as a clothing summoner. Wuxia's Hall of Wisdom. Effect 1. The essence of Wuxia's culture is contained within the Hall of Wisdom, where you can access any information related to Wuxia. Effect 2. When your Hanfu astonishes others, you have a chance to obtain legend points, which can be used to level up and enhance the quality of your Hanfu. This was the exclusive Hall of Wisdom for Wuxia. Its scale was so vast that even Lin Hanmo could not measure it. He only knew that every book here carried the culture and wisdom of Wuxia. He had brought the entire Wuxia civilization with him to this world. This meant that while others had to rely on memory and inspiration to conceive costumes, he could simply flip through the classics in his mind and create them accordingly. Furthermore, he could quickly level up by promoting Wuxia's attire and obtaining legend points. Wuxia cannot summon deities? This exam was the perfect opportunity for him to prove Wuxia's profound heritage. They, too, possessed a strong cultural foundation. It's just that, at the thought of showcasing himself in front of a crowd, Lin Hanmo's face turned red, his heart pounded, and his hands trembled involuntarily. Yes, he was a social phobic. His previous life as a researcher for half a century had accustomed him to working diligently, and over time, he developed a fear of social interactions. When the student proposed cooperation earlier, he had wanted to agree. He could create Hanfu, but portraying the character it represented. Could a socially anxious person like him really do it? Lin Hanmo felt a bit anxious. Just as his thoughts were swirling, the campus broadcast transmitted an electronic prompt. The 1-hour countdown for the clothing summoner exam has begun. Please proceed to the playground, senior high school students, and prepare to enter the exam venue. Title: Shi Fenglingya, alias The Black Dragon Robe at the Beginning, Chinese Attire Shocking the World. Author: Shi Fenglingya. Synopsis. Original title: The Black Dragon Robe at the Beginning, Chinese Attire Shocking the World. Alias The Black Dragon Robe at the Beginning, Chinese Attire Shocking the World. Start date: April 8, 2024, 2042. 36 tags. Urban High Martial Arts, Urban, Time Travel, Beginning, Urban Supernatural Protagonist, Lin Hanmo Online, 10. 550 readers. Synopsis. Elegant Hanfu Garment Soul Master Chinese Deities Role-Playing Ensemble Cast. A sudden dense fog engulfed the globe. Areas where the fog thickened were declared forbidden zones, from which countless monsters emerged to wreak havoc on humanity. Only by awakening as a Garment Soul Master, donning specific attire to role-play and summon deities, could one combat these aberrant beasts. The Western Church designed the papal robe to summon the Red Cardinal. Sweeping through the forbidden zones, the Eagle Nation crafted sacrificial garments to summon Native American guardians of their land. However, China, due to the vastness of the fog-enshrouded regions, lost its civilization and was left to rely on foreign attire. Other nations mocked China for lacking its own garments. Lin Hanmo traversed into this realm, commencing his journey by participating in the Global Garment Soul Master Examination. Exam Question 1. Design an outfit that best showcases the majesty of a king and successfully summon a deity. While other contestants crafted regal garments of Western popes adorned with jewels and other expensive artifacts, Lin Hanmo donned the Black Dragon Robe, wielded the Emperor's sword, and summoned Qin Shi Huang. Upon my ascension to the throne, I am mandated by heaven. How dare a king compare himself to me? Beneath the heavens, all lands belong to the sovereign. Heaven and earth bow to me alone, accompanied by a voice of authority. It seemed the drums of war echoed from below the steps as 1,000 armies bowed in reverence. The world was astounded. China possesses such a noble existence? Subsequently, when a skeletal golden crow ascended into the sky, scorching the earth for 10 days, Lin Hanmo emerged clad in ancient archer attire. Wielding a colossal bow, he summoned the great archer Yi, bending his bow to shoot down the 9 suns. There can only be one sun in the sky. Zhong Kuei's attire, golden chainmail, a bridal gown of gold and jade, The purple robe of a celestial master in an era where Chinese civilization is unrecognized. Lin Hanmo reveals a glimpse of the grandeur of ancient Chinese culture through Han Fu. Copyright information. The digital rights of this book are provided and authorized for distribution by Tomato Novels. Chapter 1. Supreme Talent. Is China garmentless? Lin Hanmo. If we encounter each other in the garment soul examination later, shall we collaborate? A freckled student nervously proposed in the corridor of Jinghai No. 1 High School. The expressionless, handsome youth before them was the top scholar of their school, who had recently awakened as a garment soul master with supreme talent. If he could collaborate with him in the examination, perhaps he could soar to a better university. Should be possible, right? The freckled youth thought, summoning the courage to meet Lin Hanmo's gaze for 3 seconds. However, upon encountering Lin Hanmo's calm yet somewhat aloof eyes, his courage crumbled. Apologies, my friend. I didn't mean to intrude with that. He hurriedly retreated to his circle of friends. The wave of suppressed laughter arose from the group. I told you, trying to ride on Lin Hanmo's coattails in the exam is akin to climbing the heavens. It's a joke. He is a garment soul master with supreme talent. Being aloof and proud is entirely normal. He probably looks down on our school's top students anyway. Never mind, let us go. The crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Hanmo parted his lips, swallowing down the sure he had mustered the courage to say. Watching the student walk away, he shook his head slightly and pulled out his phone to browse recent news. Xian Kuren from the North City had a sudden inspiration to create split-back suspenders, unexpectedly awakening the so-called basketball soul. Significantly enhancing his rap abilities, S-Class Garment Soul Masters Summon Crusaders have faced consecutive defeats in exterminating aberrant beasts, causing the fog-enshrouded region to further spread to Western Europe. The global Garment Soul examination countdown is 1 hour. All candidates are in position, who will emerge as this session's top scorer. Predictions for the global candidate leaderboard indicate that China will once again be at the bottom, with the world mocking China for lacking garments. Who will step up to turn the tide? China garmentless. Having been in this world for 18 years, he still found such remarks glaring. This world, 300 years ago, was engulfed by a sudden, dense fog. The fog consumed approximately 40% of the globe and sealed the skies, preventing humanity from venturing beyond the planet. Simultaneously, for some reason, the Earth expanded nearly 100-fold. It seemed humanity's living space had expanded. Yet before they could rejoice, skeletal giants began to emerge from the mist, continually encroaching upon humanity's existence. The areas shrouded in fog were destined for devastation. The world was thrown into panic, fearing their nations would be completely consumed by the mist. Fortunately, within the fog lay both peril and opportunity. Humanity discovered the awakening stones for garment soul masters. Any youth over 18 could utilize the awakening stone to become a garment soul master. By combining mental strength with specially designed attire, they could don the garments and perform corresponding role plays to unlock the historical and cultural powers embedded within the attire. In essence, by wearing ancient costumes reminiscent of historical mythological figures and embodying these characters, one could summon the essence of the figure and gain some of their abilities. For example, by cosplaying the Holy Master and designing and wearing the dragon skin of the Holy Master, one could acquire some abilities of the 12 talismans, along with a chance to summon the true form of the Holy Master. Thus, the exploration of culture became a global sensation. The Western Church unearthed the Crimson Cardinal's crown, allowing the wearer to summon the Red Crusaders to sweep through the fog-enshrouded zones. The Eastern nation also excavated a set of sacrificial garments for the 8-banner serpent, enabling the summoning of the Yamada no Orochi through sacrifice. However, China, upon investigation, found that its regions were largely covered by fog. The difficulty of excavation was akin to scaling the heavens. Over time, it seemed that ancient Chinese civilization had declined, lost in the river of history. Even the Eagle Nation, having unearthed only Native American relics, mocked China for lacking history and cultural garments, summoning foreign deities in times of peril. Moreover, as these were not indigenous deities, summoned Western deities would exhibit reluctance upon seeing a Chinese person. Understanding all this ignited a surge of anger within Lin Hanmo. In his world, China had not severed its historical lineage. It boasted a rich history spanning 5,000 years, with its myths and legends shining brightly across the globe. Zhong Kuei's attire, the 9-clawed dragon robe, the Qingchen Taoist garb. Western deities? Just wait until I don the golden chainmail, wield the Rui Jiangu Bang, and summon the great sage equal to heaven. it would be a piece of cake. The garments of China are certainly not inferior to those of other nations. Lin Hanmo was confident in this. Noticing that no one around paid him further attention, he closed his eyes, delving into the depths of his consciousness. Soon, within the dark expanse of his mind, a faint glow began to emanate. Rows of bookshelves, filled with ancient tomes radiating a soft light, converged within his mind, forming a vast library. This was his exclusive S-level ability as a garment soul master. Chinese Hall of Thought, Effect 1. The essence of Chinese culture is collected within the Hall of Thought. You can reference any information related to China here. Effect 2. Whenever your Hanfu astonishes those around you, there is a chance to gain a certain amount of legend points, which can be used to enhance levels and improve the quality of Hanfu. The Hall of Thought, unique to China. How vast is this hall? Lin Hanmo himself did not know. All he understood was that every book within it contained knowledge about China and its cultural heritage. He had traversed here with the entirety of Chinese civilization. This meant that while others had to rely on memory and inspiration to conceive garments, he merely needed to flip through his mental library for reference. Furthermore, he could earn legend points by promoting Chinese garments in the world. Allowing for rapid leveling up, China cannot summon deities? This upcoming examination is a splendid opportunity to prove otherwise. China, too, possesses its own formidable heritage. Just the thought of showcasing himself in a live broadcast setting, with so many eyes upon him, that made Lin Hanmo's face flush, his heart race, and his hands tremble indeed. He was afflicted with social anxiety in his previous life. He had dedicated half his existence to research, becoming engrossed in his work, which gradually instilled a fear of social interactions. The courage he had just gathered, along with the goal he had set, nearly faltered once again, when that student sought him for collaboration. He almost agreed he could craft Hanfu, but could he truly embody the roles encapsulated within the garments? Could someone with social anxiety achieve that? Lin Hanmo felt a twinge of uncertainty amidst the whirlpool of thoughts. The school's broadcast system blared with electronic music. The countdown to the garment soul examination had begun. 1 hour remaining. All senior students are to proceed to the playground and await entry to the examination site. Chapter 2. The first question of the garment soul examination: design a regal attire and successfully summon a deity. As the sounds of the school broadcast echoed, Lin Hanmo tucked his phone into his pocket and followed the flow of students toward the schoolyard. After some searching, he arrived at the designated area for Class 1 of the 3rd year. There, a group of students surrounded a balding middle-aged teacher holding a thermos, listening intently to his earnest advice. Fellow students, there remains but an hour until the commencement of the clothing spirit examination. Allow me to reiterate one final time. The design of your garments must not be whimsical. Adhere strictly to the templates provided in the textbook. If tasked with crafting an ensemble reminiscent of ancient gentlemanly attire, ensure it mirrors the British gentleman's outfit detailed on page 4 of the Clothing Spirit textbook. A top hat and tailcoat are indispensable. Even if your portrayal of a British gentleman is slightly lacking, you can still secure the minimum passing score. I understand your eagerness to explore the attire of the Huaxia civilization, yet the current reality is such that while our culture boasts a rich historical heritage, the difficulty of excavation remains exceedingly high. To this day, we remain unaware of what gentlemanly attire in ancient Huaxia truly resembled. This is the Gaokao. Do not fall into the trap of self-deception. This middle-aged instructor is Lin Hanmo's homeroom teacher. His surname is Wang, and he is commonly referred to as Old Wang. Old Wang is a D-rank clothing spirit master, primarily responsible for instructing them in the art of garment creation. After imparting his advice, he sought to lighten the atmosphere with a reassuring smile, stating, "There is no need for concern. The live broadcast of previous clothing spirit Gaokao examinations has been viewed by all, and it bears little distinction from regular mock exams. Even if some students have a tendency to specialize, it should not pose a significant issue to aim for a top score. If fortune smiles upon you and you encounter collaborative questions during the examination, you might just find yourself riding on the coattails of a high scorer." As Old Wang spoke, he scanned the room and quickly spotted Lin Hanmo, who stood apart from the crowd. Should you encounter a scholar like Lin Hanmo during the exam, even if your crafting skills are somewhat deficient, it should not be a problem in an instant. The once invisible Lin Hanmo, who wished to blend into the small corner, found himself the focus of countless gazes. Feeling as though he were pierced by 1,000 arrows, fortunately, he had endured similar scrutiny numerous times before. Having grown accustomed to it, He reasoned that as long as he maintained an air of aloofness, he would encounter little trouble. Yet, that was where it ended. At tea that moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. An unspoken awkwardness spread through the crowd. In previous instances, Lin Hanmo would typically wait for someone to diffuse the tension. However, he realized that if he wished to excel in the clothing spirit Gaokao, he must overcome this psychological barrier. Ultimately, under the gaze of all present, a somewhat stiff smile emerged on his face. Well, if you do encounter me, feel free to seek my assistance. Of course, your performance must be of a certain caliber. Lin Hanmo's words caused everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment, and immediately, some rushed forward. What the hell, scholar? You've shattered your persona. You can still collaborate with me? Huh. Did I mishear? Divine being, please take me along. My performance skills are quite decent. Even old Wang, the homeroom teacher, was taken aback, gazing at Lin Hanmo with a hint of astonishment. He was well aware of his student, whose aloof demeanor seemed ingrained in his very essence. Perfect scores in garment creation and theory, the only flaw being practical performance. Portrayals of gentlemen and the aristocracy were manageable, as their silence could be quite imposing. However, once tasked with performing something lively, it felt akin to a death sentence. The burden of maintaining a cool, idol-like facade weighed heavily. All the instructors felt a tinge of regret. If only Lin Hanmo could slightly alter his temperament in the Gaokao, not to mention contending for the top 10 or even the top 100 in Huaxia, that would undoubtedly be within reach. Could it be that in pursuit of a commendable score, he truly wishes to transform? Old Wang was momentarily inclined to advise his student. Yet, observing Lin Hanmo surrounded by peers and the dwindling time, he refrained. Lin Hanmo, earn more points. The budget for my summer vacation relies on you. He finally called out to Lin Hanmo with a smile. Lin Hanmo did not hear him. Looking at the students he had been with for 3 years, yet hardly knew well, he felt overwhelmed and drenched in sweat. Nonetheless, a sensation of breaking free from his shackles surged within him. In this lifetime, he truly intended to change his character. The hour of countdown quickly elapsed. As the clock struck noon, a dazzling green radiance erupted in the sky. All students fell silent. Holding their breath, they gazed upward. The endless green light gradually converged above them, ultimately forming an ancient garment woven from leaves. Lin Hanmo was familiar with the origins of this attire. It was crafted over a decade by several elite clothing spirit masters who delved into the misty world to gather materials. Utilizing the leaves of the legendary world tree, and contained within it a massive space, or rather, a world. This was also the reason the global Gaokao could occur simultaneously. All qualified candidates would be drawn into this garment, completing the clothing spirit Gaokao within its confines, creating the corresponding clothing spirit attire, employing special materials to execute brief summoning battles. It is no exaggeration to say that each year's Gaokao garners a global attention rate exceeding 70. This represents a premier competition among the youth of the world, as well as a contest of national strength. Apart from the national rankings, there is also a global leaderboard, only recognizing the top 30. Each student who ascends the global rankings will receive substantial resource allocation and attention. It is a moment of national pride, like winning a gold medal in the Olympics in a previous life. Alas, the sole instance of a Huaxia candidate reaching the global leaderboard was 12 years ago, when they secured the 27th position. That year's Gaokao did not include summoning, allowing a candidate with exceptional clothing spirit talent to dominate the rankings. Lin Hanmo vividly recalled that year when he was still in the orphanage. Upon hearing the news on television, the old director had hastily treated all the children to a feast of braised meat. Can I lead Huaxia's attire to the pinnacle of the global leaderboard? Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Lin Hanmo felt the verdant aura in the sky intensifying. For reasons unbeknownst to him, it enveloped his entire field of vision. Suddenly, Lin Hanmo felt a lightness in his body, as if swept away by the wind, soaring into the sky, flying through a space drenched in green. Time elapsed without his notice. When the green light before him finally dissipated, he found himself on a somewhat dilapidated battlefield, shaded in gray. Nearby stood 4 candidates clad in various school uniforms, 3 males and 1 female. Ahead of them loomed a colossal staircase, exceeding 100 steps. Flanking the staircase were 5 modest brick houses. Before he could further investigate, a voice resonated from above the staircase. Welcome candidates to the Clothing Spirit Gaokao. This Gaokao will last 1 week. comprising 3 rounds of examinations. The first examination task: design an outfit that best embodies the aura of a king and successfully summon a spirit. Examination duration: 7 hours. Requirements: don the designed outfit and ascend the steps, showcasing the divine essence embodied in the attire throughout the process. Each examination room consists of 5 candidates, and the scoring for this round will be based on the rankings among the 5. First place, 100 points, second place, 80 points, third place, 60 points, and so forth. Chapter 3. While others opt for red fabric, this fellow chooses black for a funeral. The special materials provided for this round of examination are limited. Ordinary materials are infinite. Special materials must be negotiated or contested for among team members, but if the acquired materials exceed the needs of one's attire, the score will automatically drop to 5th place. In 10 minutes, the examination will commence. Current examination room number 102. Wishing all candidates success in their examination. With the announcement, Lin Hanmo noticed the shimmering green light beneath the steps. A variety of brightly colored fabrics, emitting a soft glow, began to materialize, accompanied by an abundance of gold, silver, jewels, and other embellishments that might be utilized in clothing. These softly glowing fabrics are essential extraordinary materials for clothing spirit masters when crafting garments. In Huaxia, they categorize these materials according to their luminosity, ranging from dim light, firefly, flickering candle, transparent, slanting sun, midday sun, to mythic. Dim light materials are the most common, while mythic materials are the pinnacle of quality. Correspondingly, these materials align with the ranking system from F to S for clothing spirit masters. The fabrics now appearing are the most commonplace dim light materials. However, even so, the examination imposes strict regulations against waste. For even the most common materials are hard-won treasures, extracted from the misty world at great cost. Any display of reckless waste during the examination will inevitably result in enforced low scores. This serves as a crucial assessment for novice clothing spirit masters. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, a colossal countdown emerged in the sky. As the countdown proceeded, one of the participants spoke up. "Hey, fellows, let us take this time to allocate the fabrics. While these materials are sufficient for all 5, we must clarify who will use which color." The speaker appeared to be the most robust among them. After surveying the surroundings, he declared without hesitation, "I want half of the red fabric. Anyone who dares to contest can give it a try." With that, he clenched his fist, wielding intimidation over those nearby. Thus, the first contest commenced. Not only in Lin Hanmo's area but across other examination zones, competition began to unfold. Those with robust physiques clearly held an advantage in this segment, as they clamored for the most red and silver materials to create an ensemble that exudes the might of a king. The descriptions in the textbooks align closely with this expectation. The regal attire of foreign cardinals and kings adheres to such criteria. This revelation brought considerable delight to many candidates. Is this examination truly so simplistic? It merely revolves around who can acquire more colors associated with the realm and the bishop. Crafting the Dream King and the bishop is my forte. I perform such roles daily at my school. If it weren't for the competition among 5 individuals vying for rankings, this would be a mere gift of points. Given that there exists only one standard answer, determined solely by the strength of one's foundational skills. Meanwhile, with the commencement of the first assessment, the streaming permissions for each session have also been unlocked. Audiences from around the globe have been eagerly awaiting this moment. The instant the access is granted, they input the names of the candidates they wish to observe, entering the respective live streaming rooms. Surprisingly, Lin Hanmo's session garnered substantial attention, quickly attracting over 10,000 viewers. This influx left his homeroom teacher, Old Wang, momentarily stunned as he entered to see how Lin Hanmo planned to proceed, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. After sending off the students, he, along with other homeroom teachers, gathered in an office to collectively monitor their student sessions, serving as a source of encouragement. Such a rapidly popular live stream must feature a particularly renowned student. As he scrutinized the barrage of comments, his brow furrowed in alarm. Trouble loomed. Lin Hanmo's examination room is graced by a high achiever from the capital. Furthermore, he is a second-place winner in the International Middle School Garment Exchange Competition. Old Wang's voice was not particularly low, drawing the attention of all the teachers in the office. "What? Let me see that." The adjacent homeroom teacher leaned in, checking the comments before pulling out his phone to search the name. Chun Cheng, a senior from the first high school in the capital, second-place winner of the International Middle School Exchange Competition. TSK, he's quite the sturdy fellow. Old Wang, your bright student appears to be somewhat unfortunate. Chen Sheng will undoubtedly seek the finest and most abundant fabric, leaving Lin Hanmo at a significant disadvantage from the outset. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's expression darkened as he fixated on the robust youth within the live stream. His brow knitted and worried, a poor start indeed. When it comes to crafting the garments of kings and popes, both parties rely on similar foundational skills, meaning the quality of the materials is paramount. If Lin Hanmo aims for a high score, he must avoid producing similar garments. He must find a unique path. But what else could he create? Perhaps garments inspired by the Emperor of the East or a chieftain adorned with feathers from a primitive tribe. This is troubling. As Old Wang pondered, a sudden uproar erupted from the live stream. How dare you dictate the terms? You think your word is law? Here, you stand alone. If we four unite against you, this competition is futile. The speaker was the sole female contestant, steadfastly gazing at Chun Sheng's formidable physique. Let's negotiate, or none of us will perform well. What do you say, gentlemen? As she spoke, she turned to Lin Hanmo and the others, prompting the two nearby boys to nod vigorously. Indeed, do you truly believe you can take us all on at once? A lanky youth dressed in blue and white uniform chimed in, puffing out his chest. Come on, let us discuss this reasonably. We can give you a bit more, but half of the red fabric is out of the question. If we grant you half, the remaining four of us can only manage an eighth each. And what good would that do? This. Chun Sheng fell silent for a moment, contemplating before responding earnestly. Guys, grant me a chance. I wish to compete for the global leaderboard in the first round. As he spoke, his fingers traced the air, summoning a cerulean light screen that materialized before them. Name: Chun Sheng. Profession: Garment Soul Master. Level: F. Mental Power: 100 points. A-level talent ability. This is the attribute panel that all Garment Soul Masters can summon upon awakening. They beheld the selectively displayed capabilities of Chun Sheng's panel. An eerie silence enveloped the venue. What the heck? 100 points of mental power. An A-level talent ability. This mental power is double mine. Is this real? The female contestant and the other two were momentarily rendered speechless by the dazzling figures. An ordinary F-level candidate typically possesses a maximum of 50 points of mental power. In the live stream, the audience, who had tuned in to witness Chen Sheng, erupted in excitement. Ha ha ha, go Chen Sheng. You must secure that red fabric. Can't these people understand? Our Chen Sheng is competing for glory on the global stage. Truly, if Chen Sheng is hindered by these students, it would be utterly ridiculous. One must take the initiative. Though each round of the examination has a maximum score of 100, countries can recommend their students through a new scoring system for a chance to enter the top 30 globally. The final ranking is determined by the cumulative scores of 3 rounds. Chun Sheng's ambition is not merely to secure first place. He aspires to rank within the top 10 of the first round. Even if I relinquish some red fabric, are you sure you can compete with me? Here's the deal. If any collaboration arises later, I can assist you. Upon hearing Chun Sheng's words, the others found themselves in a quandary. Until Lin Hanmo, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He assessed the surrounding individuals, pondered briefly, and then declared, I do not require red fabric. You may have it. Even without me, the 3 of you should have sufficient red fabric. However, I need the majority of the black fabric. What? Homeroom teacher Old Wang gasped in astonishment. What is Lin Hanmo doing? Opting for black. Has he lost his mind? Self-sacrifice. This is the college entrance examination. To take so much black fabric. Is he preparing for a funeral? Chapter 4. Huaxia attire. The black dragon robe. Black? Refusing red fabric? Lin Hanmo's words momentarily drew the attention of the 4 candidates, including Chun Sheng. What the heck, brother? The only female contestant in the examination room stared at Lin Hanmo, hesitating to voice her thoughts, ultimately asking for confirmation. Are you certain? Just as Lin Hanmo articulated, the 3 of them would have enough with half of the red fabric in the face of an inability to contend against Chun Sheng. This is evidently the optimal choice. As a beneficiary, she certainly wouldn't deter this distribution plan. The livestream audience erupted with excitement upon hearing Lin Hanmo's words. This fellow possesses some audacity. He simply relinquished the red fabric. He is directly paving the way for Chen Sheng. Could it be that he is a friend of Chen Sheng or perhaps an ardent admirer? And he only desires black fabric? This examination is for crafting gentleman's attire. What does he need black fabric for? Doesn't he find it unattractive? Seated in the office, homeroom teacher Old Wong was instantly incensed by Lin Hanmo's declaration. This is certainly not what he taught. The color of power is typically red and vibrant, adorned with jewels to signify nobility. Black, in this context, is utterly mismatched. While crafting black shoes may be acceptable, how can one create garments with black as the primary hue? This lad. Could it be as Old Wong contemplated? A sudden realization struck him, his pupils widening in shock. He knows his student well. Though cold, he is no fool. The sole reason for his current actions must be that he intends to design an entirely new garment. Attempting to achieve a higher score, foolishness. Old Wong slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming loudly, "Even Chun Chung has chosen the Pope. This lad is blatantly violating the taboos of the college entrance examination. I should have spoken to him more thoroughly beforehand." Old Wong was filled with regret, lamenting his missed opportunity. Yet, the reality is set. He could only watch to see how this young man would navigate the situation. In the examination room, Lin Hanmo regarded the others, inhaling deeply before stating, "I require black fabric, at least 3/4 of it." 3/4? Chun Chung frowned at this, as creating garments embodying the majesty of a ruler with black fabric as the base is unprecedented in his experience. He had no recollection of this individual. Nevertheless, "Fine, I shall forego the black fabric entirely. It's all yours." He volunteered first. "We have no objections." The other three nodded in agreement, signaling their approval. Naturally, they wouldn't dissuade him now that a generous individual had willingly conceded. With the fabric allocation settled, the countdown to the remainder of the materials commenced quietly. As the voice in the sky announced the start of the examination, the three individuals swiftly descended the steps, initiating the agreed-upon distribution of fabric. After confirming the primary color of their required special materials, the remaining supplies posed no significant issue for the five, following their acquisition of the necessary unique fabrics. The four contestants began to gather a wealth of gold, silver, and jewels. Chun Chung even selected a hefty piece of gold stone, nearly half a meter long, likely intending to craft a scepter, in stark contrast. Lin Hanmo appeared strikingly out of place. He meticulously cut the black fabric he required, also selecting some cooler-toned specialty threads and a small amount of gold thread. For other materials, he opted solely for those based on bronze, supplemented by a few pearls. This exceedingly unconventional choice prompted curious glances from the remaining four, who were intrigued yet hesitant to inquire, ultimately deciding to hold their tongues. If he is being so mysterious, what if he scores the lowest? That would be quite the joke. One of the five, resembling a lanky youth, muttered under his breath. He gazed down at his arms laden with materials, feeling a flicker of relief. This question is a dead end. In addition to testing the creation of clothing spirits, it also requires the performance of summoning deities. What notable monarch has donned this garment, which is primarily composed of black fabric? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he simply could not come up with an answer. In other words, regardless of how stunning Lin Hanmo's creation might be, it could never succeed in summoning a deity. Failing to summon a deity would undoubtedly result in a dismally low score. Moreover, even if the opponent successfully summoned a deity, that divine being would certainly be unable to withstand the authority of the Pope and the King. This was no joke. These figures epitomized the highest nobility in the present world. He intended to craft an outfit akin to that of King Louis XVI of France, even if he could not surpass Chun Chung. He believed he could at least vie for a score in the 80s. The lanky youth, lost in thought, chose to disregard the unconventional Lin Hanmo, clutching his materials as he casually selected a small room at the foot of the steps to enter. This was the private space provided by the examination committee. Once inside, all live signals would be completely blocked, and external sounds would be isolated. This ensured the confidentiality of the crafting process and prevented any instances of cheating during the examination. Once inside the room, they could only emerge after completing their garments. Within 7 hours, the final scores would be assessed. Lin Hanmo had also chosen his desired materials and entered a small room on the right side, carrying his supplies. The space was modest, but it was equipped with basic amenities such as a resting area and a restroom. A large table occupied the center of the room, upon which lay a few small breads for hungry students to replenish their energy. Lin Hanmo placed all his materials on the table, arranging them in an orderly fashion before opening his attribute panel. Name: Lin Hanmo. Level: F. Occupation. Garment Spirit Master. Mental Energy. 150. S-Level Talent Ability. Huaxia Hall of Thought. Previously, Chun Chang had a mental energy of 100 points, whereas he possessed 150 points. This was undoubtedly the peak value achievable for a newly awakened F-level Garment Spirit Master. Mental energy influences the sustainability of a Garment Spirit Master's ability to construct their Garment Spirit and the duration for which the spirit can be utilized. Lin Hanmo effectively had at least one-third more crafting time than his peers. Observing the softly glowing black fabric on the table, Lin Hanmo felt a faint tremor in the Hall of Thought. Unique to Huaxia, within his mind point one of the bookshelves radiated intense light, and a tome quietly flew out, hovering in the ocean of consciousness and flipping its pages on its own. The cover of the ancient, weathered book bore a small seal script character for Qin. As the pages turned, a black robe materialized before Lin Hanmo's eyes. The overall color scheme of the garment resembled being steeped in ink, deep and mysterious. The intricate patterns adorning the fabric were reminiscent of ancient scrolls, rich with historical traces and the charm of bygone eras. The collar was cleverly adorned with dark golden edges, resembling the stars in the night sky, both majestic and splendid. Gazing at the resplendent patterns reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, Lin Hanmo felt a surge of confidence. A garment exuding the aura of a ruler could only be the imperial attire. What he intended to create was the black dragon robe of the Qin dynasty. Unlike other nations, the Qin held black in high esteem. Moreover, the black dragon robe was one of the most distinctive features of the Qin. Could the emperor of Huaxia be inferior to the popes and kings of other nations? He was determined to craft the dragon robe of Qin Shi Huang. With this, he aimed to challenge for the highest score. Chapter 5. Crafting the Black Dragon Robe. The debut of Louis XVI. Having conceived all he desired to create, Lin Hanmo raised his hand, directing it towards the materials meticulously arranged on the table. In his mind, the noble black dragon robe of the Qin began to emanate a peculiar glow, as if striving to transcend the confines of his thoughts and materialize in reality. As this process unfolded, a surge of warmth coursed through Lin Hanmo's palm, and the black fabric on the table began to levitate as if summoned by an unseen force. The smooth material, subjected to an invisible pressure in the air, began to morph, gradually aligning itself with the design in Lin Hanmo's mind. This was a special technique employed by garment spirit masters during the crafting of their garments, by merely expending mental energy. They could transform all available materials before them into the envisioned patterns in their minds. This included metals as well. For novice garment spirit masters, it was impossible to craft a garment imbued with the spirit in one go. Lin Hanmo, while crafting, observed the rapid depletion of his mental energy points on the attribute panel and paused, waiting for his mental energy to recover before continuing. Thanks to his nearly peak mental energy, his crafting speed would be significantly accelerated. He certainly had ample time left within the 7 hours. Approximately 5.5 hours later, the once quiet examination hall reverberated with the creaking sound of a wooden door opening. The first to emerge was the lanky youth. He had shed his school uniform and donned a fully red English court outfit adorned with golden buttons, sporting a white wig and a golden sword at his waist. He radiated an air of nobility. He first surveyed his surroundings, and upon noticing that no one was present on the steps, he couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. This was, of course, part of his scheme. The lanky youth was named Liu Wei. Although his mental energy did not surpass Chen Cheng's, it still measured a commendable 64 points, far exceeding the average. His unique talent was accelerated crafting, allowing him to swiftly complete his garment. With this in mind, Liu Wei devised a brilliant plan. He intended to perform first, so that when the next candidate emerged, he could stand at the top of the steps, gazing down at them, using his imposing presence to overshadow their momentum. Thus, during the score evaluation, he would naturally rank higher than the other candidates. After all, the competition was about who resembled a ruler more. As Liu Wei contemplated this, he donned an arrogant expression and strode confidently up the steps, the golden jewelry jingling with each step, evoking a sense of regal authority on this desolate battlefield. The viewers still lingering in the live stream, awaiting Chun Cheng's emergence, could not help but exclaim, "Solid foundation. This lad has some flair. He might just be the second best in this examination." However, some felt otherwise. Noting that the outfit appeared a tad crude, failing to convey which king it represented, and they decided to wait and see the summoning results. As Li Yue reached the top of the steps, he faced the vastness below and dramatically drew his golden sword from his waist. He lifted it high and shouted into the open air, "Traitors, return to the side of the king. The king is your father." In an instant, a golden light surged from his attire, and the surrounding scenery shifted imperceptibly. A slightly aged, golden-haired figure with a grotesque visage materialized before the youth, dressed similarly to Li Yue. The figure bore a gaping wound at the neck. The king cast a disdainful glance at Li Yue, his face contorted in contempt. Yellow-skinned with that, he vanished like mist. Li Yue staggered backward as if struck, crashing onto the steps and nearly gasping for breath. Yet he quickly regained his composure, scrambling to rise and re-establish his regal demeanor. Albeit looking somewhat disheveled, Li Yue seemed to have anticipated this outcome. After all, this was how deities from other nations typically treated them. He had grown accustomed to it. The audience in the live stream watched in resignation. Louis XVI, this fool actually chose him. I recall that summoning him normally requires a severed head or possessing the same skin color and nationality. He must be taking a gamble, hoping for a high-profile summons. They mused, well, he performed adequately. It's just that deities from other countries don't seem to favor us. What more can we do? At least this lad summoned a specter, demonstrating his abilities. Now we await Chen Sheng. I'm utterly tired of this trope of summoning foreign deities only to be humiliated. When will Huaxia have its own garments? The audience expressed their disinterest. Such scenes had played out in nearly every examination hall across Huaxia. Even those who attempted to summon the minor deity, the Black God, were met with disdain. In an instant, the atmosphere turned somber. This information rapidly spread across forums worldwide. Huaxia lacks garments. Every year their college entrance exams lead to embarrassment, provoking ridicule from various nations, had become a common narrative. This year's exam features historical summoning in the first chapter. Huaxia will surely fail to make it onto the global leaderboard. I can't fathom how Huaxia, with such a weak historical legacy, still possesses such vast territory. With an hour and a half remaining until the examination concluded, the true experts would only emerge in the final half hour to compete. Our Eagle Nation will undoubtedly claim the top spot. While other forums debated who would rank first, the entire Huaxia livestream appeared eerily silent. Among the viewers, some held a glimmer of hope for their star student. Yet, when it came to summoning foreign deities, could they truly compete with the locals? Amidst the audience's silence, the door to Lin Hanmo's small room and examination room 102 creaked open. This sent a jolt of excitement through the viewers who had been eagerly monitoring the live stream. Glancing towards the small room, someone immediately recalled that this was Lin Hanmo's space. Has this young man emerged so soon? I expected him to make a stunning entrance, they remarked. It seems that being handsome doesn't guarantee strength. How disappointing indeed. The black fabric surely cannot yield a formidable garment spirit, especially since there are no kingly or bishopal garments in foreign lands that are predominantly black. Even seizing the initiative, he was still a step behind. The audience murmured amongst themselves, their gazes irresistibly drawn towards the entrance of the room. After all, they too were eager to witness what kind of spirit garment could be fashioned from that black fabric. Li Yue, who had recovered and stood defiantly on the steps, naturally observed this scene. Upon realizing it was Lin Hanmo's room, he smirked coldly, assuming that the other intended to seize the initiative just as he did. Unfortunately for him, I shall prevail faster. I must frighten this lad into submission. As he spoke, his eyes fixated on Lin Hanmo's chamber, he endeavored to channel his mental energy, forcing his attire to emanate an air of authority, exerting invisible pressure downward. Yet, just as Li Yue was drenched in sweat and on the verge of collapse, Lin Hanmo had yet to make his appearance. Damn it! Is this guy just going to stand there behind the door? What is he playing at? Li Yue felt a surge of frustration. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Lin Hanmo gazed at the world beyond, diligently fortifying his resolve. Ultimately, taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. Chapter 6. Summoning the Divine. Qin Shi Huang. Ethereal lights and shadows from the heavens finally penetrated the building, illuminating the figure poised to emerge. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of extraordinarily unique shoes. Narrow on the sides, with the front tips elegantly curved upwards, intricate silk patterns adorned the sides, showcasing their exceptional craftsmanship. This style of footwear seemed utterly unprecedented. This was the initial thought that sprang to the minds of the spectators. Before they could ponder further, the young man had already stepped out, and upon seeing his attire, their breaths caught in their throats. The young man donned a long robe entirely of deep black. Yet it was far more elaborate than a mere robe. 6 dragon symbols graced its fabric, with 9 denoting nobility. The obsidian garment was embroidered with 12 intricate patterns, embodying the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, as if it were swallowing the world for itself. His chest, shoulders, cuffs, and pant legs were all adorned with exquisite golden trim, shimmering softly against the robe's profound darkness, creating a striking contrast. The golden lines flowed gracefully and complexly, as if hiding some unfathomable magic within. The young man's ink-black hair was crowned with a peculiar headdress, distinct from the golden crowns worn in other realms. This one was evidently wrought with far more intricate artistry. The headdress, primarily made of elongated plates, was embellished with 12 colored threads that threaded through pearls and gems, accentuating his noble stature. Though the youth's visage was youthful, the regalia he wore exuded an undeniable air of authority and depth. At his waist hung a bronze-style longsword, its blade gleaming, instilling a sense of lethal ferocity in its bearer. Even through the live stream, the audience could feel the overwhelming pressure radiating from him. In an instant, the chat exploded in the nearly 10,000-strong live stream. Countless viewers felt a shiver run down their spines. Good heavens! What nation does this attire belong to? So striking. Who dares say black is merely funeral garb? This ensemble is undoubtedly that of a sovereign. Just look at the lines, the craftsmanship. My word. How did this child achieve such a magnificent garment? I can't believe this could summon spirits. I feel as though this is a design of his own. Such attire surely lacks the spirit garment effect, right? As the audience chattered excitedly, some adept in the art of spirit garment crafting furrowed their brows. Old Wong, the homeroom teacher, vaguely discerned some clues. This garment carries a heavy sense of history. The patterns and lines resemble those of a certain esteemed emblem, a unique marker. If this lad did not fabricate this garment himself, it likely hails from some historical origin. If that is the case, Old Wong thought, his expression suddenly filled with excitement. This student might just have gambled correctly. If he could indeed summon a spirit without facing significant rejection, his score in the exam would surely place him in the top tier. At the very least, he would surpass those who summoned Louis XVI on stage. Meanwhile, Li Yue, standing on stage and attempting to intimidate those below, felt a sense of foreboding. Gazing at the young man below, who remained stoic, he could not help but swallow hard, realizing he had already lost a round. Undoubtedly, based on the display of attire, the other's portrayal was markedly more successful. The silent yet palpable royal authority emanating from the young man was a presence Li Yue could not hope to emulate. No, this cannot stand. This is the college entrance examination. If he loses this round, it means a further drop in rank. The highest possible score would only be 60 points to pass. What if another monster emerges among the remaining two? He could end up with a score below passing. The thought of potentially missing out on a prestigious institution caused Li Yue's eyes to redden. His fists clenched as he frantically channeled the power within his garments. Once again invoking the spirit, golden light radiated from his attire, summoning the golden-haired Louis XVI once more. A yellow-skinned man. This time, the summoned Louis XVI clearly held little regard for Li Yue. Seizing the moment before he departed, Li Yue coldly remarked, "What king? He is but a fool. The might of this garment pales in comparison to that of a deity whose name has never been heard. You still call yourself a king? No wonder you ended up on the guillotine." The summoned spirit acquires various abilities based on the summoner, and while Li Yue's words were blunt, they struck a nerve with Louis XVI in an instant. The royal robes he wore trembled violently, as if insulted, igniting a fierce anger. Who dares challenge the authority of the king? The ethereal figure of Louis XVI exclaimed, turning to survey the surroundings, soon locking eyes with Lin Hanmo, who had calmly descended the steps. Observing the intricate, classical attire of the young man, the summoned king felt an inexplicable sense of being overshadowed. A yellow-skinned man. The king's authority is not to be trifled with. He shouted, and the royal garments erupted in a dazzling brilliance. A guillotine formed from the void, ready to descend. Before the spectators could react, the sharp blade came crashing down towards Lin Hanmo. Li Yue watched this unfold. His spirits lifted. He exhaled in relief, secretly reveling in his triumph. To think a mere taunt could activate the full power of the spirit garment. This must be his strongest attack, even with the examination's protective barriers. Lin Hanmo's attire would hardly yield any effect. The royal garments should easily crush all opposition. As Lin Hanmo ascended the steps, he sensed the oppressive force above him, yet he remained unfazed, clenching the hilt of the sword at his waist. A symbol of imperial authority, an inexplicable confidence surged within him, replacing the tremors brought on by his social anxiety. Now, he embodied an emperor of ages past, the emperor of the Qin. Legends say he slumbers within the grand tomb of Qin Shi Huang, accompanied by the terracotta army, wielding power that rivals the sun. It is said that his resting place flows with rivers of mercury and dragons of fire emerge. Such an emperor cannot be overshadowed by a mere king. Lin Hanmo couldn't help but let out a soft ha, and the black dragon robe erupted with intense radiance. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Visibly, ancient stone pillars began to rise upon the once battle-scarred ground, engraved with black iron mystical birds and rare beasts. The hundreds of steps appeared to undergo a spatial overlap, gradually radiating new brilliance. Amidst the spatial upheaval, the descending guillotine vanished without a trace. Completely gone. Not a single drop of water was disturbed. What? Some seasoned spirit garment masters watching the live stream sprang to their feet, their minds reeling at the sight. A shift in space. This is a domain skill of the spirit garment. Only garments of firefly grade or above can wield such power. How could a mere microlight grade material produce a firefly grade garment? Who exactly is this child summoning? Chapter 7. Does a king dare to compare with me? We of Huaxia have our deities. Xincheng is in peril. At the senior class discussion hall of the Imperial Capital No. 1 High School, the homeroom teachers of the senior classes, like Old Wang, were glued to their screens, monitoring their students' performances. This was nearly the only task assigned to them this week. The live stream of Class 102, where Chuncheng was directly projected in the conference hall. The reason was simple. The gray-haired, middle-aged man seated at the head of the table was Chen Cheng's father, the principal of their prestigious school in Modu, an B-grade spirit garment master. A strategic resource of considerable strength, by arranging for Chen Cheng's performance to be broadcast, he aimed to elevate his child's status. However, given the current situation, for a microlight grade material to surpass its inherent capabilities, there exists only one possibility. The performer's mental strength must reach the limits of an F-grade spirit garment master, and the historical and cultural significance embedded in the garment must be exceedingly strong. Only then can it transcend microlight grade to achieve firefly grade. This youth possesses at least 30 points more mental strength than Chen Cheng, the homeroom teacher of the elite class at Imperial Capital No. 1 High School adjusted his glasses and candidly stated, if this child successfully summons a spirit and does not face substantial rejection, he will undoubtedly be a strong contender for the global rankings. With the strength of an F grade, to design an outfit equivalent to an E grade is an exceedingly rare occurrence on the global rankings throughout the years. Xincheng, I feared, may find it difficult to suppress his opponent. The homeroom teacher of the elite class stated this quite frankly. Once Lin Hanmo makes his entrance, even the most prodigious son of the principal can only manage a score of 80. Only those who secure first place in each examination room have the opportunity to contend for a spot within the top 30 of the global leaderboard. If one fails to enter the rankings in the first round, their chances of accumulating points thereafter diminish significantly. Seated at the head of the conference room, Principal Chen listened to the discussions below, remaining silent for a moment before letting out a long sigh. He had initially believed that there were only a handful of contenders who could rival Chen Cheng for the title of the best in Huaxia, but it appears he had underestimated the talents of the world. Principal Chen pondered whether he could have achieved such a feat when he was at an F grade. The answer was undoubtedly negative. Even now, as he gazed upon the intricately crafted robe, he was left in awe. After more than 5 hours and expending over 100 points of mental energy, he would not have been able to achieve such perfection. He scrutinized Lin Hanmo, who was clad in the jet-black dragon robe during the live broadcast, and suddenly inquired, does anyone recognize which nation's attire this is? Which deity does it invoke? A moment of silence fell over the entire assembly. Clearly, no one present could identify the origins of the black-robed garment. Who might this be? As discussions began to swell, Lin Hanmo in examination room 102 had already provided the answer. The ink-black dragon robe stirred the surrounding space, conjuring an ancient and magnificent palace seen at an unimaginable speed. Flames ignited in braziers on either side of the steps, sending a dark smoke wafting through the air. Armed with a sword and adorned in the black dragon robe, he ascended the steps to the palace. Step by step, in his brown eyes was not the terrified visage of Li Yue before him, but rather a series of iron-black flags fluttering in the wind. It was Qin. Lin Hanmo's voice grew increasingly resonant, as if another entity had taken residence within him. When I ascended the throne, I was ordained by heaven. Does even a king dare to compare with me? His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire scene, accompanied by an invisible force that shattered the illusory vestige of Louis XVI standing atop the steps. Li Yue felt a tremendous force strike him, as his garments were torn, and he was sent flying uncontrollably, collapsing to the side and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Hanmo stood at the center of the steps, turning to gaze downwards. His eyes seemed to pierce through infinite space, beholding the grand vistas of Huaxia. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. From heaven to earth, only I am supreme. His voice resonated like thunder, exuding the aura of a sovereign, starkly contrasting with the fallen king beside him. At that moment, Lin Hanmo's figure began to become somewhat ethereal, ultimately splitting into two. A middle-aged man, similarly adorned in a black dragon robe, gradually materialized, emanating a faint glow, embodying an even greater sense of solitude than Lin Hanmo. The audience was not fixated on this. They were astounded to discover that this figure shared their skin tone. Not a king, nor a pope. Could it be? A thought crept into the minds of some spectators. One they dared not voice. Lin Hanmo then slightly bowed to this deity, stating, "I, Lin Hanmo, pay my respects to the first emperor." As he spoke, a surge of excitement coursed through him. His social anxiety dissipated, and he spoke with newfound fluency. This was the first emperor who established a unified Huaxia. Until today, he had only encountered him in textbooks, perhaps due to the black dragon robe Lin Hanmo wore. Ying Zheng did not return the gesture. He merely tilted his head slightly, gazing at the unconscious Li Yue beside him. After the fall of my great Qin, how has Huaxia descended into such a state? Even the barbarian tribes dare to claim kingship before me? Huaxia, great Qin. At that moment, upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, all who were watching the live broadcast felt as if a jolt of electricity coursed through their minds, quickly followed by a thunderous roar in their ears. This was the ruler of their Huaxia. They had a king of such formidable strength. The barrage of comments surged explosively. What? This is the deity of our great Huaxia. We too possess such a powerful deity? The black-robed attire originated from their own history. Their Huaxia also crafted garments of such exquisite craftsmanship. The first emperor, the inaugural emperor, the first of Huaxia. Countless garment masters felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, instinctively rising to their feet. They had all witnessed the deity summoned by Lin Hanmo's black dragon robe. This was the first time Huaxia had summoned a deity rooted in its own historical culture. The sudden delight left them momentarily dazed, unsure of how to express their feelings. The first emperor, Principal Chun of the Imperial Capital No. 1 High School, listened intently to the sounds emanating from the live broadcast. His heart quaking, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Quickly, retrieve that child's information. Where has he unearthed the ancient sites of Huaxia civilization? No, bring me the materials. I must replicate this robe. I wish to summon the deity. As he spoke, the live broadcast suddenly resonated with a melodious notification sound. Congratulations, candidate Lin Hanmo has been recommended by the examination committee to enter the Global Garment Master Rankings. Tentative Ranking 1. Chapter 8. The Black Dragon Robe is not for everyone. Global Ranking Number 1. Lin Hanmo. Hearing the announcement from the live broadcast, nearly 10,000 viewers were momentarily stunned before erupting into a fervor. First in the Global College Entrance Examination Rankings. This was an honor never before achieved by Huaxia. They had never even made it into the top 10, however. The first round still had over an hour left before concluding. How could he be directly recommended? Some viewers immediately searched the global rankings, only to find that no names had appeared at the top. Upon closer inspection, realization dawned upon them. Lin Hanmo was an appointed candidate handpicked by the examination committee. This was not a decision made by Huaxia's officials. It was a selection made by at least 5 principal examiners from different countries within the Global Examination Committee. In the past, recommending someone for early entry into the rankings was a daunting task, often taking years to produce such an individual. Those recommended, regardless of whether they achieved first place in the initial round or were nationally endorsed, were eligible to compete directly. Due to being pre-selected, Lin Hamo temporarily held the first position even before the examination concluded. Of course, his name would not immediately appear on the leaderboard. It would only be listed after the first round ended and final rankings were determined. Nevertheless, this was enough to excite the audience in Huaxia. A viewer clicked on Lin Hamo's ranking recommendation note, which read, "Candidate Lin Hamo of Examination Room 102 successfully crafted a firefly-grade garment using microlight materials and successfully summoned a deity." Note: the summoned deity is the first emperor of Huaxia and marks the first successful summoning of a deity in Huaxia, definitively proving that Huaxia possesses a robust historical and cultural heritage. The deity summoned by Lin Hamo had already been acknowledged by the examination committee. This was their Huaxia's deity. Although this news was confined to the live broadcast, it quickly spread among the audience present. In just a few minutes, the viewer count surged exponentially from nearly 10,000 to several times that. The real-time viewership approached 500,000. This number continued to rise with the passage of time. More and more viewers witnessed the figure clad in the intricately designed black dragon robe. Was this truly the deity of Huaxia? The first emperor? Their past history boasted noble figures, such a commanding presence. Huaxia's attire stands apart from that of other nations. Black can also be a color of dominance. Meanwhile, Lin Hamo remained unaware of the situation outside, as he engaged in conversation with the first emperor. Listening to Ying Zheng's words, Lin Hamo sighed slightly, saying, "A fog shrouds the lands of Huaxia, burying all its glory beneath the dust of history. In present-day Huaxia, with no deities to summon, we must seek aid from foreign tribes." Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's ink-black pupils seemed to brew with purple lightning. Had Su Fu truly sought the elixir of immortality for me, this world would have bowed beneath the iron steeds of Great Qin. Barbarians? Merely vassal states. Listening to the words of this emperor before him, Lin Hamo couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life in ancient Huaxia. The path to global unification often hinged on a single elixir of immortality and a world map. Contemplating this, Lin Hamo's expression paled slightly. After all, he possessed only 150 points of mental energy, insufficient to sustain the release of his domain for long. At present, being able to converse with the ethereal presence of the first emperor was nearing its limit. However, he recalled something and could not help but speak. "Perhaps it is not too late. Huaxia still requires your assistance. Great Qin should rise anew from the annals of history, leveraging the garment masters to restore its former glory." Ying Zheng smiled at this, yet a hint of melancholy flickered in his gaze. "Though I remain dormant upon being summoned, I have come to understand some subsequent knowledge. Great Qin perished in the second generation. Failing to establish a legacy for eternity, I am indeed a tyrant throughout the ages, infamous for burning books and burying scholars alive, mercilessly harming the common people to construct the Great Wall, rendering myself a pariah in the eyes of the world, inciting a rebellion where all desire to see me executed." Ying Zheng gazed at Lin Hamo's expression and sighed softly. Though the land of Huaxia endures, the Qin dynasty cannot be counted among the most illustrious of its imperial eras. Burning books and burying scholars, the audience in the live stream was left bewildered. What is Confucianism? Oh no, this is a disaster. Quickly, jot this down. This must be ancient history of Huaxia. Mercilessly harming the populace to build the Great Wall. This is a tyrant of Huaxia. When the first emperor remarked that the Qin dynasty was not the pinnacle of Huaxia's grandeur, it implied that there were even more formidable dynasties in our history. The dialogue between Ying Zheng and Lin Hamo sparked intense reactions in the live stream. Countless viewers stared at the screen with eager eyes, desperately wanting to uncover more secrets of Huaxia's history. Likewise, Lin Hamo's presence drew their attention. This young man seemed to possess profound knowledge of Huaxia's ancient history. As the comments flowed in the live stream, Lin Hamo continued, "The world may have forgotten your achievements, but I have not. Subsequent dynasties have harbored many misconceptions about the Qin dynasty." "Oh?" Ying Zheng raised an eyebrow slightly at these words. "Your contributions are eternal and resplendent. You vanquished 6 kingdoms and established imperial rule. You standardized measurements and scripts, You fortified the northern borders with the Great Wall, yet the Xiongnu roamed freely for over 700 miles. It was the Qin that unified the realm, forever bringing Huaxia into an era of cohesion. Huaxia's legacy began with you. The world often claims that the laws of the Qin were excessively harsh, yet they were not as unbearably severe as commonly perceived. According to the information I have gathered, while the military laws of the Qin were strict, they were also humane. The world has misunderstood the Qin. Lin Hanmo looked at the middle-aged man clad in the black dragon robe with resolute eyes. If the first emperor were to endure for eternity, then the Qin shall likewise endure through the ages. Your accomplishments surpass those of the 3 sovereigns, your virtues exceed those of the 5 emperors, thus you are the emperor, an eternal emperor worthy of your title. As Lin Hanmo recounted the past of the emperor before him, countless viewers from Huaxia felt a shiver down their spines, as if their blood were boiling with fervor. Huaxia's legacy began with the first emperor. He is Huaxia's most esteemed monarch. Furthermore, he is the very first emperor in Huaxia's history. Is this real? Am I witnessing a college entrance examination? The history of Huaxia is surprisingly being resurrected through an F-grade soul master. This is the guardian of our Huaxia, the Great Qin. Please say more. I wish to summon figures from the Great Qin. I shall no longer pretend to be some king or pope. Our Huaxia has its own deities. Unfortunately, the audience's expectations could not be fulfilled. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, the first emperor chuckled softly, seemingly quite pleased. He turned to Lin Hanmo and said, "The Qin shall be reborn in this world, and I grant it. However, this black dragon robe can only be worn by you. The dragon robe, it is yours to inherit." As he spoke, he dissipated into thin air amidst the gaze of all. The sharp glimmer gradually fell into silence. The ancient and majestic hall vanished in an instant. The examination room returned to its original appearance, as if nothing had ever transpired. Lin Hanmo, having exhausted his spiritual energy, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His complexion pale yet his heart brimming with exhilaration, summoning the entirety of the Great Qin. Apart from the first emperor, everyone in Huaxia can don Qin attire and summon the divine generals of Qin. Bai Qi, Meng Tian and a host of martial generals, combined with the unique powers of soul masters, will shine brilliantly across the world. Amidst his swirling thoughts, a faint voice emerged from the steps below. Esteemed one, can we begin the assessment now? Upon hearing this, Lin Hanmo glanced down. Aside from Chen Sheng, 2 other candidates had completed their costume designs. Adorned in gold and silver, they were dressed as kings and popes. Cowering by their respective doors, too frightened to emerge. Clearly, they had witnessed the previous spectacle. The 2 trembled in fear, apprehensive of being obliterated by Lin Hanmo. Only when Lin Hanmo reigned in his aura did they dare to speak. Lin Hanmo regarded them, nodded slightly, and stepped aside. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital No. 1 High School, Chun Cheng's father began crafting the Black Dragon Robe. Chapter 9. Ascension of the Black Dragon Robe. Candlelight level. The speed at which a B-grade soul master produces low-level garments is astonishing. After providing Firefly-level materials within the school, Principal Chen directly observed Lin Hanmo's Black Dragon Robe while attempting to replicate it.in just a few minutes. The rough version was completed. While the craftsmanship could not compare to Lin Hanmo's exquisite robe, the materials used far surpassed his. Principal Chen examined the ancient black robe in his hands, about to try it on when the class teacher swiftly intervened. "Principal, the first emperor of Huaxia has declared that only Lin Hanmo may wear the Black Dragon Robe. Summoning the divine might lead to unforeseen issues." Unfazed, Principal Chen pointed to the garment. "That is precisely why I am using Firefly-level materials, which can at most unleash D-grade peak combat power. Let's give it a try. If we can converse with the first emperor, we will gain a significant advantage in understanding the attire of the entire Great Qin." Principal Chen aimed to ensure his students learn the garments of the Qin dynasty first. As long as they were ahead of other schools, future recruitment would follow suit. The head teacher of the elite class, hesitated, ultimately nodding. "Let's head to a specialized facility for testing soul powers." "This place is not suitable," agreed. After a moment's thought, Principal Chen nodded, and the 2 departed the conference room, heading to the designated area for testing soul abilities at Imperial Capital No. 1 High School. This was an expansive stretch of grassland. After dispersing the students surrounding the area, Principal Chen wasted no time and donned the rough imitation of the Black Dragon Robe. Descendants of Huaxia, Please summon the first emperor. He bowed respectfully, then infused his spiritual energy into the crude black dragon robe. The rough version of the black dragon robe immediately erupted with a brilliant glow. In a daze, countless figures in black armor seemed to materialize across the meadow. This manifestation was entirely different from Lin Hanmo's summoning. Could it be that the use of more Firefly-level materials enhanced the effect? Yet, before they could rejoice, Principal Chin's expression suddenly changed, as if he intended to hastily remove the black dragon robe. But before he could act, the robe on him expanded dramatically as if infused with some potent energy. Then, with a resounding bang, the black dragon robe completely exploded on Principal Chin. The violent blast sent the B-grade Soul Master flying backward with a muffled groan. Fortunately, he emanated a radiant aura, and his inner garments were also a special attire, protecting his safety. However, that was the extent of it. What was initially thought to be a mere failure to summon turned into Principal Chin collapsing. Unable to withstand the backlash, the black dragon robe disintegrated into powder, vanishing without a trace. The iron cavalry that had faintly appeared also dissolved into foam. Throughout this ordeal, the first emperor had never intended to manifest before them. "Principal," the head teacher of the elite class exclaimed, rushing forward to assist, while secretly astonished. The emperor of Huaxia holds far more authority than those kings and popes. Not just anyone can summon him. The conditions for summoning are considerably more stringent. Only Lin Hanmo can achieve this. Such scenes unfolded across various locations in Huaxia, as people finally recognized the weight of that phrase, to possess the attire of the Great Qin. One cannot do without Lin Hanmo. Outside, Lin Hanmo remained unaware of the events transpiring. At this moment, he had returned to his modest dwelling, shedding the black dragon robe and changing back into his own clothes. He then rested within his small abode, awaiting the conclusion of the examination. He had completed all the questions of the first round and saw no need to stand around hindering others any longer. Reflecting on his recent actions, the social anxiety he felt afterward began to surface. He felt nervous while summoning the divine, but upon returning to his dwelling and recalling his previous actions, he grew anxious. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Taking deep breaths, he gradually composed himself and picked up the black dragon robe once more. With a slight movement of his fingers, he infused a trace of spiritual energy into it for inspection. This was a unique probing technique possessed by all soul masters upon awakening. Once he successfully activated the soul of the garment, it would load into his panel, presenting itself in a data-driven manner before his eyes. Soon, his attribute panel appeared, revealing a new segment of text. Attire, black dragon robe, level, firefly level, effects, 1. Domain expansion. Opens a domain related to the black dragon robe. Within this domain, summoned deities receive additional enhancements, while hostile entities are subjected to suppression from the deities. 2. Summon. Calls forth the sovereign of the Great Qin, Qin Shi Huang. Note: the black dragon robe can only be worn by Lin Hanmo. Qin Shi Huang can only be summoned by Lin Hanmo. This is his exclusive attire. Lin Hanmo gazed at the information displayed on the panel, filled with excitement, and upon careful examination, he discovered many noteworthy details. The level marked as Firefly level bore a subtle plus sign. He can elevate the level of his attire by clicking on this plus sign. By the way, I wonder how much legendary value I have accumulated. Gazing at the plus sign, Lin Hanmo suddenly recalled that his innate ability could come into play. As long as someone is emotionally stirred by Huaxia clothing, he has a chance to gain a certain amount of legendary value, which can be used to enhance his own level or that of his garments. At present, at least 3 individuals can provide Lin Hanmo with legendary value. Surely there must be a few points. He mused as he opened the talent section of his attributes panel. With eager anticipation, he watched the text appear above, his expression momentarily frozen. It was not that the legendary value was scant or non-existent. Rather, it exceeded his expectations. Legendary value, 1,350 points. He had initially thought it would only be 1 or 2 points. Who would have imagined that the legendary value had indeed surpassed 1,000? He hurriedly attempted to click on the detailed information regarding the acquisition of legendary value, and a series of names instantly popped up on the panel. Li Yue was awed by your black dragon robe. Legendary value 1. Chenda was impressed by the domain of the black dragon robe. Legendary value 1. Huang Tudo felt reverence for Qin Shi Huang. Legendary value 1. This live broadcast seemed to have attracted more viewers than he had anticipated. Although the acquisition of legendary value was probabilistic, Lin Hanmo nonetheless reaped substantial rewards owing to the vast audience base. This indicated that he now possessed sufficient legendary value to attempt enhancing either his level or that of the Black Dragon robe through point allocation. It is worth noting that these ready-made garments were akin to gifts bestowed upon examinees in a global examination. All examinees could take their crafted attires out of the examination hall. This dragon robe belonged solely to Lin Hanmo, and the point spent on it would not be wasted. With this thought, Lin Hanmo felt a renewed vigor and began to experiment with clicking the plus sign behind the Firefly level. Merely grazing it with his finger, the legendary value on the panel diminished by 10 points. Correspondingly, the Black Dragon robe in his hands began to radiate an enchanting glow, the golden threads at the cuffs seemingly undergoing a gradual transformation under the light. The legendary value was altering the material of the Black Dragon robe. This robe was primarily constructed from dim light-grade materials, while the adjacent golden threads were not considered special materials. Through point allocation, he could directly convert all these ordinary materials into special ones. Step by step, he could elevate the material's grade from dim light to Firefly, and then to candle remnants. Realizing this, Lin Hanmo ceased to hold back, frantically clicking the plus sign behind him. As the legendary value steadily dwindled, the brilliance of the Black Dragon robe's fabric grew even more radiant. When the legendary value had been consumed by 1,000 points, Lin Hanmo suddenly felt the Black Dragon robe in his hands lighten, as if a flowing vitality coursed through its fabric. The panel of the Black Dragon robe also changed at that moment. Attire, Black Dragon robe, level, Candle Remnants level, Chapter 10. The unprecedented new ability of the Black Dragon robe, the final results of the first round, effects. 1. Domain unfolds, activating a domain related to the Black Dragon robe. Within this domain, summoned deities receive additional attribute bonuses, while opposing members face attribute suppression. 2. Divine summoning, summoning the sovereign of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang. 3. Escort, randomly summoning a general of the Qin dynasty to command, with the general S level corresponding to that of the Garment Master. The current existence time is 30 spirit points per minute, and the general refreshes with 100 Qin soldiers, whose level is 1 less than the current level. To note, both Escort and Domain unfolding abilities will enhance with the garment's level. Here it is, a brand new effect. Escort. After donning the Black Dragon robe, he can directly summon a general of the Qin dynasty in times of danger, along with 100 of his soldiers. Moreover, the level of this Qin general is tied to his own level. If he is F level, the Qin general will also be F level. Should he attain D level, the summoned Qin soldiers would then be E level. The power of the Black Dragon robe is extraordinary. If he reaches the pinnacle as an S-level Garment Master and summons an army of 1,000,000 Qin soldiers, each soldier would be a level. This is the true strength of Huaxia garments. This dragon robe is remarkably impressive. Lin Hanmo felt the robe in his hands, which seemed to flow with a life of its own, and carefully folded it, cradling it in his arms. A garment of Candle Remnants level is indeed a rare treasure. He felt as if he were not holding clothing, but rather several mobile abodes. Unfortunately, he could not take out ordinary accessories like the bronze sword to make a significant profit. Lin Hanmo had no choice but to use his spirit power to restore them to their original metallic form, leaving them all on the table. With half an hour remaining until the exam's conclusion, Lin Hanmo grasped the robe and opened the door, preparing to check the final results. However, as soon as he opened the door, a blinding light flashed before his eyes. After squinting slightly to adapt to the brightness, he gazed forward, only to discover that the robust young man had begun completing his assessment. The ever-dawdling Chun Chang had finally polished his creation within the last half hour before the exam's end. He had donned a bright red pope's robe, adorned with a crown of 5-wheeled jewels, and held a golden scepter that was as tall as his calf. The flowing red robe trailed behind him, creating a dazzling crimson carpet on the steps. He strode along this carpet, ultimately summoning a red-robed pope. Perhaps due to material limitations, the red-robed pope merely manifested a faint illusion. Yet, it emanated an aura of profound sanctity. Beneath this radiance, life began to flourish, and the previously desolate battlefield gradually took on a hint of verdancy. Although it would soon vanish without a trace, it was still somewhat impressive. Chun Chang, masquerading as the pope, cast a satisfied glance with the corner of his eye at this spectacle, secretly exhilarated. thinking he would surely have a chance to vie for a spot among the top 30 in the world. This was his best performance, he thought to himself, and used the scepter as a cane, resting it on the ground, slightly relaxing his grip. This scepter was entirely crafted from gold and was incredibly heavy. Previously, as he ascended the steps, the veins on his hands had bulged, yet he had to maintain an air of nonchalance. The three individuals who had already completed their assessments appeared to be awestruck by Chen Sheng. Staring in silence. Seeing this, Chen Sheng felt a surge of self-satisfaction and approached the three, speaking gently. "Thank you all. If you need my assistance later, feel free to ask. Without you, I would likely have missed the chance to be among the top 30 globally." As soon as Chen Sheng's words left his lips, a peculiar expression flashed across the faces of the three. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. While their scores could not compare to Chen Sheng's, they were still capable of discerning the results. Lin Hanmo's divine summoning clearly surpassed Chen Sheng's level. Chen Sheng merely made the earth illusionarily flourish for a moment, while Lin Hanmo had completely transformed the entire terrain. This was something Li Yue, who had regained his senses, could assert with absolute authority. He had been utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Chen Sheng, I'm doomed. I've become a clown. The river clam has settled, and I've once again made things awkward for others." Unfortunately, Chen Sheng emerged too late. Otherwise, Lin Hanmo would have shattered him with a mere touch. What a scene that would have been. One could not tell whether it was good luck or bad luck. Amidst the banter among the viewers, Chen Sheng finally noticed Li Yue, who looked pale and as if he had just been beaten. He was somewhat taken aback. "What happened to you?" Li Yue lowered his head, remaining silent. The two individuals beside him exchanged awkward smiles, attempting to lighten the mood. Suddenly, the girl glanced down, spotting Lin Hanmo's figure, and exclaimed with delight, "Big shot! Hurry over! The exam is about to end! Big shot!" "Who?" Chen Sheng felt somewhat perplexed upon hearing this, observing the girl's noticeably more enthusiastic greeting towards Lin Hanmo, which only added to his confusion. He turned to look down. There stood Lin Hanmo, clad in his original school uniform, cradling a pitch-black garment as he ascended the steps. It seemed he had already completed the assessment and still had time to change back into his attire. Chen Sheng curiously appraised the dark garment Lin Hanmo held, his eyes narrowing slightly. Due to the black dragon robe being folded, he could only see the silky, deep black material, feeling that the craftsmanship was exceedingly delicate. Although he wished to see the overall effect, he hesitated to ask and ultimately let it go. His brother appeared to have performed quite well. With some time remaining, Chen Sheng cheerfully engaged in casual conversation with Lin Hanmo. "Surely, everything is fine." The socially anxious Lin Hanmo managed to muster a somewhat stiff smile. This scene was fully captured by Chen Sheng. He mistakenly believed that Lin Hanmo was attempting to take an alternative route but would ultimately falter, surely failing to perform at his true potential. Thus, he encouraged him. "It's all right. This is just the first round of exams. Everyone has a chance." Upon hearing this, the other three, including Li Yue, immediately turned to look, their eyes reflecting a peculiar expression. The girl among the five struggled to maintain a straight face, almost bursting into laughter. Half an hour swiftly passed. A melodious bell resonated throughout all examination halls. The first round of examinations has concluded. Almost all examinees worldwide had completed the first round of assessments. Those who did not finish were eliminated on the spot, receiving a score of 0 in the first round. The audience eagerly awaiting in various live streams were treated to the performances of the top examinees from each country. A Russian contestant donned desert armor, portraying the Tsar, summoning sand guards as he ascended the steps. In the British region, a golden-haired girl crowned, summoned a king, receiving endless adoration. It is said that she is the heir to the next British queen. Among the distinguished international candidates, the most remarkable was unexpectedly a student from Egypt. Accompanied by a python and presenting himself in the manner of a pharaoh, he transformed the entire stairway into a pyramid through his domain skills, invigorating the Egyptian audience. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, he might have claimed the top position on the global leaderboard. Regrettably, however, netizens from Huaxia swiftly refuted such claims, posting images of Lin Hanmo as he ascended the steps. The creator of this photo was evidently a skilled internet user. In the image, a majestic and solemn palace loomed above the steps, surrounded by smoke symbolizing the ravages of war. The young man, clad in a black robe and wielding an ancient bronze sword, ascended the steps with measured grace. Pearls and jade dangled, the stairway expansive. The stark contrast between the pitch-black dragon robe and the crimson flames rising around it was striking. Above it, in various languages, the title proclaimed, "Victory for Huaxia." At that international forum, many foreign netizens were taken aback to learn that Huaxia also had candidates showcasing domain abilities, with deities summoned from their own land. Suddenly, the entire forum erupted in astonishment. When did Huaxia have deities? No way. Could Huaxia truly contend for first place against that Egyptian lad in this first round? No. Those aren't Huaxia's deities, they belong to our pickled cabbage nation. This attire is also from our pickled cabbage nation. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens from various countries, the announcement of scores echoed through the live streams of candidates worldwide. In room 102, the same was true. Now announcing the rankings of candidates from each examination room. Room 102, first place. Lin Hanmo, score 100. Chapter 11, establishing the first place. Second round assessment. Room 102, Lin Hanmo, 100 points. The announcement resonated loudly, with the words clearly reflecting upon a stone wall above the steps. Chen Cheng's lips curled in disbelief, his mind buzzing. Lin Hanmo? Who is Lin Hanmo? Before he could ponder further, he heard his own name being broadcasted. Room 102, Chen Cheng, 80 points. The smile vanished from Chen Cheng's face, his eyes widening in shock. An expression of disbelief vividly painted his features, a textbook example of acting. He failed to catch the subsequent rankings announced. Who is Lin Hanmo? He turned to the other four in the arena, his eyes seemingly ablaze. This must be a mistake. How could I possibly lose? There shouldn't be anyone stronger than me here. Invigilators, I object. I request a recalibration of my score. He struck the ground with his scepter, causing a resounding thud. At this moment, Li Yue, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. He covered his face, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Lin Hanmo. He is Lin Hanmo. Due to his direct confrontation with Lin Hanmo, Li Yue's first-round score placed him last among 5 participants, with only 20 points. Unless he scored full marks in the remaining 2 rounds, he would be utterly barred from top-tier universities. From then on, Li Yue disregarded Lin Hanmo's wrath and contemplated how to throw a wrench into Lin Hanmo's plans. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Chen Cheng immediately turned to Lin Hanmo, who had remained silent. Faced with the calm demeanor of the young man before him, his acceptance became even more difficult. His black-robed attire could outshine my papal vestments? Examination committee, I do not acknowledge this. I demand a contest to reassess the top score. As he spoke, the golden scepter in his hand began to emit a faint glow, as if to target Lin Hanmo with some form of attack. However, this action was swiftly suppressed by an invisible force. Shortly thereafter, the voice announcing the examination results shifted to that of an elderly man. Chen Cheng, I warn you once more, should you violate examination protocols after the conclusion of the test, you will be immediately expelled from the examination room. The results for room 102 have been confirmed by multiple invigilators. There are no issues whatsoever. The elder snorted as he spoke. If your skills are inferior, reflect on yourself rather than blaming others for being stronger than you. Lin Hanmo, tell him. Where do your summoned deities originate? Lin Hanmo, taken aback by the elder's words, looked at Chen Cheng's red papal attire and smiled lightly as he replied. From Huaxia. Huaxia? Deities of Huaxia? The 4 present, including Li Yue, widened their eyes in astonishment upon hearing Lin Hanmo's words. In that moment, all gazes turned towards the black robe held by Lin Hanmo. Deities of Huaxia? The ancestors of Huaxia. Have I been struck down by the ancestors? Li Yue suddenly found his own predicament somewhat acceptable. Deities of Huaxia? How could that be? How could Huaxia possibly have? Chen Cheng's words abruptly halted. He opened his mouth, ultimately weakly lowering his scepter. Clearly, the prominent figures of the invigilators would not deceive him. Thus, this young man before him was indeed a genuine dark horse. He had truly summoned the deities of Huaxia. The deities that had not manifested in Huaxia for centuries. Even if that Huaxia deity were slightly weaker than the red-robed pope, in terms of scores, it undoubtedly surpassed his own. Moreover, if he truly questioned it, wouldn't that be akin to slapping his own face? After all, he too hailed from Huaxia. If he questioned it, wouldn't he be scolded upon returning? the atmosphere grew somewhat silent until a voice from the sky, imbued with a hint of excitement, began to announce the global leaderboard rankings. Now announcing the top 30 candidates of the first round of assessments globally. The global candidate leaderboard includes 1S rank, 10A ranks, and 19B ranks. The 30th place on the global leaderboard from Eagle Nation's Examination Room 58, card row. Here it comes. All the viewers in the live stream for Examination Room 102, who had been vigilantly waiting, were instantly invigorated. After more than an hour of broadcasting, the viewer count in the live stream had surged to nearly 7 million. The trending topic concerning the deities of Huaxia had topped the charts on various websites, and more people flocked to the leaderboard, scrutinizing the young man clad in black robes. Huaxia is surely going to soar this time. It's either first or second. Wow. Huaxia also has deities. Lin Hanmo, he must secure the first place. It's not certain, though. That Egyptian brother is indeed formidable, and that Egyptian pyramid looks quite impressive. At Jinghai No. 1 High School. Old Wang scrolled through the barrage of comments, fiercely pinching the thigh of the homeroom teacher beside him. Old Zhang, hurry. Am I dreaming? This kid actually summoned the deities of Huaxia and is contending for the top spot in the global examination leaderboard. Gasp! The homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, gasped and grinned, watching Old Wang's ecstatic demeanor, and without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to his face. Slap? What was that for? Old Wang was momentarily stunned. He'll wake you up? You're not dreaming. Our school has truly produced a prodigy. Amidst the discussions, the global leaderboard rankings were announced one by 1.22 place. No Huaxia .10 place, no Huaxia. Hearing this, Chan Cheng felt a sense of despair, but glancing at the young man beside him, he noticed the calmness in his brown eyes, still gazing at the characters above as if victory was assured. Could it be that he might break into the global top 10? Chen Cheng found this hard to believe. He knew all too well that no matter how well he played his part, he could never surpass those prodigies. The local advantage was undeniable, and now, it seemed his rival was truly defying the odds. As thoughts swirled, 9th place, 8th place, until the name of the 3rd place was announced, Lin Hanmo's name had yet to appear in that moment. The entire venue fell silent, awaiting the announcement of the 2nd place. However, the announcer seemed to play a little trick on them, skipping directly to the 1st place. First round assessment, global 1st place, from Huaxia. Room 102, Lin Hanmo, 1st round, global 1st place. Score, S rank. This voice was translated into multiple languages and broadcast across major live streams worldwide. Instantly, all viewers who were unaware of Lin Hanmo erupted in excitement. The 1st place is from Huaxia. Countless foreign viewers even questioned whether they had misheard. Huaxia. How could that godless nation possibly achieve global supremacy in the domain of summoning deities? Among the most incredulous were the top 30 geniuses worldwide, especially the Egyptian youth surrounded by pythons. His dark brown pupils narrowed, resembling a peculiar snake species, and upon hearing the words on the stone wall, he emitted a sharp cry. He had crafted a robe of firefly level. How could he lose? In Examination Room 102, Lin Hanmo gazed at the words manifesting above, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Regardless of the outcome, he had indeed brought fame to Huaxia, and of course, this was merely the first round of assessments. He was determined to ensure that Huaxia would ascend to the pinnacle of the global leaderboard. As thoughts swirled, the global leaderboard was fully announced. Including Lin Hanmo, all candidates radiated a green light, their forms swiftly vanishing from the various examination rooms. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in everyone's ears, announcing the information for the 2nd round of assessments. 2nd round of assessments, duration, 3 days. This assessment will be a team examination. Assessment requirements. Complete a dream wedding in accordance with your country's customs and attire. Note: no materials will be provided for this round. All materials must be obtained by candidates upon entering the 2nd round assessment venue. The materials for garment creation similarly constitute a significant portion of the assessment scores. Chapter 12. Traditional Chinese Weddings. Collaboration? Weddings? The words echoing in his ears rendered Lin Hanmo momentarily speechless. Despite having mentally prepared for the possibility of collaborative assessments in the college entrance examination, he had not anticipated such a format. The audience in the live stream erupted in despair. A dream wedding? Must it adhere to our national customs? Is that not disastrous? Who knows what weddings in ancient Huaxia were like? If the assessment requires adhering to current wedding customs, it would be akin to conforming to Western practices. One wonders if Lin Hanmo possesses any knowledge of wedding customs related to the Qin dynasty. Fortunately, this time around, the score for the wedding attire materials is quite high. Even if the wedding turns out to be somewhat mediocre, it may still suffice. At Jinghai First High School, the homeroom teacher, Old Wang, raised an eyebrow while observing the comments, stroking his chin as he engaged in casual conversation with his colleague. Old Zhang, it seems this assessment requires a partnership, a pairing of genders. Who said that? Old Zhang scoffed. Can't same-sex partnerships hold weddings? This isn't a real marriage. A teammate's appearance matters more than their gender. The focus, after all, is not on the wedding itself, but rather on the wedding attire and the setting. Moreover, it need not be strictly a duo. The attire of the guests might also be considered a contributing factor. As weddings emphasize overall harmony, upon hearing this, Old Wang's brow furrowed. He understood Lin Hanmo's situation all too well. Even just moments ago, the rigidity of his expression indicated that collaborating with others is certainly not his forte. Furthermore, to achieve high scores in this endeavor, one person's effort alone will not suffice. The other collaborator must possess a unique understanding of performance. Otherwise, competing for a place on the global leaderboard will prove difficult. One can only hope that a student from our class can step up. Old Wang sighed. Marriage? Lin Hanmo closed his eyes, his consciousness delving deep into the recesses of his mind, within the grand hall of Huaxia thought. Rows of bookshelves quietly emerged, and from one of the shelves, a book titled The Evolution of Wedding Customs flew out. There is an abundance of information regarding Huaxia weddings. The Qin dynasty had its own wedding customs. Characterized by solemnity, the groom donned a dark ceremonial robe and a matching crown, while the bride wore a black silk dress adorned with pale pink edges. It was a commendable choice, yet not the pinnacle of Huaxia weddings. The true zenith was during the Tang dynasty, when the traditional red attire became well known. Dragon and phoenix candles, phoenix crowns, and 10 miles of bridal procession. Lin Hanmo beheld the garments materializing in his consciousness. He felt a surge of confidence. Traditional Chinese weddings are undoubtedly on par with any other nation. The only uncertainty is who to partner with, more precisely, how to find a sufficient number of collaborators. Although weddings involve two individuals, achieving the highest score and claiming the top position necessitates broader participation. However, the assessment committee has allotted only 3 days, even if he could enlist other candidates as extras. Time is a luxury they likely do not possess. Lin Hanmo ruminated on previous experiences in the garment sole examination, yet found no applicable methods. It is said that the garment sole examination follows certain patterns. But upon entering the examination hall, one realizes that the learned knowledge may not be applicable. Regardless, he must find a teammate as swiftly as possible. The longer this matter drags on, the more challenging it becomes to locate a suitable partner. As his thoughts swirled, Lin Hanmo sensed the verdant scenery before him beginning to dissolve, his body gradually returning to the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a mist-laden area. Around him, flickering green lights heralded the arrival of fellow candidates. However, why were there foreigners in this examination hall? Chapter 13. Global Elite Showdown, National Warfare? Beside the misty structures, golden-haired, blue-eyed youths emerged from the green light. Their diverse attire suggested they hailed from various regions. The individual closest to Lin Hanmo was a young man with darker skin. He wore a patterned headband, with yellow fabric cascading from either side of his ears. A golden snake-shaped ornament adorned his forehead, making him stand out among the foreigners. This is an accessory reminiscent of ancient Egyptian pharaohs? Lin Hanmo pondered briefly before recognizing the source of the ornament. The textbooks indeed contained information about such garments, though their associated deities were often uncommunicative, leading to their abandonment. The individual seemed to notice Lin Hanmo's gaze, taking a cautious step back, an expression of wariness in his eyes. Gradually, the green light began to fade. Lin Hanmo counted the heads. There were exactly 30, including himself. Of these, only 5 bore Asian features, while others wore garments inscribed with foreign scripts, clearly indicating their diverse origins. Bewilderment was evident on the faces of all present as they surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, they had expected this second round to involve collaboration with compatriots, so the current situation was unexpected. Some began to attempt communication in English. A golden light shimmered in the sky. Soon, a golden-haired woman emerged from the radiant glow. With an oval face, bright eyes, and gentle features, She donned a beautifully embroidered dress in the style of the Athenian West Coast, with an ethereal golden owl perched upon her shoulder. The moment she waved, an invisible aura radiated from her, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Hanmo felt a surge of clarity wash over him as he heard exclamations around him. Athena! The language spoken was clearly not Chinese, yet after the aura's diffusion, he instantaneously comprehended the conveyed message. Proficient in languages, in the sky, there stood a powerful being capable of summoning and embodying Athena, the goddess of wisdom from Greek mythology. The youthful crowd around him bowed in reverence, their demeanor respectful. Lin Hanmo too inclined his body slightly in acknowledgement of the divine presence. Of course, had he been clad in a black dragon robe, he would not have engaged in such a gesture. The goddess hovered momentarily, seemingly assessing something, before eventually speaking. You 30 individuals present are the top 30 from the global leaderboard of the first round. According to the examination committee's requirements, the second round will present you with a challenge of greater difficulty than that faced by ordinary candidates. Currently, aside from you, there are an additional 900 candidates from various nations present. The number of candidates from each nation corresponds to their representation in the top 30 leaderboard. For instance, if 3 candidates from the Bear Nation are in the top 30, then there are 90 candidates from that nation in this venue. All candidates from the same nation are the top performers from their respective locales, recommended by their countries and selected by the examination committee. Here, you shall form large teams based on nationality. Vying for the limited resources available, naturally, you may also choose to forego teaming up and attempt to pair off, competing for a place in the global top 30 for this round. Best of luck to you all. With that, the embodiment of the goddess dissipated into the air, leaving the venue enveloped in profound silence. Everyone grappled with the sudden influx of information, competing with the world's elite, limited resources, to secure high scores on the leaderboard once more. One must band together. This round could very well ignite a clash between nations. Chapter 14. The provocation of the young man from the east, a swift strike severing the waist. Meanwhile, in the outside world, due to the disbanding of the examination venues, all live streams were forcibly restarted and segmented. This time, only the top candidate from each examination hall possessed the privilege of full live broadcast. Should parents wish to catch a glimpse of their children, they must continuously switch between streams in hopes of spotting them. Consequently, the number of viewers searching for Lin Hanmo's stream increased significantly. Everyone was eager to witness how this prodigy would perform in the second round. Could he once again secure victory by presenting a novel and unique representation of Huaxia? Once the connections for the various live streams stabilized, the viewer count in Lin Hanmo's stream surged from 0 to nearly 1 million. Soon, the unique rules of the examination hall he was in became known to the audience. Instead of distributing candidates based on rankings, they were allocated according to the number of individuals who made the leaderboard. Is the examination committee targeting us, Huaxia? Upon inspection, it became apparent that the nations with the highest representation on the leaderboard were the Bear Nation and the British Isles, each boasting 5 representatives, thus yielding 150 talented candidates from each. Meanwhile, Huaxia had only Lin Hanmo on the list, comprising merely 30 individuals in total, an undeniable disadvantage. It appeared that the second-place candidate from Egypt faced a similar plight. Being the sole representative from his country as well, viewers expressed their concerns, but anticipation for the outcome of the competition only grew. After all, a challenge adds to the excitement, does it not? If Lin Hanmo could emerge victorious from such a daunting start, there would be no suspense left for the third round. After all, when excellence is present, it cannot be hindered. However, from the perspective of viewers in other countries, the situation appeared quite different. With only 30 individuals from Huaxia, and the potential for conflict in this examination, casualties were surely inevitable. Huaxia's limited numbers would undoubtedly lead to an early exit. The population of our country is vast. Consequently, there will be an abundance of items to seize. In Huaxia, the most they can hope for is to be allocated some scraps. This round is a competition akin to a wedding. Did they not adopt our Western white wedding attire? The white fabric is undoubtedly the most sought after. Let us observe how they fare. As the audience from various nations engaged in lively discussions, a brief silence within the venue was finally shattered. Among those present, a hawk-nosed, blond man bellowed. Who is Lin Hanmo? The champion of the last round. This proclamation immediately captured everyone's attention. Various voices erupted from the crowd. Indeed, why is the previous champion a Huaxia individual? What culture does their nation possess? Could it be that the Huaxia participants outperformed us in portraying kings and popes? Our own kings and popes are certainly not of Asian descent. Look, the second place must be that one dressed in Egyptian attire. Due to Lin Hanmo holding a piece of black fabric, he initially went unnoticed. Instead, the individual adorned in ancient Egyptian garments became the focal point of scrutiny. Gradually, members of the crowd began to approach the youth. They halted. The Egyptian youth, with a golden serpent coiling upon his forehead, radiated a faint glow, his demeanor alert and his words laced with menace. Observing this, Lin Hanmo sighed inwardly, unveiling the black robe he held, bowing gracefully before the gaze of the assembly. He had no intention of remaining a passive observer. Amidst the vibrant gold and crimson attire surrounding him, the black robe became the most conspicuous color. Coupled with its exquisite craftsmanship, it instantly captivated nearly everyone's attention. Countless pairs of eyes narrowed in appraisal of the elegantly dressed young man before them. Hearts secretly astonished. All present were prodigies. They could discern the intricacies of Lin Hanmo's attire. The black robe, cold and imposing, emanated an aura of unparalleled superiority when donned by the youth. The intricate embroidery depicting celestial bodies shimmered brilliantly, blindingly radiant, accompanied by dark golden edges that seemed to possess boundless power. This was undoubtedly a formidable individual. Such thoughts surfaced in the minds of every youth present, including the Egyptian boy. He gazed at Lin Hanmo, who stood not far from him, his expression one of shock. A master reveals his prowess in an instant. The Egyptian pharaoh's attire he wore was of firefly-grade quality. Yet, in the presence of that mysterious black robe, it appeared somewhat lackluster. How could this be possible? Could it be that this fellow defied the heavens, crafting candlelight-grade attire from firefly-grade materials? All of them were F-grade geniuses. Crafting garments of a higher tier was already absurd. Yet he had outdone himself by 2 tiers. Did this outfit possess such extraordinary materials? From which nation did your attire originate? The Egyptian youth could not restrain himself from inquiring in his textbooks. There was nothing resembling such garments. Others around him also grew curious. Under the scrutiny of over 30 pairs of eyes, Lin Hanmo felt a twinge of anxiety, but when responding to this question, his gaze exuded confidence. Huaxia, Baka, I'm not asking about your nationality. I'm inquiring about the origin of your clothing. An Asian youth clad in what resembled white mourning attire stepped forward, brimming with arrogance, extending his hand as if to grasp Lin Hanmo's robe. Take off your garment and let us examine it closely, he declared, emanating a faint glow from his attire, as 5 figures clad in tight black suits emerged from the shadows beneath him. Surrounding Lin Hanmo, clearly, they intended to test Lin Hanmo's worth directly. The relationship between the East and Huaxia had never been amicable, and now it was the perfect moment for an outburst. The clash between the top young generations, regardless of which side faltered, would undoubtedly result in a loss of face. Witnessing this, some who initially intended to challenge the champion paused, eager to witness Lin Hanmo's response. Sensitive by nature due to social anxiety, Lin Hanmo sensed the chilling atmosphere emanating from all sides. Feeling a wave of discomfort, he scrutinized the East Asian youth before him, his eyes revealing a glacial intensity. As he watched the hand reaching toward him, his black dragon robe erupted in a dazzling burst of light. That radiance enveloped Lin Hanmo, manifesting as if some tangible fire had ignited around him. Following this, a thunderous sound resonated from behind Lin Hanmo. A mere faux king dares to disrespect his majesty. Cut him down. As he spoke, a sharp blade of light sliced through the air, aiming mercilessly at the East Asian youth's outstretched hand. Well done. The East Asian youth appeared to have anticipated this, his eyes flashing with brilliance, and the 5 ninjas surrounding him surged forward as if commanded by some unseen force. 3 attempted to intercept the blade's trajectory, while 2 unsheathed their concealed kunai, launching a fierce assault on Lin Hanmo. Such close-quarters combat was undoubtedly their F-grade limit. The surrounding youth, witnessing this confrontation, felt a shiver of trepidation. The East Asian youth was not merely arrogant. He was prepared. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to deliver a decisive blow. They questioned whether they would escape unscathed if the opponent closed the distance. Conversely, it was Lin Hanmo who appeared overconfident. Amidst their thoughts, a piercing scream shattered the air. The crowd snapped to attention, turning to the source of the brilliance. The blade's momentum was unstoppable, effortlessly slicing through the ninja's weapons as if they were mere paper, cleaving both the ninja's arm and the East Asian youth's hand asunder. Furthermore, the descending sword showed no signs of halting. It swiftly cleaved horizontally, bisecting the East Asian youth's form, unleashing a spray of verdant blood into the air. Immediately after, from the brilliance behind Lin Hanmo, several glimmering shards of cold light surged forth, piercing through the heads of the 5 ninjas, obliterating them in an instant. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the spectators processed the event, the East Asian youth had been reduced to 2 halves, his once radiant white attire disintegrating. His pupils widened in shock, his face still bearing traces of arrogance. Yet his throat emitted a few gasps before his form exploded into countless ethereal green leaves. A voice echoed from the heavens. East Asia Kimura Ichiro has activated death teleportation, eliminated. The chatroom of the live broadcast erupted in chaos. Chapter 15. General of Qin, Foreign Invitations. What on earth just happened? Instantaneous elimination? Incredible. In Lin Hanmo's live stream, viewers were in a frenzy, witnessing the East Asian youth's sudden downfall, their excitement palpable. After all that posturing, he was merely a featherweight. Who can breach the wall and check the East Asian side's live stream? I'm utterly flabbergasted. Did the East Asian audience realize their prodigious youth was obliterated in one blow? Ha ha ha, the facade has crumbled. TSK, TSK, TSK. He is the first to be bisected and eliminated this year, isn't he? The expressions of the East Asian audience turned sour as they watched. Initially, when Kimura Ichiro provoked Lin Hanmo, they cheered him on. Yet, within mere seconds, he was dispatched. His body was even severed in 2. Was the disparity truly that vast? When compared to the divine beings of Huaxia, did it not render their East Asian figures feeble and powerless? What was Kimura Ichiro thinking? He should have called upon the spirit of his attire at the first opportunity, not summoned warriors. Such disgrace for our East Asia. Thank goodness there are still 29 top-tier East Asian candidates in the examination hall. Otherwise, Kimura Ichiro would become our nation's pariah. I suggest seppuku. While the East Asian audience raged with fervor, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the examination hall. The candlelight upon Lin Hanmo's attire dimmed, revealing the true visage of its wearer. He appeared as a mid-aged general clad in dark armor, wielding a gleaming bronze sword, his deep-set eyes and fierce countenance radiating an aura of icy indifference. Behind him, shrouded in mist, figures loomed, as if a dark cavalry awaited their lord's command. The sounds of countless bows being drawn resonated, heralding the imminent eruption of war. The fluttering black dragon banner pierced through the fog, snapping in the wind, inscribed with the ancient character for Qin. This was the boon bestowed upon all by the mastery of language. They comprehended this name. At that moment, nearly all present regarded Lin Hanmo as a formidable adversary. Golden-red glimmers of light flickered around the attendees, signaling that almost everyone had activated their special attire, entering a state of readiness. No one doubted Lin Hanmo's strength now. His garment was at least firefly grade. Moreover, he had not even truly summoned the deity within his attire. The Egyptian youth beside him felt the oppressive power emanating from Lin Hanmo, his brow adorned with swirling golden light, as a serpent adorned with golden scales coiled around him. This was the divine skill he possessed upon entering the summoning state. He presumed Lin Hanmo had summoned his deity in the same manner. Little did he know, Lin Hanmo was currently utilizing the 3rd skill of his already firefly-grade black dragon robe, a protective escort, or one might say, dominion. Here, summoning an F-grade commander along with 100 iron cavalry would grant an overwhelming advantage against any opponent. It was no jest. The firefly-grade robe was not something this assembly of mere candlelight-grade individuals could rival. Lin Hanmo surveyed the gathering, his pupils flickering slightly to it. Seemed he was contemplating whether to leave all present here. If he could eliminate a significant portion of them, the ensuing tasks would become considerably easier. With 150 points of mental strength, one can maintain a state of dominion for 5 minutes. How many individuals can be vanquished within that time frame? He murmured softly to himself. Observing the situation, several candidates from nations that have a rather unfriendly stance towards Huaxia felt a sense of foreboding and quietly retreated towards the rear of the town. Among them were several top candidates from the Eagle Nation. The boisterous young man with a hooked nose, who had made the loudest calls at the outset, was also among them. witnessing Lin Hanmo's formidable presence at this moment. He too opted for a more discreet approach, choosing to leave quietly and reassess his strategy. However, to his surprise, as he turned away, he caught sight of dozens of candidates clad in robes of various colors emerging from the mist. Our people should be over there, right? Oh, Li, if we can bring in the top candidate from Huaxia, we will undoubtedly receive generous rewards. Rest assured, with the promise from Hagen-Dazs University, Lin Hanmo will surely comply. You need not worry. The voices were a cacophony, yet all were conversing in pure English. Jack, is that you? The retreating young man with the hooked nose exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he shouted without regard for decorum. Bro, come here. We are right here. The voices of those in the mist grew quieter, and someone promptly replied, John, we are coming. As they spoke, the figures of the candidates hidden in the fog finally came into view. Most were garbed in red, resembling the attire of a royal pope, yet at least half of them bore Asian features. A rough count revealed approximately 12 or 13 individuals. Leading the Asian contingent was a robust young man, about 6 feet tall, though his posture was notably hunched. Beside him stood a foreign youth with brown hair, freckles, and a slightly flattened nose. This young man with the flat nose eagerly approached the young man with the hooked nose and exclaimed, Haha, John, now we can join forces. This signal immediately informed everyone present that these were the top candidates from the Eagle Nation. However, Lin Hanmo turned to observe the smiling Asian youths beside him. And these? Before he could ponder further, the young man named Jack introduced his friend, John. This is my friend whom I met at the International Youth Soul Master Competition. He hails from Huaxia, Li Zhaoxiang. A prodigious student, he has already received an invitation from our nation's Hagen-Dazs University. These are all his companions, and they are eager to join our university. As he spoke, the Asian youth, standing at approximately 6 feet tall and clad in golden-red pope-like attire, displayed a flattering smile towards John, the young man with the hooked nose. The 10 or so students behind him, while not overly proactive, also exuded excitement to show their friendliness. Huaxia, huh? The young man with the hooked nose paused. Turning to regard Lin Hanmo, who stood aloof in a black robe, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What a coincidence. I too have just met the top candidate from Huaxia. Ha. Seeing this, Jack turned and, upon noting the tense atmosphere, nudged Li Zhaoxiang with his elbow. Li Zhaoxiang's smile brightened even further as he nodded and approached Lin Hanmo. Compared to his previously slightly hunched posture before the two candidates from the Eagle Nation, he now stood tall before Lin Hanmo. His smile was warm as he inquired, Which school do you hail from, brother? Why is the atmosphere so tense? Allow me to introduce these two. They are the sons of the president and assistant of Hagen-Dazs University, and they have the capability to recommend candidates directly into this world-renowned institution without examination. With your strength, brother, you will undoubtedly secure a substantial scholarship and receive exceptional training. Perhaps, like me, you could obtain a green card immediately upon graduation. I have already negotiated a collaboration on behalf of our Huaxia students with the Eagle Nation, and by the end, we may even secure a spot in the top 30, which would be a certainty. As Li Zhaoxiang spoke, he drew closer to Lin Hanmo. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation run down his spine. Before he could react, he felt dizzy and witnessed his own decapitated body gushing green blood. The black-armored general retracted his glistening longsword. You do not represent Huaxia, a cold voice echoed nearby. Chapter 16. The Emergence of the Forbidden Zone. The Chief of the Crimson Wolf, Huaxia Li Zhaoxiang triggers a near-death teleportation, losing his examination qualification. What are you doing? The announcement from the sky prompted an immediate outcry from the Huaxia students in the front ranks. They gazed at Lin Hanmo with incredulity. After all, the rules of this examination clearly favored a team combat format between nations. By acting as he did, wasn't he placing himself in a perilously dangerous position? It was precisely for this reason that Li Zhaoxiang had approached without the slightest precaution. Hey, brother, Li Gu was merely trying to help you form a team and introduce you to some connections. Was it really necessary to go this far? Is he out of his mind? What does it matter if you are the global number one? This is merely the first round. The admissions team from Renmin University is here, making such a scene. Who would dare recruit you in the future? With someone like you, you will be blacklisted by the Eagle Nation and never be able to study there again. International friendship. Lin Hanmo maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze reflecting the relentless fervor of the Huaxia students, who seemed intent on showcasing something. He found their behavior somewhat amusing. In stark contrast, the group of candidates from the Eagle Nation pointed and jeered at him. Haha. Huaxia is indeed a lower-tier nation, and they have begun infighting. Isn't it that arrogant first place who doesn't know his place? Coming to our Eagle Nation should be his honor, liberating him from the backwardness of Huaxia. Let's all join forces and avenge our friend. First, let us eliminate this first place. There are many of us here. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand our sheer numbers? As they spoke, some Huaxia students murmured in agreement, we are different from him. He must come from a remote area of Huaxia and knows nothing of the merits of Eagle Nation universities or the benefits of a green card. And he claims to be number one. Doesn't he even understand the importance of unity? He felt somewhat speechless. His brown eyes lowered slightly, and his black dragon robe became increasingly radiant. Such remarks, which could have led to him being ridiculed a dozen times in his previous life, were now shamelessly uttered by so many top candidates from Huaxia. Studying abroad is a personal choice. However, to tarnish the reputation of the nation that nurtured you in pursuit of studying abroad, especially in such a high-stakes arena where youths from different nations clash, is to abandon one's national identity in favor of serving a crowd of foreign students. And to take pride in obtaining green cards from other countries in such a setting. They were, after all, representing Huaxia in a global examination. To be secretly mocked by others and yet greet them with smiles. People cannot lack integrity. Otherwise, one's backbone becomes as lifeless as Li Zhaoxiang, bending at the presence of outsiders. Lin Hanmo understood that Li Zhaoxiang wished to say something further. However, he felt a twinge of social anxiety and preferred to cease the conversation. It would be cleaner and more decisive to eliminate the opponent, sparing the need for excessive dialogue. Now, just as the black-armored figures in the faint mist behind Lin Hanmo were about to draw near, a sudden voice broke through. Gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption. A tall girl with flowing golden hair spoke as she surveyed her surroundings, her expression tinged with unease, as if sensing an impending threat. All those watching the spectacle fell momentarily silent. The atmosphere grew tense. Soon, a slight tremor reverberated beneath everyone's feet. Accompanying the tremor, the thin mist surrounding them thickened, gradually acquiring a distinct gray hue as the fog swirled. The nearby buildings became increasingly indistinct. This is the Forbidden Zone. A young Egyptian surveyed the mist with growing terror, shouting out loud. The crowd was taken aback, scanning their surroundings until they finally recognized the source of familiarity. This gray mist with a hint of white was none other than the Forbidden Zone that constantly encroached upon their living space. What the hell? The examination committee actually managed to replicate this? Such mist has never appeared in previous examinations. Wait, if the mist has appeared, then what might be lurking within? As they spoke, their expressions shifted in unison, the glow of their soul garments flaring brightly as they activated their strongest states. Just then, dozens of fiery lights erupted from within the mist. Accompanied by the radiance, a wolf's head, as large as a truck's front, emerged from the fog, a red and white visage. The menacing wolf head slightly opened, revealing its sharp fangs. Its eyes, burning like flames, narrowed as they reflected the faces of everyone present. This is Lin Hanmo gazed at the creature before him, the knowledge from his textbooks flooding his mind. The crimson wolf, an often-seen species within the mist-ridden Forbidden Zone, primarily inhabiting the misty environments of East Asia. They prefer to operate in packs and, upon maturity, are at least of F rank. Furthermore, within a pack, the purer the fur color, the higher the rank. It is said that in places where crimson wolves roam, there will invariably be either a pure red wolf or a pure white wolf. Their pelts are the most cherished materials among soul masters. Naturally, each leader of a pack is of E rank. With formidable physical strength and the ability to control fire, they can contend with ordinary D-rank beasts. Run! Someone in the crowd shouted, and in an instant, everyone darted like agile rabbits, making a mad dash towards the areas where the light was faint. The materials adorning the leader are indeed plentiful. Yet one must possess the means to seize them. This moment is unequivocally not opportune. It is essential to bide our time until they unite with sufficient strength before launching an assault. In an instant, various luminescent glows radiated from the examinees. The Egyptian youth beside Lin Hanmo was ensnared by a massive python that hissed ominously, its tail tightly coiling around his waist, propelling him upwards to leap onto a nearby building. Among the crowd, a tall young man summoned a king clad in deep yellow armor whose form dissipated like grains of sand in the wind. Such extraordinary abilities are rare. The majority lack such fantastical means and could only rely on their own feet to force a breakthrough. Roar! At that moment, the Crimson Wolves seemed to have received some sort of command, unleashing a fierce growl towards the throng. Suddenly, a red wolf burst through a wall, launching itself high into the air. Its form resembling a small mountain as it barreled towards the fleeing examinee from the Eagle Kingdom. Though the Eagle Kingdom's examinee was in a desperate flight, he appeared prepared. Seeing no escape, his garments shimmered with a golden light. A majestic phantom of a king materialized in an instant, swiftly deflecting the oncoming red wolf. The wolf let out a muffled grunt, crashing to the ground beside a student from Huaxia. This student suffered an unwarranted calamity, the abrupt impact knocking him to the ground. His composure disrupted as he grasped the ankle of a fleeing black student from the Eagle Kingdom. "Help me!" The black student merely cast a sidelong glance before forcefully kicking his hand away with his other foot. Yellow-skinned, don't be a hindrance. The youth, stung by pain, released his grip, but it was too late. The dazed red wolf regained consciousness, lowering its head to reveal its sharp fangs, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously in that moment. The Huaxia student transformed into wisps of ethereal leaves, vanishing from sight. Lin Hanmo observed this scene with a furrowed brow, as iron cavalry materialized beside him. At this juncture, he could maintain the effect of the black dragon robe for no more than 2 minutes. It was not the time for a direct confrontation. Just as he mounted to depart, clearing a path with the soldiers of the Great Qin, he suddenly sensed a surge of lethal intent. Lin Hanmo's expression momentarily froze as he looked ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a barrier now obstructed his retreat. A colossal red wolf, its entire form a deep crimson and towering as high as a building, awaited silently. This was the Red Wolf Chief, the most formidable entity. Chapter 17. Qin General Ming Tian, the king of death battles. Lin Hanmo felt a shiver run down his spine under the gaze of its beastly, round-eyed it was evident that he had drawn its attention, likely due to the conspicuous number of entities he had summoned. This leader, sensing a threat, had chosen to stealthily approach from behind to ambush. As it became aware of its discovery, a savage expression intensified upon its face, and its claws struck the ground heavily, poised to charge. "Your Majesty, go on ahead. I will hold the rear," the Qin general declared, drawing his sword and slashing it fiercely across the flank of his steed. The horse, in pain, began to carry Lin Hanmo away from the battlefield. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. Witnessing this, the veteran general turned, facing the hulking beast with unwavering resolve, blocking its path of attack. Among the Qin soldiers, the sound of drums echoed, accompanied by the fervent shouts of all the warriors. "Wind, gale, kill!" In that instant, the fog was shattered by the advancing troops. As hundreds of black-armored soldiers surged forth towards the Red Wolf Chief, the sound was thunderous, their might rivaling that of the pack of red wolves. The Egyptian youth, fleeing with the python, heard the clamor amidst the mist. Turning to gaze back, within the swirling gray fog, it seemed as if countless troops were marching forth. It resembled the onset of a fierce battle. How formidable! The Egyptian youth felt a surge of terror. Despite donning the same firefly tier attire, why was there such a stark disparity in the summoned entities? It was known that the python he had summoned was already a powerful creature. Yet, compared to Lin Hanmo, it paled in comparison. The quality and quantity of the opponent's summoned beings were overwhelmingly superior. Wait, if the skills employed by Lin Hanmo were not derived from divine summoning. The Egyptian youth's doubts seemed to find some form of explanation. Yet such conjecture was even more difficult to believe. Candlewick tier. The special garment adorning Lin Hanmo was not merely firefly tier. It was a rare Candlewick tier item, just as the examinees faced the onslaught of red wolves. In a verdant expanse suspended by a half-ancient tree, a gathering of roughly 23 representatives from various nations sat observing the battlefield below. An irate, elderly man with golden hair rose, pointing at a middle-aged man with a square face. "You Huaxia are engaging in serious cheating. You actually provided examinees with Candlewick tier materials." The square-faced middle-aged man maintained a calm demeanor, leisurely sipping his tea. "Eagle Kingdom's representative, one must speak with evidence." When Lin Hanmo claimed first place, Nearly all of us present verified that the garment was crafted from glow-tier materials. Miss Palace can fully attest to this. The square-faced middle-aged man gestured towards a golden-haired woman seated nearby, adorned in an embroidered gown, with a spectral owl perched upon her shoulder. Indeed, the formidable figure portraying Athena. Hearing the words of the square-faced man, she nodded slightly in affirmation. The golden-haired elder from the Eagle Kingdom fell momentarily silent, yet he dared not directly refute her, given her exceptional status. The golden-haired elder could only respond with ire. Then how do you explain this? Candlewick Tier. This has already disrupted the balance of the examination. If he survives the pack of red wolves, he will crush anyone he encounters. I, representing the East Japan, condemn and question such actions. Observing the spectacle, an East Japan examiner quickly joined in, waving his flag. This special attire has already led to the death of a top examinee from our great cherry blossom. I demand a vote to expel Lin Hanmo. Yet, upon uttering this, the East Japan examiner noticed that everyone regarded him as though he were a simpleton, including his elder brother from the Eagle Kingdom. The square-faced middle-aged man continued to sip his tea unhurriedly. A newcomer? I presume. According to regulations, a vote requires the participation of the Five-Nation Council, in which each nation possesses a veto right. I, representing Huaxia, veto this proposal. You, upon hearing this, the East Japan examiner immediately recollected, his face flushing with indignation. Yet, he quickly formulated a plan, grinning smugly. I demand a vote to revoke the veto power of the Five-Nation Council. Unexpectedly, the golden-haired elder from the Eagle Kingdom snorted coldly. I oppose. I veto the proposal to eliminate the veto power. The veto power of the Five-Nation Council was indeed a valuable asset. He would never jeopardize his own nation's interests for East Japan. This fool, incapable of articulating his thoughts, why did East Japan send such an incompetent individual to serve as an examiner? Several examiners chuckled softly, while the East Japan representative stood agape, at a loss for words. The Huaxia representative remained composed, sipping his tea as he surveyed the unfolding events below, his mind already formulating a hypothesis. The sudden elevation of Lin Hanmo's attire could only signify one possibility. He possessed an extraordinary innate talent capable of enhancing the material quality of garments. Since Lin Hanmo had claimed the title of global champion, he had obtained first-hand information at the moment of his awakening. Aware that Lin Hanmo had awakened some top-tier talent, as he contemplated, he prepared to transmit information back home, determined to safeguard Lin Hanmo's personal privacy. He understood all too well what possessing a talent capable of elevating special materials signified. Moreover, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of regret. He deeply admired Lin Hanmo's performance in the examination, particularly his adept handling of the Huaxia compatriot's tendency to fawn over foreign powers. He was also astounded by Lin Hanmo's ability to summon Huaxia deities. Were he in Lin Hanmo's position, he would do the same. However, Lin Hanmo had revealed himself a tad too early. If he could conceal this talent for 10 years, that would be the true moment of Huaxia's renaissance. As the Huaxia representative scanned the room, he noted that many gazes were already calculating, clearly contemplating something. Henceforth, this prodigious talent must be meticulously protected. Amidst his swirling thoughts, the East Japan representative suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Hanmo hasn't he fled? Ha ha ha, could it be that this lad is frightened? What? The Huaxia representative's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly looked down. In the mist-shrouded area, combat had become the sole recourse against the ferocious beasts. That great Qin general had admirably fulfilled his task of stalling, ensuring Lin Hanmo's escape. However, Lin Hanmo was their emperor. The steed, in pain, sought to carry Lin Hanmo away in a frenzied gallop. Yet, with a mere thought, Lin Hanmo transformed the steed into a glimmering light, melding into the black dragon robe and vanishing from sight. At this moment, Lin Hanmo's complexion appeared exceedingly pale, with less than 30 points of mental energy remaining. Nevertheless, even so, gazing upon the Crimson Wolf King, his eyes shone with unwavering brilliance. In the Great Qin, there exists no monarch who would flee. As the conversation unfolded, the surrounding mist swirled, and stone pillars abruptly rose from the ground with an unsettling grace. Intertwined, they seemed to construct an imposing city wall, poised to descend from the realm of illusion into reality. The soldiers engaged in a fierce struggle against the Crimson Wolf leader felt a sudden surge of energy. their strength inexplicably amplified. Summoning the divine, Lin Hanmo, with the scant remnants of his mental fortitude, activated his domain. Your Majesty. The seasoned general of the Great Qin gazed at this scene, momentarily stunned, his thoughts swirling. In Lin Hanmo, he perceived the true essence of the Qin emperor, and his eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. His name was Meng Tian. Chapter 18. Ultimate Breakthrough. Slaying the Crimson Wolf leader, by the decree of His Majesty. Kill! The middle-aged general surged forward, deftly evading the Crimson Wolf leader's assault, his sword raised high, plunging it fiercely into the beast's forelimb. Roar! The Crimson Wolf leader howled in pain, thrashing its forelimbs in a desperate attempt to dislodge the armored general. Yet, as the sole F-rank commander within the Qin army, Meng Tian fought with a wild ferocity. His movements were as nimble as a monkey's, and in a deft maneuver, he withdrew his sword and struck at the creature's abdomen with a powerful blow. Instantly, the air was filled with the agonized roars of ferocious beasts. Blood poured from the creature, splattering against the general's shoulder armor. This led many to believe that perhaps Lin Hanmo truly had a chance of victory. However, the Crimson Wolf leader suddenly erupted in a searing inferno, extinguishing all hope. The flames, visibly corrosive and intensely hot, melted several nearby Qin soldiers. At that moment, Lin Hanmo's level was merely F-rank, and aside from Meng Tian, the soldiers he summoned were mere mortals. Faced with such otherworldly flames, they could only dissipate into specks of light, reintegrating into the black dragon robe. Meng Tian, positioned at the creature's abdomen, suffered as well. His sword became as hot as a glowing iron rod, unbearable to hold. He endured the excruciating pain, striving to plunge his sword once more into the beast's belly, but was a moment too late. The Crimson Wolf leader, having regained its senses, violently swatted the armored Meng Tian away. He crashed heavily against the city wall, which was on the brink of materializing from illusion, producing a resounding thud. His form momentarily becoming ethereal, Lin Hanmo's complexion grew increasingly pale, as if he were on the verge of losing it all. Lin Hanmo was finished. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of all onlookers raced with anxiety. Why wasn't Lin Hanmo fleeing? Was this truly the time to play the divine? Had he become too engrossed in his role? Although fleeing might not guarantee survival, it would at least afford him a sliver of hope. His mental energy was surely depleting. I am genuinely furious. If only Lin Hanmo had refrained from expending his mental strength to eliminate that sycophantic student earlier, perhaps the situation would be different now. In my opinion, Lin Hanmo should simply run towards the direction of the Eagle Nation and that group of disgraceful Chinese students. If he encountered any, he could eliminate them and recoup some losses. Indeed, if he could take down a few of those sycophants, it would be a significant gain. Those students had no idea what they were missing. Following Lin Hanmo might have allowed them to relive the matrimonial scenes from ancient Chinese times. Potentially worthy of being featured in textbooks, truly, what merit does the Eagle Nation's university hold? Our top universities in China are no less impressive. Yet, one wonders if Lin Hanmo could be specially recruited after his elimination. The audience murmured. Their hearts had already condemned Lin Hanmo to death. Indeed, the most crucial assets for a garment spirit master, aside from their unique attire, were their mental energy. Once a garment spirit master loses their mental energy, all extraordinary abilities become mere embers without fuel. Like a gun without bullets, it is less useful than a mere stick. A violent tremor accompanied by a fierce wind howled. The Crimson Wolf leader seemed to recognize Lin Hanmo's significance. Forcefully clearing away the surrounding Qin soldiers, preparing to pounce upon Lin Hanmo. Its body was engulfed in flames, burning away the grayish-white mist, creating an illusion of distortion. Lin Hanmo surveyed the approaching creature, his pale visage showing no trace of fear. Although this was his first encounter with a mythical beast, and his first confrontation with an E-rank predator, he had only previously seen such creatures in books and on television. He exhaled slowly, focusing intently on the approaching foe. There was no escape now. He could only fight to the death. With a thought, he summoned his legendary value panel. After a period of accumulation, he had amassed 536 points. Without hesitation, Lin Hanmo channeled all his points into his mental energy. There was no time to test whether the points would enhance the upper limit of his mental strength or directly restore it. This was a desperate gamble for survival. As his legendary points plummeted, Lin Hanmo felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, accompanied by a sharp pain in his brain. His eyes gradually reddened, blood vessels bursting forth. In exchange for this pain came the replenishment of his mental energy. Lin Hanmo could feel it. Though his previous mental energy had not recovered, the newly infused energy filled the void, granting him the ability to fight once more. Current mental energy, 6203. With the replenishment of his mental energy, Meng Tian's ethereal form gradually solidified, and his previously damaged armor shimmered anew. His commanding ability regained at least 2 minutes of potency. Simultaneously, Lin Hanmo's presence grew more majestic, exuding an increasingly potent aura of authority. The surrounding grayish-white mist seemed to be repelled by some unseen force. Swiftly dissipating roar, the Crimson Wolf leader, though ferocious, possessed a modicum of wisdom. Upon sensing something different about its prey, it became cautious. Its pounce slowed, and it let out a roar at Lin Hanmo, summoning its subordinates who were pursuing other students. It simultaneously launched a probing attack. The flames encircling it coalesced into a fierce, pure white fireball, hurtling towards Lin Hanmo. Yet Lin Hanmo appeared to have exhausted all his strength, standing motionless, unable even to perform the simplest roll to evade. It was over. Some spectators, witnessing this scene, closed their eyes, unable to bear the thought of seeing him reduced to ashes. However, after shutting their eyes, the imagined sounds of burning and anguished cries did not come. Had he been utterly incinerated? As the audience pondered, they opened their eyes in astonishment, only to find Lin Hanmo effortlessly holding up the surging fireball with one hand. What? The spectators gaped, yet to utter a sound. As Lin Hanmo's grasp on the fireball tightened, causing it to explode like a balloon at his fingertips, dissipating with a wave of scorching heat into the air. What the hell? How did Lin Hanmo accomplish this? Hadn't his mental energy been depleted? How could he still possess a means of defense? Did he wear some special attire? Amidst the audience's astonishment, the examiners in the sky began to discern the truth. Unity of man and deity? One examiner could not help but exclaim. This represented an elevated realm of invocation and impersonation. Typically, invocation occurs by impersonating a deity to summon its spectral form. However, when the alignment with the deity is profound, a state of invocation arises where the divine descends upon the individual, rendering them inseparable. This differs from the scenario where the deity is not summoned, yet the abilities of the deity can still be utilized. Such mastery requires the garment spirit master to possess an intimate understanding of the deity and earn its recognition. Should a top-tier garment spirit master achieve this state, coupled with corresponding innate talents, they could attain a perpetual union with the divine. They become the deity themselves. The crowd contemplated this, turning their gazes toward the golden-haired woman in the elegant gown. She embodied this truth. She was herself. And yet, she was also Athena, such formidable talent. What was the foundational value of his mental energy? Was his earlier pallor a fade of weakness? At this moment, even the examiners could not ascertain whether Lin Hanmo was truly at the end of his rope or still had the will to fight. But soon, Lin Hanmo's actions would clarify everything. On the battlefield shrouded in mist, Lin Hanmo regarded the Crimson leader, his bearing even more imposing. Since you see me, why do you not bow? His words seemed imbued with a potent force, momentarily clouding the Crimson Wolf leader's mind. Its eyes lost focus, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. Now was the moment. The veteran General Meng Tian seized this opportunity, leaping forth like a tiger. Sword raised high, plunging it forcefully into the creature's skull. Roar. The intense pain finally broke the Crimson Wolf leader free from its stupor, and it let out a haunting wail, thrashing about in agony. Flames searing as it attempted to dislodge Meng Tian from its head. Yet Meng Tian would not let such an opportunity slip away. He roared fiercely, relentlessly stabbing the creature's skull with his sword. Refusing to yield to the flames scorching him, the grayish-white mist swirled violently around them. At a certain moment, the tumult finally ceased. The massive form of the wolf crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The Crimson Wolf leader emitted a final, deathly wail, its pupils dilating. It had perished. An indescribable sense of relief washed over Lin Hanmo. The Crimson Wolf had been formidable, but he was even stronger. His black dragon robe was of the residual candle grade, equivalent to a D-rank garment spirit master. Thus, Invoking the divine naturally allowed him to exert level suppression over the Crimson Wolf leader. Had he been at full strength, he need not have resorted to such extremes. Nevertheless, this battle was a victory for Lin Hanmo. His vision dimmed, and his head throbbed painfully. The dark robe draped over his form had lost its luster, and the surrounding Qin soldiers had vanished in an instant. He found himself swaying, yet he stood tall, turning to gaze at the Qilang who had sought to support their leader, but had arrived a moment too late. His eyes glowed crimson, filled with the essence of slaughter. Upon witnessing their leader's fall, the once ferocious expressions of the Qilang transformed, now tinged with a hint of fear. In that moment, both sides faced each other amidst the swirling mist. Chapter 19. A wedding tinted with blood? Amidst the grayish-white fog, Lin Hanmo, teetering on the brink of collapse, surveyed the scene before him, a heaviness settling in his heart. The Qilang did not retreat despite his slaying of their leader. Indeed, many had begun to test the waters. At this moment, Lin Hanmo found himself truly drained of energy. He surveyed the unfolding chaos and could not help but let out a bitter laugh. While contemplating which wolf to feed, a resounding cry pierced through the haze. Yura! With this cry, the ground beneath the feet of the dozens of Qilang trembled. Hands, formed entirely of mud and sand, erupted from the earth, fiercely grasping the limbs and claws of the Qilang. Ha ha ha, what a bountiful harvest! A rugged voice echoed from the mist, and in an instant, numerous candidates, clad in various attires, burst forth. Tall in stature, some bore thick beards upon their faces. They surveyed the battlefield, their bodies shimmering with a verdant glow. Summoning various deities to descend. The leader among them was someone Lin Hanmo had encountered before, the candidate from the Bear Country who had transformed into gravel to flee. Clearly, they had crossed paths with reinforcements from the Bear Country while making their escape. Thus, they chose to counterattack immediately. The massive hands, materialized from gravel, effectively restrained the Qilang present. After all, without their leader's dominance, these motley Qilang were merely of F-rank strength. What the candidates feared was the leader, not the wolf pack. In the current situation, the number of candidates from the Bear Country held a significant advantage, nearly overpowering with a 2-to-1 dominance. Lin Hanmo observed it all, his swaying form finally succumbing to fatigue. His vision faded to black, and he collapsed to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he heard someone calling his name in Chinese. Lin Hanmo? Brother? But he had already slipped into oblivion. Time passed, and Lin Hanmo, still in a state of unconsciousness, caught a whiff of an astonishing aroma of roasted meat. As the scent wafted through the air, his consciousness gradually returned. Upon opening his eyes, the enveloping grayish-white mist had dissipated. Above him was a slightly mottled wall. Surrounding him were flickering candles, their dim light casting shadows of the people gathered around a fire. The group of candidates from the Bear Country, whom he had encountered earlier, were seated around the fire, laughing and roasting bright red chunks of meat with sticks they had gathered. The delightful aroma emanated from there. Beside him sat a young man with black hair and brown eyes. Perhaps due to the weight of his unique attire, he wore only the lower half, donning a white tank top above. His exposed skin revealed robust, tanned biceps, suggesting he was accustomed to exercise. Sensing something unusual beside him, the young man turned to Lin Hanmo and exclaimed, "Wow, bro, you're awake." Saying this, he reached out to help Lin Hanmo up. In no need. Lin Hanmo instinctively waved his hand, mustering the strength to rise from the ground. He brushed off the dust from his dark robe and smiled gratefully at the muscular young man. "Thank you, brother. I thought I was going to meet my end at the jaws of the Qilang." "Don't mention it. We're all brothers here and no need for such formality." The muscular young man waved his hand dismissively, introducing himself, Jiang Lei, from the imperial capital. Lin Hanmo, from Jinghai. "If you really want to thank someone, thank those candidates from the Bear Country. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to save you. You are truly fierce, daring to confront so many Qilang while slaying their king," Jiang Lei said, his eyes filled with admiration as he regarded Lin Hanmo. The scene from the mist still vividly replayed in his mind. A figure in intricate black robes standing before the corpse of the Qilang leader. Eyes burning crimson. Even in the face of exhaustion, that aura of dominance had not diminished. Impressive. With such a feat of single-handedly slaying a D-rank Qilang leader, you truly deserve the title of the world's #1. Jiang Lei continued, reflecting on how he had previously considered challenging Lin Hanmo, only to have his thoughts dissipate entirely after witnessing such prowess. As they conversed, a group among the Bear Country candidates approached, holding skewers of roasted meat. First, looks like there's still some combat power left. The speaker was none other than the top-tier expert capable of transforming into gravel. He extended his hand to Lin Hanmo, grinning broadly. Nice to meet you. I'm a Fuji, 5th on the overall leaderboard for the first round. Thanks to you slaying the Qilang leader, we could annihilate the remaining Qilang and secure a substantial amount of resources. No worries if you hadn't come. I would have been directly eliminated, Lin Hanmo replied, feeling slightly out of place in such social interactions. After shaking a Fuji's hand, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. A Fuji patted Lin Hanmo on the shoulder and pointed outside the house. Your spoils, the Qilang leader. We didn't touch it, but brought it all back for you. It's a pity it's not a pure white Qilang. Otherwise, that one alone could satisfy the material needs of over 30 people. A Fuji stated earnestly. Lin Hanmo understood the implications. The requirement for this examination was a wedding in foreign countries. Wedding attire is typically black and white, making the pure red Qilang somewhat less useful, even inferior to the ordinary Qilang below. Nonetheless, the materials were still valuable, as they were from a D-rank aberrant beast, and the fur and other materials counted as firefly grade. The flesh and bones were also excellent resources. These candidates from the Bear Country had quite the spirit. Lin Hanmo turned to the muscular young man beside him. Do you have any use for the materials from the Qilang leader? Zhang Lei was taken aback and shook his head vigorously. No, big guy. You hunted it, so it's not appropriate for me to take anything. Besides, we also hunted a Qilang during that battle, so we have enough to is that so. Lin Hanmo turned to a Fuji. Then I'll take the fur of the Qilang leader, and you can have all the other materials. Please don't refuse, as I would have likely been eliminated without your support. Consider it my gratitude. A Fuji and the others were momentarily stunned, looking at Lin Hanmo in surprise. All of it? You only want the red fur? One candidate behind them couldn't help but inquire. The Qilang leader was a treasure trove. Though the Bear Country candidates were generous, they were still competing in an examination, and it was hard to resist such a generous offer. What do you want the red fur for? This is a wedding. Isn't it a bit strange to base it on red attire? A Fuji scratched his head, imagining himself in a full red suit, and shivered at the thought, is this something a person can pull off? Yet, to his surprise, Lin Hanmo nodded seriously. I plan to use all red as the thematic attire for the second round of assessment, to create a unique wedding that embodies the essence of ancient China. Chapter 20. Teammates, Dragon and Phoenix Candle. An exceptionally traditional wedding steeped in the characteristics of ancient China. In the live broadcast room. Upon hearing Lin Hanmo's words, all the waiting viewers erupted with excitement. Indeed. Lin Hanmo truly intends to use a Chinese wedding as the answer for the second round of assessment. Pure red robes? Isn't that akin to blood? It seems a bit unsettling, doesn't it? Could it be black paired with red? A black dragon robe with pure red clothing? Even a royal wedding wouldn't feature entirely red attire. As for a red-robed pope, that's even more absurd. A pope cannot marry. If someone were to hold a wedding in the first round's red-robed pope attire, wouldn't they receive the lowest score? Lin Hanmo had just awakened and was already making bold moves. Anticipation. I'm about to get married too. If the wedding is visually stunning, I'll use Lin Hanmo's. As the last comment in the barrage suggested, the second round of assessment had also attracted the attention of many young couples preparing for their own weddings. They too wanted to see if the costumes in this examination could inspire their own ceremonies. Ordinary citizen Mr. Wong was one such individual. He had already discussed with his future wife about adopting a Western wedding, even securing a venue. Yet he wished to avoid a mundane ceremony and desired something novel. However, all such requests had been dismissed by his fiancée. Now, it seemed he had found a breakthrough, an ancient Chinese wedding. Mr. Wong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. What would a wedding unique to our China be like in ancient times? Ultimately, a Fuji did not refuse Lin Hanmo's goodwill. After all, he was merely the top candidate from the Bear Country, currently the nominal leader. The other candidates from the Bear Country were all exceptional, each with their own thoughts, and he couldn't jeopardize their interests by being overly generous. In the end, they agreed that a Fuji and his group would help Lin Hanmo completely skin the fur, while they would bear the remaining materials themselves. After the transaction was completed, a Fuji and the other candidates from the Bear Country dashed outside, hardly pausing to eat the roasted meat. The room fell into a moment of silence. Zhang Lei then curiously asked, "A Chinese wedding, brother? Did you make that up, or have you found some traces of ancient Chinese civilization? Is this black attire also part of it?" He was not an audience member. Lacking the all-knowing perspective, Lin Hanmo, hearing his inquiry, nodded calmly. "Yes, I already have some ideas and want to give it a try." Hiss. Zhang Lei inhaled sharply, beginning to comprehend why Lin Hanmo had previously secured the first position. The strength of traditional Huaxia attire was remarkable. Who among this examination group had ever witnessed such prowess? If not Lin Hanmo, then who could claim the top spot? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. "Great one. You don't have a teammate, do you? It's not like one can get married alone, right? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to hitch a ride?" To be frank, he felt rather uninspired in this competition. At most, he could make minor innovations on Western-style wedding dresses. Such trivial enhancements would hardly yield high scores. However, if he were to gamble alongside Lin Hanmo, that would be an entirely different matter. Lin Hanmo exhibited a moment of evident hesitation for the first time. While the attire was indeed crucial for the wedding, the thought of a muscular figure concealed beneath a red veil was too much to bear. The imagery was too exquisite for him to contemplate. As for collaboration, there were no issues there. It was just that, should we perhaps seek additional teammates? His words were somewhat evasive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei immediately grasped the implication and hastily waved his hands. Chuckling, "No, great one, that's simply one to. Although we're forming a team, a mix of genders would undoubtedly be more advantageous. We shan't indulge in the modern notion that even shopping bags can be part of a wedding. Aside from the two of us, there are two girls outside handling the red wolf pelts. They are my classmates." "Oh, I see." Lin Hanmo sighed in relief. "Then there's no problem. I can start creating. And if it meets your expectations, we can collaborate. If not, we'll reconsider." "All right, I'll call them." "Great one. Please take a moment to rest." Having received Lin Hanmo's affirmation, Zhang Lei eagerly dashed outside. With no one around, Lin Hanmo rubbed his aching head and opened the attribute panel. During his period of unconsciousness, his mental energy had recovered to around half, reaching a level of 100 points. However, his legendary points had nearly been depleted due to the previous surge. Yet, he had not returned empty-handed. He had tested the effect of legendary points on enhancing mental energy. 10 points of legendary value could be exchanged for 1 point of mental energy. The augmented mental energy would directly elevate his current mental energy threshold. But exceeding the limit could lead to overload, resulting in negative states such as fainting. Nevertheless, this method of enhancing mental energy was undeniably rare. Lin Hanmo had never heard of any technique that could so effortlessly increase one's mental energy ceiling like legendary points could. He pondered how much mental energy one could gain by properly conducting a Huaxia wedding. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by a female voice outside, filled with complaints. "Zhang Lei, I've already said there's no rush to deal with that red wolf. Now that we're almost finished skinning it, you tell me it might not even be needed. If something better comes along, I swear I'll skin you alive." As she spoke, Zhang Lei entered with two girls, one tall and one short. The taller girl wore a complex yellow gown reminiscent of classical Western styles, her ponytail swaying with elegance, exuding a sense of vigor. She tied her skirt into a knot, transforming it into a more practical form for movement. The other girl, shorter and sporting thick, bottle-shaped glasses, had lively eyes that conveyed intelligence, reminiscent of a diligent student preparing for exams. "Hello, I'm Zhang Qingqiu, the class monitor from Class 1 of the Beijing Experimental High School." Zhang Lei's sister, the tall girl, said crisply. "Liya from Class 1 of the Experimental High School." The petite girl added. Upon hearing this, Lin Hanmo glanced at Zhang Lei, who nodded with a wry smile. "Lin Hanmo, do you truly have confidence in Huaxia attire?" Zhang Qingqiu inquired earnestly. "To be frank, if your wedding garments can match the quality of this black robe, we would be fortunate indeed." The pelt of the Red Wolf leader was of firefly-grade material, and it was clear that no candle-grade beasts could be found in this vicinity. Crafting wedding attire from the Red Wolf leader's hide would undoubtedly yield one of the finest garments in the competition. Zhang Qingqiu continued her serious analysis. "If the wedding involves role-playing, rest assured, we will not hinder you. Anyone who makes it to this venue is no weakling." Her words immediately alleviated Lin Hanmo's apprehension, allowing him to breathe easier. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "To create the wedding attire, I must first return to my peak state. However, other accessories can be crafted immediately. You won't disappoint us?" he assured them, turning his gaze towards the flickering candles within the room. These materials had been scavenged by the exam candidates from the Bear Country, and some candles remained unlit. Lin Hanmo approached the candles, extending his hand and placing it gently atop them. Gradually, all the candles began to levitate, melting and merging into two elongated forms of large candles. Surrounding each of the two candles were two floating wax balls that danced and transformed. Jiang Qingqiu and the others were initially puzzled, but soon they noticed something extraordinary. In the dim light, the wax ball on the right began to morph into a peculiar creature in Lin Hanmo's hands. It had antlers like a deer, a body resembling a snake, scales akin to fish, and claws like an eagle. Its entire form was golden, with eyes that radiated an indescribable aura. Its mouth was slightly agape, revealing a shining pearl before it. This creature chased after the pearl, spiraling around the candle's body until it finally settled atop it. The intricate scale patterns displayed a violent aesthetic, in contrast. The other wax ball transformed into a divine bird. Its wings appeared to be ignited with flames, refracting a spectrum of colors that illuminated its form in a stunningly beautiful manner. The onlookers marveled. The divine bird spread its wings, and the flames danced as if alive, shimmering in response to its movements. It circled around Lin Hanmo before resting upon the other candle. The interplay of the two candles created a striking visual splendor. Jiang Lei's jaw dropped, sensing that these exquisite candles were likely just the beginning. They could possess even more colors. He was about to voice his thoughts when Lin Hanmo solemnly declared, "This is called the Dragon and Phoenix Flower Candle, an indispensable accessory in ancient Huaxia weddings." Wedding accessory? Just these two candles have reached such a level. How grand must a Huaxia wedding be? The group was momentarily speechless. In the live stream, numerous viewers were feverishly capturing screenshots of the Dragon and Phoenix Flower Candle in Lin Hanmo's hands. It was simply too exquisite. The divine bird bore a striking resemblance to the Western mythical creature. The phoenix, the Dragon and Phoenix Flower Candle. One dragon, one phoenix? The dragon must be the otherworldly beast with antlers, right? Our Huaxia dragons differ from those in the West, indeed. Certainly. I've decided that all the candles at my wedding will be of this style. Why hasn't the pelt of the Red Wolf leader been skinned yet? I can't wait to see the wedding attire in its final form. Count me in. Count me in. I have no further questions. Let us collaborate happily. Jiang Qingqiu snapped back to reality from her reverie, gazing at the two candles in Lin Hanmo's hands. Absolutely beautiful. The petite girl, Li Yeye, adjusted her glasses and offered her highest praise. If these two candles are crafted with such attention to detail, then the other wedding rituals must be even more elaborate. Jiang Lei marveled, though a hint of concern crept in. But is there enough time? Upon hearing this, Lin Hanmo smiled, clearly having a plan in mind. If we were to host a complete Huaxia wedding, time would undoubtedly be insufficient, as the process involves numerous steps. Based on my research, the most elaborate Huaxia weddings require the 3 letters and 6 rites: the marriage proposal letter, the letter of acceptance, and the letter of welcoming the bride, among others. Jiang Lei was left bewildered by Lin Hanmo's rapid-fire explanation. Shaking his head repeatedly, "Great one, just tell us what else you need us to do." This left Li Yeye, with her keen desire to learn, somewhat dissatisfied, as she had been prepared to jot everything down. Lin Hanmo chuckled at her eagerness, pausing briefly before saying, "The primary material for the clothing, the red wolf hide, will definitely suffice for the 4 of us. Besides that, we will need materials for the venue setup, including wood approximately the size of half a bookshelf, fire pits, yellow fabric, or golden thread." Drawing upon his knowledge of wedding customs, Lin Hanmo enumerated all the materials he might require. Jiang Lei and the others listened attentively. Jiang Lei even procured a piece of random stone, using his spirit master abilities to inscribe all the necessary items on it as Lin Hanmo recited them. Once Lin Hanmo finished, he double-checked the list to ensure accuracy before preparing to leave with Jiang Qingqiu and the others in search of materials. Lin Hanmo wished to accompany them but was politely declined by Jiang Lei and the others, who insisted that he had a more pressing task and needed to rest properly. Seeing this, Lin Hanmo did not press the matter. After all, he was tasked with crafting 4 Firefly-grade garments. Although a spirit master could utilize materials beyond their grade, the complexity of the crafting process and the required mental energy would significantly increase. He indeed needs to restore his state to its peak. As he watched the 3 depart, the room was left with only the sounds of wood crackling and bursting. Lin Hanmo felt somewhat fatigued. He casually found a corner against the wall and fell asleep leaning against the cold surface. The black dragon robe he wore shimmered with a faint, mystical light, seemingly guarding its master. Uncertain how much time had passed, a soft female voice roused Lin Hanmo from his slumber. Lin Hanmo? Lin Hanmo. He abruptly opened his eyes. Some unknown moment. The outside world had brightened significantly. Jiang Qingqiu, clad in a classical long dress, stood before him, calling out to him. Her complexion appeared slightly weary. Although her features were exquisite, dark circles had begun to form beneath her eyes. She looked at Lin Hanmo and yawned, saying, "We have prepared all the materials you requested. The students from Bear Country have also helped us process the pelt of the Red Wolf leader, which is piled up in the courtyard. What time is it now? Have you all been working all night?" Lin Hanmo quickly rose to his feet. "To be precise, it has been 8 hours. There was an announcement from above. From now on, we'll be reminded of the time every 10 hours. Jiang Qingqiu stated, gesturing to the side eye in the corner of the room. Zhang Lei and Li Yeye had somehow found bedding and were already fast asleep. "Genius, the next part depends on you. I need to catch some sleep now. By the way, the students from Bear Country have vacated the entire courtyard for us. They have gone to find a larger building nearby as their base. Last night was quite chaotic. Students from various factions were clashing and fighting for materials. The students from Dongying and Eagle Country were relentlessly pursuing us until a Jiefu stepped in to mediate the conflict." "Oh, I see." Lin Hanmo nodded thoughtfully, replying earnestly, "I owe him a significant favor. I will find a way to repay it in this battlefield." There were only 30 students from Huaxia, half of whom looked down on him. If it weren't for a Jiefu, it would have been a challenge for them to find a stable environment to complete their garment making. The other countries had a larger number of students. And as long as they arranged for shifts to harass Lin Hanmo and his team, it would be sufficient for a devastating blow. "You've all worked hard. Go rest for now. I will take care of the rest." Having fully regained his strength and with his mental energy surpassing 200 points, Lin Hanmo brimmed with confidence. "All right." Jiang Qingqiu rubbed her eyes and pointed to a nearby table, which held a bag of bread that appeared to be purchased from a supermarket. Zhang Lei just picked some wild bread from the trees outside. "The plastic packaging hasn't even opened. It should be edible. A little quirk from the exam group. Fine, I leave it to you." She waved her hand and laid down on the bedding, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. It should be noted that they had seamlessly transitioned from the first round to the second. Jiang Qingqiu and the others had persevered for another 8 hours under extreme fatigue to fulfill Lin Hanmo's task. Truly, he had chosen the right teammates. What lay ahead was his stage. Lin Hanmo picked up the so-called wild bread and casually ate to fill his stomach before stepping outside into the small courtyard. This area resembled a Sihiyuan, flanked by 2 abandoned buildings. The open space of the courtyard was already piled high with various materials. Wood, fire pits, and a series of accessories Lin Hanmo required had all been gathered. In fact, there was an excess of supplies. The centerpiece of this endeavor, the blood-red pelt of the Red Wolf, was heaped into a small mountain, lying quietly in the center. The students from Bear Country had even performed a rudimentary processing of the pelt for Lin Hanmo. At this moment, the Red Wolf pelt had been stripped of almost all its fishy odor, transforming into a truly exceptional material. Lin Hanmo approached and caressed the soft leather. He then raised his hand, and a warm glow began to emanate from his palm in his mind. The halls of thought unique to Huaxia slowly unfolded, revealing books on ancient marriage customs. Among them, the first exquisite gown caught his eye, the phoenix crown and shakai, the emblem of Huaxia wedding attire. As Lin Hanmo's thoughts surged, this extraordinarily luxurious and prestigious garment seemed on the verge of breaking through the confines of his imagination, descending into reality. Simultaneously, in the real world, the pile of crimson leather before Lin Hanmo gradually levitated. The supple fabric began to reshape itself according to his will. At that moment, the viewers still present in the live stream grew even more excited. Though the camera in the live stream had instinctively shifted to protect personal privacy as Lin Hanmo began crafting the garment, the wedding attire unique to Huaxia was destined to transcend the annals of history and reappear before their eyes. This process would not take long. Chapter 22. The Bond of Clothing and Soul. Huaxia's explosive product. Uncertain how much time had passed, the sun slowly descended like a golden plate, preparing to shower the world with its brilliance once more. Zhang Lei, who had been sleeping soundly, was suddenly jolted awake by someone. Turning his head, he noticed that Li Yeye had risen at some point. "What is going on?" Zhang Lei asked, his mind still foggy. "Lin Hanmo has completed a wedding gown, and they have already begun trying it on," Li Yeye whispered, her tone laced with barely concealed excitement. Clearly, she was eager to see what the wedding attire from Huaxia's history looked like. "Really? So soon? It's already done?" Zhang Lei's spirits lifted instantly upon hearing this. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet and dashed outside. Seeing this, Li Yeye hurriedly called out, "Wait for me." She quickly followed in Zhang Lei's footsteps, exiting through the door. The viewers in their respective live streams were also jolted awake at this news, rushing to share the excitement. However, when the audience entered Lin Hanmo's live stream, they found that he was still absent. This phenomenon had been occurring since the garment was nearing completion. It was unclear whether it was due to the camera being directed artificially, but it seemed they were toying with suspense. Even Jiang Qingqiu, who had risen early to try on the wedding gown, had not made an appearance in her live stream. This left those eager to see the finished attire even more anxious. And the anticipation grew stronger. Mr. Wang, an ordinary citizen, was evidently among them. His wedding was set to take place soon. After some negotiation with his fiancée, he had secured the right to choose the wedding attire. If this Huaxia wedding gown turned out to be too outdated or unfashionable, he would surely regret it. Mr. Wang thought to himself, his heart racing slightly. "Please don't let me down, as long as it's half as good as a Western wedding gown." At this moment, all 4 live streams followed Zhang Lei and Li Yeye's footsteps as they arrived in the small courtyard. Everything appeared unchanged, seemingly no different from when they had transported the materials earlier. However, the pile of red wolf pelts at the center had transformed in shape, considerably diminished, indicating that it had already been used to craft the garment. Scattered across a small table were various accessories, each meticulously crafted, radiating a unique brilliance. The entire area felt somewhat quiet. Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu had vanished. "Sister, big shot. Where are you?" Zhang Lei excitedly rushed into the courtyard, curiously surveying the surroundings while calling out. "Wasn't the dress already finished?" As he spoke, the wooden door of a nearby building creaked open. A graceful figure emerged, adorned in a striking crimson ensemble that vividly captured everyone's attention. "Yes," they observed. The others held their breath in awe. Before them stood a young girl, crowned with a ceremonial headdress made of golden silk netting and adorned with jewelry tassels, featuring a peculiar divine bird named Feng circling above. The front of the crown was embellished with emerald stones, and there were 12 intricately carved floral hairpins of various shapes and sizes. Beside the crown, 2 ornamental sideburns accentuated the girl's hair, which was styled into an elegant bun, enhancing her regal allure. Beneath the crown, she wore a bright red long-sleeved blouse over a flowing red skirt. Draped around her slender neck was a shawl adorned with paired mandarin ducks and golden patterns, resembling flowing clouds. The sleeves concealed her hands entirely, and the fabric seemed to reflect a riot of colors, reminiscent of a morning glow. Beneath her red skirt, a pair of intricately embroidered shoes peeked through, also in vivid red, harmonizing beautifully with her attire. As they beheld her, with willow-like brows and almond-shaped eyes, her skin gleamed like jade. The resplendent red attire accentuated her regal demeanor and graceful elegance, instantly captivating everyone present. It was as if a stunning bride had stepped out from the pages of history into the realm of the living. Absolutely beautiful. At this moment, not only Zhang Lei and the others, but even countless viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight. It was often said that Western weddings featured exquisite white gowns, but Huaxia's wedding attire was certainly not to be outdone. Countless young women watching the live stream erupted in excited exclamations. "Ah, I want to wear this for my wedding too. It's so stunning." The moment I saw Jiang Qingqiu emerge, I felt a jolt of electricity. Help, even as a girl, I think she looks incredibly beautiful. This outfit elevates her beauty to another level. Mr. Wang, too, smacked his thigh in excitement. "All right, my worries have finally eased." Gazing at the red attire on the screen, he began furiously taking screenshots in preparation to send to the relevant creators. He too wanted to have a custom outfit made for his fiancée. This scene unfolded across Huaxia in almost an instant. Every custom wedding attire studio was flooded with various screenshots. This left the designers both exhilarated and under immense pressure. As they scrutinized the screenshots of Jiang Qingqiu adorned in the red gown, their hands trembled with the desire to replicate it. The wedding attire is extraordinarily beautiful, with impeccable craftsmanship. How much time would it take to replicate such a set? While the outside world perceives Chinese bridal gowns as extravagant. In a small courtyard, Zhang Lei gazes at the young girl before him, rubbing his eyes and exclaiming, "Ah, Lin Hanmo, return my sister. Can this outfit even change her personality? She was a leader among children at 8. Where is that playful sister? Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the dignified and graceful young woman immediately falters. With a clenched fist and gritted silver teeth, she retorts, "Zhang Lei, are you looking for trouble? Don't think I won't take you down in the exam hall." In that instant, the lavish bride vanishes, and the spirited Jiang Qingqiu re-emerges within her. That's more like it. Zhang Lei, satisfied with his sister's reprimand, nods approvingly. "This attire is truly stunning," Li Yeya, adjusting her thick glasses, quickly approaches Jiang Qingqiu, examining the fabric and craftsmanship with great interest. Rather than envy, her expression reveals a meticulous scrutiny of the gown's materials. As she inspects, she nods in appreciation, becoming curious. This garment must embody a rich historical and cultural significance. Akin to Western wedding dresses, capable of summoning deities associated with love and marriage, right? What powers does it possess? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingqiu casually opens the panel, her eyes filled with awe. The deity summoned is not a Western god of love like Cupid, but seems to be an elder. An elder? Zhang Lei scratches his head in confusion. The name is Yulao. I'm not quite sure about the specifics, but its faint glow ability is quite formidable. Not a domain creation, but as Jiang Qingqiu speaks, her vibrant red wedding gown begins to emit a soft radiance. The light envelopes her entirely before suddenly dissipating. "Sister," Zhang Lei calls out, his eyes widening in shock. The familiar girl has vanished. Accompanying the light is a youthful boy with a handsome face, similarly clad in red robes. Compared to Jiang Qingqiu's elaborate attire, his appears somewhat simpler. He dons a finely crafted black silk ceremonial cap. His red robe embroidered with azure skies and bright moons, and the vastness of mountains and rivers, it doesn't resemble bridal wear. Instead, it exudes an air of authority. "Sister, you've turned into Lin Ge?" Jiang Lei exclaims in terror. The young man chuckles and shakes his head. This is the domain ability granted by the Firefly-level wedding attire. Joyous Union, activates an invisible domain, allowing the married couple to share the burden of injuries and swap positions directly within a certain area. In heaven, may we be like birds of a feather. On earth, may we be intertwined branches. Hiss! This wedding attire is not only exquisite but also possesses formidable capabilities. Instantly, many viewers watching the college entrance examination live stream are captivated. Once Lin Hanmo finishes his exams, let us immediately commission him. We'll pay any price for this wedding gown. It must ensure the best possible effect. Ideally, it could link more than just 2 people. Imagine a group of dozens getting married and linked together. Such abilities would significantly enhance our safety in exploring forbidden zones. Relying solely on the efforts of various nations is insufficient to contain the spread of these areas. Thus, with the acknowledgement of all nations, mercenary groups and guilds dedicated to exploring these forbidden zones were legally established. While they sought various materials for profit, they also contributed to each nation's efforts to stifle the fog's expansion. For teams that need to delve into these restricted areas, where they may occasionally face deadly ambushes, the powers of this wedding gown are a lifesaver. If one person suffers a fatal threat, the damage incurred can be shared with another, potentially providing a path to survival. As everyone becomes excited by this prospect, the exam halls and vigilators from various countries widen their eyes in disbelief. Standing abruptly, Bonded Garment Spirit, Chapter 23. An Unfeasible Wedding, a Multinational Pursuit Order. It's actually the Bonded Garment Spirit. At that moment, upon hearing the boy's voice below, all top Garment Spirit Masters gasp in astonishment. The bonding effect between garments is a domain they have yet to explore. Never did they expect such an effect to manifest in the college entrance examination venue, especially in the form of an unheard-of Chinese wedding gown. Its appearance reveals an extraordinarily overwhelming effect. This child has merely crafted a Firefly-level Chinese wedding gown. What if better materials were used? Would it yield even stronger bonding effects? The representative from the Bear Country mutters in disbelief. His eyes wide, seemingly attempting to imprint every detail of the garments worn by the two in his mind for replication. However, he quickly abandons this notion. Just like the previous designers of wedding attire faced challenges, The workmanship of these two garments, particularly the phoenix coronet and bridal gown, is exceedingly intricate. Even if one were to attempt imitation, they would likely need to study the original gown in detail before proceeding. Otherwise, it would merely result in two rudimentary red garments. The expressions of representatives from countries such as the Eastern Japan and the Eagle country grow somber. They never anticipated the bonding effect of garment spirits would manifest in a wedding dress. Especially one from China. To be frank, the garment spirits present must have attempted to craft wedding dresses, yet none from any nation had ever unleashed such bonding effects. What does this imply? It suggests either a lack of understanding of historical culture on their part, or that the historical and cultural power embedded in their garments is not as potent as that of China. Regardless of which, they cannot accept it. The Eastern Japan candidate gazes at Lin Hanmo below, his eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light, a halo slowly flickering around his wrist. This scene is immediately noticed by the middle-aged man representing China, whose face is marked by a square jaw. Alarmed, he promptly utilizes his garment spirit abilities to relay a message to the Chinese authorities. It is imperative to enhance protection for Lin Hanmo. The actions of the Chinese authorities are noticeably quicker than his message transmission. As soon as Lin Hanmo reveals his knowledge of ancient Chinese cultural history, a top-tier team of garment spirit masters is dispatched to Jinghai. Specifically to Jinghai No. 1 High School. The head teacher, Old Wang, welcomes this elite team with palpable nervousness. Soon, the examination candidates return, and Lin Hanmo is placed under strict protection within the school dormitory. The members of this Chinese official team do not dare to take any chances regarding potential historical texts. Meanwhile, Lin Hanmo remains blissfully unaware of the unfolding events outside. At this moment, he is showcasing the information panel regarding the wedding attire to Jiang Lei and the others. Chinese wedding attire official robe, level, firefly, effects, E1. Joyous union. Shares damage with the wearer of the Chinese wedding attire phoenix coronation within a specific area, and allows for a position swap by consuming 50 points of mental energy. 2. Summon deity. All lovers will receive the blessings and protection of Yulao. Note: both wedding garments must be crafted by the same creator, and a blood oath ceremony must be performed by both parties before use. A restriction? Jiang Lei stares in astonishment. Lin Gu, why is there a limitation? Lin Hanmo nods in response. I didn't expect this either. After the wedding attire is crafted, it must undergo a blood oath ceremony for it to possess such extraordinary effects. The two who perform the blood oath become the sole users of this garment. Blood oath? The emergence of this information leaves many garment spirit masters watching the live stream momentarily stunned. Followed by a collective sigh. It is not uncommon for special garments created by garment masters to have corresponding restrictions, often related to the unique materials used and the historical and cultural factors embedded within. Perhaps it is because the Red Wolf leader had only one wife in his lifetime, which influenced the garment's unique ownership restriction, and of course, it is also highly likely that Chinese wedding customs permit only one spouse, embodying the notion of having but one partner for life. However, this does not imply that the individuals who have completed the blood oath must behave in a certain way. Ultimately, it is merely a garment. One could always craft another and perform a new blood oath. However, this significantly increases the associated production costs, causing many garment spirit teams that initially intended to purchase two sets to reconsider. Effectiveness aside, with this Chinese wedding attire, Lin Hanmo genuinely has a chance to compete for the top rank in the second round once again. Meanwhile, the wooden door creaks open, and Jiang Qingqiu, who had been taken away, steps out. She has already removed the heavy coronet from her head, cradling it in her arms, and complains, "This coronet must weigh at least 2 kilograms. Did ancient women not find this exhausting? Sister, can I try it on?" Jiang Lei reaches for it, but Jiang Qingqiu, her face filled with disdain, raises the coronet as if to strike him. "Stop causing trouble. Go measure your size with Lin Hanmo. You and Li Yeye will need a specially tailored set." "Oh." Jiang Lei scratches his head, excitedly rushing to Lin Hanmo's side. "Big shot. Hurry. I want a matching set too." "Sure." Lin Hanmo smiles and nods, though somewhat fatigued. He steels himself. Thus, the examination group arrangements are settled without dissent. During the following day, Lin Hanmo gathers his courage and, accompanied by Jiang Lei, visits the Bear Country candidate gathering point to thank a Jiefu and lend him a small hand. In the ensuing hours, they remained in the courtyard, diligently crafting garments while imparting to Jiang Lei and his companions the intricate details of traditional Chinese wedding customs, including the wedding procession, the sending off of the bride, and the flower palanquin. After listening intently, Zhang Lei excitedly attempted to assemble a so-called eight-bearer bridal sedan, which appeared rather haphazard, with gaps allowing the wind to seep through, and draped in red fabric that resembled a coffin. This endeavor was promptly dismissed by his teammate, Li Yeye. Everything seemed to be progressing in an orderly fashion until only 30 hours remained before the examination's conclusion. In various zones, candidates had commenced their weddings. With wedding music resonating throughout the entire area, it was then that a Jifu arrived, bearing some rather troubling news. Lin, you must exercise caution when completing your assessment. The Eagle Nation has allied with the East Japan Nation, along with 4 or 5 other countries, amassing over 200 candidates targeting you. They fear that you will once again secure the top spot in the second round of assessments, which would eliminate the Eagle Nation's standing on the global leaderboard. Your location has been monitored. Any significant activity may invite danger. If your second-round wedding assessment is overly ostentatious, we may be unable to provide assistance, Ajifu said, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Ever since witnessing Lin Hanmo single-handedly confront the Red Wolf leader, he had developed a desire to befriend him. In recent days, he had exerted considerable effort to help clear obstacles for Lin. Yet now, he found himself helpless. The candidates from the Eagle Nation had united with those from other nations, their words laced with threats. Under normal circumstances, a Jifu would have rallied his comrades to confront them. But this was the national examination, and such unnecessary conflicts could be avoided. The candidates from the Bear Nation, led by him, also had their own plans. After all, they had yet to engage in a single conversation with Lin Hanmo, and their willingness to assist was a testament to the amicable relations between their nations, with the possibility of pursuing further studies in China in the future. Should a conflict erupt during the wedding, the Bear Nation candidates would prioritize their own safety and refrain from engaging in the confrontation. The mood grew heavy among the group as they absorbed this information. Ajifu had done all he could as a friend. Now, if they wished to hold a grand wedding, they would have to rely solely on themselves. Chapter 24. Support from Chinese candidates. According to Lin Hanmo's plan, the 2 upcoming Chinese weddings were intended to draw the attention of the entire city. However, such prominence also implied that they would have numerous adversaries. An overwhelming number of candidates sought to eliminate Lin Hanmo, wishing to prevent him from securing the top score in the global examination during the second round. Brother, sister, Li Yeye and I should simplify our assessment and complete it directly in the courtyard, Zhang Lei contemplated aloud. Given the potential for multiple attacks, executing 2 grand weddings simultaneously seemed impractical. We can first complete our assessments and then assist you, Li Yeye added, adjusting her thick glasses. The materials are readily available, and if we maximize our performance in the acting aspect, our scores shouldn't be too low. Achieving this level of preparedness exceeds our initial expectations. Agreed, Jiang Qingqiu responded without hesitation, turning to Lin Hanmo. The abundance of scoring opportunities in this assessment is largely due to your influence. There's no need for modesty. Upon hearing this, Lin Hanmo fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. This is the final strategy. They are targeting me, so I shall initiate the assessment. If all goes well, Zhang Lei, you may proceed with your original plan. If it does not, we can consider this approach later. Ajifu, who had been listening, understood that Lin Hanmo and his companions were preparing for a last-ditch effort. After a moment of thought, he inquired, where do you plan to hold the wedding, and how will it be conducted? Perhaps I can be of some assistance. Lin Hanmo, without reservation, disclosed the general outline of their plan to Ajifu. Initially, they intended to stage a grand procession from 10 miles away, complete with drums and the 8-bearer bridal sedan, culminating in a ceremony in the courtyard. However, circumstances required adjustments. After considering the situation, Ajifu suggested, you must shorten the distance for your assessment. I can gather participants for the wedding. You will need to create the necessary attire yourselves. However, those merely attending the wedding will not assist you in dealing with potential adversaries. As for the wedding's starting point, it could commence at a square 1 kilometer away in 20 hours. I will also be completing my assessment there. And many compatriots will arrive. Beginning your assessment there will be relatively safe. Furthermore, 20 hours from now is when most candidates will commence their assessments, and as night falls, danger will emerge. Candidates have been here long enough to understand the local patterns. Nighttime is fraught with peril, as the grayish-white mist resembling a forbidden zone will gradually envelop the town after sunset, unleashing countless creatures of terror. They must complete the wedding before nightfall. Otherwise, carrying the bridal sedan through the mist would not only attract monsters like a beacon, but also transform what should be a romantic occasion into a scene of horror. When I complete my assessment, it will coincide with the majority of top candidates finishing theirs. While they may wish to target you, their assessments are equally crucial, which will mitigate much of the opposition. A Jifu explained. Such sincerity warmed the hearts of Lin Hanmo and his companions. He had performed his role as a friend impeccably. Dude, no more talking. When you come to China, I'll treat you to hot pot. Extra spicy, Jiang Lei exclaimed, clapping a Jifu on the shoulder. And when you visit my homeland next, I'll treat you to vodka. A Jifu chuckled heartily. Thus, the plan was solidified. After a Jifu departed, the group began to discuss the final details when unexpected visitors arrived. The door to the courtyard was knocked upon. Jiang Lei, assuming it was a Jifu returning, opened the door only to find a group of 7 or 8 candidates clad in Chinese school uniforms. Leading them was a slender boy, resembling a monkey, who cheerfully waved at Jiang Lei. Hello? Whoa, Lin, sister. Those shameless guys have come knocking, Jiang Lei exclaimed, leaping back in alarm and rushing into the courtyard. Who's there? Hearing the commotion, Lin Hanmo and the others set aside their work. Lin Hanmo prepared to don his black dragon robe in readiness for combat. However, the newcomers, seeing this, looked terrified and hastily waved their hands. No, we're not with those sycophants. We're here to help. Help? Jiang Lei was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. The monkey-like candidate quickly explained, You've become quite well known throughout the examination venue. We initially hesitated to come, wanting to complete our own assessments first. Now that we have all finished our assessments, even if we are eliminated, we have a solid baseline score. We couldn't let our compatriots be bullied like this. So we decided to come lend a hand. Let us know if there's anything we can assist with. Wait. Jiang Lei turned to Lin Hanmo, puzzled. Lin Hanmo scanned the faces of those present. Recognizing none of them, the group that had left with the Eagle Nation was conspicuously absent. The glow of his black dragon robe dimmed. Apologies. Please come in. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qingqiu relaxed her previously wary demeanor. A smile gracing her face. Ha, brothers, my apologies, my mistake. Come in. Realizing his overreaction, Jiang Lei quickly apologized and ushered the Chinese students inside. Upon inquiry, he discovered that these individuals hailed from the top experimental class of the second high school of the imperial capital, all of whom had been selected to enter this examination venue. I know that Li Zhaoxiang, who was eliminated by Lin Hanmo, he is from the experimental class of the first high school of the imperial capital. Although he possesses considerable talent, everyone in that class is itching to go abroad and never return. But the students from the second high school of the imperial capital are different. Those who go abroad come back to serve the country. We are true sons of the imperial capital. The principal of the first high school is in for it. He pulled strings to recommend those students for the list, only for them to turn traitor. It's absolutely hilarious. The slender boy leading the group was clearly a chatterbox, his words spilling forth like a machine gun. In just a few sentences, he belittled the students of the first high school, leaving many viewers from that institution watching the live stream in disbelief. Let me clarify. The students from the first high school represent only their personal views and have nothing to do with us. The experimental class students are unbearably arrogant, unlike us ordinary class students from the first high school. We must distance ourselves. Where does that Li Zhaoxiang live? I'm going to smash his windows in the middle of the night. Hey, there are still good students in the experimental class. Isen Ticheng, who competed against Lin Hanmo, also from the experimental class. The initial round was indeed undertaken under the banner of national glory. The final barrage of comments was frantically spammed by a single account, which finally managed to diminish the cacophony of curses in the live stream by a fraction. This brought a sigh of relief to the already perspiring head teacher of the key experimental class at Beijing No. 1 High School, who silently thanked his stars that this Chen Cheng had saved him from a predicament. He cast a fierce glare at the surrounding teachers who were watching the spectacle unfold. Look at the exemplary students you've nurtured. Chen Cheng's father, Principal Chun, had recovered from the injuries inflicted by the black dragon robe. Rubbing his temples, he sighed, Our school must enhance its patriotic education. The overseas departure rate of students in our key class is alarmingly high, and they are suffering severe cultural shocks. Given the circumstances, once the college entrance examination concludes, I shall personally visit Lin Hanmo to apologize. It is indeed a failure on our school's part if he cannot successfully navigate the second round of assessments. Even should the American candidates intervene, our school would face significant troubles. Chapter 25. Weddings Across Nations. The grand performance of Huaxia begins. The arrival of Shouho and 7 other students served as a much-needed morale boost for Lin Hanmo and his companions. They reasoned that the American candidates were unlikely to send spies to gather intelligence, leading Lin Hanmo's group to engage in hushed discussions, ultimately deciding to trust these reinforcements. They laid bare their plans. As Shouho and his fellow examinees listened to the strategy and beheld the meticulously crafted crimson wedding attire, they couldn't help but lament their own situation. Their wedding would still adhere to the Western black and white theme, with materials sourced from the microlight grade. Meanwhile, Lin Hanmo and his companions donned wedding outfits of the Firefly grade, which also featured Huaxia's unique wedding elements. This was undoubtedly a significant advantage. After all, no one in the world had witnessed the ancient Huaxia tiger wedding ceremony. However, envy aside, time was of the essence for the assessments. They resolved to make this wedding a lively affair, Brother Lin. Rest assured, once the ceremony commences, we shall handle the surrounding guards. Our attire may not match the Firefly grade battle garments, but it is by no means inferior. If necessary, I can fetch our wedding outfits for alterations. Shouho declared, shedding his outer school uniform to reveal a resplendent golden-red papal robe beneath. Lin Hanmo watched this display with a twinge of regret. The timing of Shouho and his companion's arrival was unfortunate. Had they come a little earlier, he might have had the opportunity to custom-make a microlight grade military uniform for them, and then utilize his legendary points to elevate it to the Firefly grade. Just imagine the potency of wearing the black dragon robe, complemented by a dozen comrades clad in Firefly grade military attire, he reflected, casting a glance at his legendary points panel. Current legendary points, 1430, thanks to the earlier unveiling of the wedding attire. He had garnered legendary points rivaling those of the black dragon robe. The points earned by Jiang Qingqiu in her phoenix crown and embroidered dress counted towards his total as well. Such a wealth of legendary points was undoubtedly sufficient to enhance the microlight grade garments. Nonetheless, Lin Hanmo bore no grievances. Their willingness to assist was the greatest support they could ask for. At present, all he could do was endeavor to improve upon an already completed piece of Huaxia attire, or craft an entirely new one that balanced offense and defense. The black dragon robe had reached the remnant grade. The legendary points required for further enhancement would likely exceed his expectations. The only stable enhancement option appeared to be the wedding dress.as for creating a new piece of Huaxia attire. Lin Hanmo fell into deep contemplation, pondering the upcoming assessments and the gray-white mist that would envelop the evening after they concluded. Suddenly, he scrutinized the grand crimson official robe designated for weddings. And a brilliant idea struck him. The grand crimson robe could potentially summon not just the god of marriage. If he subtly altered some details, it could transform into an entirely different garment. In Huaxia mythology, there exists a deity known for donning a grand crimson robe. The wedding dress and that grand robe differed only in minor details. He could wait until the ceremony commenced, absorb a wave of legendary points through the wedding dress, and then directly modify it into a new form. With this revelation, his confidence surged. I have a plan, and I wish to attempt something, he announced to his companions. What sort of attempt, Brother Lin? Are you formulating an idea? All present turned their attentive gazes towards him, their expressions earnest and eager to listen. Lin Hanmo paused, realizing he no longer felt the crippling anxiety that once compelled him to seek refuge in a small room. His social anxiety had, unbeknownst to him, transformed. Gathering his composure, he leaned in to briefly disclose his overarching plan to Shouho and the others, while he withheld no details from the core trio of Jiang Qingqiu. In an instant, all eyes widened, jaws dropped in astonishment. No way, this can actually work. Isn't this defying the odds? Shouho exclaimed. If the resultant ability is sufficiently powerful, Brother Lin, you might just leave your name in the textbooks. Jiang Lei added excitedly. We should give it a shot. Jiang Qingqiu chimed in, her expression tinged with anticipation. What are you all hinting at? Their cryptic conversation left the viewers in the live stream in a frenzy. Come on, zoom in a bit. What are they discussing? Why does it suddenly seem like everyone is brimming with confidence? Could it be that this wedding can truly be successfully executed? I had already resigned myself to their failure. The live stream cameras did not acquiesce to the audience's demands, merely capturing the meaningful silhouette of Lin Hanmo and his companions as they commenced their preparations. Subsequently, the live stream from the Huaxia students shifted to scenic shots. As if everyone had evaporated simultaneously, time slipped by quietly as the examinations progressed. Soon, the appointed hour arrived. With merely 2 hours left until the conclusion of the second round of assessments, the live stream finally revealed figures. At this moment, the focus shifted to a large plaza situated 1 kilometer from the small courtyard. Here, over 100 candidates from the Bear Country had gathered, accompanied by the exclusive battle music of the Bear Country emanating from the purely white backdrop. Pink petals were scattered from above. Ajif, clad in a sleek black suit, slowly approached the impersonator of a priest with his teammate bride. Below, a throng of candidates from the Bear Country, also dressed in black suits, erupted into fervent applause. Lin Hanmo and the other Huaxia students sat cloaked in black capes at the back row. They had no time to change into suits but managed to make do with their capes. Emerging from the small courtyard with ceremonial items, the candidates from the Eagle Country and other nations appeared around them, numbering over 100. This was despite many candidates still undertaking their assessments. Otherwise, there would be even more. Leading the pack were the top candidates, Jack and John, who had completed their assessments early. They lingered at a distance, observing Lin Hanmo and his group in silence, seemingly awaiting a specific opportunity. Had they not accompanied Ajif, they would have found it impossible to break through the encirclement. Now, the wedding's outer perimeter was filled with candidates from various nations. The moment Lin Hanmo stepped out of the wedding venue, he would be met with an overwhelming confrontation. Shouho and the others stood tall, their expressions solemn as if they were soldiers preparing for battle. Brother Lin, I wager that this assessment will be dissected and passionately analyzed by next year's seniors. Zhang Lei whispered to Lin Hanmo while applauding. Absolutely, Lin Hanmo replied with a smile, his gaze resolute. We will adhere to our prior plan. You and Li Yeye must remain cautious. You two have yet to complete your assessments. If the situation turns dire, retreat at once. Draped in a cape, Jiang Qingqiu cautioned softly, Sister, fret not. I have never faltered in critical moments, Zhang Lei assured, thumping his chest. Meanwhile, at the wedding, Ajif and his partner were locked in a kiss before the priest. Similar scenes unfolded across the region. The candidates from the land of the rising sun, clad in white funeral attire, solemnly participated in the wedding, conveying their peculiar ancient customs, i.e. the gathering of British candidates. The heir to the next queen, adorned in a silver gown and crowned, stepped down a long red carpet, holding hands with her companion to partake in the divine baptism ceremony, i.e. the area designated for Egyptian candidates. Pyramids emerged amidst swirling sands as a young Egyptian clad in a golden pharaoh's robe welcomed his bride with a rather primal flair. These vivid scenes unfolded continuously, celebrating their national traditions while elevating the atmosphere of the examination to a climax. Increasingly more viewers flocked to Ajif's wedding live stream, with audiences from various nations eagerly awaiting the conclusion of this ceremony. The main event was yet to commence. Chapter 26, Summoning the God of Marriage. 8 bearers, 10 miles of crimson adornments. As the priest announced the union of the couple, Ajif's wedding reached its grand conclusion. The two actors, deserving of the title of leading man, parted ways on stage. The burly man from the Bear Country graciously escorted his partner off the stage, then turned his gaze towards Lin Hanmo and his companions seated in the back row. Lin, the stage is now yours. With those words, every pair of eyes in the venue turned to focus on him. They are simply insane. With so many people outside pursuing and intercepting them, they still insist on holding a wedding that encompasses the entire city. I can only commend their audacity. They ought to confront those from the Eagle Nation head-on. If it weren't for the college entrance examination here, I would certainly lend a hand. The number of candidates besieged outside is overwhelming. Even if one ranks first, they would surely be drowned in the shadows of the divine. By the way, what does a traditional Huaxia wedding dress look like? Is it really that shrouded in mystery? I noticed they even brought along several structures that resembled human-carried palanquins. I heard that Lin Hanmo and his companions chose to use the fur of the red wolf leader as the primary hue for their wedding attire. A vibrant crimson, blood red indeed. At Jinghai No. 1 High School, Old Wong has remained on campus, faithfully tuning into Lin Hanmo's livestream every day. As the final moments of the second round of assessments approached, he couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Hanmo. Even if they don't secure first place in this round, it is of little concern. there is still the third round to contend with. The main goal is to avoid elimination. Should they be eliminated, the prospect of claiming first place on the global college entrance examination leaderboard would be utterly extinguished. Outside, there are hundreds of exceptional students from various nations, each adorned in attire that is at least of the glimmer level. With over 100 students simultaneously summoning deities, one can only imagine the chaos that would ensue if each were to strike with a hand. Above the second-round examination venue, beside the ancient, dilapidated stumps, dozens of examiners from different countries awaited the outcome of the test. Following their discussions, it became evident that the variable in this examination was the duo of Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu. If they fail to meet the grand wedding requirements, the top position on the global leaderboard remains uncertain. Should Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu be eliminated along the way, Huaxia would be utterly excluded from the top 30 of the global rankings. Historically, there have been cases where first-place sole dressers in the initial round faced elimination in subsequent assessments. One must wonder whether the people of Huaxia genuinely believe they can rely solely on their own strength to complete this challenge. The representatives from the Eastern Japan nation chuckled at the scene below. Their country, along with the Eagle Nation's candidates and several forcibly recruited students from other nations, numbered over 100. In light of the Bear Nation's refusal to provide refuge, who could possibly rival them? The only potential variable was the British region choosing to remain spectators. This coalition now appeared invincible. The Huaxia examiners furrowed their brows at this scene. From their perspective, Lin Hanmo and his companions seemed to have no room for a comeback. They believed the best course of action would be to complete the Huaxia wedding within a modest courtyard. Although it wouldn't attract the attention of the entire city, at least it could yield a respectable score, allowing them to strive for success in the third round, thus maintaining a chance for the top position on the global leaderboard. Lin Hanmo's decision appeared exceedingly irrational. Even if the intention was to make the Huaxia wedding attire dazzling, there was no need to exert themselves to such an extent, he mused, exhaling deeply at this moment. Words were futile. It was merely a matter of watching how Lin Hanmo would handle this situation. Lin Gu, it's our turn. It's time to dazzle that crowd outside. The lean monkey exclaimed, shedding his black cloak to reveal a red tunic beneath. The material seemed somewhat ordinary, and through the neckline and sleeves, one could catch a glimpse of a gold-red papal robe underneath. The others beside him were similarly attired. While it appeared somewhat festive, it was certainly far from extravagant. Was this truly the much-anticipated Huaxia wedding attire? Compared to the black dragon robes they had encountered, it was like comparing the heavens to the earth. As the candidates from the Bear Nation looked on in confusion, Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu also removed their black cloaks. In an instant, they captured the attention of the entire venue. All eyes were fixed upon them, breaths momentarily halted. The young man donned a resplendent crimson robe, intricately embroidered with the landscape beneath a bright moon, shimmering with brilliance. Upon closer inspection, the patterns on the robe seemed to emit gentle ripples, reminiscent of undulating waves, as if the fabric echoed a world within. The sun hung high, its light appearing to dance through the sleeves, radiating righteousness, complementing the youth's aura of integrity. The young woman beside him wore an extraordinary crown, bathed in light, as if a divine bird were preparing to soar amidst flames. The 12 floral hairpins swayed gently, revealing glimpses of her lake-like eyes. The luxurious golden phoenix and mandarin duck shawl added an undeniable air of elegance to her presence. The golden threads on her red gown shimmered in the light, weaving a rainbow of colors. This brilliance intertwined with the surrounding atmosphere. A misty aura enveloped her, further accentuating her regal demeanor, as though she were a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. What on earth is happening? Even those who had witnessed the scene before were dumbfounded. No, this attire is unlike the previous finished garments. What is this phenomenon? It appears even more exquisite and refined than before. Help, witnessing this is a revelation each time. It is simply too beautiful. Is this a firefly-level garment? It feels even more stunning than some flickering candle-level attire. At this moment, even the foreign spectators, who had approached with a judgmental mindset towards Huaxia wedding attire, were left in a "my God. Is this truly wedding attire? It is art in its purest form. Who said that blood red could not serve as the primary hue for wedding garments? This is simply too magnificent. This red conveys not a sense of bloodiness, but rather evokes comfort and celebration. Heaven, if these two complete their wedding, they will undoubtedly secure first place. in a scene dominated by black suits and white wedding dresses. Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu's attire instantly captivated all observers, perhaps due to their familiarity with the classic black and white combination. The sight of this vibrant red wedding dress sent shivers down the spines of all candidates. The visual impact was explosive. "Wow, I should definitely experience a Huaxia wedding," Ajay exclaimed. Admiring Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu, "I sincerely appreciate everyone's assistance during this time. If you ever visit Huaxia, feel free to reach out, and we'll show you around." Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu simultaneously clasped their fists and bowed to everyone. "Let us begin," Jiang Qingqiu said, clearing her throat and adjusting her expression. Her eyes, like tranquil waters, rested gracefully in her hands before she transformed back into that gentle beauty. She strolled to the flower sedan chair, waiting in quiet anticipation. Her brother, Jiang Lei, held her sleeve and draped a red cloth over her. Calling out, "The bride enters the sedan." Following this, he supported Jiang Qingqiu as she stepped into the flower sedan. The lean monkey and his companions, having memorized the process, quickly retrieved similar red garments from the side, distributing them to the observing candidates from the Bear Nation. They then cheerfully approached the flower sedan, lifting it with collective effort. "Lift the sedan." Jiang Lei ignited a firecracker, and amidst the crackling sounds, Lin Hanmo stepped forward, leading the flower sedan away from the wedding venue that, of course, even in such simplicity, the groom could not walk in front. "Jiang Qingqiu," Lin Hanmo called out to the bride within the sedan, and immediately infused his spiritual energy into his robe. The wedding official's attire erupted in a brilliant flame-like glow. At the same moment, radiance flickered from within the flower sedan. "Summon the deities, Yu Lao." Their synchronized voices resonated throughout the venue. Suddenly, the entire wedding scene appeared to be imbued with magic, and the pristine white decor burst forth in golden-red brilliance. Deep crimson petals rained down from the sky, carried by a gentle breeze, saturating every visible space with radiant it raining flower petals. Jack and the others, who had been lurking outside to watch Lin Hanmo, scanned the surroundings. Everywhere they looked was adorned in red. Chapter 27. Suppressing the entire venue. An inevitable confrontation. Not only did the multitude of candidates from the Eagle Nation notice, but even the Egyptian youth, who was currently hosting a wedding at the northernmost part of the city, became aware. At this moment, he was clad in pharaonic attire, kneeling before an ethereal statue. Beside him was a flower-laden cart, where his companion lay, awaiting the union. This was a traditional custom of Egyptian weddings. As the Egyptian youth worshipped the statue, a surge of ambition coursed through him. He had also received word that the Huaxia youth ranked first would be targeted by candidates from the Eagle Nation and others, leaving him with little hope for survival. If he, as the second, could secure the top position in this round, then as long as he performed adequately in the third round, the global first place would be his for the taking. The Egyptian youth mused, secretly reveling in his fortune. He thought of the individual clad in flickering candle-level robes, internally questioning his ability to surpass his opponent. Now, however, the only threats remaining were those from the British nations. The rich cultural heritage of ancient Egypt would undoubtedly rival that of any among them. As the Egyptian youth contemplated, he knelt even more fervently, seemingly calling upon the divine for blessings. It appeared his prayers were met with some response. The teammate reclining in the flower cart felt something light land upon her hair. Upon inspection, it was a red petal, leaving her momentarily stunned. Looking up at the sky, she beheld the dazzling shower of petals and gasped in awe. "Horus, how beautiful! This is truly spectacular. We will undoubtedly be first." The Egyptian youth, referred to as Horus, was momentarily taken aback by her words, glancing up to witness the rain of petals for the first time, a look of joy gracing his face. Yet, it soon faded as he sensed something was amiss. The divine did not respond to him. This was not a blessing bestowed upon him. Who is disrupting my wedding? The youth's complexion darkened considerably, as a tiny golden serpent wriggled between his brows, causing his eyes to morph into monstrous pupils. Utilizing this monstrous vision, he ascended the illusory pyramid nearby, gazing into the distance. Before him, a cascade of red flower rain fell upon the entire city, draping every structure in a vibrant crimson veil, dazzling and extraordinarily resplendent. This was a wedding that enveloped the entire examination venue. How could this be possible? The Egyptian youth looked as though struck by lightning, his mouth agape, utterly incapable of proceeding with the wedding. He failed to discern the true organizer of this celebration. However, should the other party successfully complete this wedding, he would forever remain in second place. For, with his current prowess and the firefly grade attire he wore, he could never hope to overshadow the entire event. This was not merely a disparity in historical culture. It was a chasm in strength. Could it be him? In his moment of despair, the Egyptian youth recalled the young man clad in black finery. Another garment of candle grade. But why? Why did this particular candle grade garment seem so formidable? Yet another candle grade. Above in the sky, a golden-haired elder from the Eagle Nation could no longer contain himself, his eyes glinting with a hint of greed as he remarked, "He undoubtedly possesses some innate ability that can transcend material limitations." Forcibly elevating the grade of his garments, that previous wedding attire was undoubtedly only firefly grade, yet within a mere day, it had ascended directly to candle grade. Truly, China has stumbled upon a treasure. I have made my decision. Once this young man returns, the Eagle Nation will spare no expense to facilitate his immigration to our land, where he will undoubtedly have a brilliant future. This declaration immediately incited the ire of the Chinese examiners. A middle-aged man with a square face scoffed, "One might mistakenly believe your Eagle Nation can dominate alone, meddling in the affairs of our Chinese populace. Lin Hanmo will not be heading to the Eagle Nation. We too have our own prestigious universities. Humph, those we desire in the Eagle Nation have yet to elude us." The golden-haired elder sneered, undeterred, in his eyes, even if Lin Hanmo experienced some friction with the Eagle Nation's candidates during the examination. What of it? As long as the entirety of the Eagle Nation extends a hand, he will surely comply. The elder's thoughts grew increasingly greedy and fervent. That was a divine skill capable of elevating garment grades. If it could raise firefly grade attire to candle grade, could it also elevate sun grade to the legendary mythical grade? The elder mused, glancing at the nearby ancient, weathered stump. This space, comprised of leaves and stumps from the world tree, represented sun grade, equivalent to an A-grade soul master. Should the world tree revive, it would reach the legendary mythical grade. Could Lin Hanmo facilitate that process, reviving the withered tree? This notion crossed the minds of all present. Not just the Eagle Nation's examiner. Even the golden-haired deity, embodying Athena, exhibited a flicker of emotional fluctuation. The examiner from Bear Country appeared restless, eager to forge connections with the Chinese examiner. Their two nations shared a cordial relationship, and during the examination, Ajif had displayed camaraderie with Lin Hanmo. Perhaps this could secure Lin Hanmo for Bear Country's top university. Sensing the gazes around him, the Chinese examiner lamented. The examiners above felt this way. And below, the representatives of the Eagle Nation and various academies did as well. The Eagle Nation's candidates, John and Jack, ranked 8th and 9th in the global leaderboard respectively, stared at the sky in bewilderment. The flat-nosed Jack felt a sudden pang of regret. Perhaps they should have adopted a more conciliatory approach towards Lin Hanmo. The carrot-and-stick method had always been their modus operandi. Observing the current scene, even the dimmest among them realized this was no large-scale domain that could be initiated by firefly-grade garments. Candle grade. This fellow's wedding attire is candle grade. Beside him, John, with his hawk-like nose, gritted his teeth, muttering these words through clenched jaws. His voice was soft yet audible to all present. In an instant, the audience in the Eagle Nation's live stream snapped back to reality amidst the floral downpour. My God? Candle grade? Is this still the college entrance examination? This year's exam already showcased a plethora of firefly grade garments. How could candle grade possibly emerge? To be frank, the ability to create candle grade attire indicates that this Chinese student possesses fabricating skills rivaling some teachers. Some individuals, even with candle grade materials, cannot craft candle grade garments. Where did he find the time to create candle grade attire? What is happening here? Spectators from various nations stood in stunned silence. The deluge of flower petals struck the genius candidates holding weddings with a crushing blow. Even if they cleared the petals away, they could not escape the fact. They were utterly suppressed. Should Lin Hanmo's wedding proceed smoothly, he would undoubtedly secure the top spot globally. No, this cannot stand. We must thwart him. The flat-nosed Jack snapped back to reality, speaking in a low voice. To win him over, we must first subdue him. Otherwise, Lin Hanmo will forever look down on our Eagle Nation's candidates. He gazed at the red flower palanquin emerging from the square and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle. We cannot allow this to continue." Chapter 28. A wedding turns into a funeral? The suppression of Western deities, accompanied by the cascading flower rain, an elderly figure clad in a cerulean robe, with a youthful visage and white hair, slowly materialized before Lin Hanmo. One hand grasped a red thread, while the other held a scepter. His benevolent expression bore the semblance of an ordinary old man. Lin Hanmo had encountered the old deity before. Clad in a red official robe, Lin Hanmo offered a respectful salute to the matchmaker. Well, the matchmaker chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement, raising his scepter to lightly tap the spot where Lin Hanmo stood. Accompanied by the neighing of a steed, a chestnut horse appeared before Lin Hanmo. It regarded him with a snort, leisurely approaching, seemingly imbued with sentience, waiting for him to mount. Young lad, boldly move forward. This wedding shall be unprecedentedly grand. The matchmaker said kindly, tossing the red thread lightly. As the thread intertwined, it connected Lin Hanmo's wrist to Jiang Qingqiu's wrist from within the palanquin. Before Lin Hanmo could process this connection, he witnessed the matchmaker's body suddenly explode before him. The deity self-destructed? In the astonished gazes of all, the white mist integrated into the surrounding structures, melding into their palanquins. In an instant, the scenery transformed once more. The modern houses draped in red gradually morphed, ultimately becoming ancient buildings adorned with greenish-white, their eaves resembling mountain peaks. Cloaked in crimson, they stood amidst the mist, evoking the feeling of entering a world of ink wash, utterly breathtaking. The architectural style was remarkably unique. The live stream audience marveled at the changing scenery, fervently capturing screenshots. This was undeniably a structure rich in our Chinese characteristics. I once saw a dilapidated house in an exploration of a restricted area in China. Its shape closely resembled these buildings. Upstairs, I too have seen it. That exploration team ventured deep into the heart of ancient China, rumored to be a region known as the Misty Rain of Jiangnan. Wow, the palanquin paired with such scenery instantly immerses this wedding in grandeur. As the audience excitedly discussed, the uneven ground beneath Lin Hanmo and others gradually became covered with azure stones, accompanied by white mist and falling red petals. Providing an infinite visual spectacle, it was time to depart. Observing the scene, Lin Hanmo wasted no time, beckoning to the procession behind him before mounting the horse. The horse, seemingly sentient, began to synchronize with the rhythm of the 8-pole palanquin. Sauntering forward, behind, an increasing number of Bear Nation candidates followed suit. The entire square's wedding hall quickly emptied. Some had initially refrained from witnessing the wedding for their safety, but gazing upon such a wondrous transformation of the environment piqued everyone's curiosity. Thus, under Ajif's lead, more and more Bear Nation candidates joined the bridal procession. Enveloped in mist, the procession appeared endless, causing the Eagle Nation and other candidates blocking their path to furrow their brows in trepidation. Yet, with arrows strung, they had no choice but to release them. The Eagle Nation's top candidate, Jack, turned to his fellow candidates from various nations trailing behind him and commanded, "Stop them. We have over 100 individuals here. If we cannot even block a single Chinese candidate, what face will we have left to attend top universities after the exam?" The golden-haired candidate, John, with his hawk-like nose, made a direct promise. "I possess the authority to admit students to the prestigious Hagen University of the Eagle Nation. I hereby declare that whoever kills Lin Hanmo will gain direct admission to Hagen University without an entrance exam." His words instantly ignited fervor among the surrounding students. "Really? Allow me to have a word with this genius. Let us all summon the divine and first disrupt the wedding." In this moment, what extraordinary scene unfolds, and what threats from the Bear Nation's candidates seem trivial before this group of examinees. This is indeed a direct admission to Hagen University, a prestigious institution ranked among the top 30 globally. They had promised to assist, not solely out of a desire to suppress Wuxia for their own nation, but primarily to curry favor with Jack and John, who possessed the authority to directly recruit students through the Gaokao. With generous rewards already pledged, and believing that these two would not dare to retract their promises in the face of a global livestream, one of the eager candidates rushed forward. "I shall go first," he proclaimed, adorned in a resplendent golden-red royal robe, his voice echoing as a golden light flickered around him, revealing a familiar face with a somewhat fractured neck. "Respected King Louis XVI, Please wield your divine power to vanquish the enemies before us, he shouted excitedly, gazing at Lin Hanmo as though he were a specter. After all, despite the strength of Lin Hanmo's attire, it was merely a wedding garment. What combat prowess could a wedding dress possibly possess? He was summoning Louis XVI, a king of true authority. Yet, the Eagle Nation candidate, perplexed, noticed that Louis XVI did not initiate an attack. Looking up, he was astonished to see a look of fear on the king's face. Louis XVI, staring at Lin Hanmo, let out a shriek. "You again," and with that, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. Soaring back into the Eagle Nation candidate's garment, the robe dimmed, losing all semblance of vitality. This unexpected turn of events left the entire assembly in a state of bewilderment. "Hey, what is going on?" "The king? The king!" The Eagle Nation candidate who had taken the lead turned crimson, feeling utterly humiliated on an international stage. The king he had summoned merely glanced at the rival before making a hasty retreat? What a farce! This was a renowned king of France. When he had summoned him before, such a thing had never occurred. "Hey, hey!" As Lin Hanmo approached on horseback, the Eagle Nation candidate panicked, desperately channeling spiritual energy into his attire. Yet, despite the faint glow emanating from it, no deity appeared at last. When Lin Hanmo stood beside him, the robe erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Before he could rejoice, it exploded with a resounding bang, resembling the sound of firecrackers. The first Eagle Nation candidate was sent flying, blood spattering from his mouth. The inexplicable defeat rendered the crowd silent. Clad in red, Lin Hanmo seemed enveloped in an invisible yet formidable power, handling all impending dangers effortlessly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only the viewers in the livestream understood what had transpired. Ha ha ha! Has Louis XVI become fearful after being bested by our Huaxia Emperor? Louis XVI, please, don't summon me again. Is this the first time a Western deity has shown fear towards us Huaxia? In the past, those deities would serve us in subservience, never lending us even a hint of power for battle, and now, they are afraid of us. Oh, how I long to learn the attire of the great Qin. Lin Hanmo, you must become #1 in the world and then teach us the garb of the great Qin. Ahead, the bridal sedan chair had entered the encirclement, observing the young man on the chestnut horse. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Jack, the flat-nosed boy, felt a surging, unnamed fury, a growing sense of oppression. He could not help but roar in anger. Everyone, summon the divine. Let this wedding become Lin Hanmo's funeral. He is merely an F grade. What if his attire is of a higher level? How can an F grade contend against so many of us? As he spoke, the gold-red Pope's robe on Jack erupted in a dazzling radiance. A towering figure, brandishing a deep crimson scepter and wearing a majestic crown, slowly materialized in the path before Lin Hanmo's. This giant's form emerged. The surrounding architecture reminiscent of misty Jiangnan began to warp. As if struck by a force, attempting to revert to its original state. Red petals floated down from the sky, caught in a whirlwind, seemingly on the verge of obliteration. Beams of light reflected from Lin Hanmo's brown eyes. Those were the manifestations of deities. That was the pressure from the entire Western pantheon. The livestream's camera zoomed out, and all viewers collectively held their breath. In this tableau of divine beings, over 100 deities occupied the most resplendent portion. Lin Hanmo, clad in his red attire, along with those behind him, appeared so diminutive and helpless before the deities. The wrath of the Western gods was about to descend. Could the attire of Huaxia withstand such a force? Chapter 29. The red garb remains. Huaxia is unvanquished. The livestream camera seemed to sense the anticipation of the viewers, swiftly focusing on all the Huaxia students participating in this wedding. Faced with such dire circumstances, what expressions would adorn their faces? Gravity? Fear? Or perhaps the despair of impending doom, prepared to fight to the bitter end? However, to everyone's astonishment, each Huaxia student captured in the live stream, gazing at the multitude of deities summoned from the heavens, exhibited nothing but excitement and fervor in their eyes. They all looked toward the red-clad youth on the chestnut steed, as if awaiting something. The students carrying the sedan chair, including the slender monkey, showed no inclination to lower it and confront the enemy. It was as though the impending attack held no effect on them whatsoever. Madness. This group has lost their senses. The audience was collectively stunned. What does Lin Hanmo intend to do? Is he preparing to face the assault of over 100 candidates from the Eagle Nation, the Eastern Nation, and others all by himself? Even if he possessed a modicum of spiritual energy to withstand one attack, wouldn't a single round from these 100 deities obliterate them all? What kind of brainwashing has Lin Hanmo inflicted upon these Huaxia students? As for the others carrying the sedan, it was understandable since they had already completed the second round of assessments. Being eliminated was no longer a concern. But what of Li Yeye and Zhang Lei? Why do they not retreat? Why stand so close? What of Yulao? Has that deity named Yulao truly vanished? Someone, save us! Lin Hanmo, quickly summon the emperor of our great Qin. Where is his black robe? Is he not wearing it? In this moment, Lin Hanmo, riding his chestnut horse, seemed to entirely disregard the obstructing deities before him. He continued his leisurely advance, not even taking the action of summoning deities to confront the enemy. It was as if these Western deities were utterly inconsequential. At this moment, even without uttering a word, all enemies ahead were incensed. Even the ethereal manifestations of the summoned deities in the sky turned their gaze upon this mortal, who held them in disdain. The dignity of kings cannot be challenged. Divine authority reigns supreme. Mortals should kneel in reverence. They ought to be met with the gravest punishment. Before my Eastern Emperor, why do you not bow your head? In the sky, the fury of the 100 deities ignited. Countless brilliant lights, mingled with various attacks, poured down like a torrential rain. The towering red-robed bishop, leading the charge, unleashed a scarlet brilliance from his scepter, coalescing above Lin Hanmo's head into a radiant cross. That cross, imbued with immense intimidation, descended upon Lin Hanmo with the intent to suppress him on the spot. In contrast, Jack's face turned pale as a ghost. This attack consumed all of his meager 100 points of spiritual energy. Representing the most formidable blow he could muster in such a short span, he gazed ahead at Lin Hanmo, already condemning him to death in his mind. This time, he had exerted more effort than John beside him, demonstrating greater prowess. Should Lin Hanmo be crushed by this assault, eliminated on the spot, he would use it as a pretext to establish his own renown. If Lin Hanmo were to miraculously survive, he would seize the opportunity to suppress him, thus earning the rival's submission. It would serve as a humiliation for Huaxia. With this achievement, upon returning home, he would likely receive significant resource allocations from the upper echelons of the Eagle Nation. The sacred cross, laden with Jack's expectations, smashed down to the ground, merging with the 100 radiant lights from the heavens, erupting in a tremendous roar. Dust and debris flew as a violent shockwave emanated from Lin Hanmo's position, causing many of the Bear Nation candidates following closely to stagger backward, nearly toppling over. Even Ajif, witnessing the resplendent attack before him, felt a tremor in his heart. He mused that if he were to enter that fray, he would undoubtedly become a mere pile of bones. Even an E-grade attire master would struggle to withstand such a direct confrontation. At most, they would manage to escape in a disheveled state. The convergence of at least 100 attacks of at least faint light level had resulted in a qualitative transformation. Such power would pose little challenge in navigating a faint light level misty realm outside. What on earth is Lin Hanmo thinking? Many Eagle Nation candidates cheered at this spectacle. Huaxia, the sick man, do you still dare to provoke us, Eastern Nation? What of being number one? A mindless number one cannot compare to our Eagle Nation candidates. Previously, Huaxia ranked beneath us in the East, and it remains so now. Nearby, those Huaxia candidates who had been drawn in to avenge Li Zhaoxiang wore complex expressions, unsure whether to echo the sentiments or slink away in defeat. Some Bear Nation candidates, observing the scene, shook their heads in dismay, preparing to leave. Poor Lin, he should have completed his assessment within the confines of his own courtyard. What am I truly anticipating? Alas, the wedding preparations are underway. Lin, when the opportunity arises, we, the examinees from the Bear Nation, shall seek vengeance for you. The barrage of questions in the live stream chat flooded the screen, with all viewers perplexed as to why Lin Hanmo remained unflinching. Such defiance could not possibly allow the wedding to proceed. In an instant, some spectators speculated that Lin Hanmo was paralyzed by fear from foreign deities, overwhelmed by the unprecedented situation. Although the smoke from the attacks had yet to dissipate, hope had already waned, until someone discerned an anomaly. My God, wait. If something were to happen to Lin Hanmo, how could the surrounding special domain still remain intact? Once uttered, This revelation spread like wildfire among all those monitoring the battlefield. Those who were about to leave halted in shock, turning their heads in astonishment. Indeed, if Lin Hanmo had been severely injured or eliminated, even without announcements, this scene should have vanished, right? Yet, the misty scenery of Jiangnan lingered. The fluttering red petals were merely disrupted by the shockwave of the explosion. As the tumult subsided, the petals remained, the streets adorned in crimson finery just as before. Everything appeared unchanged at that moment. Every observer of this chaotic scene felt a prickling unease, their mouths agape in disbelief. The only explanation for such a phenomenon was that the attacked individual had sustained no injuries whatsoever. And even the special attire he wore remained unscathed. Jack and the other examinees froze in their smiles, their pupils contracting sharply as if they had glimpsed a malevolent specter, their bodies trembling violently. A gentle breeze swept through, clearing the fog at the battlefield's center. The sound of neighing horses echoed from the center. The youth in the red attire remained steadfast. His gaze met John and the others with calm composure. Behind him, the lean monkey bore the palanquin, while Zhang Lei and the others grinned broadly, their eyes glinting with mockery. In an instant, the live chat from various nations erupted, nearly crashing under the weight of excitement. Chapter 30. The Golden Wind and Jade do meet, surpassing countless mortal encounters. My God, what just happened? How did they survive? Were the attacks from these examinees mere theatrics? With so many people attacking simultaneously, a human would surely be shattered on the spot, right? Absurd. Even the palanquin sustained no injuries. Is this normal? Jinghai No. 1 High School. Old Zhang. Old Zhang, am I dreaming? The bald class head, Old Wang, was rendered speechless upon witnessing the scene, turning to pinch the thigh of the nearby Xiao Zhang, only to find that Xiao Zhang had already distanced himself, standing with his phone, exclaiming in disbelief. Over 100 deities capable of F-level power attacked together. Yet not a single hair on Lin Hanmo was harmed. Judging by Lin Hanmo's demeanor, he did not appear to be on the brink of exhaustion. This lad has been putting on a show during class while making clothes. Old Wang marveled silently, feeling as though his exemplary student had transformed entirely upon awakening. Theo have a D-level garment master donning a remnant candle-level outfit and perfectly wielding overwhelming power, he would have to adeptly block all attacks. Yet now, Lin Hanmo relied solely on a remnant candle-level garment. He himself was merely F-level. Even with a slightly elevated mental strength, he was not significantly different from the top examinees of Eagle Nation. This remnant candle-level garment, could it be that the profound historical and cultural heritage of Huaxia had lain dormant for too long, only to be unleashed through Lin Hanmo's use, resulting in unimaginable power? For a moment, Old Wang, who had spent over 30 years crafting special garments, found himself at a loss regarding this mystery. Ultimately, it was the lady clad in a flowing gown, consistently embodying Athena among the esteemed judges from various nations above, who provided the answer. From the moment Lin Hanmo emerged unscathed, her eyes shimmered with gold, as if she had tapped into a certain power derived from the wisdom goddess. Moments later, she exclaimed in astonishment. This is the power of the bond from 2 remnant candle-level garments. 2 remnant candle-level garments? The bond's power? Everyone in the sky was taken aback. This statement indicated that not only Lin Hanmo's attire had reached remnant candle level, but also the wedding gown donned by Jiang Qingqiu, who remained seated in the 8-man palanquin, was of the same caliber. This was utterly insane. Even the elderly gentleman with silver hair could not suppress his astonishment. It was his first time witnessing 2 remnant candle-level wedding outfits. After all, who would wear 2 remnant candle-level wedding garments for a ceremony out of sheer leisure? Wasn't that wasteful? Moreover, the abilities gained from elevating these 2 wedding garments to remnant candle-level manifested as a bond. It appeared to provide an exceptionally potent defensive capability. Undoubtedly, if this were confirmed by Lin Hanmo himself, Huaxia would have etched its name into history in this regard. What, exactly, was the effect of this skill? The judges were anxious, yet they could not approach Lin Hanmo to inquire. For the moment, they could only exchange bewildered glances from their vantage point above. And what was the reality? The reality aligned perfectly with Athena's words. Gazing at the stunned examinees from Eagle Nation and Easting, Lin Hanmo casually revealed an attribute panel visible only to himself, adorned with the newly upgraded wedding gown data. Huaxia wedding gown official robe, level, remnant candle level, Effects. 1. Joyous union. 2. Call of the deity. 3. Golden jade harmony. At the moment of the wedding, both parties may jointly expend 250 points of mental energy to activate a blessing, granting divine protection to the entire ceremony with a 25,000 point damage immunity shield, lasting for 2 hours. Note: 1. The golden wind and jade do meet, surpassing countless mortal encounters. 2. Only a love that transcends life and death can activate this skill effect. Aside from Lin Hanmo, this was the source of Lin Hanmo's confidence to complete the Huaxia wedding. The elevation of the Huaxia wedding gown to remnant candle level garnered the bond skill. Golden Jade Harmony. By expending 250 points of mental energy, a blessing could be activated, bestowing all participants and items used in the wedding with a cumulative damage immunity shield worth 25,000 points. As long as the accumulated damage did not exceed 25,000 points, they would remain unharmed. It was truly a miraculous skill. Of course, Lin Hanmo had also discovered some unmentioned limitations of this skill alongside Jiang Qingqiu. For instance, the wedding proceedings did not encompass combat. Any actions contrary to the original intent of a Huaxia wedding would lead to the immediate dissolution of the Golden Jade Harmony effect. Should Lin Hanmo attack others in a state of invulnerability, shedding blood during the wedding would be an exceedingly inauspicious act, causing the Golden Jade Harmony effect to shatter instantly. Nonetheless, even so, this remained a divine technique for evading danger. In the face of peril, upon activating the Golden Jade Harmony effect, his companions could easily carry the palanquin away. As long as the wedding rites were not pursued further, this effect would persist for 2 hours. Now was the opportune moment to utilize it. With over 100 examinees, even if each one directed an attack of at least 100 points of mental energy at him, it would only deplete the damage immunity shield by a little over 10,000 points. To organize such a massive assault again would require considerable time for recovery. Lin Hanmo took a deep breath, gazing forward, his smile unwavering, revealing not a hint of vulnerability. Ultimately, the 2-hour period would come to an end. The best course of action now was to intimidate all enemies and successfully complete the assessment. Naturally, should they truly shatter the formidable 25,000-point shield, Lin Hanmo had a contingency planned. He glanced at his current legendary points. Following this battle, his previously exhausted legendary points had surged dramatically. Current legendary points: 1796. If the opposing side were to disregard everything and attack recklessly, he would not hesitate to shatter the effect. Modifying his Huaxia wedding gown to transform into an entirely new attire named Zhong Kuei's garb, summoning Zhong Kuei to confront the enemy. As for why he didn't opt for the Black Dragon robe, it was primarily due to Lin Hanmo's insufficient level to harness the powerful effects of the Black Dragon robe. The Black Dragon robe was more akin to a Huaxia garment for team combat. It required numerous top-tier garment masters of the Qin dynasty working in concert to wield its full potential. At present, Lin Hanmo could not rapidly produce a large number of Qin garments, nor could he elevate his strength to the pinnacle level immediately. Consequently, he could only devise a strategy around the Grand Crimson official robe. If he could summon Zhong Kuei, perhaps he could tap into the formidable powers associated with Zhong Kuei, a figure of immense renown within Huaxia's mythological framework. That was the power to command the spirits of the underworld. That was the divine system of Huaxia known as the Netherworld. Chapter 31. The wedding ceremony and bridal chamber. Fortunately, subsequent events did not unfold as Lin Hanmo had dreaded. Witnessing Lin Hanmo withstand all attacks unscathed, nearly all examinees from Eagle Nation recoiled. The leader, Jack, still wished to push forward, attempting to rally everyone for another round of assault. Insisting that Lin Hanmo could not withstand another wave of attacks. However, the examinees from Eagle Nation were not foolish. Had they not noticed the examinees from Bear Nation trailing closely behind? For the sake of one Lin Hanmo, if they exhausted all their mental energy and allowed the Bear Nation to capitalize on their weakness, it would be a grave miscalculation. After all, the admission committee had promised to unconditionally accept only one individual. With so many of them, it would be sheer folly to engage in a combined assault. Jack, I suddenly remembered that I need to attend another wedding, so I must take my leave. My mental energy has been drained, and I feel somewhat fatigued. You all may continue, I have matters to attend to as well. The candidates from Eagle Nation gradually dispersed, and even those from other countries who had come to support quietly slipped away. Their attendance was merely out of respect for Jack and John. Yet some among them held statuses that were not inferior to these two. Jack, it's best that you leave, unless you can garner the support of all the candidates from the British region present. Remaining here would only invite their ridicule. The hawk-nosed youth, John, who had initially stood against Lin Hanmo, began to falter as he spoke. He cast a glance at the approaching figure on horseback, feeling increasingly powerless. The enhancement bestowed by the traditional Chinese wedding attire was simply overwhelming. With their current materials and knowledge, they could not possibly create garments of the same caliber to compete. This round of examination was indeed his home ground. Ultimately, before Lin Hanmo could arrive, John reluctantly pulled the unwilling Jack away. The onlooking adversaries finally retreated. On the road ahead, only a shower of flower petals and a procession of crimson bridal attire remained. The setting sun cast a fiery glow upon the faces of every candidate. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, genuine smiles blossoming on their faces. Under the cascade of red petals, amidst the misty scenery reminiscent of Jiangnan, the grand wedding procession joyfully returned to the small courtyard outside the main venue. Here, everything had transformed. The familiar creaking wooden door had been replaced by two towering deep copper-red doors, standing majestically to the left and right. Adorned with exquisite golden patterns, they exuded an air of solemnity and elegance. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the words Lin Residence. The bride disembarked from the sedan. Jiang Lei called out for the 8 slender figures to lower the sedan and lean it forward. He opened the curtain of the bridal sedan, assisting his sister, who sat upright inside, to step out. Under the gaze of the gathered crowd, Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu took the lead, pushing open the grand doors of the residence and stepping inside. Against the backdrop of countless red petals, the young man donned in a crimson official robe appeared strikingly handsome, as though a figure from ancient times had traversed into the present. The bride, veiled in red, walked gracefully, embodying the essence of a refined lady. A red thread entwined their wrists, binding them together. Anyone witnessing this scene would inevitably feel their heart flutter. Is this not the very beginning of love's steadfastness in the mortal realm? The audience, just recovering from the tense atmosphere, immediately immersed themselves in this beautiful scene. What a stunning sight! I want my wedding photos to be like this. That red thread in their hands is so fitting. It symbolizes their fated connection, does it not? Suddenly, there is a sense of shipping a couple here. Everyone, join in. Guests are always welcome. The slender figures beckoned to the candidates from Bear Nation, who had been watching from outside. Naturally, those Bear Nation candidates, who had initially planned to catch the conclusion, complied, entering the courtyard while offering a few congratulatory remarks, playing the role of bystanders to add some liveliness to the Chinese wedding. The courtyard quickly became crowded. Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu had already entered the main hall of the courtyard, standing before 2 empty chairs in the center. Ordinarily, the parents would occupy these seats. However, as this was merely a performance, it would be inappropriate to have anyone impersonate their parents. Jiang Lei wanted to take on that role but was firmly rejected by Jiang Qingqiu after being soundly beaten. According to her, if someone were to sit down, it should be her, the sister, when Jiang Lei began his assessment. Shall we begin, Brother Lin? Jiang Lei, having already arranged the proceedings, stood up to serve as the officiant of this wedding. First, we bow to heaven and earth. His voice resonated throughout the courtyard. Following his instructions, Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu bowed slightly toward the north. Second, we bow to our parents. The two turned and bowed toward the 2 empty chairs. Now, the husband and wife bow to each other. Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu turned to face one another, bending slightly in reverence across the red veil. This solemn and ceremonious wedding ritual inevitably led all the candidates from Bear Nation present to compare it with their own Western-style weddings in their minds. They had all pledged their fidelity to their partners in the presence of a priest, making vows. In contrast, this Chinese wedding emphasized an unprecedented ceremony, akin to expressing gratitude to heaven, earth, and humanity. It was a thanks for uniting lovers. In such a context, phrases like "Do you love him?" and "I do" seemed exceedingly cliché. The audience in the live stream felt the atmosphere of the wedding, growing increasingly satisfied. This truly embodies the essence of our Chinese culture. Indeed, watching the part where they declare their vows and then embrace and kiss feels awkward and shy. This dignified ceremony is much more appealing, especially with the red veil. Don't you feel that regardless of the bride's beauty, they already seem like a couple? This attire is exquisite. If I ever get married, I want a wedding like this in Bear Nation. Ajia couldn't help but exclaim. Perhaps accustomed to ruggedness, this top candidate from Bear Nation increasingly felt that such a wedding ceremony suited him perfectly. Yet he wondered if the wedding attire came in larger sizes. Lost in thought, Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu had completed their 3 bows, and at Zhang Lei's call of enter the bridal chamber, the crowd erupted in a coordinated cheer. The Chinese wedding thus reached its climax. Lin Hanmo led the somewhat disoriented Jiang Qingqiu into the bridal chamber. Chapter 32. Bloodstained Garb, Frayed Red Thread, Indian Deities. Though it was termed the bridal chamber, it was actually a small enclosure adjacent to the main hall. Inside, the intricately carved dragon and phoenix candles flickered brightly, illuminating the room as the daylight dimmed. The bed was adorned with vibrant red, scattered with dried fruits like walnuts and chestnuts, symbolizing early progeny. Lin Hanmo gently assisted Jiang Qingqiu onto the bed, then picked up the prepared scale from a nearby table, carefully lifting the veil off the young girl's head. This gesture was laden with significance, representing fulfillment of wishes. Beneath the red veil, the girl appeared graceful and dignified, her beauty illuminated by the candlelight. However, Lin Hanmo noticed a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead, indicating that the veil was stifling. "Husband, let us partake in this cup of wine," Jiang Qingqiu said softly, winking at Lin Hanmo. "Very well." Lin Hanmo sighed in relief, pouring 2 cups of wine from the prepared flask on the small table. The liquid was pure and clear, resembling plain water. How could alcoholic beverages appear in an examination setting? The 2 exchanged cups, drinking as a final curtain call for the wedding. "Is it over now?" the gentle girl inquired, setting her cup down. "Yes, it is over." "Well done. We are undoubtedly the best," Lin Hanmo replied with a smile. Finally, it was concluded. Jiang Qingqiu, clad in her bright red wedding attire, stood up and twisted a few times to stretch her limbs, then removed the heavy phoenix crown from her head, remarking, "The degree of discomfort in this Chinese wedding is hardly less than that of wearing a white wedding gown." Not to mention this cumbersome headpiece, sitting in the sedan was equally torturous. One couldn't move at all, like a wooden puppet. "Next time, if we have such a role to play, let us switch it up. I'll ride, and you can sit in the sedan?" Lin Hanmo scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Under the glow of the dragon and phoenix candles, their shadows gradually elongated. The red thread shimmered, and a sound of invisible shattering echoed from the surroundings. The effect of a golden and jade marriage had been activated. Lin Hanmo also took the opportunity to retract the domain presented by the matchmaker. The scattered flower petals and the misty Jiangnan scenery truly dissipated at that moment. This brought relief to the 2 clad in wedding attire, as maintaining these phenomena also consumed their mental energy. However, it was the unique bond brought about by the 2 pieces of ceremonial clothing, along with the substantial blessings from the matchmaker, that allowed them to endure for so long. Lin Hanmo finally said, "Let us seize the next opportunity to return. For now, we should swiftly complete your brother's assessment. You rest, I will go call him." "All right, I will change out of this wedding gown first. It's cumbersome to walk in." Upon hearing about her younger brother's assessment, Jiang Qingqiu, who had initially felt uncomfortable all over, perked up. "Wait for me. I will be out shortly. I also need to change into the black dragon robe, just in case something goes awry, as they cannot activate the effect of the golden and jade marriage." As Lin Hanmo spoke, he turned to leave the room, leaving the space entirely to Jiang Qingqiu. He exited the enclosure in his bright red wedding robe and closed the door behind him. The bridal chamber was not far from the main hall. In just a few steps, he saw Zhang Lei still waiting in the main hall. "Brother Lin, are you finished?" Zhang Lei greeted him with a smile. Your sister." Lin Hanmo opened his mouth, intending to say something, when suddenly, he felt a wave of heart palpitations, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of crisis. The red thread in his hand suddenly flickered violently. In an instant, Lin Hanmo felt as if his body had been struck by an unseen force. He involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood splattered onto the red official robe, clearly visible. The wedding robe was stained with blood. The effect of the red thread binding them had been triggered. Jiang Qingqiu was in danger. An enemy's attack had emerged even after they had completed the 2nd round of assessments. At this moment, they were at their most vulnerable. Why? What happened to Brother Lin? In the midst of Zhang Lei's terrified gaze, Lin Hanmo's mind raced with a flurry of thoughts, ultimately landing on a chilling possibility. Securing the top spot globally was a certainty. However, The rankings of others remained undetermined. Someone was intent on preventing his companions from ascending. Just as Lin Hanmo endured his physical discomfort and prepared to forcibly exchange positions with Jiang Qingqiu through the effect of their bond. The red thread in his hand snapped with a resounding crack. It was a complete severance. There were enemies, Lin Hanmo shouted, swiftly pivoting towards the side room of the hall, before he could even enter. A loud crash echoed from within. Accompanying the sound, the wooden door was violently shattered, and Jiang Qingqiu, clad in a crimson gown, was flung out, crashing hard against the wall, which reverberated from the impact. She violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The vibrant red of her wedding attire emanating an ominous black mist, as if influenced by some divine power. Qingqiu, sister? The commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone present in the hall. Naturally, Li Yeye and Jiang Lei noticed as well. And upon witnessing Jiang Qingqiu being thrown out, their faces turned pale with shock as they rushed forward. Seeing this, Lin Hanmo dashed into the room. Inside, illuminated by the twin phoenix candles, two shadowy figures cloaked in darkness clung to the wall, seemingly crawling out from the shadows cast by the flickering flames. Upon noticing Lin Hanmo's arrival, the two figures did not linger but instead emitted a series of piercing laughs. Soon, the inexplicable sound of a cow's mooing resonated from within the house. Accompanied by a spectral figure in red with a green face riding a water buffalo, the original shadows vanished in an instant. The reinforcements, including a Jiefu, who rushed over to confront the enemies, could only stand in bewilderment at the now empty room. Where had the enemies gone? The sudden attack left everyone in shock. The audience, who had initially planned to exit the live stream after witnessing the Grand Chinese wedding, now found themselves captivated once more. What the heck just happened? How could Jiang Qingqiu be ambushed? Where did they go? Wait, during the wedding and bedding segment, Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu's shadows were so lengthy. Could it be that the assailants had already infiltrated? I thought it was merely due to the flickering candles. Was Jack John from the Eagle Nation unwilling to accept defeat and attempted an ambush after the examination ended? No, this doesn't seem to bear their mark. This resembles the Indian deity, Yama. In the venue, Lin Hanmo gazed at the vanished figures and solemnly intoned. That was the deity governing the underworld in Indian mythology. The attackers this time were most likely the Indian examinees who had been unusually quiet during the examination. Chapter 33. The Garb of Huaxia. Zhong Kuei's attire. Who is stronger, the Huaxia deities or the Indian gods? A great joy must precede a great sorrow. Clad in her resplendent red wedding gown, Jiang Qingqiu was enveloped in dark energy, her life hanging by a thread. It seemed she was on the verge of triggering the near-death protection of the global examination. Clearly, the two assailants had struck with confidence, believing she would not survive. Qingqiu? Classmate Li Yeye cradled her, her tone laced with urgency. She scrutinized Jiang Qingqiu's condition, finally noticing something amiss around her neck. It was the 5 ghosts of the Indian deity Yama entwining her. As she spoke, she gently lifted Jiang Qingqiu's head, and everyone finally saw the dark marks forming beneath her neck, resembling invisible hands of spirits tightening around her throat. The audience felt a chill run down their spines. The Indian deity Yama could only be invoked by the high castes in India, a deity of great renown. The materials required to fashion attire akin to his were exceedingly rare, and the difficulty of summoning him was even greater. After all, there exists a hierarchy among deities. How could the strength of those two Indian examinees be so formidable? It seemed they had not encountered their areas of expertise in the previous rounds. Brother Lin, what do we do now? Jiang Lei looked at his sister's increasingly pale complexion, panic setting in. Lin, your companion's condition is dire. She may only last a few minutes at most. A Jiefu from the Bear Nation furrowed his brow at the scene. Pondering briefly before turning to Lin Hanmo, to combat the 5 ghosts of the Indian deity Yama, one must assume the role of a historically renowned Western pope and successfully invoke the deity to perform a sanctified light baptism on her. Furthermore, it must be an attire of at least firefly level. Otherwise, it may only suppress the curse, while only a candle-level garment might eradicate it entirely. I have some thoughts, but crafting such an outfit would undoubtedly take too long. A decision must be made swiftly. This curse will only intensify, causing unbearable suffering. Perhaps your team should withdraw from the examination for now. Firefly-level papal attire? Aside from Jack from the Eagle Nation, who plans to upgrade his glimmering attire from the first round in the second round? Who else possesses firefly-level papal garments? Jiang Lei, Li Yeye, and the others felt a wave of despair wash over them. They had crafted papal attire in the first round, but it was merely glimmering level. They lacked even the qualifications for further sanctified light baptisms. The audience sighed upon witnessing this. Perhaps it would be best for Jiang Qingqiu to withdraw from the examination for treatment. I just searched, and it seems the 5 ghosts of the curse only amplify the suffering as one nears death. This is not something a mere examinee can withstand. Indeed. Thankfully, these examiners are not exceptionally capable. If a true top-tier spiritual garment master were to perform the summoning and employ this ghostly binding ability, it could unleash a horde of spirits from the abyss, dragging one into endless hell. We should leave quickly. Once struck by this, unless the root cause is addressed, relying solely on Firefly-level papal sanctified light for treatment would merely be a temporary measure. As the crowd deliberated, they had already condemned Jiang Qingqiu to her fate. The Indian pantheon is renowned globally as a powerful divine system. Simply put, Yama, the lord of the underworld, is revered worldwide, with many summoned deities holding him in high esteem. What use is Lin Hanmo's candle-level Huaxia robe against a god who governs the realm of the dead? Can Huaxia even boast such a deity, the lord of the underworld? Does he even qualify? Just as all the spectators lost hope, the young man's deep voice resonated within the live stream. Upon hearing this, everyone paused, turning to find the red-clad youth's expression remarkably calmer than before, his brown eyes glimmering with a hint of confidence. What does this mean? When all eyes fixated on Lin Hanmo, he moved. A crimson light erupted from his being. Before the astonished witnesses, Lin Hanmo's ceremonial wedding robe began to exhibit signs of melting, the patterns of sun, moon, and rivers seemingly transforming. He pressed his hand to his chest. Against his attire, this is crafting a special garment. What? Even the live stream camera momentarily failed to react. Only upon realizing what Lin Hanmo was doing did it swiftly adjust its focus. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. What the heck? Is he crafting garments now? What does Lin Hanmo intend to do? Is he planning to destroy that garment? That wedding robe, with its candle-level potential, is worth a fortune on the market. Surely he doesn't intend to create a candle-level papal robe on the spot? Is he out of his mind? Is there even time for that? Witnessing Lin Hanmo's actions, the many examinees present were left dumbfounded. Lin? What are you doing, dude? Don't act impulsively. Even if you could craft a candle-level papal robe, you lack the mental fortitude and time. A Jiefu exclaimed, preparing to intervene against Lin Hanmo's reckless endeavor. In his view, it was a futile effort, an irrational display. Unexpectedly, just as a Jiefu stepped forward, Lin Hanmo halted his actions. Just when he thought the young man had abandoned his plans, his eyes widened in realization. Observing the young man before him, a Jiefu suddenly perceived a change in Lin Hanmo's aura. If previously Lin Hanmo, adorned in his wedding robe, exuded the charm of a handsome youth, now he emanated an even greater authority. His every gesture conveyed a sense of foreboding. Lin Hanmo's attire had transformed. While still clad in a vibrant red ceremonial robe, his overall appearance was entirely different. In his mind, the radiant halls of ancient Huaxia shone brightly. From the shadowy bookshelf marked with the underworld's tomes, a deep crimson book soared forth, flipping open to reveal a robe strikingly similar to what Lin Hanmo currently wore. The left sleeve was long and wide, the stitching at the cuff appearing incomplete, slightly ajar. The right cuff, however, was entirely secured, adorned with a slender object near the finger position, resembling an additional finger. This unique ceremonial robe was distinct, with added length that rendered it somewhat oversized. Devoid of the heroic elegance of the previous wedding robe, prompting frowns from onlookers. Yet, upon wearing it, Lin Hanmo's handsome demeanor dissipated, replaced by a wild yet authoritative presence that was strikingly compelling. What is this? Ajif was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend the significance of Lin Hanmo's act of destroying the wedding robe and transforming it into this peculiar form. It was also due to the fact that he was wearing this garment. If someone else were to don it, say, if he were to wear it, it would likely look utterly unseemly. The aesthetic sensibilities of soul masters were generally commendable, and everyone could almost instantly discern that this attire was far from beautiful. Were it not for the unique aura it exuded when worn, it would be fair to call it grotesque. Just as the onlookers believed Lin Hanmo was engaging in self-destruction, he began to explain. This is the attire of Huaxia, the Zhongkue robe. There seemed to be a glimmer in his eyes. Indian deities dare to claim dominion over the underworld. It is we, Huaxia, who possess the true mythology to govern the nether realm. Chapter 34. This is the deity of the underworld in Huaxia. A mythology uniquely belonging to Huaxia. Lin Hanmo's words left everyone breathless. In the live stream, countless soul masters were jolted by his proclamation. We, Huaxia, also possess myth concerning the underworld. We, Huaxia, have deities who preside over the nether realm. It is well known that the pantheon of underworld deities symbolizes the flourishing of a civilization's mythology. This resonates with the celestial pantheon and is likewise essential in combating the beasts of the forbidden zones. Within the mists of the forbidden zones along the borders of various nations, many of these beasts exhibit soul attributes. Their bodies do not belong to the material realm, rendering any physical attacks completely ineffective. In those moments, soul masters suffered greatly at the hands of these ethereal beasts. Some of these beasts even dared to emerge from the forbidden zones under the blazing sun, wreaking havoc without fear of the holy light. Were it not for the various nations uncovering corresponding mythological systems of the underworld, utilizing underworld deities against underworld entities, human civilization could have faced annihilation. If Lin Hanmo could indeed summon the underworld deity of Huaxia, would that not signify that our Huaxia is not merely a powerful historical dynasty? Our pantheon of deities is equally formidable, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the world. Was Lin Hanmo intent on challenging the Indian lord of the underworld with the deities of Huaxia? In an instant, all the Huaxia soul masters who heard Lin Hanmo's words were filled with anticipation. If Lin Hanmo could truly succeed in summoning the underworld deity of Huaxia, they could stand tall and face the soul beasts without having to bow and scrape to foreign deities, but instead invoke their own. Should that Huaxia underworld deity triumph over the Indian lord of the underworld, then the mythology of the Huaxia underworld would truly rise. Professor Qian, at the forward supply station leading to the misty forbidden zone on the northwestern border of Huaxia, a group of individuals clad in various traditional garments, preparing to venture into the forbidden zone, were suddenly called to attention. A young man burst forth from the station, waving his phone, panting heavily. Professor, something big has happened. The surrounding team members furrowed their brows at the young man's disheveled appearance. Xiao Jia, what's the matter? We are about to depart, and you haven't even changed your outfit. We are heading into the depths of the forbidden zone. A moment's distraction could be fatal. Why choose now to watch the college entrance examination livestream? Unlike the Soul Master mercenary teams, they were a top-tier archaeological team sponsored by the official institution of Soul Master University. All members were at least D-level Soul Masters. Their purpose for entering the Forbidden Zone was not to exterminate, but to excavate the historical and cultural elements contained within, thereby infusing new vitality into Huaxia civilization. Just half a month prior, they had encountered a B-level skeletal golden crow within the Forbidden Zone, and in a panic, had fled deep into a C-level Forbidden Zone. There, they discovered the remnants of a temple. According to their research, it could potentially represent a significant structure within the Huaxia underworld mythology. Were it not for the limited personnel at the time and the fear of the skeletal golden crow returning, they would have likely remained there until they unraveled all the mysteries. Since their return, everyone had been unable to forget about that place. If they could truly excavate it, it would undoubtedly be a historic achievement. In such an exhilarating moment, you wish to discuss the college entrance examination? Gazing at the clumsy young man, even the white-haired team leader, Professor Qian, couldn't help but frown. He spoke slowly. Xiao Jia, perhaps you should return to school and rest. You are not fit for this expedition. Since you wish to watch the college entrance examination, why not just finish it, so as not to be distracted on the journey? Ah? Xiao Jia exclaimed in panic. Waving his hands, no, Professor Qian, Lin Hanmo has created an attire representing the Huaxia underworld deity system. He intends to summon that Huaxia deity. Moreover, I have noticed that the garment he crafted bears a striking resemblance to the attire of the broken statue we saw in the sea-level Forbidden Zone temple. What? Upon hearing Xiao Jia's words, everyone present was momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? Professor Qian's eyes widened as he surged forward with unexpected speed. Seizing Xiao Jia's phone, at first glance, he beheld the striking red Zhongkue robe draped over Lin Hanmo. An inexplicable jolt surged through the mind of this elder nearing his twilight years. Since discovering the dilapidated ancient temple, He had dreamed countless times of the deity statue within, envisioning its myriad broken details. After returning, he had wished to reconstruct the garment from his mind's eye in hopes of directly summoning the deity. Undoubtedly, he had failed. The statue had deteriorated significantly, losing its original luster. To truly summon that deity, it was imperative to excavate some written records to restore it through text and the remnants of symbols. Yet, upon seeing Lin Hanmo in that brilliant red official robe, Professor Qian instinctively recognized it. This was the very vestige he sought to restore. This was the true attire of the deity from the dilapidated ancient temple. So it was, the underworld need not be cloaked in darkness. The deities of the underworld can don vibrant red. The frayed cuffs we previously observed were not merely due to age and decay, but rather the original design of the garment. This is the Huaxia deity. He is the underworld deity we have long sought. Professor Qian's excitement, bordering on frenzy, sent a tremor through all the students of the archaeological team. Impossible? Let me see. You cannot be serious. This attire indeed bears a 50 resemblance to the audiovisual materials we captured. Where on earth did Lin Hanmo find the information? If he truly summons this Huaxia deity, it would be explosive. Poor Xiao Jia, having his phone snatched away, was pushed aside. He found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Hey, if you want to see, use your own phone. Lin Hanmo is about to summon the deity. The archaeological team, originally poised to depart, halted at the border gate. A group of individuals was engrossed in observing the developments on their phones, occasionally offering praises and comments on the attire displayed within, leaving the nearby mercenary teams in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, within the examination hall, Lin Hanmo gazed at the increasingly prominent dark blue bruises on Jiang Qingqiu's neck, his eyes shimmering with a fierce light. Gradually, the black mist swirling around Jiang Qingqiu began to take on a tangible form. 5 ghastly figures with green faces and sharp fangs, their visages twisted with hatred, emerged. They opened their mouths wide, shrieking and cheering, their ghostly hands, seemingly scorched by magma, clutching Jiang Qingqiu's neck with a vice-like grip. The 5 ghosts had ensnared her. Chapter 35. The Wrath of Asan. Zhong Kuei captures ghosts. Impossible. Lin Hanmo cannot succeed. Our Indian deity Yama is the supreme god of the underworld. This is the universally acknowledged strongest deity in the West, just as Lin Hanmo prepared to deal with the 5 ghosts. The Indian examiner, who had remained silent until now, shouted from above. Even the Yama deity summoned through a firefly-level attire possesses limited divine powers, and this technique of binding with 5 ghosts is not something any Huaxia underworld deity could resolve. The Indian examiner's eyes burned red, feeling that his nation was being insulted. I demand a public apology. Send him to India for punishment. Listening to the raucous outcry of the Indian representative, the Huaxia examiner, a middle-aged man with a square face, merely took a sip of tea, remaining unfazed as he calmly replied, "If the Indian deity is truly that powerful, why are you so anxious? Are you afraid of losing another source of income?" You, the Indian examiner, as if struck at his core, became increasingly furious. The reality was precisely as the Huaxia examiner had described. Due to the global acclaim of the Indian deity Yama, the Indian underworld pantheon was held in high esteem. Furthermore, as Indian deities only accepted summons from high-caste Indians, when numerous soul-related beasts emerged along the borders and the holy light proved ineffective, many countries worldwide were compelled to pay handsomely for Indian high-caste soul masters to intervene. Each year, India reaped considerable profits from this arrangement. In terms of financial gain, the Indian deity Yama far outstripped the ancient Greek god Hades. Now, should Lin Hanmo succeed in summoning the deity and demonstrate unparalleled strength. Thus, India should not harbor any illusions about receiving substantial commission orders from Huaxia. Each year, they have managed to carve a significant piece of flesh from Huaxia in this regard. If, by chance, this deity Zhong Kuei permits other nations to summon him, how much less would they receive in a year? As the Indian examiner pondered this, his expression grew increasingly tense, unable to suppress his inner murmurs. After all, Lin Hanmo was invoking the deity with a mere candle-level robe, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Beside him, the seemingly calm Huaxia representative, whose palms betrayed the tension with prominent veins, felt his heart racing, constantly hoping for the best as he gazed at the young man below. Should he successfully summon a Huaxia underworld deity, It would signify that Huaxia unequivocally possesses its own pantheon of underworld gods. The first deity summoned would be of paramount importance. They could leverage this as a breakthrough, extracting invaluable information about the entire underworld pantheon from his lips. In an instant, the emotions of everyone present were stirred by the actions of the young man below. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the youth strolled towards the now unconscious Jiang Qingqiu, whose face had turned increasingly pale, and pressed his hand against the increasingly pronounced black spots on Jiang's neck. The boy's once youthful voice transformed into a deep and resonant timbre. Resonating with explosive power, his rough voice thundered like a storm, exuding an aura of formidable authority. A mere specter dares to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Accompanied by his words, the robe of Zhong Kui enveloped Lin Hanmo in a burst of flickering candlelight. Gradually, a towering phantom of a deity materialized around him. When the crowd beheld his visage, they collectively gasped in astonishment, their hearts trembling. The deity summoned by Lin Hanmo bore a leopard's head with round eyes and a fierce visage. His appearance strikingly grand, devoid of Lin Hanmo's youthful handsomeness, and the vibrant red robe he wore accentuated his fearsome countenance. Encountering a ghost instills fear, but meeting a god induces panic. It was difficult to fathom how a single red robe could manifest such starkly contrasting energies on the two individuals. It was no wonder Lin Hanmo felt overwhelmed. The imposing presence of such a deity was challenging for anyone to replicate. How startling! Previously, one might have questioned how an underworld deity could don celebratory attire. I stand corrected. This presence is far more ominous than those in dark robes. With a leopard's head and a fierce countenance, how could one not feel that this image could serve as a talisman against malevolent spirits? Indeed, it appeared menacing, yet intriguingly, it lacked the inherent dread typically associated with other underworld deities. The observation of the last spectator was met with overwhelming agreement in the barrage of comments. Indeed, I have seen other nations' underworld deities, all exuding a chilling aura, appearing more ghostly than ghosts themselves, yet this Zhong Kui, while fearsome, lacks that eerie essence. Could this be the manifestation of our Huaxia underworld deity, fierce yet not terrifying, as the audience speculated? In the northwestern front lines of Huaxia, Professor Qian, watching the live stream of the red-robed Zhong Kui, felt his eyes redden, exclaiming with fervor, "It is him. It must be him. He is the deity we witnessed in that ancient temple." In that moment, the surrounding students fell silent. Gazing at the somewhat fearsome deity, they were left speechless, their emotions difficult to articulate. Little did they expect that someone had discovered Huaxia's underworld deity system before them. And this individual was merely an awakening garment master still preparing for the college entrance examination. Is Lin Hanmo descended from some illustrious lineage? I have heard that those ancient families with millennia of heritage possess some secret garments and precious ancient texts. How terrifying! This individual is destined for greatness, the first garment master to summon a Huaxia underworld deity. History will undoubtedly record this day. Lin Hanmo has truly become a treasure of Huaxia. As the students conversed, they were unsure whether to feel envious or elated. The moment Lin Hanmo pressed down on Jiang Qingqiu's neck, it seemed he was bestowed with a divine power. He felt an intense heat emanating from his hand. In an instant, the black mist surrounding Jiang Qingqiu thickened alarmingly. The air was filled with the acrid scent of burning, accompanied by piercing wails. Under everyone's gaze, the area Lin Hanmo grasped began to solidify, revealing 5 ghostly hands of a pale hue, along with the ghastly visage of a small demon. Li Yeye, who was cradling Jiang Qingqiu, jumped in shock, nearly causing the unconscious Jiang to fall. Thankfully, Jiang Lei reacted swiftly, rushing forward to steady him, preventing a mishap. "You damned humans! How dare you harm our corporeal forms? We are servants of Lord Yinma. Do you wish to be dragged into hell? It hurts. Let go." The 5 small demons found their hands firmly grasped by Lin Hanmo, whose grip felt like a searing iron, causing the previously grinning demons to wail in agony. Observing this, Lin Hanmo decisively yanked them away from Jiang Qingqiu. Jiang Qingqiu let out a muffled groan, the black marks on his neck vanishing instantly, his pallor returning to a healthy hue, appearing merely unconscious. Just like that, it was resolved. Witnessing Lin Hanmo effortlessly dispel the 5 tormented spirits as if they were mere chicks, Countless spectators were left dumbfounded. Is it possible that these 5 spirits, upon being grasped, lost all ability to resist? Even though they anticipated that the deity Zhongkue would be formidable, they never expected him to be this powerful. He had yet to lift a finger. Merely donning the robe of Zhongkue allowed Lin Hanmo to achieve all of this. He could even physically grasp the spectral entities. Furthermore, he could inflict harm upon them. Chapter 36. Grudges from the Indian Pantheon. Of course, Lin Hanmo merely pulled the 5 spirits away from Jiang Qingqiu, a feat made possible by the abilities granted by the robe of Zhongkue. Huaxia Garment. Zhongkue Robe. Level. Candle Level. Effects. 1. Underworld. Spend 100 points of mental energy to activate the underworld scene. Judgment Hall. Significantly enhancing the abilities of underworld deities, exerting a high degree of suppression over all malevolent spirits and living beings. 2. Summoning. Call forth the deity Zhongkue. 3. Augmentation. Consume 50 points of mental energy to gain the eye of the underworld, overpowering all spirits not exceeding the current garment level in strength. Note: 1. Only righteous individuals and innocent children may summon Zhongkue. Point 2. Those with malicious intent will face Zhongkue's judgment. Point 3. Those too handsome or too effeminate in appearance may also fail to summon him. Augmentation. All spirits of candle level and below, including those at candle level, are overwhelmed by his power. Naturally, subduing these mere spectral entities poses no challenge. However, the subsequent matters will be left to Zhongkue. Lin Hanmo turned to the side. Glancing at Zhongkue, the deity's copper bell-like eyes widened as he effortlessly grasped the 5 spirits Lin Hanmo had captured. This time, it was the true binding of a deity over spirits. In an instant, the 5 spectral forms appeared increasingly ethereal in the eyes of the onlookers. The sizzle of searing flames, accompanied by billowing black smoke, left the 5 spirits in torment. Their once fearsome countenances faded away. You, where do you come from? Release us at once. Beware, Lord Yinma will send you to hell. We serve Lord Yinma. If we perish, he shall avenge us. Release us. We dare not anymore. Humph. Zhongkue appraised the small demons in his grasp, his voice booming. What great deity! Merely a malevolent spirit commanding a few insignificant ghosts. Once I capture him, he shall be dragged down to the 18 layers of hell for proper confinement. As Zhongkue spoke, he callously gouged out the eyes of the 5 spirits, consuming them whole. Amidst their desperate cries for mercy, the 5 spirits disintegrated in an instant, vanishing completely from Zhongkue's grasp. Such a wild display sent chills down the spines of all onlookers. Goodness gracious! He eats ghosts raw. I am utterly astounded. This is undoubtedly a deity, truly fierce. He dares to belittle the Indian Yinma as merely a malevolent spirit commanding a few small ghosts? My word, it is the first time I have heard of a deity daring to speak so boldly. This is disastrous. Henceforth, Huaxia may find itself on India's wanted list. What do we have to fear? From now on, Huaxia shall possess its very own underworld deity. No longer shall we bow to the whims of other nations' deities. Above, the Indian examiner seethed with rage. Blasphemy. This is an utter blasphemy. How dare he insult our Indian deities? The Indian representative exclaimed, his attire shimmering with brilliant light, seemingly intent on descending to this realm to punish Lin Hanmo. Yet, he quickly fell silent, for all the examiners turned their gazes upon him. Many displaying expressions of eager anticipation. It appeared that should he make any reckless moves, they would join forces to teach him a lesson. It was not solely Huaxia that had once been extorted by exorbitant fees from India. Several nations among them had also endured the same fate. This time, they had found an opportunity. Observing this scene, the Indian representative weighed the pros and cons and ultimately sat back down, simmering with rage. He shot a fierce glare at the Huaxia representative, declaring, "You Huaxia shall wait and see. Surely, there will be those who summon the divine to report to our Lord Yama. At that time, Lin Hanmo and that so-called Zhongkue shall await the chilling majesty from the depths of hell. The Een gods of Huaxia? How could they possibly compare to my Lord Yama? I dare say, this Zhongkue is hardly anything remarkable." Upon hearing these words, the Huaxia examiner maintained a facade of calm, yet internally felt a tremor of unease. Such provocation towards the supreme deity of India is hardly irrational. As previously mentioned, there exists a hierarchy among the divine. the historical and cultural elements inherent in the summoned deities are ultimately limited. For instance, summoning a deity of basketball would likely yield power only at the level of a flickering candle. Should one attempt to summon this basketball deity with attire of the same level or even of the great sun grade, it is highly probable that the power within the attire would burst forth, leading to its destruction and failure of the summoning. Deities of lower rank cannot be summoned by higher-grade garments to harness greater powers. When the rank of the attire surpasses that of the deity, the summoning is guaranteed to fail. Lord Yama of India, based on the conjectures of the garment soul masters, can accept a summoning equivalent to a great attire at most. This places him among the world's top combat strengths. Henceforth, should anyone summon Yama to confront Lin Hanmo, he will undoubtedly exert his full strength. Lin Hanmo and Zhong Kuei have effectively found themselves on Lord Yama's wanted list. Indeed, they are on the wanted list of the entire Indian pantheon. Disrespect towards the divine incurs a commensurate price. Can Lin Hanmo withstand it? Will the Yin gods of Huaxia ensure his safety? The Huaxia examiner pondered as he gazed downward. Lin Hanmo's demeanor remained composed and unperturbed, and so too did the summoned deity Zhong Kuei. They appeared entirely unbothered by the words of the five ghosts. In truth, had Lin Hanmo and Zhong Kuei heard the threats from the Indian examiner, they would likely have burst into laughter. Yama, Huaxia's underworld boasts over 100 Yin gods, the black and white impermanents, the 10 kings of hell, Ksitigarbha. The mythological framework of the Indian underworld pales in comparison to that of Huaxia. In a previous life, it was even suggested that Yama was merely an incarnation of Yinluo from Huaxia's underworld. Yet even Yinluo is not the most formidable being in the netherworld. A mere minor deity is hardly worthy of concern. Should malevolent spirits wreak havoc, summon my name. Zhong Kuei spoke. His form transformed into a glimmer and melded into Lin Hanmo's attire. Seemingly reluctant to appear alongside him, Lin Hanmo raised an eyebrow in response and respectfully bowed in gratitude towards Zhong Kuei. Thank you, Judge. With that, he approached the unconscious Jiang Qingqiu to assess her condition. Upon confirming that the curse of the five ghosts had completely dissipated, he let out a sigh of relief. He smiled at those around him and nodded. All is well, without a doubt. With the resolution of the five ghosts' curse, they successfully completed what could be deemed an impossible wedding. They had caused Huaxia's wedding to shine and rise to the pinnacle in the entire region. No one could rival the spectacle of this occasion. Cheerful shouts erupted from the courtyard. Meanwhile, a few streets away, 2 fleeing Indian examinees, delayed by the absence of the five ghosts, were taken aback when one of them, in confusion, donned a green face and attempted to summon Yama. To their astonishment, his attire ignited with a red glow, and he was abruptly hurled backward as if struck by an invisible force, crashing into the surrounding walls with a resounding bang. This time, Yama did not appear riding his bull, but instead conveyed an angry voice. My ghost has been devoured. Eliminate Zhong Kuei. Remove Lin Hanmo. Seek more powerful materials. This attire cannot withstand such divine power. What? The words of Yama struck the 2 Indian examinees like a bolt from the blue, compelling them to prostrate themselves on the ground in fervent supplication to the deity. Once Yama's voice subsided, they dared to rise, exchanging glances filled with trepidation and fury. Chapter 37. The conclusion of the second round of assessments. Scores. How is this possible? How dare he? He has actually enraged the true gods of India. The 2 ambushing Indian examinees found their minds buzzing. They had seen that Huaxia woman confidently depart after being ensnared by the five ghosts. Yet, shortly thereafter, Huaxia had dispelled this ability and even vanquished the five ghosts. This was a power even the cardinal feared. They were adorned in firefly-grade attire. In the past, this would have allowed them to look down upon the entire examination venue. Even attire of the same grade could at most suppress the five ghosts for a time. How had Lin Hanmo accomplished this? The 2 Indian examinees exchanged glances, their hearts filled with the desire to retreat. It was not that they were unwilling to obey the divine command, but rather that such a command was utterly unfeasible. Attire of a higher grade is akin to that of a flickering candle. Not to mention the material issues, they were merely F-grade. How could they possibly produce it? The 2 Indian examinees found themselves in a dilemma. Their expressions steeped in despair. Ultimately, the 2 Indian examinees dared not reappear. Under the protection of numerous students from the Bear Country, Zhang Lei and Li Yeye also completed their assessments just as the fog fully enveloped the city. By the time Jiang Qingqiu awoke once more, night had fallen. The warmth of the fire crackled as the wood burned, sending sparks flying. She turned to see Lin Hanmo and the others gathered around the fire, toasting bread and engaged in conversation. Am I unharmed? Jiang Qingqiu was momentarily dazed. Her memories lingered on the ambush and the incessant wails of vengeful spirits. Upon opening her eyes again, all was calm and serene. The vibrant red wedding gown was nowhere to be found. She had donned her original school uniform. Had it not been for the lingering pain in her back, reminding her that everything that had transpired was all too real, she might have thought she had merely taken a brief nap. Rubbing her still groggy head, Jiang Qingqiu hastily rose from her makeshift bed. The sound immediately drew the attention of Lin Hanmo and the others seated around the fire. Sister, you've awakened. How is Qingqiu? Zhang Lei and Li Yeye rushed over, eager to assist her, but she waved them off. I am fine. What about you? Did you complete the assessment? Zhang Lei replied, thumping his chest. Of course. We did splendidly. With Brother Lin and our good comrades from Bear Country here, those Indian and Eagle Country examinees dared not act recklessly. Indian examinees? Jiang Qingqiu felt a sense of confusion at the mention. And upon Li Yeye's explanation, her heart raced in alarm. She had been attacked by the Indian deity. How perilous it had been that she did not trigger the death avoidance teleportation, but merely fell into a faint. Lin Hanmo had actually summoned the divine from Huaxia's underworld. Jiang Qingqiu scrutinized Lin Hanmo's attire and indeed noticed that it was entirely different from the wedding official robe. Assessing the young man, she earnestly stated, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. When you come to the capital, I shall treat you to a meal. Should you ever find yourself in need, I will repay my life for yours. Ahem. Hearing the young woman's words, Lin Hanmo nearly choked on a piece of bread, then waved his hand with a smile. We are all teammates. Come, let us eat together. Rest a bit, for the results of the second round will soon be announced. Leading into the final assessment, the lean monkey's eyes suddenly brightened, and he jovially leaned towards Lin Hanmo's left side. Brother Lin, this spot on the left is mine. No one is allowed to snatch it. The others looked on in confusion until the lean monkey explained. Brother Lin has already secured the top spot. Once the second round concludes and the announcement is made, it will be officially confirmed. This marks the first time in decades that we from Huaxia have achieved the top rank in the global garment soul examinations. It will surely be recorded in history. When that time comes, I will be beside Brother Lin. Anyone capturing this moment will undoubtedly include me, thus indirectly placing me in the history books. Wow, what a clever scheme. The remaining Huaxia students immediately grasped the implications of this statement. Brother Lin, let me massage your legs, Brother Lin. Your shoulders must be sore. Let me rub them for you. Great one, allow me to help you toast this bread. A throng of eager individuals, their eyes alight with excitement, rushed towards Lin Hanmo, as if wishing to bind him in place. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Hanmo raised his hands in a gesture of protest, laughing. Let us take a picture together when the results of the second round are announced. Even if someone doesn't make it into the recording, they can still watch the live broadcast. It is not clear when it began, but he gradually became accustomed to conversing, his smile no longer appearing rigid. He had found his social comfort zone. This proposal was met with unanimous agreement from all. With time running short, everyone quickly took their places in the small room. Lin Hanmo, Jiang Qingqiu, Zhang Lei, and Li Yeye sat around the fire, while the lean monkey and other Huaxia examinees stood behind Lin Hanmo, grinning widely, their joy palpable. Viewers in the live stream were filled with envy. Ah, I want a group photo too. I want to be in the history books. How I envy the lean monkey and the others for being able to take a photo with the great one. Equal envy filled every student in the group photo. Why am I only in my second year? Amidst their chatter, the sound of bells echoed across the examination venue. Accompanying the chimes, a sweet female voice resonated throughout the area. The second round of the Global Garment Soul Master Assessment is officially concluded. Examinees who have not completed the assessment, cease answering. Examination scores are now being distributed. With the announcement, the gray-white mist in the town dissipated in an instant, accompanied by the mournful howls of numerous exotic beasts. Countless luminous orbs descended upon the boundless silence of the night, scattering as if possessing consciousness, each flying towards its designated target. The gathering point where Lin Hanmo and his companions stood soon welcomed several of these orbs. which burst open before Jiang Lei and the others, forming a shimmering curtain of light that manifested lines of text. Jiang Lei's score in the second round, 95. Li Ye's score in the second round, 95. Ho Yowang's score in the second round, 81.5. One after another, luminous curtains flickered before the eyes of the Chinese candidates. Some erupted in joyous celebration, while others sighed in quiet resignation. The sighs came naturally from examinees like Shouho, who had joined midway. After all, they had not adopted the traditional Chinese wedding format, and their scores were entirely contingent upon their individual performances. Fortunately, they had prepared themselves psychologically beforehand. And at this moment, they were also aiding Lin Hanmo and the others in successfully completing the assessment, basking in a bit of reflected glory in the future. When they entered university, they could boast that it was thanks to their assistance that Lin Hanmo secured first place. If anyone questioned the authenticity of their claims, they could simply produce the live stream footage. Please refer to the VCR. For Jiang Lei and Li Ye, this was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. As they beheld the glaring 95s on their respective score panels, both were overwhelmed with excitement. Without Lin Hanmo's traditional Chinese attire, they would undoubtedly not have achieved such high scores. Could it be that we have also made it onto this round's global leaderboard? Jiang Lei exclaimed, clenching his fist in exhilaration. It should be close enough. With 95 points, they were merely 5 points shy of the highest score. Li Ye adjusted her thick glasses, her words tinged with enthusiasm. Although this was not the final ranking of the global examination, leaving their names in the interim process was already a tremendous honor. This was a competition among geniuses from around the world. Amidst the swirling thoughts, two of the brightest orbs in the sky descended into the courtyard, hovering before Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu. Chapter 38. Top of the rankings, Shocking China, Reward, Leaves of the World Tree. The golden orbs exploded into luminous curtains before them, revealing dazzling numbers. Lin Hanmo's score in the second round, 100 points. Jiang Qingqiu's score in the second round, 100 points. Although those present had anticipated this outcome, witnessing the scores of Lin Hanmo and Jiang Qingqiu still elicited gasps of astonishment. In a way, Brother Lin is truly defying the heavens. Full marks in this round. Now we await the global leaderboard announcement. At this moment, the audience in Lin Hanmo's livestream had swelled from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions due to media hype and mutual sharing. This figure did not even account for rebroadcasts and television reports. Countless Chinese viewers were glued to the live stream, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the final results. Undoubtedly, this marked China's first entry into the global leaderboard for the Seoul Garment examination, and they had secured first place. Most significantly, this first place was achieved while donning traditional Chinese attire, calling forth the deities of China. At this very moment, every viewer with Chinese heritage felt an indescribable surge of emotion. Tio put it succinctly. It was a profound sense of cultural confidence and pride. The historical culture of China is undoubtedly on par with that of any nation. When the traditional garments of China emerged from the dust of history, stepping forth from the river of time, they would shine brilliantly across the globe. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, all the luminous orbs were distributed, and without any delay, a sweet feminine voice began to announce the top 30 of this round's global rankings. It is hereby announced that the top 30 candidates in the second round of the global examination are. This round features 2 S-rank candidates, 14 A-rank candidates, and 14 B-rank candidates. Global leaderboard. 30th place, Eagle Nation, John. Lin Hanmo. In the vast arena, John, the hawk-nosed man from Eagle Nation, was consumed by rage and frustration. Whether it was an attempt to thwart Lin Hanmo or not, his performance was a mere fraction of what it had been in the first round. In this global leaderboard, he had plummeted to 30th place. With so many talented individuals on the leaderboard, a lackluster performance in one round meant he could no longer keep pace with the top tier. Unless he secured a top 3 position in the third round, he would have no hope of making it into the top 10 overall. John felt increasingly powerless as he realized that. With his talent and strength, he was simply not destined for the top 3. Now, he could only watch helplessly as his rival ascended the ranks, utterly despondent. Global leaderboard, 10th place. Bear Nation, Ajef. Global leaderboard. 6th place. China, Jiang Lei. Global leaderboard, 5th place. China, Li Ye. We made it onto the global leaderboard. Listening to the announcement from above, Jiang Lei pumped his fist in exuberance. his excitement palpable. Even Li Yeye revealed a smile, her thick glasses sparkling with glimmers of light. In this round, China had 4 individuals on the leaderboard. As everyone spoke, they held their breath, awaiting the final verdict. Global leaderboard, 4th place, British Isles. Global leaderboard, 3rd place, British Isles. As the announcement reached its conclusion, the sweet voice in the sky paused momentarily before exclaiming with excitement, Global leaderboard, 2nd place, China. Zhang Qingqiu. Global leaderboard, 1st place, China. Lin Hanmo. By the decision of the examination committee, Lin Hanmo has achieved S-rank scores in both rounds and ranks first. Regardless of his performance in the next round, no other student can surpass his double S ranking. Thus, Chinese candidate Lin Hanmo is confirmed as the global first. Congratulations to China for emerging victorious in this Seoul Garment examination, claiming the title of the leading nation on the global leaderboard. Hearing the announcement from above, the emotions of everyone present erupted in a fervor at that moment. Brother Lin. Incredible. The promised group photo was momentarily forgotten as everyone surrounded Lin Hanmo, lifting him high into the air in sheer joy and excitement. We, China, are number 1. In the live stream, the barrage of comments became overwhelming. Countless messages proclaiming China number 1 in bold red characters scrolled furiously, causing the stream to stutter and lag. What a remarkable young man. This Chinese number 1 was nurtured by me, old Zhang. This Chinese number 1 is my student. In the office, the balding old Wang tossed his phone aside, laughing maniacally at the sky. His summer budget was guaranteed to be overflowing. His teaching credentials would be fully validated. His student was destined to become a legendary figure in China. This was a top candidate forged by the traditional garments of China. He would undoubtedly be immortalized in history. Perhaps, by the next round, we teachers could proudly tell our students to have confidence, to create traditional Chinese garments. Let the garments of other nations be cast aside. Our traditional garments of China are the strongest. Meanwhile, the homeroom teacher of the adjacent class, old Zhang, felt both excited and envious. Old Wang, you truly deserve it. Let us celebrate with a feast today, and you're picking up the tab. I can buy it. The principal will cover it, while all the adults reveled in excitement. In a welfare institution named Holy Heart on the outskirts of Jinghai City, the cheerful voices of children rang out. A 27-inch television was broadcasting the scenes of Lin Hanmo's victory. Brother Lin Hanmo has secured first place. This is our welfare institution's first. Director Grandpa, are we having braised pork for dinner tonight? Many children excitedly crowded around the elderly man behind the television. You promised that if Brother Lin Hanmo became first, we would have a feast. Stop lying. I won't grow tall. At that moment, the elderly man, with tears streaming down his face, nodded repeatedly. Yes, tonight's braised pork will be plentiful. You all must learn from Hanmo and strive for first place in the future. The children, still young and unaware of the significance of this achievement, simply reveled in the prospect of a grand feast. Cheering and running amok in joy, the elderly man, over 70 years old, gazed at the youth on the television, feeling that adopting him was the most significant decision of his life. That somewhat reclusive child had truly undergone a rebirth. Such stories unfolded across various places and corners of China. At this moment, Lin Hanmo had completely ignited the cultural emotions that had been building in China for many years. His name resonated across the entire world. The jubilant cheers continued for an extended period, until a green glowing orb descended into the courtyard, hovering before Lin Hanmo. This is Lin Hanmo, somewhat taken aback, reached out to receive it, only to discover it was a leaf exuding a vibrant green light. As soon as he touched it, he felt the immense power and vitality contained within. A luminous curtain promptly appeared before Lin Hanmo's eyes. By the decision of the examination committee, you are awarded a leaf from the World Tree as a reward for achieving first place in this global assessment. A leaf from the World Tree? Lin Hanmo was momentarily stunned, while Zhang Lei beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. No way! A leaf from the World Tree? A rare material of the sunshade grade? This examination committee is astonishingly generous. Chapter 39. The third round of assessment, constructing the Chinese scenario. Leaves from the World Tree? Gazing at the luminous curtain ahead, Lin Hanmo's eyes sparkled. He immediately infused a trace of mental energy into the glowing leaf in his hand. Soon, information regarding the leaf in his hand popped up on his attribute panel. Material: leaf of the World Tree. Level: dusk. Injecting 10 points of mental power will unlock a small storage space. Note: this is a gift from the late world tree, which has only ever been bestowed upon those who are favored. Truly, a material of dusk level, corresponding to the B rank of soul weavers. It inherently possesses spatial attributes, an invaluable treasure that cannot be found on the market. The remarkable aspect of such an item lies in the fact that even without its application in crafting, the material itself is imbued with formidable abilities. Spatial storage. Previously, Lin Hanmo had been troubled by the storage of his garments. After all, he could hardly wear the black dragon robe underneath the Zhongkue attire. Could he? Not to mention the aesthetic concerns, wearing both together would surely be stifling. Now, with this leaf in hand, even without the means to fashion it into other garments or accessories, he could effectively utilize it as a storage ring. The exam committee actually bestowed such a precious item upon him? Lin Hanmo pondered, astonishment illuminating his face. After all, he had offended numerous nations, including the Eagle Nation, India, and the land of the rising sun. Even if the exam committee wished to reward him, it should have been intercepted by them. The unfolding of events was precisely as Lin Hanmo had anticipated. The proposer of this reward, a leaf from the world tree, was the Greek examiner who consistently portrayed Athena. Upon hearing that Lin Hanmo was to receive a leaf from the world tree, countries such as the land of the rising sun and India expressed vehement opposition. Even the representative from Huaxia felt that this matter was untenable. Who would have thought that, during the final five-nation meeting, the golden-haired representative from the Eagle Nation did not exercise a veto? This allowed the matter to pass smoothly. This left the representatives from Britain and France dumbfounded, as they had assumed the other would cast a dissenting vote, thus opting to support Huaxia instead. Little did they know, the biggest obstacle for Huaxia, the Eagle Nation, unexpectedly endorsed the initiative. The explanation from the Eagle Nation's representative was that he wished to extend goodwill towards Lin Hanmo, entirely disregarding the displeased countenance of the land of the rising suns Jr. Whether this was indeed the case had become irrelevant in this delicate atmosphere. The leaf from the world tree was thus granted to Lin Hanmo. Brother Lin, if you are willing to sell this leaf, you shall never have to worry for the rest of your life, Zhang Lei exclaimed excitedly as he scrutinized the leaf in Lin Hanmo's hand. How could I possibly sell it? This leaf is a rare spatial attribute material. Any garment crafted with similar properties would be an invaluable treasure worthy of museum collection. Zhang Qingqiu added from the side. Selling it is utterly out of the question, Lin Hanmo replied with a smile. Attempting to inject 10 points of mental power into the leaf, quickly adhering the already packaged black dragon robe to it. Soon, a surge of green light emanated from the leaf. Lin Hanmo felt as though he had connected mentally to some spatial realm. Though not vast, it was certainly the size of a wardrobe. The packaged black dragon robe had already been absorbed into that space. After repeatedly retrieving and storing items, he finally set them aside with care, eliciting a wave of envy from the onlookers, including Shouho and the others. Just then, a sweet female voice resonated from the heavens above. Attention all candidates. The third round of assessments will commence in half an hour. All candidates will be teleported once again. Except for wedding attire, no other materials may be taken away. The theme for the third round of assessments is Instance Dungeon. Duration: 3 days and 16 hours. In this round, all candidates will choose to be either attackers or defenders. The defenders will have 10 hours to utilize the special materials provided in the third round to fortify their instance dungeon against the attackers. This assessment will open a communication channel among candidates and grant the defenders an hour at the start to form teams through the regional channel. Note: a dedicated directorate will impose specific restrictions on each instance dungeon. Only by meeting these criteria can the dungeon be activated. The more waves the defenders withstand, the better their score. Conversely, the more dungeons the attackers breach, the better their score, with specific evaluation criteria determined by the examination committee. This assessment is the final evaluation. Following its conclusion, scores from all 3 rounds will be tallied for final ranking. May all of you achieve the scores you desire. An instance dungeon? Upon hearing the announcement from above, everyone finally drew their attention away from the leaf of the world tree. Wow, the third round is quite ambitious, isn't it? I thought it would simply conclude with a personal assessment. Zhang Lei exclaimed, slightly taken aback. The concept of an instance dungeon was not entirely foreign to them. 8 years prior, a similar assessment had taken place. In essence, candidates joining the defenders would gain access to abundant resources and the authority to alter the terrain. thereby constructing a fortress that would be difficult to breach. Once completed, this fortress would appear on the World Channel page, subject to evaluation by dedicated personnel who would set requirements. For instance, if the defenders crafted ocean beast attire and summoned strange sea creatures to establish a tempestuous instance dungeon, the directorate would set relevant conditions based on its difficulty, such as instance dungeon, tempestuous sea, dungeon members, XXXX, conditions to join, must possess glimmer-level attire and be among the top 50 students with scores no lower than 60 in the first 2 rounds. Current waiting list, 550. Candidates opting for the attacking side could then rally their companions to join in the confrontation, earning corresponding scores based on their performance should they successfully breach the enemy's dungeon. If they failed, they would be eliminated. The defenders, on the other hand, would receive higher scores for each wave they successfully withstood. Typically, the attackers would outnumber the defenders, who would possess more resources and home turf advantage. Each side held its own strengths. The choice ultimately rested upon personal preference. The strongest instance dungeon 8 years ago, established by British candidates, was titled The Age of Exploration. Countless top candidates from various nations launched successive attacks. Yet none could breach this dungeon. The British candidates, having achieved this, stood proudly at the pinnacle of the global candidate leaderboard. Brother Lin, are you planning to choose the attacking side or the defending side? The voice of Shoho interrupted Lin Hanmo's thoughts, turning to find everyone gazing at him with eager anticipation, their eyes radiating expectation. Lin Hanmo smiled, determined not to disappoint his comrades. Defending side, he declared resolutely. Even though he had already secured the top spot on the global leaderboard, with no concern about lacking a school to attend, he would not squander this opportunity to lead more Huaxia students to the pinnacle of the global rankings. Constructing an instance dungeon, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Lin Hanmo's lips as his mind brimmed with ideas. He envisioned creating a top-tier dungeon adorned with traditional Huaxia attire, showcasing the essence of Huaxia. A large-scale Huaxia instance dungeon accommodating at least 800 individuals, of course. How to precisely construct the dungeon would only become clear once they arrived at the location. His thoughts swirled. Shoho and the others erupted into jubilant cheers. They crowded around Lin Hanmo, speaking in unison. Big Shot, I, Ho Yuwang, from the second high school of the imperial capital, should have a member recruitment function. So please don't pull the wrong person. Big Shot, do you still remember our names? Brother Lin, we will follow your lead. Whatever you decide for the 3rd round, we will do as well, and no problem. Lin Hanmo responded warmly, calling out the names of everyone present, putting their minds at ease. Great deity, how many people do you intend to invite to our dungeon? Seizing the moment, Li Yeya adjusted her glasses and inquired. Based on the assessments from 8 years ago, the more defenders there are, the more attackers will be assigned. I recall one dungeon had 5,000 defenders while the attackers numbered a staggering 15,000. That battle was a veritable steamroll. Even if the defenders vastly outclassed the attackers in terms of garment quality, they could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. If the number of defenders participating in the dungeon is excessive, we may become the target of scrutiny, with the directorate assigning even more attackers to keep an eye on us. The number of participants in the dungeon? Lin Hanmo nodded slightly at her words. Acknowledging that this was indeed a matter to consider, he did not respond immediately, but instead paced back and forth for a moment before slowly articulating. I recall that the instance dungeon, the Age of Exploration, from 8 years ago in the British region recruited a total of 800 candidates, while the opposing force boasted double that strength, totaling 1,600. Much like the actual exam questions from the high school entrance examinations, these statistics regarding past assessments and participant numbers were essential materials for their studies. Now proving quite useful, if we wish to achieve high scores, we cannot recruit too few participants. An instance dungeon with a low number of defenders may easily attract only 1 or 2 attackers. Ultimately, even if we manage to defend the dungeon, the scores would not be particularly impressive. Thus, this time, our dungeon must recruit at least 800 individuals. At least 800. All present were taken aback by Lin Hanmo's proclamation. Yet soon felt a surge of excitement. Lin Hanmo aimed to shatter the previous record, to forge an undefeated myth belonging solely to Huaxia. My esteemed friend, we are entirely at your service, the lean monkey exclaimed. I have no objections. If we can break the record this time, my sister might even secure a position among the top 30 globally, Jiang Lei said with a broad smile. Many viewers in the live stream had yet to depart, their hearts racing as they listened to Lin Hanmo's decision. At least 800 participants? This should undoubtedly become the foremost instance in Huaxia, right? After all, surpassing 800 participants would geometrically increase the difficulty of defense. Could it be that Lin Hanmo is motivated by his already established rankings to take such bold action? 800 participants equate to an entire senior class in an average high school. Can he truly manage them all? Lin Hanmo possesses talent, yet orchestrating a dungeon and overseeing such a multitude does not seem to be his forte, does it? Could it be that Lin Hanmo intends to create a Grand Qin dungeon? My goodness, if that is indeed the case, it could potentially be the first instance in Huaxia that reflects the grandeur of ancient times. Regardless, as long as Lin Hanmo successfully defends this dungeon, he stands a chance to vie for the title of global number 1 in this third round. To be frank, if Lin Hanmo secures first place in all 3 rounds, he would become the sole individual in the history of the global spirit examination to achieve a perfect score. Upon reviewing the records of past top scorers, only one person has ever received 2 S-rank ratings, and that individual ended with a mere A in the final round. If Lin Hanmo claims first place once more, he will be the record holder for the global examination. The barrage of comments in the live stream grew increasingly animated, observing that the already ranked first youth had not lost his fighting spirit, but instead aimed to inspire fellow Huaxia candidates to strive for excellence. All viewers were captivated. After a brief decline, the number of viewers in the live stream surged once again, stabilizing within a certain range. Simultaneously, news of Lin Hanmo's intent to compete for an S-rank rating in the third round swiftly spread across the internet. Surprisingly, the first to speak up were the viewers from the British Isles. Some individuals incessantly flooded forums with posts. "We acknowledge Lin Hanmo's strength, but this is a constructed dungeon. Our British Isles have a wealth of experience to draw upon from the Age of Sail, which includes the next queen. How can Lin Hanmo possibly compare? Having secured 2 firsts should be enough satisfaction. This assessment is undoubtedly destined to be claimed by our British Isles. Regrettably, our strongest candidate will surely opt for the defensive side. Otherwise, Lin Hanmo's dungeon would provide quite the spectacle. This instance does not prohibit candidates from various nations from communicating. Candidates from other countries can also choose to strategize against foreign dungeons. If candidates from other nations manage to defeat the top dungeon, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to national confidence. As the post gained traction, Indian netizens soon arrived, responding with indignation, "Huaxia, beware. Offending our Indian deities is an extraordinarily unwise decision. Lin Hanmo's Grand Dungeon will surely be breached effortlessly by our Indian candidates. He dares to provoke Lord Yama. This will be his downfall. Our population is not inferior to Huaxia's. Moreover, we have even more candidates. As long as those 2 Indian candidates issue Lord Yama's divine decree, a wave of Indian candidates will rush into the dungeon. Indeed, merely employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers could flatten Lin Hanmo's dungeon. No matter how many candidates Lin Hanmo repels, he will still fail to secure first place due to his dungeon's breach. What a cunning scheme! The words of the Indian viewers were swiftly translated, leaving many Huaxia viewers astonished. However, this is the college entrance examination. Do Indian candidates truly intend to employ a strategy of sheer numbers against Lin Hanmo? Are they willing to forfeit their scores? How absurd! If Indian candidates were to resort to such tactics, they would be foolish. Are they truly that united? Let them come. Ha ha! If we can ensnare so many Indian students, even if we fail to defend, it would be worth it. Ha ha! Amidst the fervent debates among netizens from various nations, Lin Hanmo and his companions discussed intricate details and packed their belongings. Jiang Qingqiu wished to return the wedding dress of the candle level to Lin Hanmo, but he declined. After all, the effects of this wedding dress, an auspicious union and shared damage, are quite practical, especially in times of peril when he could switch from the zhongkui attire to the wedding dress to reactivate its effects. Soon, a melodious chime resonated through the air, accompanied by the sound. A verdant glow enveloped all candidates, including Lin Hanmo. The emerald light swiftly transported them to a distant realm. This time, ensconced in the emerald glow, Lin Hanmo felt no discomfort. Although everything around him was cloaked in green, he remained in a state where he need not close his eyes. Before long, a small fairy, adorned in a green gown with golden wings, appeared before him. The fairy was diminutive, scarcely larger than Lin Hanmo's palm. Whose spirit summoned this fairy? As Lin Hanmo pondered, the tiny fairy bowed slightly, saying, "Lin Hanmo, esteemed candidate from Huaxia, greetings. I am your liaison fairy, tasked with opening the regional chat channel and providing relevant guidance. As she spoke, she waved her hand gently. A golden-hued screen soon materialized before Lin Hamo's eyes. Please select your faction, attacker or defender. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hamo reached out and tapped the option indicating defender. Instantly, the screen erupted with brilliance, revealing a fresh set of text. Will you create an independent dungeon, or wait for invitations from others, or apply to join another's dungeon? Independent dungeon creation. Please set the number of participants. Number 800-1000. Note: once the dungeon is created, it cannot be cancelled. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a waste of resources, resulting in disqualification from the examination. Are you certain? Confirmed, Lin Hamo stated without hesitation. Dungeon creation successful. Entering now. Chapter 41. Dual Dungeons, Materials. As the voice echoed, Lin Hamo's body began to descend gradually. Approximately half a minute later, he landed on solid ground. The green light dissipated, unveiling the surrounding scene. Before him, the sky was a brilliant white, yet the sun was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he stood atop a lofty mountain, gazing out at the vast terrain, predominantly hills and mountains, with a distant ocean in view. The area was expansive, stretching beyond sight. To his right, numerous special materials floated in midair, most emitting a soft glow, while a few shimmered like fireflies, captivating attention. Below, an assortment of ordinary supplies lay stacked, likely intended for use. These materials were allocated by the examination group based on the number of participants he indicated during dungeon creation, sufficient to outfit 1,000 individuals. Just as Lin Hamo contemplated his next steps, the accompanying fairy spoke up. Lin Hamo, would you prefer to modify the environment according to your will, or would you like to direct me verbally to assist in making modifications? The former will consume 1 point of your mental energy per minute. And if your control is not sufficiently high, the alterations may prove quite challenging. Should you choose my assistance, it will not require the expenditure of mental energy, but I may not always grasp your intentions, potentially leading to errors in the modifications. I see, Lin Hamo replied without hesitation. Grant me the authority. Understood. Please hold on. The fairy replied, transforming into a green light that merged with Lin Hamo's brow. Tracing an intricate, ancient tree pattern upon his skin, the pattern emanated a soft glow. Lin Hamo felt a warm sensation radiating from his forehead, followed by a shift in his perspective. It seemed he transcended the limits of ordinary sight. Soaring above the skies, as though he had become the sovereign of this space, capable of manipulating everything within. He focused his thoughts on the towering mountain before him. The mountain was instantly subjected to a form of pressure, gradually morphing into an entirely new shape. Within this realm, he truly experienced a sense of godlike creation. Is this the extraordinary power bestowed by the world tree attire? Lin Hamo murmured, releasing a long sigh. As he surveyed the world he could command, numerous thoughts surged in his mind. He envisioned an ancient, boundless mist shrouding this world, imagined the blood-red river of forgetfulness flowing through this land, the Ghost Gate, the Yama Palace, the Yellow Springs, and the Naiha Bridge, utilizing this world to forge a dungeon of the underworld. Anyone who arrives is destined for the netherworld. Once they come, they shall not depart. Yet, considering the requirement for a grand assembly of 800 participants, there are not enough spirits to fill such numbers. Would he perhaps require some Huaxia students to don skeletal attire, drifting through the river of forgetfulness, wailing and dragging others into the depths? As Lin Hamo gazed upon the dominion he could govern, his thoughts raced. The profound historical heritage brought by Huaxia momentarily rendered him unable to make a final decision. The possibilities for a Huaxia dungeon were overwhelmingly vast. Merely crafting a military uniform could give rise to countless dungeons. Perhaps it would be best to first gather participants. Lin Hamo refocused his thoughts and attempted to communicate with the fairy within his brow. How should I recruit teammates? The fairy promptly replied, please hold on. I am opening the recruitment and group chat panel. As her words faded, a panel composed of luminous screens materialized before Lin Hamo. 2 options appeared, channel and recruitment. Upon selecting the channel button, a wealth of information unfolded before him. Li Xiaowang from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, recruiting 50 brothers to guard our base. Those with scores above 170 in the first 2 rounds are welcome. I possess formidable strength and can guarantee results. Sun Banzhang from Chengdu Experimental Middle School, seeking top-tier leaders to guide us. My scores in both preliminary rounds exceeded 80. Selecting me would be a wise choice. Ho Yuwang from Beijing Number 2 High School. Big shots. I'm right here. Lin Hanmo observed the incessantly scrolling messages above, his brow furrowing slightly. After a brief contemplation, he located the recruitment button nearby. Upon clicking it, he discovered options for precise recruitment and condition-based recruitment. Precise recruitment involved manually entering as much information about the desired candidates, thus ensuring a more accurate search. Meanwhile, condition-based recruitment functions similarly to the individuals who had previously appeared in the chat channel, allowing relevant criteria to be set and sent to the platform for interested defensive members to apply. Fearing that the longer he hesitated, the more he would forget, Lin Hanmo promptly opted for precise recruitment. Relying on his memory, he sifted through the information of his teammates from the second round, adding them one by one. Before long, a green halo began to materialize around him. Jiang Lei, Jiang Qingqiu, Li Yeye, Shouho, and several other candidates from the second round who followed him soon arrived. Big shot. How are we going to proceed? Shouho exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. When Lin Hanmo recruited him, the tension he had been holding finally eased. He had managed to catch a ride. Noticing that there weren't many people around, he eagerly suggested, Big shot. Why not let us try to recruit our classmates first? We know each other well, and our class's performance is commendable. Jiang Qingqiu added. Since we need to recruit at least 800 people, let us start with familiar faces, then filter through the channel for additional candidates. This way, Lin Hanmo, you'll have more time to contemplate how to construct the dungeon, and we can collaborate effectively. Upon hearing this, Lin Hanmo nodded in agreement. He had merely found his social comfort zone. It did not mean he could suddenly transform into a charismatic leader capable of guiding nearly 1,000 unfamiliar candidates. Distributing authority was indeed the most effective management strategy. All right, I'll grant you the authority to handle the recruitment, Lin Hanmo declared, communicating briefly with the little spirit at his brow, transferring the recruitment permissions to Jiang Qingqiu and the others, and designating a spacious area in the corner for member reception. Having completed these tasks, he ascended to a high mountain, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, entering the unique library of Huaxia within his mind. The construction of the dungeon was something only he could accomplish. Time was of the essence. They had a total of only 10 hours, and he needed to expedite the creation of the dungeon while utilizing special materials to begin crafting Huaxia's traditional garments. Of course, it was impossible for him to create 1,000 pieces alone. He would require the cooperation of others. What should serve as the main theme for this dungeon? Countless books flew off the shelves, rapidly unfolding before Lin Hanmo's eyes, showcasing content related to Huaxia's traditional garments and regions. Lin Hanmo prided himself on not being one to dwell excessively over choices. Yet, this time, he bore the weight of countless lives and futures upon his shoulders, alongside the significant responsibility of showcasing Huaxia's cultural essence. This represented a grand spectacle of hundreds adorned in traditional garments. It was also a moment where numerous pieces could genuinely exhibit their prowess through history. He had unwittingly embarked on a monumental undertaking. The Huaxia dungeon must be grand, reflecting its historical and cultural characteristics, while also possessing robust defensive strategies. Grand, noble, distinctive. Lin Hanmo repeated these phrases in his mind when suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. Why was he fixated on constructing merely one architectural piece of Huaxia? The dungeon could indeed be a combination of elements, for instance, Great Wall Guardian Brave Qin Underworld. The underworld should naturally be subterranean, separated by black mist and layers of earth, constructing the underworld below, while above, he would erect an iron-blooded great wall adorned with Qin military attire. Such intricate arrangements might be beyond others' capabilities. But with the points of legends at his disposal, he might just be able to pull it off. A moment of clarity washed over him, and Lin Hanmo opened his eyes, brimming with vigor. A dual dungeon, separating the surface from the underground, thus crafting two distinctly different styles of Huaxia. He casually opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Hanmo. Level, F. Occupation, Garment Soul Master. Mental Strength, 210. SSS Level Talent Ability, Huaxia Hall of Thought. Legend Points, 3,410. Having previously crafted garments that gradually consumed his mental strength, he noticed a slight increase in his mental capacity. As for the legend points, it was likely due to his earlier achievement of global first place, garnering an overwhelming number of viewers, which allowed him to surpass 3,000 points rapidly. Lin Hanmo had always believed that the probability of earning legend points increased with his level, but it was not yet time for experimentation. Confirming that his legend points were sufficient, he surveyed the land below, communicated with spatial permissions, and ascended to a divine vantage point, beginning to construct the world beneath the soil. The first step would commence in the underworld. Chapter 42. Huaxia Underworld, The Road to Yellow Springs and the Ghost Gate. In his mind, books detailing the underworld floated gently from the library, turning pages on their own, presenting themselves to Lin Hanmo. The Hound's Domain, The Road to Yellow Springs, The Bridge of Helplessness. One intricate scene after another from the underworld materialized. Time was pressing. He could only select the most crucial elements to recreate. After all, it was a singular scene, and there were no divine powers involved. It sufficed to convey a grand atmosphere. The garments remained the most pivotal aspect. Elements like the Hound's Domain and the 18 levels of hell were not suitable for this stage of construction. He lacked the manpower to develop those areas and did not possess corresponding garments. It was impossible to have individuals play the role of hounds or similar entities, as they were not even ghosts. He needed to initially construct scenes likely to be utilized in the underworld, ones that could harmonize with Huaxia's traditional garments. After finalizing a rough blueprint, Lin Hanmo swiftly set to work. Within the unique hall of thought belonging to Huaxia, the open tomes regarding the underworld began to shine brightly, as if his thoughts were manifesting in the world. Correspondingly, the little spirit at Lin Hanmo's brow flickered with intense golden light. In an instant, the ground beneath the area stirred. The mountains moved, rivers shifted, as if a powerful force from the rocks and layers of earth below had isolated a world as vast as the surface. Grayish-white mist enveloped the air above the ground, recreating a dim sky. Should anyone enter this realm, they would undoubtedly be unable to discern whether they stood on the surface or beneath it. The mist swirled, and a winding, pale, ancient road seemed to be forcefully drawn from the depths of the underground world, pulling the surrounding soil along, transforming it into bizarre patterns, reminiscent of some ancient and mysterious totem. As the dungeon construction did not pertain to garment creation, there were no privacy veils. Live streaming cameras were capturing every detail. All viewers watching Lin Hanmo were left in a state of bewilderment. What is this? An underground world? Our Huaxia dungeon is now subterranean? How intriguing. I recall the dungeon showdown 8 years ago, where no candidates considered exploring underground. Lin Hanmo seems to be preparing something unique. Wait, could it be that Lin Hanmo intends to create a dwelling for our Huaxia's underworld deities? The last viewer's remark immediately sparked realization among the crowd, followed by a collective shudder. Oh my. Lin Hanmo aims to construct our Huaxia's hell? The Indian deity Yama created hell, and within it, he reigns supreme. If Indian candidates were to come and conquer our dungeon, summoning Yama, wouldn't that give him ample opportunity to shine? It seems he truly intends to pursue this path. The stone path he is crafting appears rather eerie. As the audience marveled, the ancient, mysterious stone path began to resonate with the sound of water. Accompanying the water sounds were gusts of chilling wind laced with a hint of blood, mingling with the air to create eerie, howling noises. Upon hearing the sounds from the live stream, many viewers halted their barrage of comments, their bodies shivering involuntarily. Could this dungeon conjure spirits? Some timid viewers quickly inquired, instinctively distancing themselves from the screen, fearing something might suddenly leap out to startle them. I'm not sure about ghosts, but this hell certainly seems to embody something significant. One viewer replied, eagerly examining the ancient and intricate patterns that unfolded before them. The overwhelming sense of historical depth compelled many to immerse themselves in exploring its mysteries. While others' dungeons might not lack in quality, they seldom reached the level of intricacy where even the patterns were meticulously engraved. Yet, Lin Hanmo's pace in crafting the dungeon was astonishingly swift, not lagging behind others at all, a truly remarkable feat. The sensation this dungeon evoked felt as if Huaxia's underworld was on the verge of materializing. In the convoy near the border outpost, Professor Qian watched Lin Hanmo's livestream from his vehicle. Ever since Lin Hanmo crafted the Zhongkue garment, their exploration had temporarily been put on hold. Given that they were already out, they might as well engage in something worthwhile. Thus, Professor Qian prepared to lead his students to Jinghai, to the very place where Lin Hanmo was about to make his appearance. For him, a fervent enthusiast of archaeology and a seeker of the remnants of Chinese history, Lin Hanmo represented an immense treasure trove. Countless riches awaited his excavation. This proposition was immediately sanctioned by his esteemed institution, the Imperial Capital University, one of China's top universities, granting him substantial authority as long as he could entice Lin Hanmo to join the university. No price was too great for the Imperial Capital University to pay, satisfying his personal ambitions while also treating his students to a funded excursion. Professor Qian naturally agreed without hesitation. As he watched Lin Hanmo commence the creation of the underworld replica of China. His excitement was palpable. Quickly, everyone, take screenshots. Do not miss a single detail. Observe these patterns. Each one is a testament to our ancient civilization, potential markers we might utilize in our exploration of the mists of the forbidden zones. Huh? Professor, the convoy is about to depart. Shall we wait and watch the replay instead? Otherwise, we won't make it to the next city for breakfast, replied the designated driver, Xiao Jia. His comment was swiftly met with Professor Qian's scathing rebuke. Where was your enthusiasm during our previous archaeological endeavors? Where was your eagerness while watching Lin Hanmo's live broadcasts? Hurry, let us halt this vehicle and allow others to proceed first. We must capture these crucial materials before we eat. Huh? Xiao Jia was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, alongside the ancient path of Huangquan, bones and grotesque insect corpses were swept away by a murky torrent. The long river surged and roared, ultimately moving away from the ancient road of Huangquan, cutting through the subterranean expanse, cleaving it in twain. The waters churned, yet every drop was deftly rebounded by the rocks back into the riverbed, not a single drop spilling onto the ground. Upon this extraordinary river, an ancient stone bridge gradually emerged. It was divided into 3 tiers, towering majestically above the tumultuous waters. On the bridge, the wind blew, bringing with it a chilling atmosphere that seemed to penetrate to the marrow of one's bones. Under the caress of the cold breeze, the bridge swayed precariously. Should a pedestrian step upon it, one might unwittingly plunge into the raging waters below, utterly consumed. The bridge stood as if narrating ancient legends and mysterious powers to the world. Having constructed this marvel, Lin Hanmo took a moment to rest, organizing his thoughts as he gazed at the emerging form of the underworld before him, his heart brimming with ambition. He was eager to present the underworld once more to the eyes of the world. Though these structures bore no supernatural qualities, they still possessed the power to deliver a unique architectural impact from China to the world. Lost in contemplation, Lin Hanmo summoned the mountains and rivers at the end of the Huangquan ancient road, awakening the earth itself. In the throes of this upheaval, a majestic mountain gate rose silently. It stood with an air of solemnity, seemingly not of this world. A crimson stone slab adhered to it. Suspended in the center of the gate, inscribed with 3 characters, Ghost Gate. Chapter 43. Recruitment, leading teammates to the underworld. Time passed swiftly. Above the platform for the instance led by Lin Hanmo, green lights flickered continuously, and one by one, young men and women clad in various robes were recruited. After gathering the top-performing students from their social circles, Zhang Qingqiu and her companions conferred and, under Lin Hanmo's name, released a recruitment announcement in the defensive team's chat channel. The requirement was that students must achieve a total score of at least 140 across 2 rounds to qualify. This information was rapidly elevated to the front page of the recruitment panel across the entire region of China. A large-scale instance for at least 800 participants. Furthermore, the creator of the instance was none other than Lin Hanmo, who had already secured the global first place. This news ignited fervor throughout the entire Guardian region. What the hell? Is this for real? The master has already secured first place and is still not satisfied, aiming to craft the top instance in China, exclaimed Huang Tudo from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. I just happened to meet the requirements. I want to see how strong this guy really is, chimed in Li Dayton from Sinew Experimental Middle School. Author of Tomato Middle School, Winebell Duck. Master, please take me along. Could you lower the requirements a bit? It would be nice to recruit a few average players to balance the instance's strength. Once the recruitment information was released, it garnered countless responses. Green lights continued to flicker on the platform, and the number of people gradually increased. Who is Lin Hanmo? Where's the master Lin Hanmo? What are we preparing to do? Has the terrain of this instance been modified? It still looks the same. A throng of over 100 people clamored, leaving Zhang Qingqiu, who held managerial authority, somewhat overwhelmed. She could only repeatedly explain that Lin Hanmo was still creating the instance and would join them shortly. Regarding how Lin Hanmo achieved first place, she would clarify that it was due to the traditional Chinese attire, with herself being a living example. showcasing her half-candle level wedding dress, which left many in awe. However, these explanations did not satisfy all the students. Hey, what exactly is Lin Hanmo creating? Why is there no activity in this instance? A male student clad in red clerical robes called out impatiently. We came here for the global first title. What is he doing? This remark instantly drew the agreement of many surrounding students. Seeing this, Shoho rolled his eyes and swiftly kicked all those individuals out. He coldly remarked to the remaining ones, setting the recruitment threshold at 140 points is precisely to filter out those with insufficient scores, to eliminate those who struggle with basic role-playing. Everyone here wishes to hitch a ride and enter the top instance in China to bolster their resumes. Are you in such a rush to be reborn? Those who can't wait can leave. My brother Lin does not welcome those who disobey orders, I can confidently assure you. As long as you stay and complete the tasks we assign, you will gain unimaginable opportunities and the chance for all to achieve high scores in the third round. In the previous round, Lin's teammates Zhang Qingqiu, Zhang Lei, and Li Yeye all made it onto the global leaderboard. They were all present here. Consider it carefully, everyone. Shoho's voice was not loud, but it carried great weight. Clearly, he had received adequate training coming from the Imperial Capital No. 2 Middle School. Compared to Zhang Qingqiu, he was evidently more adept at management. The noisy members fell silent. The crowd exchanged glances, and a few directly left, yet more chose to stay. Could Lin Hanmo truly guarantee us high scores? That promise seems rather grand. Amidst this atmosphere, a plump youth raised his hand to inquire, if he can guarantee me at least 80 points in the third round, then I might have a chance at a prestigious university. To be frank, creating combat attire is not my strong suit. I barely managed to scrape by with 80 points in the first 2 rounds. Can Lin Hanmo provide that assurance? We all hope that Lin Hanmo can replicate the feat of 8 years ago during the Age of Exploration to join us. The rotund student spoke candidly, prompting many of the newly recruited students to nod in agreement. That instance during the Age of Exploration allowed nearly all defensive students to achieve at least 90 points. A legendary achievement. Under Zhang Qingqiu's explanations, Lin Hanmo had secured first place using traditional Chinese attire, igniting hope within them and motivating them to strive for success. Now, all they sought was a mere promise from him. Just as Shoho was about to respond, saying to wait for Lin to arrive, a gentle voice echoed from behind. Of course, I guarantee that as long as you join my instance, every student present will achieve their desired score in the third round and leave the instance smoothly. Lin bro. Shoho and the others turned in surprise to see Lin Hanmo soaring into the air, landing upon the platform. Instantly, all eyes in the room were fixed upon him. He is Lin Hanmo? Wow, that grand red attire must be the wedding dress from the last round, right? Also half-candle level? It doesn't seem that impressive. Not as pretty as the bride's. Silence. This is the global first place. Are you questioning his strength or suggesting he cheated in front of all the examiners worldwide? Lin Hanmo? The plump student had not expected the main figure to arrive so quickly. Gazing at the youth clad in the attire of Zhong Kue, exuding an aura of madness and authority, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Lin Hanmo did not put him in a difficult position. Instead, he smiled warmly at the crowd and said, "Words of promise pale in comparison to the strength of actions. My first instance has already been created. Come with me to take a look. After seeing it, you can decide whether to stay or leave. The first instance has already been created. The first one?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, turning their heads to survey the surroundings. The sky still radiated a white glow, and the landscape appeared unchanged from before. They had not even heard Lin Hanmo altering the terrain. Where was this instance? Even Shoho and the others were bewildered. After all, Lin Hanmo had not communicated his progress in creating the instance with him and quickly whispered, "Lin bro, should we wait a bit longer?" Lin Hanmo smiled, waved his hand, and lifted everyone into the air. "No need. It is truly finished. Follow me." As he spoke, he soared with everyone to the heart of the venue, where an unfathomable pit had mysteriously appeared. Within it, a swirling mist of gray and white billowed, and a chilling wind howled, intertwining with the stone walls to produce a monstrous roar. "Oh my, Lin Gu, have you constructed the dungeon underground?" The thin monkey finally comprehended the scene before him, his eyes widening in realization. Could it be that this is the hell of our Huaxia? The mention of Huaxia's hell startled the crowd, but before they could react, they were plunged into the cavern by Lin Hanmo. Passing through layers of the grayish mist, they ultimately arrived at an exceedingly dark place, cold and eerie. The howling wind buffeted against them, akin to a host of vengeful spirits gazing hungrily, caressing their forms. In this terrifying and suffocating environment, Lin Hanmo's voice emerged from the front. Welcome, everyone, to become the first witnesses of Huaxia's underworld. Accompanied by his words, the entire area gradually illuminated. Chapter 44. United in Heart. Such a person does not exist in this world. Ah, with the light, a girl's scream followed. Those already rattled by the pitch-black surroundings trembled at the sound, turning in fear. Initially thinking it was merely an insect that startled them, they were genuinely taken aback, with some timid souls activating their attire, ready to summon protection. At this moment, they discovered themselves beside a majestic mountain gate. Next to the screaming girl loomed an ugly, grotesque stone statue resembling a vengeful spirit. The sudden brightness revealing such a figure caused involuntary gasps. Even Jiang Lei, who prided himself on his courage, was momentarily startled. After the brief shock, realizing it was merely a statue, the group let out a collective sigh of relief and began to survey their surroundings. Above them, the sky was shrouded in grayish mist. An ominous wind howled through the highlands, yet it could not disperse the enveloping fog, as if it isolated the verdant mountains and waters from the realm of mortals. This was an ancient, imposing gate, intricately carved with enigmatic patterns, the stone portal etched with the words Ghost Gate after countless ages. Within, shadowy forms seemed to materialize from the mist, continually drifting about. Rushing waters accompanied by the clattering of bones battered against the shore, as if vengeful spirits were screaming to claw their way ashore. What the heck? Lin Gu, did you create all of this during this time? The Ghost Gate. What is it? Jiang Lei gazed at the structure named the Ghost Gate, secretly astonished. How long had it been since Lin Gu had crafted such a building? The ancient, intricate designs appeared as if meticulously sculpted. Most importantly, the time he took was remarkably brief. From Lin Ji's words, it seemed this was merely one segment of the underworld, as he had already constructed all other areas. Listening to Jiang Lei's words, Lin Hanmo gazed at the gate with a melodic tone. This is the Yinqiao Difu of Huaxia's mythos, the realm where the Yin gods dwell, the final destination for souls. The so-called Hell of the West is but a minor branch of the underworld, not its essence. This Ghost Gate is the juncture between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead, a place where the living must not tread. Only the spirits of the deceased may pass. The juncture between the living and the dead, the dwelling place of Huaxia's Yin gods, the resting place for all souls. As they absorbed Lin Hanmo's explanation, the students' mouths fell agape, their eyes reflecting shock. If this were true, they might indeed become witnesses of Huaxia's history. These structures, devoid of any divine power, were but mere facades. Yet, the attire was real. Since Lin Hanmo had created the underworld of Huaxia, he must have them don the corresponding Huaxia attire. They were to play the roles and summon the Yin gods of Huaxia. Except for Jiang Qingqiu and a few others, the remaining students had not watched the live stream. Had it not been for the earlier explanations from the Thin Monkey and others regarding Lin Hanmo's rise to prominence, showing them Huaxia's wedding attire, they would have surely scoffed and called him a fraud, turning to leave the dungeon. After all, Huaxia attire. They had never seen such a thing since birth. It was widely deemed a beautiful fantasy of the Huaxia people. Both the younger generation and the older generation shared this sentiment. Before the college entrance examination, they had all been cautioned by their teachers not to create Huaxia attire based on mere fantasies. Yet now, as fantasies became reality, with someone actually achieving global recognition through the creation of Huaxia attire, the students' perceptions began to shatter. Alongside this shattering, an indescribable emotion began to take root in their hearts. Huaxia indeed had its own attire. Moreover, they were about to become the first batch of examinees to don Huaxia attire. Bro, shall we stop looking at the rest? Let's save some time. What Yin god attire should I wear? I can perform splendidly. The plump boy, eager for Lin Hanmo's promise, approached him with gleaming eyes. How cunning! The students behind him finally reacted, rushing forward to seek their roles. Big shot, take a look at me. I promise a perfect performance. You won't be disappointed, great one. I was born for the underworld. I can reside here. God, let me play a Yin god. Even the Thin Monkey and others were immensely intrigued. Seeing this, Lin Hanmo had no choice but to use his authority to push everyone back a bit, stating, "Everyone, do not rush. The number of roles needed in this underworld will not be too many. They do not constitute the main force. The true main force lies above ground. I will be there, ultimately forming the core of Huaxia's dungeon, which is the second layer of the dungeon, the main body of Huaxia. The second layer of the dungeon, they still needed to construct an entirely new architectural dungeon unique to Huaxia above ground. Lin Hanmo's words left even the viewers in the live stream puzzled. Is it really that extravagant? They had previously thought to explore Huaxia's architectural style, risking life and limb to delve into the depths of the mist, only to uncover a fraction. Yet now, this 18-year-old boy, who had just become a soul master, was creating two Huaxia dungeons simultaneously. Could it be that Lin Hanmo was truly a descendant of a hidden family, unearthing ancient manuscripts passed down for millennia? Honestly, if I were an elder of the family, I would have beaten him half to death. How much would such core knowledge fetch if sold? Perhaps he truly is different from what we imagined. The Huaxia audience mused, increasingly revering the young man in red garb within the live stream. In an era where Huaxia civilization was not prominent, to publicly display something that could be deemed a treasure, even allowing other students to use the god attire. Such a person was unprecedented in their experience, or rather, before encountering Lin Hanmo, they had never even dared to dream. The second layer of the dungeon? So this underworld is merely a portion of the upcoming dungeon? This time, hearing Lin Hanmo's words, even the thin monkey and his companions, who had followed him through the second challenge, felt a bit dizzy. At this moment, they realized the magnitude of the dungeon world Lin Hanmo was about to create. They suddenly yearned to see what the completed dungeon would look like, to witness the astonishment of those who ventured into it. Let's finish our tour here. Once we return above, I will create the second layer of the dungeon, and we shall begin our true collaboration. Lin Hanmo smiled, guiding Jiang Qingqiu and the others on a brief tour of the underworld. The Yellow Springs Road, Ghost Gate, Naiha Bridge, and Wangchuan River had all been constructed. He even created an outer shell for the city of the Wronged Souls, along with some ancient architectural houses. After all, with only 10 hours of preparation, he could not afford to waste all his time on construction. Producing a rough outline of the structures was already sufficient. The rest would naturally be filled in by the domain activated by the attire. In his heart, he eagerly anticipated the scene of summoning the gods using the Firefly-level attire, then unfolding the domain to allow the true underworld to descend, and of course, he would have to wait until after the college entrance examination to enjoy the live stream replay of that scene. At the start of the dungeon battle, Lin Hanmo did not intend to remain in the underworld. He would select one among Zhang Lei, the thin monkey, and others to act as the leader of the underworld after the battle commenced. As for Lin Hanmo himself, once the battle started, he would don the black dragon robe, leading the Qin cavalry to defend the Great Wall. There would be his true stage. Chapter 45, Dungeon Title, Watch Over Huaxia. The eerie yet magnificently imposing underworld provided a powerful visual impact for the students. It is no exaggeration to say that this was 100 times more impressive than the Western hell depicted in their textbooks. While Western hell often portrayed the suffering of the living and the wailing of souls, how could it compare to the ancient and grand appearance of the Huaxia underworld? That hell truly resembled a frightful place. Here, however, it was a genuine depiction of the realm of the dead. After touring the underworld, the students returned to the city walls, gazing at the clouds drifting in the sky and the lush mountains and waters surrounding them. At this moment, they felt as if they had transcended time and space. The subsequent recruitment efforts, influenced by the confidence instilled in the students towards Lin Hanmo, were swiftly accomplished, and the newcomers readily agreed to join the ranks. Ultimately, after some deliberation among Jiang Qingqiu and others, they decided to cap the number at 900. This figure surpassed the personnel count from the Age of Exploration 8 years prior, yet it remained below the threshold of 1,000, which could have precipitated a qualitative change for the offensive side. Most notably, they had set the bar for entry quite high. Even a score of 140 was considered to be in the upper echelon. Should the incoming participants possess excessively high capabilities, it would compel the directing team to recruit an increased number of high-caliber candidates for the offensive side. Lin Hanmo had no objections to this. Seizing the opportunity while they were restructuring their team and expelling the newcomers, he commenced alterations to the entire terrain of the instance's surface. In his mind, the library shelves unique to the ancient civilization of Huaxia unfurled, showcasing the majestic landscapes and architectural scrolls belonging to Huaxia. When discussing the iconic wonders of Huaxia, The Great Wall is undeniably an essential component. The instance on the ground, guarding the Great Wall, thus came into being. Here, he would stand alongside his teammates to repel invading foes, to fend off candidates from other nations. A 900-person instance, currently the highest caliber on the recruitment page. A few others aspired to create such a high-standard instance. Yet they were eliminated for various reasons, including insufficient recruitment and inadequate personal strength. When the preparation time elapsed, the instance he was part of would emerge as Huaxia's premier instance, facing tests from around the globe. Lin Hanmo took a deep breath and sought out the scroll of the Great Wall in his mind, manifesting it into reality while infusing it with his own ideas. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei and others, who were organizing the candidates on the platform, felt a tremor that shook the very ground. They instinctively paused their conversations and turned to observe. Before them, the mountains shifted and the ocean undulated, as if a colossal dragon, just awakened from slumber, turned over. Amidst the violent tremors, a towering mountain range emerged, bisecting the entire instance from north to south. The dragon-like peaks twisted and turned, rising and falling with grandeur that inspired awe. Under the radiant sunlight, the contours of the mountains were starkly visible, resembling a magnificent painting unfurling before their eyes. Just as all the candidates were speculating about the nature of the Huaxia instance, Lin Hanmo was preparing. The summit of the mountains began to tremble. An abundance of grayish-white rubble cascaded down, revealing intricate artificial engravings. A lanky student cupped his hands around his eyes like a telescope, gazing towards the mountain peak. There stood formidable walls, hard and unyielding. They sprawled across the mountaintop, forming an intimidating and formidable barrier. From a distance, these walls resembled the scales of a colossal dragon, poised to rise and soar, casting its gaze upon the mortal realm. By heavens, is this truly a relic of our ancient Huaxia civilization? How could such an incredible defense be constructed atop these peaks in ancient times? The lanky student gasped, utterly astonished by the feat of engineering. Who cares? All I know is, this instance is truly going to make waves around the world. Beside him, an excited student exclaimed, even the age of exploration in the English realm merely produced a few ships and sea monsters. But we are genuinely bringing ancient architecture to life. Once Lin Gu starts teaching us how to don Huaxia attire, and we all wear it to invoke the gods, unleashing powerful domains, how impressive will that be? Although the other students remained silent, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Many even began to mock those who had been expelled, oblivious to the opportunity they had squandered. A black flag fluttered in the wind atop the mountain peak. Everyone turned to look. Upon the flag was inscribed in ancient and intricate script. With their literacy skills intact, they carefully deciphered its meaning in their minds. The flag bore the name Qin. Indeed, it was the Great Qin. The instance on the surface was the Great Qin, while the underground instance was the Netherworld. Both realms intertwined. This instance would be a death sentence for anyone who dared to enter. Jiang Lei shouted in exhilaration. His gaze fixated on a figure soaring down from the sky, their excitement mounting. The architectural instance had taken shape. They were all about to commence the creation of Huaxia attire. This would be the first time the Huaxia attire, long veiled in history, would be showcased in a grand spectacle with 900 individuals adorned in it. What special effects would the garments of the Yin gods possess? What splendor would the Qin garments exhibit? The students present, along with the audience in the live stream, were filled with anticipation. Amidst the flurry of thoughts, a voice resonated from the heavens. The current instance name has been confirmed and modified. Renamed, Guarding Huaxia, Chapter 46, Nations Battling in the Huaxia Instance. Everyone is ready. The additional time allotted for the defensive candidates to form teams passed quietly. Numerous instances finalized their names, which were subsequently displayed on the offensive candidates instance page. Of course, at present, only the name was visible. The specific entry conditions would remain undecided until the defensive side's 10-hour preparation period concluded, i.e. the preceding hour. Some candidates were still uncertain about which instance they should enter, leading to some instances not being fully staffed. Thus, the directing team could not establish conditions based on the current situation. The remaining instances that had not filled their quotas would continue to have opportunities for candidates to recruit or choose their desired instances in the upcoming hours. However, this delay would also eat into their preparation time. For the offensive side, the remaining hours of waiting felt interminable. To alleviate their boredom, the candidates selected for the offensive side in Huaxia began to speculate about the difficulty of the instance based on its name in their chat channels. Haha, I just strolled through the British Regions channel, and because the last instance, the Age of Exploration, was such a hit, all the instance names there are just Age of Exploration. It's quite absurd that duplicates aren't prohibited. Everyone, just make sure to avoid that 800-person Age of Exploration created by Elizabeth. The creator is none other than the next Queen of Britain, a top 10 candidate globally. Who knows, maybe the conditions allow us to go in with 2,000 people? Wouldn't that be a breeze? Brothers, does anyone want to team up for the Winter is Coming instance created by a G from the Bear Country? It's 600 people, but it seems that this globally ranked brother isn't as formidable as he appears. Indeed, it still doesn't match the numbers of our premier instance, guarding Huaxia. Whenever the Huaxia offensive candidates mention the instance at the top of the Huaxia page, marked with 900 participants, a surge of pride welled within them. The creator of the instance was Lin Hanmo, undoubtedly one of the most exceptional talents of their generation in Huaxia. Even before the examination concluded, it was already ranked first globally. This was an honor that the candidates from Huaxia had never achieved before. Now, witnessing their opponent's name appear within the first Huaxia instance, they felt an overwhelming excitement. This candidate, who had already secured the top rank, was not merely resting on his laurels, but aimed to ensure that Huaxia shone brilliantly in the final round of assessments. Of course, being first did not imply they could slack off. Once they amassed sufficient points in this round, they intended to thoroughly experience this instance. 11. Let us first explore the other instances before tackling this tough nut. Most candidates were not foolish. At the very least, Lin Hanmo's ascension to global number 1 implied he possessed top-tier strength that they had yet to comprehend. They were not about to foolishly rush in. They would wait for others to test the waters first. Moreover, this was Huaxia's premier instance. If their own people were to fill it using sheer numbers early on, what would that signify? Amidst their casual banter, a plethora of students in the offensive channel suddenly declared their intention to immediately challenge the instance created by Lin Hanmo. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, wondering where such fools had emerged from, and curiously checked the IDs of these challengers, only to find that most were candidates from the East and India. Their names were all translations of their native languages. The Indian candidates, in particular, were numerous. Their remarks echoed, "Those who dare provoke our Lord Yama shall meet their demise. Not even the deities of Huaxia can save him. How dare they strike at our Eastern candidates? They must be tired of living. This instance will be obliterated from the outset. We, the East, have spoken." The Huaxia candidates chuckled at the spectacle, finding it amusing. Some pieced together the events that Lin Hanmo had instigated. He had struck down an Eastern candidate, challenged the supreme deity Yama of India, and even summoned deities hitherto unknown to Huaxia. Goodness! Jin Dao from Jiangnan number 1 exclaimed. Now I understand why he is ranked first. My goodness, the deities of Huaxia. If it weren't for the candidates from other nations saying it, I wouldn't have believed it. Now, all I can say is, Lin Hanmo has truly brought us honor. Wang Depeng from the capital lamented. Ah, why did I choose the offensive side? Had I known, I would have opted for the defensive side in this instance. Li Da from Hengshui number 7 remarked. The deities of the East and India are truly inferior. They didn't even make it onto the top 30 global leaderboard in the second round. It's evident they are of little worth. The final remark came from Li Da of Hengshui no. 7, who, despite his sarcastic tone, couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Once, Huaxia had been subjected to such derision. Now, the tables had turned. Under the assurance of securing their scores, even he felt compelled to witness the wonders that the first instance of Huaxia had to offer. What might the attire of Huaxia resemble? As the chat channel of the attacking side buzzed with excitement, Lin Hanmo received delightful news prior to the commencement of the dungeon guarding Huaxia. A defender had raised concerns regarding the fabric used, and after careful deliberation by the examination group, it was decided that while the material grade would remain unchanged, the colors of the fabrics within the dungeon could be modified accordingly. Upon receiving this information, Lin Hanmo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swiftly communicated with the examination group and arranged for nearly all the material colors to be altered to black, retaining only a few in other shades. Once the materials were transported, the assembled crowd was convinced they were gazing at a magnificent wall of luminous black, with so many of us adorned in black. We shall undoubtedly overshadow those examinees, they exclaimed. Hurry, Lin Gu, let us begin. I must study the huaxia attire thoroughly and strive for excellence. Surrounded by eager onlookers, all eyes wide with anticipation, they awaited the forthcoming tutorial on huaxia attire production. It had been previously stated that in this round, the majority of huaxia attire would consist of microlight level materials. With nearly 1,000 participants, it was clear that Lin Hanmo could not single-handedly create all of the huaxia attire. Thus, he prepared to impart knowledge on two major categories of attire to the present huaxia examinees, Insha and Daqin Junshi. For these two categories, Lin Hanmo would craft only a sample outfit, allowing the examinees to replicate it. Those with particularly poor sewing skills would require assistance from their peers. The nuances of this task would be left for the examinees to navigate. Naturally, there would also be outfits of firefly level, such as black and white impermanence, ox-headed horse-faced, and evil spirits of the river of forgetfulness. Due to their unique nature and scarcity of materials, only Lin Hanmo would be able to create these. Seizing the opportunity of everyone's gathering, he tentatively selected a group of 12 high-scoring examinees from the first two rounds, who displayed commendable performance as candidates for the firefly-level attire. This included individuals such as Shouho and Zhang as well as the previously dissenting rotund candidate. His ample frame would perhaps not suit other garments, but the black impermanence of Inshin was a perfect match. Lin Hanmo felt fortunate to have discovered such a gem. Unexpectedly, another individual he never anticipated to see here stepped forward, a tall, robust young man. When he self-nominated from the crowd, Lin Hanmo was taken aback. The newcomer calmly stated, "I believe my abilities are sufficient, right? You witnessed my performance in the first round." To Lin Hanmo's surprise, it was Chan Cheng, the second-place contestant from the first round. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hanmo ultimately acquiesced to the request, selecting a total of 12 individuals as preparers for the firefly-level attire. The remaining huaxia examinees had already mentally prepared for this outcome, raising no objections. After all, those adorned in firefly-level attire would be at greater risk, becoming prime targets for the attacking side. Lacking the requisite strength, they would only hasten their demise and become the subject of ridicule. Ultimately, as long as they could defend the dungeon, their scores would not differ significantly from those wearing firefly-level attire. Rather than dwelling on these matters, perfecting the Daqin Junshi and Insha attire was of greater importance. Everyone, pay close attention. Amidst the gaze of nearly 1,000 onlookers, Lin Hanmo felt a hint of unease. He cleared his throat to alleviate his mild trepidation, then concentrated intently as he placed his hand upon the iron-black material before him. In his mind, a tome from the ancient library of huaxia surfaced, revealing a record of Daqin attire as it rapidly unfolded, showcasing the distinctive iron-black armor of Daqin. Lin Hanmo's hands shimmered with subtle light, causing the iron-black fabric to levitate before him. Some materials became exceedingly rigid, while others transformed into fine threads, interlinking seamlessly. Multiple steps converged swiftly in unison. Ultimately, a suit of armor, entirely black, with an ancient design that seemed to absorb surrounding light, was successfully crafted. "Have you all learned?" Lin Hanmo held the armor in his hands, deeming his creation satisfactory, and turned to observe the crowd. He was met with wide-eyed stares, the atmosphere thick with silence. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Learn? Learn what? Chapter 47. Huaxia attire. Daqin military garb. Strength through slaughter. What the heck, Lin Gu? Is this how you usually make your clothes? Shouho exclaimed from behind Lin Hanmo, his scalp tingling with astonishment. Even Qin Sheng, who had initially approached with the intention of assessing whether he could surpass Lin Hanmo in crafting huaxia attire, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this really how you create attire? They believed that making attire required thoughtful consideration, painstaking trial and error, and meticulous execution to bring their ideas to fruition. It was akin to constructing a skyscraper from building blocks, where they must be vigilant about the foundation and ensure stability to avoid collapse. In contrast, Lin Hanmo seemed to create with a mere snap of his fingers, as if the blocks animatedly assembled themselves, rapidly forming an indestructible tower. He did not need to first lay the groundwork and then raise the finished product. He achieved it in one fell swoop. Learning? What is there to learn? In that moment, all present students became acutely aware of the chasm separating them from the best. Is my pace too swift? Lin Hanmo, noticing the expressions of those around him, finally comprehended. Perhaps I should slow down a bit. As he prepared to commence the second round of military attire creation, Someone in the crowd raised a hand to interrupt. Wait, Lin Gil. Let us first see the effects of this military attire. He turned to Lin Hanmo with excitement, prompting others to nod in agreement. Yes, yes. We want to see the effects of our Huaxia microlight military attire. Does this military garb truly rival that of the Pope or the King? I too ponder this matter. Could this military attire ultimately summon a Deqin soldier? Let us see the effects of the Deqin military attire. Lin Hanmo, intrigued by the anticipation surrounding the Deqin attire's special effects, consented. He infused a bit of mental energy into it and opened the panel for the Deqin military garb, checking its details while showcasing it to the crowd. Deqin military garb Jia level, microlight, Gongshi, effects. 1. Soldier soul advancement. Consuming 50 points of mental energy summons the Deqin soldier soul, gaining strength through slaying enemies. After the soldier soul slays 10 F-level enemies on the battlefield for the Lord, Lin Hanmo, it can be promoted from Gongshi to Shangzhou. Some materials of the armor randomly convert and advance to Firefly level, allowing the summoning of a soldier at the current attire level as assistance. 2. Royal Path Bond. While Lord Lin Hanmo is present and in control, all wearers of the Deqin military garb receive an additional 50 points of mental energy replenishment. E-note, the promotion level system will correspond with material grade and the rank of the attire master, derived from the 20-level military merit ranking system of the Qin dynasty. Soul advancement. Royal Path Bond. What is this? The crowd stared at the information displayed by Lin Hanmo, their bodies tingling with electric shock. The mere fact that a microlight level attire possessed 2 skill effects was astonishing enough. The description of the skills left them utterly bewildered. The summoned soldier soul could gain merit through killing for Lin Hanmo, thus promoting its rank. The attire's quality could evolve alongside its growth. It was a truly developmental garment. Above in the skies, all the examination representatives were in a frenzy, their expressions bordering on madness. Even the golden-haired lady embodying Athena struggled to maintain her composure. While Lin Hanmo began crafting, the cameras in the live broadcast had been shielded. However, the examination group remained unencumbered. Lin Hanmo was on the verge of ushering in a new era. The concept of a developmental attire, once merely an aspiration, was now a tangible possibility. The breaths of the Huaxia examination representatives quickened, their hands trembling around their teacups. Lin Hanmo, you have truly accomplished something monumental. If such attire could be widely disseminated, Huaxia would no longer need to expend vast resources in the pursuit of high-grade attire materials. They could equip their military with this attire, engage in combat within the mist, and thereby continuously advance. The notion of gaining strength through slaughter was immensely enticing. Presently, it was merely microlight level, but what if it continued to grow? Could it eventually reach the level of Ming or even Sanyang? If an array of Sanyang-level Huaxia attire could be cultivated, Huaxia would undoubtedly stride boldly through the forbidden zones. The emotional turmoil of some foreign examiners was palpable. Why? Why does Huaxia's attire possess such formidable effects? Does this not render our nation's crusaders feeble by comparison? Our crusaders, too, are historical cultural entities. Why do they lack the bonds and growth effects of Huaxia? Is the historical and cultural heritage of Huaxia truly so profound? Why have our deities never communicated with us? The examiners from countries such as the Eagle Nation and the Eastern Land wore expressions as grim as ink, their murderous intent barely contained. How formidable! The effect of this attire is indeed extraordinary. This Lin Hanmo, who emerged from nowhere, has already bestowed upon Huaxia several garments that can only be described as miraculous. If he is allowed to continue, what will become of us? If Lin Hanmo is not recruited by them, he will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary in the future. The final binding effect of this attire has become the last straw that broke their composure. My lord, Lin Hanmo, does this imply that Lin Hanmo can, through his garment, command all the garment-wielding spirit masters dressed in the military attire of the Great Qin? If he aligns with Huaxia, how could the armies of other nations dare to adopt such garments? Once the foggy regions are cleared and territorial disputes commence, a mere glance from the opposing side could render their forces completely devoid of combat effectiveness. At this moment, the representative examiner from the Eagle Nation, an elderly man with golden hair, gazed at Lin Hanmo with an expression of uncertainty. Ultimately, he resolved, he must be eliminated. Lin Hanmo cannot be allowed to live. Who knows what other similar creations akin to the Great Qin military attire reside within his mind? It is imperative to inform the state to resolve decisively and dispatch spies to assassinate Lin Hanmo. Everything related to Lin Hanmo must be consumed by flames. Unbeknownst to Lin Hanmo, who is surrounded by eager onlookers, every pair of eyes glimmers with excitement. Big brother, I have made my decision. I shall don this microlight level garment. Brother Lin, let us do it again. We will certainly study diligently. By the gods, Brother Lin, rest assured. Once we emerge from the instance, this garment will become a family heirloom. Listening to the enthusiastic voices around him, Lin Hanmo surveyed the attire in his hands, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Even he had not anticipated that the military attire of the Great Qin possessed such extraordinary growth potential. Most importantly, the value of that phrase from Qin Shi Huang Ingzheng continues to rise. The emperor has given him not just a black dragon robe, but an entire Great Qin empire. As he absorbed the surrounding voices, Lin Hanmo slightly tempered his thoughts and smiled. There is no need to rush your choices. The Great Qin military attire is impressive, and the forthcoming Incha will surely not disappoint. Once both garments are revealed, you may decide at your leisure. Lin Hanmo's words ignited a wave of excitement among the students nearby. Indeed, if the Great Qin military attire is already so remarkable, what formidable effects might the Incha garments from the Huaxia Yin God system possess? Chapter 48. Huaxia Attire, Incha Garb. The third round of the instance officially commences. Responding to the crowd's urging, Lin Hanmo meticulously replicated the entire garment-making process once more. While creating, he explained the potential issues that might arise. The crafting of garments is a subject that candidates have studied for over a decade, and those present are no strangers to high scores. If they cannot grasp the teaching process after a single viewing, they truly ought to return to high school. Moreover, with 2 example military garments crafted by Lin Hanmo, even if a step is forgotten, they can restore it through observation. Brother Lin, we understand. Let us begin making the Incha attire. Once it was confirmed that no one had questions about the steps, Jiang Lei could no longer contain himself and urged. Though he has been confirmed to wear the Firefly-level attire, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. Mastering the creation of such garments is a skill in itself. Very well, Lin Hanmo set aside the military attire and, after a brief respite, commenced the making of the Incha garments. Unlike the intricate black dragon robe, the microlight level garments such as the Great Qin military attire are designed for mass production to equip the Great Qin soldiers, allowing for a unique touch while ensuring the protection of the soldiers. Thus, creating such a garment does not take an excessive amount of time. The same applies to the Incha attire. Lin Hanmo took a piece of black fabric, and as he channeled his microlight energy, the fabric began to transform before the eyes of the onlookers. Throughout this process, he consciously slowed his crafting speed, step by step, elucidating the key points of the garment and the unique manufacturing techniques characteristic of Huaxia. Ultimately, the microlight black fabric in his hands transformed into an ancient-style Incha garment. It radiated a faint black glow, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld. The garment's cut exuded an air of solemnity and majesty, yet retained an aura of mystery. The collar and cuffs were shrouded in a grayish-white mist, hinting at an endless chill in response to the eager gazes surrounding him. Lin Hanmo wasted no time and quickly presented the panel of the Incha garment. Huaxia attire, Incha garb, level, microlight. Effects, 1. In God. Every 30 minutes, consume 30 points of mental power to summon a Incha to attach to oneself, immune to all physical attacks, exerting suppressive effects on all spirits not exceeding E rank. Note, this comes from the deities of the underworld. In God. Summoning a Incha to attach to oneself, immune to all physical attacks. Incredible! The ability to transform one's body into a ghost is already available at the microlight level, and it possesses cross-rank suppression attributes. In an instant, some students who had leaned towards the Great Qin military attire found themselves wavering. Though the Incha does not possess growth attributes, its effects as a Yin god are undeniably exceptional. The attacking candidates outside would hardly possess means to target souls. Wearing this garment would exponentially enhance their survival capabilities. After all, this is a high-stakes examination, and surviving to the end is a crucial indicator. Just as the candidates were hesitating, Lin Hanmo stoked the flames. It is time to make your selections. I only need 100 for the Incha attire. After all, this is not the primary battlefield. Those wishing to choose the Incha garments should stand to my left. We will close the selection once we reach capacity. His words proved remarkably effective, as several candidates, prioritizing survival, swiftly abandoned the Great Qin military attire and moved to join him. This action prompted many undecided candidates to follow suit. Before long, the number of individuals on Lin Hanmo's left reached the desired count. Very well, though the Incha attire offers strong survival capabilities and is not on the front lines, it still bears responsibilities and must adhere to commands. With time still remaining, let us hasten to create our military garments or Incha attire. Ho Yuang, distribute the materials. Sure thing. The lean monkey replied cheerfully as he approached the pile of materials, selecting a few individuals to assist. Come, everyone line up, no pushing, one at a time. Plenty for all. The lean monkey, selected to wear the firefly-level attire, was not particularly anxious, as he was merely overseeing the process, making it quite easy. Lin Hanmo, observing this scene, let out a sigh of relief, slightly recuperating from the mental energy expended in creating 3 garments. Just as he was preparing to begin crafting the remaining garments, Zhang Qingqiu and a group of selected candidates approached with concerned inquiries. Do you need our assistance with the remaining firefly-level garments? You can guide us while resting. Although this may slow the process, it allows you to recuperate. Indeed, Brother Lin, after all, this instance is not solely your endeavor. Your well-deserved rest is of utmost importance, Li Ye nodded. Our scores are commendable. Even if you merely describe the general appearance of the garments, we can replicate them with impressive accuracy, Chen Qing added. Though he now felt somewhat overshadowed by Lin Hanmo's prowess in garment making, he still believed he had a voice in this matter. Being unable to match Lin Hanmo did not mean he could not replicate the garments. Surely, he had to showcase his worth somehow. Right? Lin Hanmo, smiling as he regarded the eager group, shook his head gently. There is no need. While some garments are indeed ancient in style, they are quite simple to make. The Firefly-level Great Qin military attire is merely an upgraded version and is not overly challenging. I will not overreach. If I truly cannot manage, I will seek your help. However, not at this moment. While he felt a bit tired, the fulfillment of personally crafting huaxia attire filled him with immense satisfaction. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated the instant the next instance would commence, a moment that would undoubtedly astound the world with huaxia attire. Responding to the concerns of his companions and after a brief rest, he assigned tasks to keep everyone occupied. He then gathered all the Firefly-level materials, sought a secluded space, and began crafting the garments of the black and white impermanents, among others. Simultaneously, the viewers in the live stream, still captivated by the majestic Great Wall, were beginning to feel a sense of despair. What growth garments, what Great Qin attire! Why are we only hearing sounds and not seeing the visuals? My goodness. Just imagining that scene is exhilarating. When will the instance commence? Brothers, let us check back in 10 hours. I see other instances are showcasing landscapes, clearly teasing us and wanting us to see the completed garments. Sigh. I'll take a short break, set an alarm, and prepare to watch at the first opportunity. Front row selling pillows, snacks, bottled water, sunflower seeds, and drinks. Lin Hanmo 10 hours may not feel long, nor short. As dusk descended upon Huaxia, the viewers in the live stream finally heard the announcement from the examination team. Preparation time for the defending side's instance has concluded. The entrance conditions for each dungeon have been activated. The attacking party may review the corresponding conditions independently. After 10 minutes, access to the dungeons will be granted. As this announcement resonated, it instantly jolted the attention of nearly all the spectators. The dungeon truly commenced. The third round of assessments had officially begun. Chapter 49. The outrageous entrance conditions of the dungeon. A threefold disparity in forces. Finally, it has arrived. Quickly, adjust the camera in the live broadcast room. Why are we still showing landscapes? Are we really going to wait 10 minutes before following the attacking candidates into the dungeon to start filming? Where's the production team? There are no chicken legs today. Fortunately, the anxiously waiting audience was somewhat appeased as a new feature button was added to the live stream, allowing them to click in and view the entrance information for each dungeon, along with the chat channel of the attacking party. This moment, accompanied by a voice from the horizon, the attacking members, having rested for 10 hours, were all exhilarated, rubbing their hands together, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. When they opened the information for various dungeons, they unhesitatingly chose to first check the information for the dungeon ranked first in each country. They were eager to discover which dungeon would prove to be the most challenging. The restrictions on entrance conditions often indicated the difficulty of the dungeon. The more restrictions imposed, the greater the challenge on the public screen. Some candidates who had yet to click into the Watch Over China dungeon were already dazzled by the overwhelming flood of information. What the heck? Who said the dungeon of the Bear Country, Winter is Coming, was weak? Just look at these conditions. Attachment, dungeon. Winter is Coming, dungeon capacity, 600, dungeon members, Ajif, Anna Katerina. Defeat the defending party in the frigid region of Bear Country. Entrance conditions. Possess at least Glimmer level attire, and score no less than 140 points in the first 2 rounds. Current number of attackers, 1200, full capacity to commence, note. After successfully conquering this dungeon, all attackers are guaranteed a minimum score of 80 points in the 3rd round. Goodness, a score of no less than 140 points in the first 2 rounds. That means at least 70 points each round, which is essentially the entry threshold for top-tier universities. Many candidates gazed at the entrance conditions for Bear Country's first dungeon, Winter is Coming, in astonishment. Quite a few of them might not even meet the entrance threshold. A high barrier signifies exceptional quality and immense difficulty. However, it also implies high rewards. As long as they successfully conquer this dungeon, they are assured a minimum score of 80 points. How exhilarating! This means that even if one falls in the dungeon, as long as their teammates succeed in conquering it, the fallen will still receive 80 points. My goodness, a dungeon with 1,200 attackers facing only 600 defenders, a 2-to-1 advantage. Even a 2-for-1 exchange could lead to victory. But wait, brothers, take a look at the Age of Exploration in the British Isles. Attachment, dungeon, Age of Exploration, dungeon capacity, 800, dungeon members, Elizabeth Sharon, Ray Buki. Defeat the British fleet in naval battles. Entrance conditions. Possess at least Glimmer level attire, and score no less than 150 points in the first 2 rounds. Current number of attackers, 2000, full capacity to commence, note. After successfully conquering this dungeon, all attackers are guaranteed a minimum score of 85 points in the 3rd round. A guaranteed 85 points. One after another, the top dungeons from various countries, coupled with the final guaranteed scores, drove nearly all candidates globally into a frenzy. Rather than toiling away in small dungeons, it would be far better to engage in a grand one for lasting gains. A score above 80 points essentially meets all candidates' psychological expectations for the 3rd round, and this is merely a baseline score. The greater the contribution within the dungeon, the higher the potential score. This mechanism clearly encourages one to risk everything and charge forward. Soon, Bear Country's Winter is Coming, and the British Age of Exploration welcomed an influx of attacking members. They were almost instantly on the verge of full capacity, not only from these 2 nations but also from the land of the rising sun's 8 flags bug tide, India's Shivram. Every country with a historical legacy had a guaranteed score. And personnel were rapidly increasing. And what about China? As some students, dazzled by the overwhelming information on the dungeons, finally reacted, they hastily clicked on their regional dungeon's top entry. The dungeon named Watch Over China. Upon seeing the information above, everyone's pupils dilated and their hearts trembled. What is going on? How can our first dungeon in China have such entrance conditions? Dungeon name, Watch Over China. Dungeon capacity, 900, dungeon members, Lin Hanmo, Zhang Qingqiu, Zhang Lei, Li Yeya. Defeat the ancient army known as the Great Qin and the spirits of the underworld at the majestic Great Wall's border. Entrance conditions. 1. Possess at least Glimmer level attire. Score no less than 160 points in the first 2 rounds. 2. Have Glimmer or higher attire specifically effective against the underworld spirits, or be able to craft such attire. The examination group can provide the corresponding materials. 3. Possess at least Glimmer level attire, and score below 120 points in the first 2 rounds. Condition 1 allows for a total of 1,800 recruits. Condition 2 allows for 400 recruits. Condition 3 allows for 500 recruits. Total, 2,700 recruits. Note, after successfully conquering this dungeon, all attackers are guaranteed a minimum score of 85 points in the 3rd round. Oh my! When someone posted the entrance conditions for China's first dungeon, all candidates, along with the audience, were left in shock. 3 entrance conditions. A total of 2,700 participants for 1 round of the dungeon. The attacking party's total number is 3 times that of the defending party. In an instant, The originally 2,700 slots for entry transformed into 500,700. The 500 slots for Condition 3 were immediately filled. Most of them were Chinese students. For these candidates, the conditions for this dungeon were nothing short of a blessing. They had not passed the first 2 rounds. With a guaranteed score of 85 points in the 3rd round, they might just scrape by and gain admission to a university, even knowing they would likely end up as cannon fodder. They were determined to give it a shot. If they fail the Clothing Soul College entrance exam, there won't be another chance. If they wish to continue as Clothing Soul Masters, they must join the military or form mercenary teams to battle in the Mist Realm. Whichever path they choose, it pales in comparison to the opportunities afforded by attending university. The examination group truly seems to care for us in China. Above in the sky, the representative examiner from China with a square face wore a somewhat gloomy expression. He couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Hanmo and the others. 2,700 participants are just for 1 round. After surviving 1 round, another 2,700 will inevitably join the battlefield. Fortunately, the production team dared not be overly harsh, offering a compensation plan. Defend against 1 wave. All defenders receive 60 points, regardless of whether they perish. Defend against 2 waves. All defenders receive 80 points, regardless of whether they perish. Defend against 3 waves. All defenders receive 100 points, regardless of whether they perish. Each wave provides double the rest time and nearly unlimited material replenishment. With this adjustment, even the examiner representative found it difficult to contest. 3 waves, totaling 8,100 participants, are challenging, but certainly not without opportunity. Moreover, this clearly balanced rule in the examination, even he could not outright reject. If he wished to provide convenience for the candidates, then the Eagle Nation would certainly veto it. There was no point in dragging this issue out. Thus, he merely proposed one inquiry, asking Lin Hanmo whether he agreed. Should he disagree, China would undoubtedly reject this condition. When the production team posed the question to Lin Hanmo, before he could respond, all the candidates behind him answered on his behalf. Agreed. They were all ecstatic. Even among the production team that proposed the conditions, some couldn't help but think. Chapter 50. Commander Li Yue. Hail to the old Qin. I had originally planned to gather enough points before tackling this dungeon, but no. There's no choice. Lin Hanmo, I'm sorry. He. How could we possibly lack students specializing in crafting attire for the spirits of the underworld at this time? It is a simple task. With materials, we can summon spirits. What the heck? Why are all the slots for the underworld attire filled? Who is snatching them up so quickly? In the attacking channel, a multitude of IDs from India surged forth in the chat. Their words merely implied that matters concerning the underworld spirits would be left to them, as the great deity Yama would effortlessly handle Lin Hanmo and the other spirits. This time, the Indian candidates were not so confrontational. The reason was obvious. They were about to join forces with the Chinese candidates in their assault. It was clearly unwise to provoke teammates at this juncture. Initially, the Indian candidates were merely making noise, not intending to take the lead. Yet, upon seeing the entrance conditions for the Chinese dungeon, many changed their minds, especially when they noticed that India's first dungeon, Shivram, did not impose such outrageous restrictions. Many candidates regarded this as an excellent opportunity to accumulate points, enthusiastically opting to join. With nearly 3 times the number of participants and the assistance of an enraged Yama, wouldn't it be a breeze to clear this dungeon? Consequently, all Indian candidates shouted for vengeance against Yama and surged forward. Observing this, numerous Chinese candidates were somewhat speechless, yet their speed in clicking to join the dungeon did not wane. Soon, the 1,800 slots for Condition 1 were quickly filled. In this context, the most stringent conditions of the global Huaxia dungeon have culminated in the initiation of the first large-scale instance involving 100 participants. The 10 minutes of anticipation swiftly elapsed, and a melodious female voice resonated in the ears of all present. The Dungeon Huaxia Guardian has gathered the requisite number of participants. Please wait. Entering the dungeon. Accompanied by this announcement, the members of the attacking faction who chose to join felt their bodies gradually levitate, soaring towards a designated area ahead. As the verdant surroundings receded, they realized they were enveloped within a completely enclosed green dome, adjacent to which lay a pile of materials for supplies. More members of the attacking faction continued to join their ranks. Looking down at the ground beneath their feet, they found themselves standing on a solid expanse of earth, devoid of any trace of vegetation and a flat terrain. Many candidates were initially taken aback, but soon expressions of joy illuminated their faces. Such a level terrain. This opening is quite promising. Brothers, gather around. Listen to me. I scored a total of 170 points. Everyone should heed my words. Before the crowd could erupt into a cacophony, one individual bellowed, commanding the attention of all the candidates. They turned to see a Huaxia youth clad in red papal garb, his frame resembling that of a slender bamboo stalk. Among our 2,700 participants, we need a commander. It would be best to select one based on scores. I have 170. If anyone has a higher score, step forward. 170 points, at least 80 points in the first 2 rounds. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. As they exchanged glances, no one stepped forward, nor did anyone voice dissent. Only one individual raised a question. Brother, what's your name? You seem a bit unfamiliar. With scores exceeding 80 in 2 rounds, which esteemed institution do you hail from? The slender youth's expression turned frosty at the remark. Strength? As he spoke, the red papal attire emanated a firefly-like glow. That was a firefly-level outfit, a garment that could outshine all others. With this, the last doubts dissipated. Observing the change in the atmosphere, the slender youth maintained a resolute stance. My name is Li Yue, and I shall lead this offensive examination. Indeed, this is not a case of a name coincidentally matching. The individual in question was none other than Li Yue, who had plummeted to the bottom during the initial trial against Lin Hanmo. Naturally, he did not possess a high score of 170. However, during the second round, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon the sole firefly-level beast in his examination hall, crafting himself a firefly-level outfit. In the second assessment, he garnered an impressive score of 87. Upon witnessing the emergence of Lin Hanmo's dungeon, even though he was acutely aware that he could not measure up to Lin Hanmo, he was determined to make an attempt. Should he become the leader of the attacking faction and successfully conquer Lin Hanmo's dungeon, achieving a perfect score of 100 would be within reach. This would secure him at least 200 points. Not to mention the top-tier universities, he could at least gain admission to a college. Liua was indeed gambling on this opportunity. His act of feigning expertise reached its zenith. As he had anticipated, no formidable experts would join in the first round. Most were merely spectators. His score of 170 stood out like a crane among chickens, even silencing the Indian candidates who had joined. This is my final chance, Li Yue thought, clearing his throat. All right, let us take this opportunity to form our teams. The cannon fodder. Oh no, the candidates who entered under Condition 3, stand in front of me. The Indian Shadow Deity candidates and the Huaxia Shadow Deity candidates will form one team, while the remaining high scorers will stand to my left. Liua evidently had his own methodology for management. He promptly subdivided the teams into smaller units, each with a designated captain. Such meticulous organization ultimately earned the trust of everyone present. With only about 10 minutes left for preparation, Li Yue was determined to make the most of it. Li, we Indian summoners require some time. You just need to hold out for an hour, and we'll collaborate amicably. The representative chosen by the Indian candidates extended his left hand to shake with Li Yue. Shaking vigorously, we must hasten, Li Yue replied, his expression unyielding as he scrutinized the increasingly translucent green dome, raising his hand. Everyone, prepare. After all, he was commanding 2,700 individuals. No matter how formidable Lin Hanmo was or how powerful the summoned emperor might be, could he possibly contend with 2,700 people? He held firm disbelief. Amidst his swirling thoughts, the green dome completely dissipated. In that moment, all the cameras in the live streams swiftly shifted their focus to the defensive faction's position. Upon entering the scene, every breath was momentarily halted. Before the attacking faction lay an expansive range of mountains. The peaks of these mountains, a magnificent series of walls stretched and coiled like a dragon. Majestic and imposing, they exuded an air of solemnity. The sun's rays cascaded upon this ancient edifice, gilding each stone and every inch of the walls in a golden sheen. Under the sun's glow, the contours of the Great Wall were distinctly visible against the azure sky, resembling a dividing line between heaven and earth. A profound sense of history welled up within everyone as a melodious yet urgent horn echoed from the heavens. From atop the mountain walls, the sound of thunderous footsteps akin to a giant's stride reverberated, bang, bang, bang. Accompanying these sounds were the glimmering iron-black shoulder plates that emerged before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Were those the candidates? No, that was an army, a well-trained force. Gazing out from the Great Wall, the soldiers donned uniform iron-black armor, their attire seemingly adorned with dark scales, sharply distinguishing them from the armor of other nations. Adding an extra layer of lethal ferocity, as the soldiers marched, the clanking of their armor resonated with a deep, powerful sound, akin to the pulse of the earth itself. They stood in orderly ranks, their gazes sharp, each movement radiating the authority of rigorous training. The blaring of the horn resonated powerfully, akin to thunder rolling overhead, as the soldiers traversed the Great Wall. Each step sent tremors through the ground beneath the attacking candidates, instilling a sense of unease in their hearts. At this moment, many candidates in the attacking faction regretted their decision to join this dungeon. Just then, black flags were raised from various points along the walls. The flags fluttered, snapping sharply in the wind. Upon the iron-black dragon totem were inscribed ancient, intricate characters. It read, Qin, hail the mighty Qin. Chapter 51. Wind, a fierce wind, 1,000 miles frozen, 10,000 miles of snow swirling. In this moment, gazing upon the contiguous iron-black armor atop the Great Wall, all spectators inexplicably felt a surge of trepidation. They felt as if they were immersed in the vast river of history, witnessing an army emerge from the depths of time into reality. Wow! Isn't that a bit too magnificent? Some viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with exclamation marks. Is this the Great Qin? The Qin army? No, wait, they haven't even started summoning yet. These are all candidates from the defensive faction. My goodness, how did they manage to train so uniformly in such a short time? Amidst the myriad of astonished comments in the live stream, at the foot of the mountains, all the candidates from the attacking faction were already drenched in sweat. They were on level ground, yet their adversaries stood tall upon the mountain peaks, occupying a formidable natural stronghold. Staring at the steep path ahead, Li Youwei's mind momentarily froze. No wonder the examination committee would set such complex conditions. No wonder they provided them with so much cannon fodder. Though they could summon deities, these divine beings would not grant them the ability to fly. Most deities could only emit beams of attack or support. After all, they were clad in dim light level attire, so the requirements couldn't be too high. Li, what should we do? A captain from the cannon fodder team inquired from behind. Wait a moment. Let me think. In that instant, Li Youwei's mind was racing like never before. He gazed intently at the formidable stronghold ahead, fixating on the soldiers clad in iron-black shoulder armor above, and a smile suddenly broke out across his face. Everyone, rest in place. Li Youwei, with a hint of a smile, spoke in a calm and composed manner. Rest in place? All the attacking candidates present were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Yet within the crowd, a portion of individuals first exchanged puzzled glances upward, then looked back at Li Youwei, suddenly experiencing an epiphany. Li Youwei is brilliant, true, they occupy a natural stronghold, but this also clearly indicates that they are too afraid to descend. If that is the case, why not wait until the Indian candidates have fully utilized their materials to craft shadow deity attire before we proceed? Since Lin Hanmo and his faction dare not descend, why should we rush to attack them now? As Li Youwei's thoughts were articulated, the previously tense expressions of all the attacking candidates relaxed. Ah, so that's it. Why are we in such a hurry? This dungeon lasts for 3 days. There's no need to rush. Haha, brothers, let us rest here. I think we could provoke Lin Hanmo and see if they would be incited to come down. The attacking faction's ranks began to thin out once more, and the candidates at the foot of the mountain now regarded the army above with newfound perspectives. Some even conspired to keep them standing until they grew weary. I suggest we occasionally feign an attack to exhaust their stamina, wearing them down over the course of a day and night. We can take turns defending, while they must maintain vigilance. Some individuals proposed even more insidious tactics. This is the advantage of numbers. They outnumber the enemy threefold, allowing them to rotate shifts seamlessly. 800 candidates can take turns standing watch, directly wearing down the opposition over 24 hours. How ruthless! The audience in the live stream heard the discussions among the attacking side, and momentarily, their concerns for Lin Hanmo and others grew. This tactic is insidious, indeed. It feels as though Lin Hanmo's Great Wall can only defend, not attack. This wall pales in comparison to the maritime venture of the British Isles, and is even less formidable than the impending winter in Bear Country. Those two scenarios at least allow for offense, but Lin Hanmo's Great Wall is utterly stagnant. How can one launch an attack? Once they choose to engage, the advantages of the Great Wall will vanish entirely. The two factions face each other on level ground. Determining a victor is far from certain. Surely, Lin Hanmo must have anticipated such a situation. Could it be that the second-tier dungeon, the Underworld, was designed specifically for this predicament? As the audience speculated, within the ranks of the attacking candidates, some had already approached the foot of the mountain where the Great Wall stood. Under Lin You's direction, they laughed and shouted in unison towards the Great Wall. Lin Hanmo, Turtle, if you have the guts, come down. Let's see who prevails, Turtle, Turtle. Hiss, can one endure this? Many viewers flocked to Lin Hanmo's live stream, eager to witness how he would respond this time. Would he choose to attack or defend? An offensive approach would be the least wise, while a defensive stance could lead to their demise. A stalemate indeed. Amidst the varied opinions, the camera in the live stream finally shifted to focus on the young man clad in resplendent black attire. At this moment, Lin Hanmo stood within the beacon tower at the junction of the Great Wall. Surrounding him were Chen Sheng and Jiang Lei, also donned in iron-black armor. Compared to the armor worn by the candidates outside, the armor of Chen Sheng and his companions glimmered with an inky sheen, as if meticulously forged from some iron alloy. Clearly, this armor was crafted from Firefly-grade materials, imbued with the domain abilities of the Qin military garb. Inside Lin Hanmo's live stream, the jeers from the attacking candidates were distinctly audible. The audience sought to discern expressions of anger or fury among those present. Yet, most appeared remarkably composed, with some even displaying a hint of mockery. It seemed they had long been prepared. Your Majesty, the time has come. Chen Sheng, clad in the Firefly-grade Qin military attire, spoke, bowing respectfully to Lin Hanmo, his voice growing increasingly resonant. Correspondingly, the dark sheen of his military garb intensified. Let us commence. Lin Hanmo, in his black dragon robe, spoke with increasing authority. By the order of your Majesty, beat the drums. Chen Sheng straightened up, turning abruptly to wave his hand and bellow at the Qin elite atop the Great Wall with his command. Dozens of lights flickered forth from the wall. Accompanied by the radiance, soldiers hailing from the Qin materialized in midair. By the order of your Majesty, beat the drums, they shouted, striking the air with their weapons. There, it seemed as if an invisible war drum existed. The clash of weapons against the void reverberated with a thunderous roar, boom, boom, boom. The deafening drumbeats echoed across the sky. Wind, a fierce wind, as the drums sounded. All soldiers stationed atop the wall raised their weapons in unison. They roared. Their voices thundered. Within the synchronized calls lay an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, as if possessing some intangible power. The surrounding mountaintops trembled as stones began to loosen and tumble. The candidates below, drawn near, felt their legs weaken, their faces alight with astonishment. Clearly visible, above the Great Wall, beams of light flickered from the armor. One by one, soldiers clad in identical iron-black Qin military attire quietly emerged. Some wielded long spears, others bows, their gazes cold as if they had just stepped from a sea of corpses. This is bad. The attacking candidates who had approached the mountain's foot watched this scene, their legs trembling slightly. Just as they turned to flee, a faint sound of slicing air reached their ears. The viewers in the live stream could see clearly the iron-black arrows, those long arrows, like meteors in the night sky, sliced through the still air, carrying an unstoppable momentum towards their targets. Their appearance was so sudden that everyone present had no time to react. Without any warning, accompanied by a few faint thuds, the arrows pierced through the throats of the candidates who had been taunting, a spray of green blood erupting forth. Hiss! The faces of the taunting attackers contorted in agony as they desperately clutched their necks. But it proved utterly futile. Ultimately, they all dissolved into a wisp of green light, vanishing from the examination grounds. What? Li Yue, witnessing this scene, felt a shiver run through him. Sensing an imminent danger, he hastily bent down. In that instant, a sound of slicing air, accompanied by a scream, erupted from behind him. A hapless individual was thus transformed into green light, eliminated. The arrows had shot directly from the wall to where the attacking candidates had gathered. That was close. Cold sweat trickled down Li Yue's back as he shouted frantically. Run! If we get too close, their arrows will reach us. Candidates clad in priestly attire activated their summoning. They invoked the Holy Light Shield for protection. We must retreat and continue to wear them down. Everyone, remain calm. Firing those arrows also drains their mental energy. As Li Yue's voice rang out, many of the attacking candidates found their morale restored. After all, there were a full 1,700 high-scoring candidates. Now that someone was leading, several began to don the role of Pope, successfully summoning the red-robed Pope to raise a shield for the team. One shield might not block the arrows, but with 2 or 3 shields stacked together, they ultimately managed to keep the arrows at bay. It seemed nothing further would happen, Li Yue thought, straightening up, his mind already envisioning their safe retreat, while continuing to enact their original strategy to wear down Lin Hanmo. Perhaps Lin Hanmo was limited to such abilities, yet a sudden, biting cold wind swiftly shattered his delusions. Gazing at the horizon, thick clouds had already enveloped the entirety of the Great Wall's front. In the sky, something began to plummet downwards as it struck Li Yue's face. He grimaced, his mood sinking into despair. Hail was falling. Their location was blanketed in snow for miles. Chapter 52. Who says there is no garment? We share the same cloak. So it was. Lin Hanmo had been waiting for them here. Observing the size of the hailstones in the sky, Li Yue's expression darkened to the extreme. His body instinctively tightened his clothing. They were dressed far too lightly. To withstand the bitter cold while contending with Lin Hanmo was an utterly unwise choice. Not to mention, the defenders merely had to withstand the cold wind while watching them suffer from hail. Why was this happening? A large-scale alteration of weather. How could Lin Hanmo possibly accomplish such a feat? Even a candle-level being could not maintain it for long, could they? He was merely putting on a facade. Attempting to lure us into charging, Li Yue thought, gritting his teeth as he led everyone in retreat, hoping to wait for the snow to cease. Yet 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed, the snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, accompanied by hail capable of cracking skulls, showed no signs of stopping. More and more candidates were shivering uncontrollably, desperately invoking their deities for warmth from the holy light. This severely drained their mental energy. In no time, numerous candidates were lamenting. We must think of a solution. It's too cold. This is detrimental to our garment crafting. Even the Indian candidates, who had been diligently crafting garments from the rear, could not help but rush over to voice their concerns. We need at least another half hour. Allow the weather to return to normal. It's already impacting our ability to create the god attire. Even if Lord Yinma approves of the simplicity of our garments, we must at least complete 2/3 to summon the deity. This revelation thoroughly shattered Li Yue's plans to employ a delaying tactic. He gazed upwards at the countless figures resembling iron-black armor above, his fists clenched, gritting his teeth in determination. Everyone, form up, prepare to charge. The cannon fodder shall stand at the front. The situation had shifted toward a scenario the attackers were most reluctant to witness. How had Lin Hanmo accomplished this? At this moment, all the spectators of this battle were filled with immense curiosity. Only Qin Sheng and a few others, having obtained Firefly-grade attire, were privy to the underlying secret. Their Qin garments were no ordinary attire, Qin military attire, Zhajia grade, Firefly, Zanyao, effects, 1. Soldier soul advancement, consumes 70 mental energy points to summon the Qin soldier soul. Slaying enemies and achieving merit will enhance strength. Once the soldier soul slays 10 E-rank enemies on the battlefield for the Lord, Lin Hanmo, it may be upgraded from Zan Yadabugung. A portion of the armor's materials randomly converts to candle level, and 3 soldiers of the current attire level may be summoned as assistants. 2. Royal bond. 3. United we stand. The domain will be shared throughout the entire hierarchy. When the Lord Lin Hanmo activates the royal domain, all soldiers will receive benefits and expend corresponding mental energy to maintain the domain. Note, who says there is no garment? We share the same cloak. This was truly extraordinary. At this moment, they resembled a vast network. The origin of the network was Lin Hanmo. Once Lin Hanmo activated the domain, all of them shared the required mental energy. There were a full 800 individuals here. Even if each contributed just 10 mental energy points, it would be sufficient to sustain a domain capable of expending 8,000 mental energy points, not to mention the effects of the royal bond. With Lin Hanmo present, everyone automatically gained 50 mental energy points. Such a formidable domain was merely a drizzle to them. Qin Sheng pondered with a sense of regret. The approaching adversaries lacked E-rank. Thus his splendid attire would not elevate him to the level of a remnant candle during combat. Nevertheless, he was not overly ambitious. When Lin Hanmo distributed this armor to him, he had curiously inquired about certain matters regarding the Great Qin Empire in front of everyone. To his surprise, Lin Hanmo was not at all stingy, generously imparting fundamental information about the Great Qin and the 20-tier military nobility system mentioned in the armored IT. Seemed he held no reservations due to their previous discord, treating him with the same openness as he did Zhang Lei and the others. The knowledge of Huaxia is indeed invaluable. Such priceless treasure offered so freely. No wonder he was deemed the heir to the black dragon robe. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Chun Chung heard Lin Hanmo declare, "Prepare yourselves, they are about to launch their attack." "Yes, your majesty," he promptly responded with a respectful gesture. The black iron armor upon him radiated with an inky brilliance, evoking a sense of transcending into a realm of unity with the divine. Chapter 53. Close Combat, the Royal Might. As anticipated by Lin Hanmo, when the blizzard mingled with fierce winds swept over the attacking candidates, their only recourse was to ascend the mountain and scale the Great Wall. As for why they were granted a path upward, the reason was straightforward. This instance had a directing team. If the defenders were to leave no opportunity, the directors would intervene to maintain balance by sending additional attackers or even bestowing them with flight-like abilities. How could Lin Hanmo not consider this? Standing on the city wall alongside Zhang Lei and others, he felt the biting cold wind as he gazed below. Dozens of phantasmal cardinals were jointly upholding a massive light shield, while countless candidates surged upward like a swarm of locusts. Attacking the Great Wall, the iron-black rain of arrows, diminished by the shield's protection, lost its chilling momentum. With only a few unfortunate souls falling victim to stray shots, it appeared the enemies below were poised to ascend the mountain in nearly full force. However, he felt no anxiety. The black dragon robe upon him emanated a glow akin to flickering flames. Unlike other garments, the domain activated by the black dragon robe was a manifestation of related scenes. This could extend to scenarios pertinent to the entire Great Qin Empire. The snow drifting over 1,000 miles was indeed one of the sights visible from the ancient Great Wall. With the snowflakes falling, how could the Great Wall remain unaltered? Amidst his ruminations, the brilliance of Lin Hanmo's black dragon robe intensified. Correspondingly, the snowflakes in the sky swirled with increasing urgency, seemingly hastening their dance in tandem with the resounding drums. As the snowflakes settled upon the city wall, they emanated a radiant luster, enveloping the entire structure in a dazzling white light. Bathed in this white light, the candidates felt their mental fortitude rejuvenating, while the ethereal bodies of the summoned soldier spirits solidified significantly. My goodness. The candidates felt an overwhelming surge of enhancement throughout their beings, their morale soaring. They commanded their soldier spirits to switch to crossbows and bows, relentlessly exerting their mental energy to impose nearly frenzied pressure on the candidates below. In an instant, every snowflake bore a fierce intent to kill. Under the cover of the blizzard, the iron-black arrows lurked like assassins hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, they shot forth from the swirling snowflakes, piercing through the vulnerable regions unshielded by the holy light and crashing fiercely into the bodies of the attacking candidates. Correspondingly, the divine figures of the attackers began to waver under the heavy snowfall, their forms becoming increasingly illusory. The attackers, maintaining their divine manifestations, felt as if an immense burden weighed upon them, making every step forward agonizingly difficult. The mental energy required to sustain their divine state intensified dramatically. Domain suppression, an overwhelmingly powerful domain suppression. Feeling the pressure above akin to a mountain, Li Youwei's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed at the candidates ahead who were invoking their divine spirits. Move faster. If you perish, so be it. If we are all stranded here, it means 0 points for everyone this round. Candidates adorned in Firefly-level attire activated their domains. As he spoke, he finally summoned his mental energy. His red-robed Pope attire shimmering with verdant light, shattering the natural barrier formed by the blizzard and erecting a resplendent golden curtain above nearly all the candidates. Not only that, a narrow corridor of steps began to materialize along the path up the mountain, connecting all the way to the Great Wall atop the summit. Charge! With their commander rallying them, the morale of all attacking candidates surged once more. Under Li Youwei's urging, all candidates with scores below 120 finally summoned the courage to face death unflinchingly. They desperately expended their mental energy, calling forth their divine spirits, using their bodies to shield against the arrows raining down from the front. Whether it was boulders rolling down from Lin Hanmo's side or wooden structures crashing down, they stood resolute like death warriors, refusing to evade even a single blow to carve a path for the main force. The advantage of threefold numbers gradually revealed itself, amidst the bodies of countless expendables. The distance between the attackers and defenders began to close. Even under the cover of the blizzard, both sides could see one another's faces. Perhaps sensing their nemesis, Li Yue caught sight of Lin Hanmo standing beside the city wall. Observing the familiar black robe draped over him and his calm demeanor ignited an invisible flame of fury within Li Yue's heart. Winning or losing was secondary, but it did not mean he would swallow this indignity. At this moment, if he could eliminate Lin Hanmo, it would be worth it. Everyone fought desperately. 1 for 1 would yield profit, 2 for 1 would break even. As long as it was 1 for 1, they would be the ultimate victors, Li Yue roared, surging past the surrounding candidates, the first to race toward Lin Hanmo's position. At this moment, he felt that strategy was of little importance. Even with 400 participants yet to don their Shadow God outfits, their 2,300 candidates alone were sufficient to exchange blows with the enemy. The stark difference between the true battlefield and the current scenario was already apparent. On the true battlefield, where could one find soldiers like death warriors? Now, these individuals understood that even if they faced elimination, it mattered little. As long as they breached this instance, they could still score a high mark of 85. Moreover, if they displayed valor in battle, they could earn even more points. In this moment, even the most timid candidates summoned a courage they had never possessed before. From the spectator's viewpoint, the iron-black rain of arrows fell like an iron curtain, shattering the bodies of hundreds of candidates. Yet, the remaining attacking candidates still held an overwhelming numerical advantage. The two forces were bound for close combat. Here it comes. Even during the British Age of Exploration, the defenders could not afford to lose a single member. Naval battles were one thing, but after the naval skirmish concluded, close-quarters combat would inevitably ensue. I recall 8 years ago, the British managed to hold out for less than 3 rounds, barely clinching victory in the final moments of the 3rd round, nearly annihilated in the process. How many would Lin Hanmo's side lose in a single round? The audience collectively held their breath, awaiting the climax of this instance. In Li Yue's livestream, thousands more viewers suddenly tuned in. They all knew that kings would face kings. Li Yue would once again lead his teammates to confront Lin Hanmo directly. The camera in the live stream captured Li Yue's perspective, Lin Hanmo's figure vividly reflected in his eyes. "Lin Hanmo," he roared. The divine figure above him shone ever brighter, raising its scepter as if to summon a deluge of light to completely envelop Lin Hanmo. Such a powerful halo effect ultimately drew the attention of the youth atop the city wall. As if hearing his shout, Lin Hanmo turned slightly, his gaze imbued with authority. "Seeing me, why do you not bow?" The youth's voice carried the weight of royal might, as if some invisible force compelled obedience. In that instant, Li Yue's mind went blank, his body, which had been surging forward, suddenly froze, and with a thud, he knelt upon the ground. Before the audience could react, an iron-black arrow shot forth with blistering speed, seemingly piercing the very center of the screen. With a resounding crack, Li Yue's live stream abruptly cut out. His elimination notification flashed across the screen. What? Chapter 54. Slaying enemies to grow strong. The White Wuchang. Watching the abruptly severed live stream, the audience collectively fell into a stupor. No way, he was eliminated in an instant. Ha ha ha, this guy dared to do that. The black dragon robe is undoubtedly a remnant candle-level attire, and Lin Hanmo is in a state of unity with the divine. Who would dare to stand before him? That unfortunate child. Why did he charge so boldly into the fray, being so conspicuous? The attacking side's divine summoning was the most eye-catching, and he had the audacity to call out Lin Hanmo's name. Wasn't that just painting a target on his back? As countless spectators mocked, Lin Hanmo withdrew his gaze from that position, his complexion slightly pale. During the 10 hours of preparation, he had scarcely rested, tirelessly working on the creation of Firefly-level attire. He had finally completed it just in time for the instance to commence. The price paid for this was mental exhaustion and a depletion of strength. His ability to command this expansive domain relied entirely on the remaining 700 candidates' mental energy. The sight of the opponent seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered this candidate previously. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hanmo chose to disregard him, focusing instead on the entire battlefield, his heart subtly quickening at this juncture. An absolute geographical advantage does not necessarily dictate the course of the battle. Now, it has reached a critical moment. Everyone, engage the enemy. Without waiting for his command, those beside him, including Jiang Lei, had already drawn their forged weapons, bellowing as they began orchestrating the entire examination's combat. The sound of drums resonated even more fiercely in the void above the battlefield. The offensive candidates still required no direction from Li Yue. Upon reaching the base of the Great Wall, many of the attacking candidates employed their unique methods, harnessing the power of the divine to propel themselves a short distance upward. Scaling the walls to commence close-range divine combat, the clash between divine beings and soldier spirits was thus fully unleashed. Relying on their numerical superiority, numerous candidates formed small groups to besiege a lone defensive candidate, suppressing the opposing spirit and rendering it incapable of providing substantial aid. It appeared as though the entire situation had swiftly tilted into disadvantage. However, when a group of defensive candidates united, and one managed to slay 10 attacking candidates in succession, everything changed. Visibly, the iron-black armor adorning the defensive candidate became drenched in ink-like darkness, and the roar of the summoned spirit exhibited formidable power. The regional pressure instantly forced all surrounding attacking candidates to bow their backs. Some unable to lift their heads. Advancement. The might of the Qin army's attire finally revealed its prowess on the battlefield. Although the attacking candidates were numerous, they were scattered. Having lost their backbone, Li Yue, they each fought their own battles. While some areas may have established a suppressive effect, as long as even one area failed to adequately suppress the defensive candidates, a vast breakthrough would emerge. Waves of ink-like light sparkled from atop the Great Wall. Candidates who had already accumulated significant kills swiftly achieved advancement. Immediately after their elevation, they united and plunged into battles in other regions, generously granting opportunities for kills to those teammates yet to advance. Though only 700 in attendance, the disparity in rank and attire continued to widen as the battle progressed. Everyone gather, attack together. After several minutes, even the most engrossed members of the offensive team began to sense something amiss, witnessing their summoned divine beings being increasingly suppressed by the powerful regional effects. Even the slowest candidates realized the discrepancy. Yet, at that moment, they were unable to discern the cause, merely calling out to their comrades in an effort to rally everyone together. Among the crowd, a tall candidate with a score of 140 also recognized the troubling situation. After a desperate strike that felled a black-armored soldier, the support for his divine phantom vanished completely. Just as the tall candidate roared to gather his nearby companions towards his position, the words "gather" barely escaped his lips when he felt a chilling sensation around his neck, as if an invisible noose had tightened. Following this, he heard a thunderous sound, and suddenly the ground beneath him gave way, plunging him into an abyss as if he were weightless. Ah, the tall candidate, garbed in cardinal red, screamed in terror as his form seemed to pierce through layers of gray-white mist, ultimately landing on the stone ground. Unexpectedly, despite the height of the fall, he emerged unscathed. Yet, before he could take solace in this fortune, a ghastly pale visage materialized before him. A youthful spirit, with a slanted face and a raspy voice, spoke, extending a long tongue that was as long as the candidate's neck. Ah, just as he felt a sense of relief from having survived, his mind faltered upon the sight of such a horrifying countenance, causing him to faint on the ancient path. Not just the candidates, but even the viewers within this candidate's live stream were taken aback. Fortunately, the perspective of the live stream quickly zoomed out, allowing them to discern the figure's appearance. Adorned with a long hat inscribed with the words "Fortune at First Sight," and clad in a flowing white robe, the figure's elongated tongue seemed crafted from some fabric. Is this not the Thin Monkey? Some viewers, having visited Lin Hanmo's live stream, recognized the figure. Thin Monkey? Many viewers were momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened by the figure's current attire. The Yin God. The defensive candidates capable of summoning Yin gods had entered the fray. Wait, what of the offensive candidates from India? Were they still crafting their Yin god attire? The battle was upon them. Surely, they must have completed it by now. As uncertainty rippled among the viewers, A cacophony of screams and divine roars emanated from the end of the ancient path. Listening closely to it bore an uncanny resemblance to the voice of the Indian deity Yama. Chapter 55. White Bones in the River. The Annihilation of the Indian Candidates. Could it be? As the sounds from the end of the Yellow Springs ancient path reached their ears, a look of disbelief spread across the faces of all viewers. An absurd thought emerged in their minds. Did the candidates from Huaxia, donned in god attire, ascend to the mountaintop battlefield, while below in the so-called Huaxia underworld dungeon, the furious roars of the Indian deity Yama echoed? Did this imply that while Li Yue and the others attacked the mountain, the 400 candidates crafting god attire had been entirely obliterated? That was a staggering 400 individuals. If they truly perished, how would the offensive candidates atop the mountain continue their fight? As long as these candidates summoning Huaxia's gods delayed, they could effortlessly ascend and reap the rewards from the attacking candidates, depleting their mental energies. Even if the viewers were unaware that the god attire provided direct physical immunity, they could still infer the unfolding situation. Presently, the war between the gods had become the decisive factor in this battle's outcome. Should the Indian candidates truly crumble, it would undoubtedly be a victory for Lin Hanmo's side, merely contingent upon the cost incurred. In an instant, even the perspective of Lin Hanmo's livestream shifted from him to the realm of the underworld. Along with most live streams, it began to delve into the depths of the Yellow Springs ancient path, towards the source of the relentless roars and screams. As the ancient path continued to extend, the viewers soon beheld the formidable Ghost Gate. Unlike before the Ghost Gate lay a multitude of living corpses sprawled haphazardly. Indeed, living corpses. All the candidates lying on the ground, though they breathed, had their eyes tightly shut, devoid of life. A gruesome scene, densely populated, reminiscent of a blood-soaked slaughter. From a distance, there appeared to be 300 to 400. As time ticked on, many of the bodies would suddenly explode, letting out a scream before vanishing into green light. This was the group of Indian candidates, a viewer exclaimed. Upon the corpses, many faces were smeared with thick green grease. This was the essential mask for portraying Yama. Now, they had no doubts. At the foot of the mountain, nearly all the offensive candidates had been drawn into this scene. Like lambs to the slaughter, they lay scattered before the Ghost Gate. Surely, their souls were undergoing torment? A viewer remarked incredulously. To sever a person's soul from their body, one would require at least a candle-leveling god attire. Furthermore, if their souls had indeed departed, why could they still hear the voice of the Indian deity Yama? Driven by curiosity, the audience followed the livestream's camera further in. The deeper they ventured, the more they could hear the roaring of rushing waters. Amid the candidates' wails, there were even a few voices gasping as if they were drowning, pleading for help. Help! I can't swim. This water is undrinkable. It's more toxic than the Ganges in India. Yama, save me! Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Damn. Listening to these voices, the absurd premonition within the hearts of all viewers became increasingly palpable. The live stream's camera swiftly advanced towards the surging river. Visibly, countless ethereal figures of Indian candidates, tinged with green, bobbed in the flowing water. They screamed, desperately attempting to twist their bodies towards the shore, but each time they neared, skeletal hands would emerge from the depths. These bones, seemingly enduring some form of agony, flailed about, producing a clattering sound, while relentlessly dragging the struggling candidates back into the water, subjecting them to endless torment. Amid the turbulent river, several candidates' forms transformed into specks of green light, rapidly escaping towards the Ghost Gate. This was the effect of the near-death protection mechanism. Otherwise, they would have perished directly in the river. The sudden screams from the corpses before the Ghost Gate were thus explained. Observant viewers gazed towards the center of the river and seemingly spotted something. A small yet luminous bone bobbing up and down. No, it wasn't a bone. It was a glowing garment resembling bone. Upon closer inspection, this bone was even wearing glasses thick as a bottle. As it floated with the currents, it adjusted its glasses to prevent them from being swept away. Is this not Li Yaya, the second-round candidate who followed Lin Hanmo closely? In Lin Hanmo's livestream, seasoned viewers immediately recognized the true form of the bone. Goodness, it truly is her. How ruthless, portraying this river's bone. I can't believe she must have jumped into the river at the very beginning of the exam and stayed submerged until now. How many lives has Li Yaya truly claimed? Why do I sense that she might achieve a perfect score in this round of examinations? The occurrences align precisely with what the audience has witnessed. The river water, along with the skeletal remains submerged within, possesses no inherent aggression. However, under the influence of a firefly-level attire, this place transforms into a rudimentary rendition of the river of forgetfulness, amidst the rise and fall. One finds themselves eternally trapped within the river of forgetfulness, unable to attain liberation across lifetimes. Upon completing the creation of this attire, Lin Hamo shared its backstory with Li Yeye and the others, prompting expressions of awe intermingled with fear among them all. Notably, Li Yeye was the first to voluntarily express her desire to don this attire, as the garment required prolonged immersion in water. It was preferable to select a candidate with proficient swimming skills. Qin Shang and Zhang Lei, among the robust candidates, initially appeared to be the prime choices. Yet, due to Li Yeye's unwavering insistence, Lin Hamo ultimately entrusted the outfit to her. According to Li Yeye, she yearned to challenge her own limits. Given that the global leaderboard ranks are calculated independently, if she, who currently holds the 5th position in the global standings after the 2nd round, performs exceptionally well in the 3rd round, she may secure a place among the top 30 in the final tally based on her scores from both rounds. After all, not every candidate on the leaderboard manages to appear 3 times consecutively. Should she endure to the end, she could potentially displace those who have only made 2 appearances on the global leaderboard, leveraging her high scores from both rounds to do so. Many viewers in the live stream, grasping the intricacies of the situation, couldn't help but cheer her on. After all, Li Yeye is also striving for the excellence of their Huaxia leaderboard. This is precisely the significance behind Lin Hamo's decision to engage vigorously in the 3rd round. Li Yeye, hold on. The river water must possess a corrosive effect on the soul. The longer you endure, the better your score will be. How fiercely she is pushing herself. In every subsequent challenge, if anyone falls to the underworld, she must plunge into the water, enduring for 3 days and nights. Perhaps? Can she switch places? Surely, Li Yeye's mental fortitude must be finite. What will happen to the remaining candidates if she cannot hold on while they ascend? As curiosity swirled among the crowd, the camera in the live stream seemingly responded by shifting its focus to the center of the river. There, above the most turbulent waters, a bridge of iron-black hue emanated an enigmatic glow. At the other end of the bridge stood dozens of Indian candidates, their eyes devoid of life, appearing as lifeless corpses strewn about. Chapter 56. A one-sided slaughter. The power of the domain. They formed a line. Waiting alongside the bridge, behind them, numerous candidates wore expressions of terror, as if desiring to struggle yet finding themselves immobilized. Beside them, an elderly woman, seemingly frail, stood by, clad in white. She had set up a large cauldron at the bridge's edge. Its water as clear as a mirror, transparent and colorless. Each candidate passing by her was compelled to accept a bowl of the clear water she ladled from the cauldron, drinking it down with expressions of extreme reluctance. That water appeared to possess the ability to manipulate the mind. Once consumed, they would descend into a stupor. A closer inspection of these candidates' eyes revealed a purity akin to that of infants. Clearly, this was the fate awaiting those who had reached the shore. The elderly woman was none other than Jiang Qingqiu. The deity she portrayed holds a name in Huaxia, Mengpe. After Li Yeye selected her attire, Lin Hamo provided her with 2 choices. After all, there are myriad tales surrounding Mengpe, and the mythological representations can vary significantly. Sometimes she is depicted as a frail old woman, while at other times, she appears as a stunning underworld goddess. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Qingqiu opted for the guise of the frail old woman. However, upon her transformation, several members of the group felt that this form was a combination of both images and suggested that her youthful visage be concealed with exquisite makeup to achieve such an appearance. According to the original myth, one should drink Mengpo's soup only after crossing the Naiha Bridge. Yet, due to time constraints and the candidates' unfamiliarity with the underworld myths, they were unable to replicate the entire process accurately. Lin Hamo thus permitted them to exercise their creativity, as long as they did not deviate too far from the essence. Hence, this scenario unfolded. Candidates who fell into the river of Yellow Springs would have their souls eroded and be eliminated. Those fortunate enough to escape would be forcibly taken by Jiang Qingqiu to drink a bowl of Mengpo's soup, only to leap into the river and drown. Thus, a cycle was established. Observing this scene, a heavy silence enveloped the various live streams. The Indian candidate's stream was particularly eerily quiet. The Indian audience had witnessed this horrifying tableau before anyone else. After Li Yue departed, a multitude of Huaxia candidates clad in pitch-black attire emerged from the ground like phantoms. Catching the unprepared Indian candidates off guard, countless Indian candidates were drawn into this so-called underworld before even finishing their ceremonial garb. Those donning dimly glowing ghostly attire, who succeeded in summoning the great deity Yin Mo during their descent into the underworld, faced an even graver situation. The camera shifted to focus on those candidates who successfully called upon the deity. Dozens of candidates adorned with green masks found themselves ensnared by dark chains around their necks, their souls seemingly experiencing excruciating agony as they howled in despair. Above them, figures riding azure oxen were tightly bound with numerous iron chains, screaming in their inability to move. Following the source of these chains revealed two figures, one clad in black and the other in white. The slender figure in white, with a long tongue protruding, bore an uncanny resemblance to the attire worn by the outside thin monkeys. Clearly, this was the underworld deity he had summoned. The other, a stout figure in ancient black garments, resembled the nearby white impermanence, adorned with a long hat bearing the inscription "Peace under heaven." As the great deity Yin Mo roared in fury, he raised a stick-like object in his other hand. Striking it forcefully forward in that instant, the encircled Yin Mo appeared to suffer some form of spiritual assault, their cries tinged with a hint of lamentation, despicable, infuriating. If only these garments were of a higher grade. Would you dare provoke this god so audaciously, you mere ghostly minions? Roar. The Yin Mo summoned by dozens of candidates howled in unison, as if echoing one another's wails. Correspondingly, their spiritual forms began to fade, and the candidates' garments deteriorated further. Enough! This burden falls upon Li Yue. As the audience witnessed this scene, realizations dawned upon them. Li Yue had indeed acted too hastily. He should have waited a little longer until the ghostly attire was fully prepared before making his entrance. Even if it meant a slight delay, it would not extend too long, nor would his strength diminish drastically. Alas, discussing this now is futile. The attacking party's first offensive has yielded minimal gains. Just as the final viewer in the live stream remarked, the attacking party's defeat was sealed the moment the underworld scenario unfolded, with more and more Indian candidates succumbing to the underworld. An increasing number of underworld emissaries found themselves free to join the battle on the Great Wall. Consequently, all those engaged in combat atop the Great Wall witnessed a miraculous phenomenon. Amidst the chaos, they would suddenly notice that their once-present companions seemed to evaporate into thin air, akin to scenes from a ghostly film. Even if some candidates sensed something amiss and attempted to dispel these emissaries with the holy light of the Scarlet Cardinal, the impact was largely negligible. Whenever such a radiant light was detected, that area would be subjected to the most intense domain suppression. Zhang Lei and others would swiftly rally a team to charge in, utilizing the formidable spirit power bestowed by their high-grade attire to swiftly quell the disturbance. As the dark light continued to flicker and converge, the Great Wall fell into a profound silence. Lin Hanmo, clad in the imperial black dragon robe, emanated an even greater regal presence, as if the light were on the verge of transcending the flickering candle flames. All candidates on the attacking side felt as though they bore the weight of mountains, finding even the slightest movement of a finger exceedingly arduous. Within the domain, the energy generated by over 100 Firefly-level garments had breached their limits of endurance. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and tearing, streaks of green light vanished with the wind, leaving behind only the pitch-black garments and swirling snowflakes. Above, the representatives of Huaxia's examination officials gazed at this scene. Their mouths agape, a sudden realization struck them. The conditions set by the directing team for the dungeon had indeed not been tailored against them. Such ascension, such domain. Even if another 2,700 candidates were to join, they would still be unstoppable, wouldn't they? The growth effect of the Qin army attire is astonishingly terrifying. Chapter 57. Thousands of legend points. The black dragon robe ascends. The voice from the heavens resonated as the attacking members met their demise. The current count of 2,700 attacking candidates has been recorded as deceased. The first wave of the assault concludes. The defending side suffered 56 casualties, yet the dungeon continues. According to the rules, all members of the defending side, whether eliminated or present, are guaranteed a minimum score of 60 points. The individual score discrepancies will be evaluated collectively after the examination concludes. At the cost of 56 lives, they have vanquished 700 enemy candidates. This revelation ignited the fervor of all candidates atop the Great Wall. Such an extraordinary kill-to-loss ratio. Many candidates, seasoned in tackling true questions, could assert that this was an unprecedented ratio, never before witnessed even during the Great Age of Exploration 8 years prior. Back then, during the first wave of attacks in the Age of Exploration, 80 candidates were lost. Yet here, we only lost 56. We are on the brink of creating a miracle. Numerous candidates cheered, casting glances toward their companions. The black sheen emanating from the iron-black military attire of the Great Qin is their greatest source of confidence. How many pieces of Firefly-level garments exist in other instances? Following this round of assaults, they have elevated at least several dozen pieces of Great Qin military attire from Glimmer level to Firefly level. Some materials have transformed into hundreds of Firefly-level military garments. Unless the examination committee provides the attacking side with additional Firefly-level materials, or even finished Firefly-level garments, it is utterly impossible for the attackers to achieve a dual dominance in both numbers and garment quality. Bring on 2,700 more. My attire hasn't even been upgraded yet. One candidate shouted, clutching their military attire. Lin Hanmo chuckled at the scene. The candidates were still unaware that this was not his final trump card. Amidst his swirling thoughts, he casually opened his personal attribute panel and glanced at the number of legendary points at the very bottom. Current legendary points, 10,123. After a round of exposure, his legendary points had undoubtedly exceeded 10,000. This time was unlike when he crafted the Phoenix Crown and Veil. The Firefly-level garments like the Black and White Impermanence, Mingpur, and the White Bones of the River of Forgetfulness were all products of his craftsmanship. Their emergence naturally brought more probability and base. It is only reasonable for his legendary points to experience a meteoric rise at this moment. If all these hundreds of Great Qin military garments were crafted by me, I would have probably gained even more legendary points, Lin Hanmo mused, feeling a slight twinge of regret in his heart, yet not overly lamenting. After all, if the defending candidates had not crafted the Great Qin military garments themselves, they would not have achieved victory in this round of the instance at such a minimal cost. Should the attacking side's strength fluctuate in the future, I might consider attempting to elevate Zhang Lei and his companion's garments to candlelight level. Or perhaps, Lin Hanmo's gaze fell upon the black dragon robe he was wearing, his expression shifting subtly. Previously, 1,000 legendary points had allowed the black dragon robe to ascend from Firefly level to candlelight level. Now, with over 10,000 legendary points, could he attempt to elevate the black dragon robe to luminary level? This thought surged uncontrollably in Lin Hanmo's mind. After all, the Firefly level domain is already so remarkable. What enhancements could be gained if it ascended to luminary level? If it truly provides team-based benefits, it would be utterly astonishing. As his thoughts raced, Lin Hanmo once again heard the announcement echoing from the heavens. The first round of the instance, guarding China, has concluded, with a cooldown period of 4 hours. 3 hours hence, the second round of the instance assault will commence. During this time, all members of the defending side may receive basic necessities and corresponding special material supplements. Note: special materials are nearly unlimited, but waste is not permitted. Should any waste occur, the instance rating will be downgraded by 1 level. A cooldown time of 4 hours. Lin Hanmo pondered for a moment, feeling as though the cooldown period was rather brief. If the current strategy continues, they would have to endure more than 3 waves. Perhaps they are killing too swiftly. As he contemplated, he suddenly sensed the surrounding silence and was taken aback. Glancing around, only then did he realize that, unbeknownst to him, everyone on the Great Wall had turned their gaze towards him. Lin Gu, please tell us what we should do next. A student clad in dark military attire fervently inquired. Clearly, they had already regarded Lin Hanmo as their true pillar of support. What to do? Lin Hanmo smiled and replied. What else is there to do? Students with damaged garments should gather and register with Zhang Lei to collectively apply for special materials to remake them. The rest of you should apply for food and supplies and take a good rest for 4 hours. Just stop that? The crowd was puzzled. This is only the first round. What do you expect me to say? Surely you are not satisfied with merely securing a passing score of 60 points. We are aiming for a full score and a seamless defense, he said, his gaze sweeping over every candidate present. We are adorned in the attire of China. This instance is the first time the attire of China has been showcased to the world. This is our chance to restore the glory of Chinese attire and astonish candidates from around the globe. You wouldn't be content with just the first round, would you? This is merely the beginning. Although Lin Hanmo's voice was not loud, it reverberated throughout the entire Great Wall, reaching the ears of every candidate present. Restore the glory of Chinese attire. Let the world understand just how powerful our Chinese attire truly is. A surge of passion ignited within many candidates, compelling them to grip their weapons tightly. Previously, during the college entrance examination, any attempt to craft Chinese attire independently would have been deemed heretical. China had been directly labeled as devoid of attire. No matter how they leveraged the garments of other nations to cultivate China into a magnificent realm, it could not erase the disdain brought about by cultural perceptions. Yet now, it was different. Now, under Lin Hanmo's guidance, they had successfully crafted genuine Chinese attire, constructing their very own premier Chinese instance atop the historically rich Great Wall. They were about to don Chinese attire to challenge one seemingly insurmountable record after another in the college entrance examination. Is the British age of exploration powerful? Indeed. But their Chinese instance will be even stronger. They will become the only defending team to achieve full scores in the third round of assessments. They will cause all the top candidates from various countries who come to challenge them to falter. China will surely prevail. The fervor of youth is often inexplicable, and the thunderous cheers reverberated throughout the entire Great Wall, even reaching the ears of the Chinese candidates still in the underworld. The barrage of comments in the live stream was flooded with red characters, as countless spectators eagerly anticipated the candidates' forthcoming performance. After a rousing speech, Lin Hanmo maintained his composure, instructed Chen Cheng and the others, and then walked into an unoccupied beacon tower. After confirming that no one was watching him, his face suddenly flushed, and his body began to tremble slightly. Indeed, delivering a speech proved to be too daunting. The subsequent embarrassment of recalling it nearly made him wish to dig a hole in the Great Wall with his bare hands and crawl inside with a small blanket. After taking several deep breaths, Lin Hanmo's wildly racing heart finally calmed down. He removed the black dragon robe he wore. Having made his decision, upgrade the black dragon robe. Chapter 58, Luminary Level Black Dragon Robe, the Imperial Seal. Whether it was due to the fact that his legendary points had surpassed 10,000, Lin Hanmo noticed an option to allocate points on the attribute panel after observing the level value of the Black Dragon Robe. Chinese attire, Black Dragon Robe, level, candlelight level, self-allocated points value, effects. 1. Domain expansion, opening a domain associated with the Black Dragon Robe. Within this domain, summoned deities will receive additional attribute bonuses, while opposing members will suffer attribute suppression. 2. Divine summoning, summon the Great Qin Ruler, Qin Shi Huang. 3. Escort, randomly summon a Great Qin General for command. The General's level matches that of the Garment Spirit Master, with a current existence time of 30 points of mental strength per minute. The General refreshes with 100 Qin soldiers. The soldier's level is 1 less than the current level. Note: the abilities of Escort and Domain expansion will enhance with the Garment's level increase. After reviewing the values once more, Lin Hanmo, having made up his mind, no longer hesitated and injected all 10,000 legendary points into the attribute panel. Hopefully, success will follow, he murmured softly while his finger clicked the final plus sign. Almost in an instant, the black dragon robe in Lin Hanmo's hands radiated dazzling and searing energy. Visibly, the surface of the black dragon robe, where the 12 chapters were engraved, shimmered with starlight. As if truly containing the sun, moon, and mountains, a grand and ancient scroll slowly unfurled from the black dragon robe. Lin Hanmo observed closely and realized that it depicted the past of all who had worn the black dragon robe. It chronicled the entire history of the rise and fall of the Great Qin, the annihilation of the Six States, the conclusion of the Warring States period. The establishment of the imperial system marked the beginning of the unified era of the Chinese dynasty. At that time, the Great Qin was in its prime. Yingzheng had not yet aged, exuding vigor and charisma, dominating the landscape. Stationed at the Great Wall to guard against the Xiongnu, he forged 12 golden figures from soldiers across the realm. The legacy of the Great Qin seemed to be within reach. Alas, history gradually veered towards a tragic conclusion. The Qin Emperor fell at Shachou, and the second Emperor of Qin executed Prince Fusu and usurped the throne. The loyal General Meng Tian, devoted to the Qin Emperor, was poisoned by a cup of wine. scenes of tragedy unfolded before Lin Hanmo's eyes, ultimately leading to its inevitable conclusion. However, it's the very end of this conclusion. Within the image that symbolized the downfall of the Great Qin, a flicker of red light glimmered. As Lin Hanmo was lost in thought, that light unexpectedly transcended the surface of the black dragon robe and floated before him. When Lin Hanmo discerned the object within, he was momentarily stunned. It was an ornament crafted from deep red, blue Tian jade, measuring 4 inches in diameter, intricately engraved with interlacing dragons, exquisite beyond compare, on the front. The words were inscribed in small seal script, the imperial seal. The sudden gift left Lin Hanmo utterly dumbfounded. Who would have anticipated that upgrading the level of the black dragon robe would yield such a treasure? The tales surrounding the imperial seal are countless, and this particular piece is hailed as the embodiment of destiny, an essential artifact for those who seek to reign supreme in the past life. There were numerous humorous tales surrounding it. For instance, before obtaining it, what imperial jade seal? After obtaining it, do not speak nonsense. I have not taken any imperial jade seal. I know nothing. This particular jest aptly represents the esteemed status of the imperial jade seal in the hearts of the people. To possess it is to claim legitimacy. It warrants the title of I. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, Lin Hanmo reached out and caught the imperial jade seal suspended in mid-air. It's the moment of contact. It felt as if he were drawing some intangible essence into his palm. Warming his body slightly, the deep crimson glow of the seal, along with the black dragon robe, finally ceased its fluctuations, and a brand new data panel emerged. Huaxia attire, black dragon robe, level, translucent, self-input attribute points. Effects. 1. Domain expansion. Activate a domain associated with the black dragon robe. Within this domain, summoned deities will receive additional attribute enhancements, and the spirit of the Great Qin's soldiers will enjoy the effects of conferment, while hostile members will suffer attribute suppression. 2. Summon deity. Call forth the Great Qin monarch, Qin Shi Huang. 3. Escort. Randomly summon a Great Qin general to command, with the general's level matching that of the attire master. The current existence time is 200 points of mental energy per minute, and the general refresh will bring along 1,000 Qin soldiers, whose level is 1 less than the current level. 4. Conferment. Consume 4,000 points of mental energy to infuse the Jade Seal, temporarily covering 100 pieces of Great Qin Firefly grade attire within the conferment domain, elevating their quality by 1 level within half an hour, 24-hour cooldown. Note, the escort, domain, and conferment abilities will enhance alongside the attire's level. Conferment is the reward you rightfully deserve for possessing the seal. Hiss! The panel for the black dragon robe had now transformed before Lin Hanmo's eyes. Firstly, the escort ability had been significantly enhanced. Consuming 200 points of mental energy per minute allows for the summoning of 1 general and 1,000 Qin soldiers. Should Lin Hanmo ascend to a level now, he could instantly command 1,000 F-level Qin soldiers as his guards. That would be akin to possessing 1,000 candidates adorned in Great Qin glimmering military attire. Merely advancing by 1 level has multiplied the number of summoned soldiers exponentially. Translucent level is remarkable. What splendor will the subsequent levels, such as Remnant Sun and Great Day, exhibit? Furthermore, the domain ability and newly added conferment ability are interconnected. Upon domain activation, he can utilize the Jade Seal as a medium, consuming 4,000 points of mental energy to confer 100 Firefly-grade Great Qin military outfits, elevating their quality to Remnant Candle level for the ensuing half-hour. 100 Firefly-grade garments might not seem overwhelmingly impressive, but should 100 Remnant Candle-grade outfits appear, Lin Hanmo is convinced that even within a typical attire master university, it would be a challenge to swiftly locate such an abundance of Remnant Candle-grade garments. In the current rigorous examination, this would undoubtedly be an unparalleled phenomenon. This is a level achievable solely by their Huaxia attire. The key point is that, due to the synergy with the domain skill, these 4,000 points of mental energy can be distributed among the wearers of the Great Qin attire, allowing even F-level individuals to utilize this ability. It is extraordinarily formidable. This black dragon robe, emblematic of a Generation S dynasty, has bestowed upon him an overwhelming sense of awe. Chapter 59. The second wave of attack candidates. Suddenly sweating profusely after slightly calming his emotions, Lin Hanmo revisited the textual description of the black dragon robe. Once assured that nothing was overlooked, he stored the imperial jade seal within the leaves of the world tree he carried. Finally, he donned the black dragon robe and turned to exit the beacon tower. Appearing before the other candidates in response, the candidates resting on the city wall did not perceive anything unusual. They merely felt that the young man before them emanated an even greater sense of authority. The radiance of the black dragon robe compelling them to instinctively bow in reverence. This emanation stemmed from the high-level suppression of the attire. The candidates were oblivious, merely marveling at the fact that Lin Hanmo's acting prowess had ascended to new heights. No one could have anticipated that, during this period, the very first translucent grade attire in the entire examination hall had come into existence. Coincidentally, the livestream camera had zoomed out as Lin Hanmo entered the beacon tower. Intending to capture a grand scene of the defending candidates' cheers echoing along the Great Wall, by the time it returned to Lin Hanmo's side, it had already missed the moment he experienced a bout of social anxiety. At that time, Lin Hanmo was in the process of removing the black dragon robe, preparing to make some modifications to it, and adhering to privacy principles. The camera missed yet another significant moment. The audience in the live stream remained unaware of any anomalies. The exclusive 4-hour rest period for the defenders arrived and swiftly passed by. During this interval, fierce battles continued to rage across various global dungeons. Particularly in the dungeon of the Bear Country, the situation was especially dire. Engaging in urban warfare amidst the frozen ruins was undoubtedly a long and arduous struggle. To be frank, from the very first quarter hour of entering the dungeon, all attacking candidates deeply regretted their decisions. Lin Hanmo's snow domain initially felt merely cold. This place was pure freezing. The temperature plummeted to at least -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. Sustaining combat in a place where even snot could freeze into ice was truly a torment for the attacking candidates. Their commander couldn't even imitate Liyue to organize a large-scale assault against the Bear Country candidates. They outright refused to engage in direct confrontation. Sensing a large force approaching, they would immediately dive into an alley, vanishing without a trace. However, should one dare to disperse and search the surroundings, the enemy would swiftly regroup into a formidable team. Launching counteroffensives, the guerrilla tactics of urban warfare were executed with unparalleled finesse by the candidates of the Bear Country. In contrast, the performance of the British's first dungeon, Age of Discovery, was somewhat lackluster this time. Perhaps due to the real questions from 8 years ago being exhausted by numerous candidates. Upon entering the dungeon, the attacking candidates displayed a clear understanding of naval combat. The ship's helmsman denied the defending candidates any opportunity for long-range attrition. Even when under bombardment, they would command their vessels to charge forward, hastening the battle into close quarters. Some helmsmen even braved artillery fire, colliding with the defending vessels, resulting in both parties falling into the sea for naval combat. This brazen approach left the next inheritor of the British crown somewhat helpless. For a moment, this once dominant top dungeon from 8 years ago became the one with the highest casualties among all first dungeons across nations. It appeared as though it would not survive until the conclusion of the first wave of attacks. Simultaneously, the chat channels of the attacking candidates surged with reports from those who successfully cleared the dungeons. Not everyone sought out those large dungeons. Sometimes, forming small teams to tackle minor dungeons proved to be a commendable strategy for scoring points. Haha, while they tackle a large dungeon, I've already cleared 10 small ones. Boasted a Huaxia candidate in the chat channel of the attacking region. In truth, those 1v1 dungeons are the simplest, as we can gain some benefits upon entry, ensuring our overall strength won't be inferior to that of the dungeon creators. The rest depends on summoning skills. I've decided that once I clear 20 small dungeons, I'll take a break and enter the Guarding Huaxia dungeon to play the role of a slacker, aiding this first dungeon in successfully passing within the last 3 days. Candidates in the chat channel were still preoccupied with this notion, discussing while checking the dungeon page to see if there were any changes. They silently prayed that it wouldn't falter before the first wave concluded. Yet, upon opening the dungeon page, the expression of the praying candidate transformed dramatically. The dungeon page indicated that the Huaxia Guard dungeon was in a resting state. Resting state? The candidate's eyes widened in disbelief. He even glanced at the second-ranked dungeon. Confirming that it was marked with a state of battle, he gasped sharply and frantically typed in the chat channel. Holy cow! Everyone, look at the status of the Guarding Huaxia dungeon. It's already in a resting state. The entire first wave of attackers has been wiped out. A torrent of messages flooded the chat channel of the attacking region. A resting state signifies that the first wave of attacks has concluded. This dungeon has successfully annihilated all attacking candidates from the first wave. Initially, those witnessing it thought it was some sort of prank. But as they scrolled to the top of the dungeon page, they were left dumbfounded. In an instant, the chat channel erupted with countless astonished comments. What? What? How long has it been since the dungeon opened? At most 2 or 3 hours, right? Just 2 or 3 hours, and the attackers have been completely annihilated? No way, right? But there were over 1,000 top candidates with exceptionally high scores in there. What on earth happened? It's as if 2,700 pigs were running amok in the dungeon. Even 800 people might not finish them off in 3 hours. Hiss, this dungeon. Even the Huaxia candidates, who held high hopes for it, could never have anticipated that it would conclude so swiftly. Was there a production line set up inside? Were the 2,700 candidates entering the dungeon treated like pigs on a production line, lined up for execution? Suddenly, even the candidates who had spoken of entering the dungeon to slack off began to harbor doubts. This first Huaxia dungeon, does it truly require the attackers to go easy? Within the Huaxia region, a brief silence descended. In that moment, everyone was at a loss for words. However, it did not take long for this news to be disseminated across various channels. The analysis of this message yielded diverse interpretations from candidates in other nations. A candidate from the Eagle Nation confidently proclaimed in the chat channel, "Everyone, follow my lead. The first instance of Huaxia will surely not hold out for long." The swift conclusion of the battle indicates a fierce confrontation. With blood flowing like a river, such a strategy, capable of overcoming 2,700 adversaries, is indeed formidable, but it also implies a significant depletion of their forces. If they still have 100 individuals in that instance, it would be quite impressive. This analysis clearly dominated the offensive channel of other nations, as candidates from countries like England could scarcely believe that an instance could conclude so rapidly. If it were indeed that swift, it would inevitably come at a heavy cost. Thus, when the Huaxia Guardian instance reopened, it once again filled to capacity. Chapter 60. The Huaxia instance has become a hard sell. This time, almost all those arriving with the green light of teleportation were candidates from other countries. Some low-scoring individuals wished to take advantage of the chaos, while others simply hoped to seize the opportunity for high scores by successfully clearing the first instance of Huaxia. As they set foot on the land and surveyed the area around the green shield, excitement was evident in their eyes, reminiscent of the arrival of Li Yue and his group. The only distinction was that the ground beneath their feet had become considerably damp, with patches of snow accumulating. The chilling wind swept through, causing the newly arrived offensive candidates to shiver, their previously fervent spirits dampened. Damn. Why is the Huaxia instance so cold? Do these instance creators only know how to make frigid environments? A blonde candidate grumbled, tightening his clothing in frustration. Brothers, let us push forward quickly. I can hardly wait to mock the Huaxia people. A candidate clad in black, appearing as if charred, echoed loudly, with the number of defenders halved. If we can't secure a victory with so many of us, we might as well return home to farm corn, shouted a candidate from the Bear Nation, rallying the spirits of those around him. Eliciting a chorus of roars, such scenes appeared to be brimming with passion and bravado, showcasing the dominance of the offensive members. Yet, when this reached the ears of viewers in the live stream, they could only chuckle awkwardly. Why do I feel like this is just a rerun of the last offensive group? Not quite a rerun, though. This group seems even more chaotic and lacks candidates like Li Yue. They laughed, thinking they could just waltz in and trample the instance at will. Then, as the green shield activated, the majestic Great Wall materialized before the offensive candidates, leaving all of them agape, particularly when the defenders clad in dark military attire made their entrance. Panic ensued. This was not what they had been led to believe. Wasn't it said that the defenders numbered at most 100? It appeared that there had been no casualties. What had transpired in the previous round? In an instant, a wave of panic erupted among the offensive candidates. Lin Hanmo, observing this scene, understood precisely what the opposition was contemplating and was immensely grateful for the instance's mechanics. The attackers would not see how many defenders remained. Thus, each assault was akin to opening a blind box, with no knowledge of the numbers concealed within. While the offensive side was thrown into disarray, Lin Hanmo remained composed. It was still the realm of the Great Wall. Still the familiar one-day death package of the underworld. This time, without an organized offensive force, the attackers crumbled at the first touch. They hadn't even had the chance to engage in close combat with Lin Hanmo and his allies before they were scattered at the mountain's base, riddled with arrows. Subsequently, Lin Hanmo and his companions had to descend the mountain and hunt down the trembling, hidden offensive candidates, delivering the final blows. This marked the moment of the highest attrition and longest duration for them in this round. 7 defenders inadvertently fell to counterattacks from offensive candidates concealed in the snow. Thus, the instance concluded with astonishing speed once more. Observing this, Lin Hanmo's companions, including Zhang Lei, found no inclination to celebrate. Even when the announcement came that their baseline scores had risen, they merely offered token applause in their eyes. Such a lackluster battle warranted no celebration. Of course, some candidates were still inspired by Lin Hanmo's words. He's right. We haven't even achieved full scores yet, so why be so excited? The third round is the real highlight. Meanwhile, Chun Chang surveyed his surroundings. Thanks to the previous round's candidates hastily falling, many of them had upgraded their gear to the Firefly level, aligning themselves with the same tier. At this pace, the third round of assessment should not pose too much difficulty. After all, they were growing stronger. Even if more rounds came, it would be nothing extraordinary. Perhaps they could endure 10 rounds without issue? He optimistically judged. Even the viewers felt a bit helpless at this moment. Brothers, why do I feel like the conditions set for this exam group are a tad too simple? Adding 1 plus 1. It seems like there has been no fluctuation since the first round. What fluctuation could there be? Just look at their attire. They grow stronger with every battle. The later arrivals die even faster. Could it be that Lin Hanmo is truly on the verge of breaking a record, becoming the candidate with the most attempts in the current instance? As the viewers engaged in casual chatter, an unexpected event unfolded. It was presumed that following the swift demise of the second round candidates, a greater number would promptly fill their ranks. However, the rapid downfall of the second round candidates incited a vehement reaction within the entire offensive chat channel. Their deaths had been alarmingly swift. This inevitably raised suspicions that the instance's difficulty might have been somewhat excessive. Consequently, when the 4-hour break concluded and everyone atop the Great Wall prepared to face a new round of combat, the new offensive candidates were notably delayed in assembling. Initially, Lin Hanmo suspected some external complication necessitating further observation. Yet, half an hour passed, then an hour, and that familiar announcement remained conspicuously absent. It dawned on him that Guardian of Huaxia could not recruit enough participants. Without sufficient numbers, the instance could not commence. The reason for this was Lin Gu. It seems we might have killed the previous candidates a bit too swiftly, scaring off the incoming offensive candidates, Zhang Lei mused, scratching his head and offering his conclusion. This was evidently the truth. Outside, even if low-scoring candidates sought to seize an opportunity to enter the instance, they could not, as the high-scoring candidates were not filling the ranks. No one was foolish. Witnessing 2 rounds of candidates entering and vanishing without a trace, and even faster each time, instilled trepidation in the hearts of even the most arrogant high scorers. After all, if they entered, would they not meet the same swift demise as the previous rounds? If they failed to score in this round, the disparity with others would be significant. Even if they wished to challenge this instance, they first needed to bolster their scores. Lin Hanmo, contemplating all this within the instance, found himself both amused and exasperated. However, he did not worry about a lack of new candidates joining. When the third round of assessment neared its conclusion, there would undoubtedly be top-tier offensive candidates who had secured sufficient points, leading their companions to challenge their instance with utmost vigor. That would be the moment to exert their strength. Chapter 61. Assassination? I am in Huaxia. In the day and a half that followed, as several had anticipated, no new challengers arrived. The bored individuals set up camp atop the Great Wall, their armor seeming somewhat idle. In other instances, the defenders longed for peace, yet here it became a source of annoyance, particularly for those who had not taken the opportunity to elevate their gear to the Firefly level during this time. Upon returning to reality, upgrading would demand a considerable price. Reality was not the trial space of the soul examination. Without risking their lives, slaying enemies was no simple feat. Furthermore, through their investigations into the information on the Qin military attire, they discovered a perplexing issue. The description of the skills for slaying enemies and the resultant upgrades was overly vague, particularly regarding the definition of enemy. Was this enemy defined as their adversaries, or specifically as those whom Lin Hanmo deemed enemies? After all, the name Lin Hanmo was emblazoned throughout their gear, the Great Qin attire, exclusively for Lin Hanmo. Perhaps Lin Hamo's recognition was the path to rapid merit advancement. Lin Gu, do you have any plans for the summer break once we return? Jiang Lei inquired softly, a chicken leg in his mouth. As he approached, it was 6 in the afternoon, and the sky remained bright as they cooked and dined atop the Great Wall. Plans? Lin Hanmo was momentarily taken aback. Shaking his head in a somewhat dazed manner, he truly had no specific plans. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned to Jiang Lei, asking, "Do you know how much the prize is for being the top scorer in this global exam?" Prize? Jiang Lei was momentarily stumped by the question, scratching his head, unable to recall. Just then, a thin candidate, appearing somewhat sneaky, approached and, after a brief inquiry into the matter, thoughtfully stated a figure. At least over 8 million. Right? This was the amount awarded to a candidate who had placed at the bottom of the global rankings over a decade ago, which included national rewards, regional bonuses, and accolades from various commercial associations and local municipalities. Lin Gu, what you have here is truly exceptional. It is not merely increment but significantly enhanced. After all, many years have elapsed, and this marks our inaugural triumph in clinching the Global Leaderboard Championship. A feat of monumental significance, with a guaranteed prize of 10 million and beyond. This figure represents solely the prize money, excluding additional rewards to a guaranteed sum of 10 million. Lin Hanmo's brow arched at the mention of such a figure. In the realm of the past, in the fictional city of Jinghai, one could have easily acquired several plots of Mang Village with such a sum, couldn't they? Naturally, the construction conglomerate is no longer in existence. 10 million, indeed. The possibilities are boundless. One could repair the dilapidated walls of the Xingxin Welfare Institute or provide pocket money to numerous children emerging from the institute, allowing them to indulge in some treats. Lin Hanmo's thoughts began to swirl, and he felt a surge of plans taking shape. What's the matter, Lin Gu? Are you short on funds? The curious Shouho inquired. They had yet to fully grasp Lin Hanmo's background. Previously, Shouho assumed Lin Hanmo hailed from a reclusive noble lineage, but it appeared circumstances were somewhat different now. Once the prize money is secured, I shall no longer be in need, Lin Hanmo responded. Snapping back to reality with a smile. Then, Lin Gu, would you care to join my sister and me for an excursion over the summer? We could venture to the border to form a mercenary band and hunt exotic beasts in the forbidden zones. Jiang Lei finally articulated his intent. Shouho's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Excellent. Why wouldn't you include me? Lin Gu, count me in. We may feel somewhat constrained during the college entrance examination, but once we step out, we can unleash our full potential. Securing a complete set of top-tier gear for each of us is absolutely feasible. Not to mention, I will cover all expenses for the journey. Shouho vowed, thumping his chest confidently. The two grew increasingly animated, unable to contain their imaginations regarding the forthcoming summer days. After all, escorting Lin Hanmo to explore the nearby minor forbidden zones or firefly grade zones would be a simple task. Donning the attire of the Qin army, their squad could easily rival an entire legion, couldn't it? However, such enthusiasm was swiftly interrupted by a voice nearby. What are you daydreaming about? Once summer begins. No, once we return. Lin Hanmo will face significant troubles, venturing into the forbidden zones. It would be a miracle if he comes back unscathed. Significant troubles? Shouho and Jiang Lei exchanged puzzled glances, turning to the source of the voice. Chen Cheng, who was toasting bread over the fire. Brother, what do you mean? Jiang Lei asked, bewildered. Chen Cheng leisurely flipped the slightly burnt bread over and continued. If Lin Hanmo hadn't achieved global first place, it would be one thing, but now he stands as the world's top contender. The value represented by being first in the college entrance examination transcends mere prize money. It is perceived as a victory in the geopolitical contest between nations. The victors are naturally elated, while the vanquished may harbor resentment. Most critically, losing is one thing, but to lose to a contender from a nation they never anticipated, Huaxia, is another matter altogether. Who knows what monumental positive influence Lin Hanmo's existence could wield for Huaxia? The candidates present were not naive. They discerned the implications within Chen Cheng's words. It was highly probable that once Lin Hanmo stepped outside, he would face multifaceted assaults, the most terrifying of which would be assassination attempts on a physical level. Although Huaxia has maintained peace, it does not imply that assassins from other nations would refrain from crossing borders. To annihilate a genius from another country at a lower level would undoubtedly be an invaluable accomplishment. No way, Shouho gasped. Yet he found Chen Cheng's claims disturbingly plausible, as it reminded him of a past news story. I recall that 3 or 4 years ago, a student from ancient Greece who secured first place globally met his demise during a summer outing. Officially, it was reported that he was devoured by a creature from the Forbidden Zone, leaving no trace of his remains. In reality, it was likely a carefully orchestrated murder, as the mist of the Forbidden Zone rendered typical verification methods ineffective. Lin Gu, you must give this serious consideration. Assassination? Targeting? Lin Hamo nodded slightly at the mention, but remained relatively unfazed internally. His audacity to so openly promote Huaxia's heritage during the examination stemmed from a deep-seated confidence. After all, he was born in Huaxia. With such a formidable nation backing him, what was there to fear? Perhaps arrangements had already been made for his protection, even if he was unaware of it at present. Discussions regarding the Forbidden Zones could wait until they returned to reality. Lin Hanmo maintained his smile, reassuring those around him that, as for the threat of assassination, there was no need for excessive alarm. I have faith in Huaxia and I believe in Huaxia. Qin Sheng, taken aback by Lin Hanmo's words, momentarily lost focus, even neglecting the thoroughly burnt bread. The conversation among the group was broadcast live, and the viewers, listening to Lin Hanmo's voice, felt a surge of emotions. The youth merely articulated a fact in a calm tone, yet to them, it resonated with profound impact. Enough said. If any other nations dare to engage in assassination attempts or the like, we shall be the first to object. Surely, someone is assigned to protect Lin Hanmo, right? He is our national treasure. Excuse me, I am from the northern region of the Huaxia continent. May I inquire about Lin Hanmo's whereabouts? Someone upstairs is being clever. They might just be walking 50,000. Report him. As the audience's comments began to spiral, their homeroom teacher, Old Wong, reflected on Lin Hanmo's words with a sense of nostalgia. He drew back the office curtains, gazing towards the playground. There, teams of soul-wielding warriors donned in various specialized attire stood at the ready, one of whom wore garments reminiscent of a newly risen sun. Huaxia undoubtedly rewards every child who places their faith in it. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the serene sky of the instance finally resonated with a sweet female voice. Please, defensive party, take your positions. The third round of the instance is about to commence. Chapter 62. A Feigned Attack. The Underworld Crisis. The sudden announcement reverberated through the venue, jolting all defensive candidates into alertness. They hastily finished off the remaining food, tidied up, donned their dark military uniforms, and ascended the city walls. At last, our prospects for a perfect score are within reach. Zhang Lei exclaimed, brimming with excitement, preparing for action. Each interval between rounds lasted 4 hours. And based on the occasional announcements from the sky, they could anticipate 2 more waves of assaults. The only concern was whether they could gather enough participants in time to seize this golden opportunity for a perfect score. Now, with renewed determination, they aimed to secure that 100 points. Brothers, let's get moving, Shouho shouted, adjusting his fortune awaits hat, channeling his mental energy, causing ethereal white shadows to flicker around him. Seventh Master, more new ghosts are about to emerge from the underworld, he called out, gradually fading into the city wall. Chun Sheng also discarded the charred bread, then sprang to his feet, his expression gleaming with intensity. Rather than dwell on Lin Hanmo's potential assassination, he felt a stronger urge to take out some frustrations on the foreign candidates. Everyone, be cautious. Those who enter at this hour will undoubtedly possess far superior strength than before, Lin Hanmo cautioned, also gathering his focus. This time, his mental energy had fully replenished. He was ready to join the fray. Lin Gu, fear not. With our attire, who would dare to cause trouble? A confident candidate replied. Indeed. When the battle begins, no one should dare to snatch my kills. Another candidate exclaimed, already unable to contain his excitement as he summoned his weapon spirit, which brandished a massive crossbow, aiming at the area below, gradually enveloped in green light. Clearly, the previous assessments had instilled immense confidence in the candidates. They eagerly awaited this final battle to prove themselves and secure the highest score. Such a scene, where all 900 participants achieved full marks, had never occurred in past assessments. Observing the fervor around him, Lin Hanmo chose not to elaborate further, as the specifics would only become clear once the attacking candidates made their entrance. In the midst of swirling thoughts, the 10 minutes of preparation time swiftly elapsed. As the green barrier designated for the defensive party vanished entirely, Lin Hanmo caught sight of the figures below. Among the 2,700 newcomers, even the presence of black-haired, brown-eyed Asians was a rarity. Compared to the previous disorganized and lackadaisical squads, this new contingent exuded an air of orderliness and composure. Troubling adversaries, Lin Hanmo assessed upon first glance. His sense of vigilance heightened. Nevertheless, while caution was warranted, the necessary preparations continued unabated. His black dragon robe erupted in a brilliant, resplendent light, altering the celestial phenomena, as a fierce blizzard accompanied by large hailstones swiftly descended. Upon the great wall, the sound of drums reverberated. Countless weapon spirits wielded bows and crossbows, aiming at the attacking party's stronghold below, unleashing a torrential downpour of iron-black arrows, as the arrows pierced through the biting winds. Just as they were poised to impale the chests of the attacking candidates, an unexpected twist occurred. From within the ranks of the candidates, a hissing sound akin to serpent calls shattered the winds and snow. Resonating throughout the heavens, accompanying the serpent's cries, enormous golden bricks materialized, stacking upon one another, swiftly enveloping the very location where the attacking candidates had emerged. The black iron arrows, upon striking the stone bricks, merely imprinted a large mark, causing a cascade of debris to fall. This is the pyramid. Through the blizzard, Jiang Lei squinted at the golden brick structure below, exclaiming in astonishment. Field ability, a pyramid. This must be an Egyptian attire of at least firefly grade. It appeared to be rather extraordinary. The pyramid had taken on a tangible form, reminiscent of the snowflakes crafted within Lin Hanmo's domain. Observing this scene, he couldn't help but think of a certain individual, the second-ranked Egyptian youth. The examinee who had been dragged away by the giant serpent far from the battlefield. This time, it was likely him. Lin Hanmo felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance arise within him, his brow furrowing as his mind raced with thoughts of the potential actions the opponent might take next. The arrival of the second-ranked top scorer signaled that this assault would undoubtedly be more ferocious than he had anticipated. Lin Gu, what should we do? At this rate, we seem to be at a disadvantage. Jiang Lei also sensed the precariousness of their situation, repeatedly inquiring. If this domain is sustained by a single individual, our barrage of arrows would deplete our resources significantly. Should we attempt to descend the mountain and relocate the center of the domain? Our domain's pressure should be able to resolve everything swiftly. Relocate? Qinsheng shook his head in response to no. If they wish to evade us, then we shall leave them be. After all, they are the ones in a hurry. Following Lin Hanmo's previous strategy, we shall continue to let them endure the cold. Everyone, cease fire. The curtain of iron-black arrows dissipated, and the examinees gazed down at the pyramid, quietly awaiting the adversary's next move. However, 10 minutes passed, and the pyramid remained unchanged, as if the individuals within had resolutely decided to huddle inside. So timid. Are they going to play hide-and-seek in the snow like the previous round of examinees? One of the candidates atop the Great Wall muttered. Lin Hanmo furrowed his brow at this moment, sensing something amiss. Just as he contemplated making an attempt, a sudden surge of grayish-white mist erupted from the ground beneath him. The previously emaciated monkey emerged, visibly alarmed. Lin Gu, this is bad. All the attacking examinees have entered the underworld. All of them entered the underworld? The realization struck Lin Hanmo like a lightning bolt. The pyramid was, in fact, a captivating trap. At this moment, it was highly likely that only that Egyptian youth remained inside. As his thoughts raced, the pyramid collapsed entirely before their eyes, amidst the swirling snow and wind. The boy with a small golden snake between his brows revealed a triumphant smile to Lin Hanmo and the others atop the Great Wall. Lin Hanmo, this time, it is no longer your stage alone. The boy's voice, accompanied by the hissing of the serpent, pierced through the tempest. As some of the candidates on the Great Wall attempted to knock their bows, their bodies were swiftly dragged back into the storm, disappearing without a trace. Lin Gu, many people have suddenly arrived in the underworld. We can't bring them back. The cycle system inside is about to collapse. Even the 7th and 8th lords cannot hold back so many examinees. The emaciated monkey lamented. What? Hearing the monkey's words, the surrounding examinees immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. In a way, how did they learn about the existence of the underworld? They are attacking the underworld first? What should we do? Should we descend to assist? No. How did these examinees even get down there? They don't possess the previous creation permissions. How could they have directly teleported? The crowd was left bewildered. Everyone, do not panic, Lin Hanmo, after a brief moment of contemplation, addressed the emaciated monkey. Take me down. All right. The emaciated monkey, upon hearing this, wasted no time and grasped Lin Hanmo's arm, allowing the grayish-white mist to envelop them. Lin Hanmo felt a lightness in his body as he followed the emaciated monkey through the fog, quickly plummeting from the sky, landing atop the walls of the hastily constructed city of the dead. Gazing forward, he beheld the cacophony of battle and the ethereal shadows of deities swirling about. The holy light from the cardinal was already breaking through the shackles of the underworld's various domains, causing disorder in the entire realm. In the river of forgetfulness, tumultuous waters were bombarded by waves of light, leaving Liaya frantically attempting to maintain control over the water's corrosive effects. The bridge over the river of forgetfulness. Jiang Qingqiu poured the Mingpa soup indiscriminately, striving to control more of the attacking examinees, thereby impeding their advance. However, the attacking examinees disregarded everything, even striking their own, ruthlessly carving a path to slay Jiang Qingqiu on the spot. Ultimately, it was the black and white shadows of two deities that withstood the assault, utilizing soul-binding chains to pull the two back from the front lines just in time to stabilize the situation. Numerous underworld enforcers perished under the siege. Standing atop the walls of the city of the dead, Lin Hanmo gazed out, astonished to see barely 50 figures clad in dark attire. The operational space for all the deities and ghostly enforcers had been rapidly constricted and was soon condensed beneath the city of the dead. Everyone, to the walls! Lin Gu has arrived. The emaciated monkey cried out, directing the others. Hearing this, Jiang Qingqiu and the others looked up and, upon spotting the figure draped in a black dragon robe above the city of the dead, breathed a sigh of relief as they hurried to gather around him. Lin Gu, the situation is dire. Their numbers are overwhelming, and we cannot withstand them. Liaya's face turned pale as she spoke. We must retreat from the underworld. Lin Hanmo quickly devised the next course of action, realizing that this was the most prudent option. Once they returned to the Great Wall, they would engage in a decisive battle with the attacking examinees. Understood. The others naturally had unreserved faith in Lin Hanmo's words. After a brief exchange, the group of examinees shimmered with grayish-white mist and prepared to ascend into the sky. However, soon, some noticed something amiss. The grayish-white mist above them had transformed into a genuine barrier, imbued with a powerful thrust that forcibly kept them trapped within the underworld. They could not escape. It was as if the area surrounding the underworld had been sealed. And no matter what methods they employed, they could not break free. How could this happen? The emaciated monkey was bewildered. He had just brought Lin Hanmo down from the Great Wall. How could they suddenly be unable to leave? As the various Western deities drew nearer, cold sweat broke out on everyone's brows. Eventually, it was the summoned black and white impermanence who recognized the issue. The white impermanence, adorned with a hat of prosperity and sticking out its long tongue, turned to gaze at the summoned deities of the attackers, fixing its eyes directly on the deity who rode a green-faced ox. He has sealed the entire underworld with his dark energy. Though the evil spirits of the underworld were not particularly powerful, the sheer number of those summoning him was overwhelming. Scanning the myriad of divine shadows, it appeared that at least 100 to 200 figures were of Yen Mo. As the gaze of the ghostly deities fell upon them, Yen Mo's blue ox bellowed, as if releasing the pent-up fury from before. Yen Mo has sealed the entire underworld. How could this be? This fellow truly possesses some capability, Lin Hanmo mused. How about we attempt to eliminate all the examinees summoning Yen Mo? The emaciated monkey's eyes blazed with fiery determination. Not why is there another way to break the seal? Lin Hanmo turned to inquire of the white impermanence. Before all the Qin soldiers arrive, a direct confrontation is clearly the least wise choice. After a moment of contemplation, the white impermanence proposed a plan. To break the seal, we must gather the strength of all the ghostly enforcers, but this will require time. At least 3 minutes without interruption. 3 uninterrupted minutes. The others felt a wave of despair wash over them. The Western deities were already pressing in, and they needed 3 minutes of undisturbed time. How could that be possible? Did this mean? Was this round of assessments coming to an end? The abrupt shift from heaven to hell left everyone feeling despondent. This change even left the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. No way, right? Has Horus gone rogue? How on earth did he bring so many people into the underworld at once? Could it be due to those Indian examinees summoning Yenemo? Yenemo, after all, bore the title of Lord of the Underworld. He could potentially transport individuals directly into the realm. My goodness, the attacking deities number at least 400, all clad in their ghostly attire. Some even donning Firefly-grade garments. Each one could easily bring several others along. The rapid reversal of the situation was astounding. Moreover, Lin Hanmo had also been brought down, leaving them unable to ascend. It was quite awkward. With Lin Hanmo compromised, the backbone of their resistance had faltered. Even if there were many above, it would be of little use. The Qin dynasty could not do without Lin Hanmo. Was this truly the end of the first instance for Huaxia? Many viewers from Huaxia sighed in resignation, until Lin Hanmo's voice re-emerged. 3 minutes, you say? Begin now, do not delay. His tone was calm, as if discussing something utterly mundane. He stepped forward, arriving at the very edge of the city walls. Gazing down at the dazzlingly colorful army before him, at the forefront of the force was the Egyptian youth Horus, accompanied by his colossal python, his gaze sharp and penetrating. I will sustain you for 3 minutes. As Lin Hanmo spoke, he unwaveringly met Horus's gaze, his eyes devoid of any trace of fear. Lin Gu, you will hold out for us for 3 minutes? Huh? The crowd was taken aback by his declaration. Lin Gu, you cannot be serious. The emaciated monkey was left speechless. To speak candidly, upon witnessing such a scenario, he pondered on the possibility of securing a break-even kill, or perhaps even 2 for a significant profit, thereby concluding this arduous journey of the Gaokao. He'll withstand the assault of over 2,000 individuals for a mere 3 minutes. Merely contemplating this is an endeavor fraught with impossibility, after all. These are more than 2,000 people. They have summoned over 2,000 deities. This is tenfold the adversaries encountered in the previous round. Jiang Qingqiu was utterly befuddled. Her wedding gown was not at hand, and utilizing the ability of Golden Jade Good Fortune now seemed rather unrealistic. Moreover, Lin Hanmo showed no intention of donning the Black Dragon robe. Lin, shall we consider alternative strategies? One person, inspired by Lin Hanmo's determination to survive, ventured to ask. Lin Hanmo shook his head. Trust me. Though this phrase was uttered lightly, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Instantly, an inexplicable sense of security surged within the hearts of Shouho and the others. This individual before them was undeniably a leader worthy of their trust. In light of this, all right, Lin, I believe in you. I too have faith in Lin. So do I. Me as well, with such unanimous belief. Morale soared. We will act swiftly. Setting the tone, the group wasted no time in summoning the Yin spirits, commencing their efforts to dismantle the gray-white fog that obstructed their path. The individuals behind Lin Hanmo gradually withdrew, leaving only his solitary figure clad in the black robe atop the city walls of Wangsicheng. Below the walls of Wangsicheng, Horus, accompanied by over 2,000 examinees, paused momentarily upon seeing Lin Hanmo emerge alone. Is he not planning to give up? He mused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, filled with uncontainable delight. After all, he had been suppressed by this individual during the first 2 rounds. Now, this opportunity for a small measure of retribution was quite appealing. Although even if he were to eliminate Lin Hanmo, it would change little. Nevertheless, at least he would have struck him once, however. Horus regarded Lin Hanmo's figure atop the city wall with suspicion. Could he truly be one to concede so easily? If that were the case, the grand wedding of the second round would not have transpired. Before Horus could continue his contemplations, some examinees behind him erupted into laughter. Isn't that Lin Hanmo? I saw him during the second round. What is he planning? One man against all of us. Where are the others? Are they too frightened to show themselves? Just one person? Surely, there are no ambushes at play, no matter how strong Lin Hanmo is. Can he truly withstand our numbers? Someone seemed to discern Horus's thoughts and hurriedly leaned in to whisper, Do not fear, Horus. They are merely grasping at straws. The Huaxia people are notoriously cunning. They are trying to exploit our psychology. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is undoubtedly a ruse. The Huaxia people are the most treacherous. Horus, upon hearing their sentiments, nodded in acknowledgement. There is a possibility of that. He silently gazed at Lin Hanmo. If you seek death, do not blame me. Seek death? Lin Hanmo faced the throngs of thousands, unperturbed, his expression serene. Akin to a sovereign surveying his realm, he gazed down upon the world. The Son of Heaven after the great Qin, he was indeed the shepherd of the people. And he, Lin Hanmo, was to quell this throng of foreign barbarians and eradicate these alien wild gods. With a grand gesture, his black dragon robe billowed. A radiant light emanating from within its folds, an invisible force erupted from his attire. This power seemed to overshadow the universe, constricting the breath of countless individuals. It even dimmed the ethereal figures of deities above. This was the tiered suppression emanating from the garments of Huaxia, a suppression of 2 ranks higher. Such a formidable aura. What is Lin doing? Both the attacking examinees and their own cohort stared wide-eyed, some in reverence, others in trepidation, and still others in disdain or loathing. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Countless cavalrymen materialized before them, wielding spears and polearms, mounted upon war horses. Each bore an aura of overwhelming ferocity, as if each man could stand against a myriad of foes. This presence was born from countless battles, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. Wind, wind, a great wind, the cavalry shouted in unison, their voices resonating across the land. A glance revealed black-armored figures standing resolutely atop the city walls, as if all defenders had summoned their own warrior spirits. The eyes of these spirits gleamed with bloodthirsty intent, striking fear into the hearts of all. What is happening? All attacking examinees were rendered speechless. They believed they had executed their strategy flawlessly, isolating the majority of outside examinees, dismantling them one by one. Yet they had merely allowed Lin Hanmo to enter. But what is this Lin Hanmo? What is the meaning behind this? How can his attire summon such a multitude? Who are these beings? At that moment, someone else perceived an anomaly. In addition to the cavalryman, another figure astride a warhorse emerged. This individual was markedly more formidable than all the cavalry, enveloped in a suffocating aura of bloodlust, akin to an unparalleled deity of slaughter. Merely gazing upon him, they could hear the wails of countless souls echoing in their ears. Kill! I shall slay you. My demise was so tragic. You shall face retribution. The voices of myriad souls reverberated in this realm of the dead, coalescing into a tangible force infused with boundless fury and terror. The crowd swallowed hard, their gaze fixated on this man. Who is he, to harbor such an overwhelming aura of death? How many lives has he claimed? Lin Hanmo observed the man, his face adorned with a smile. This time, his dominion ability had summoned a general from the great Qin, a figure frequently encountered in classical narratives, the god of slaughter. By Qi, pay my respects to your majesty. Bai Qi, clad in shoulder armor, regarded Lin Hanmo with a bow, his demeanor exuding an elegance utterly at odds with his murderous aura. The cavalryman behind him rose, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." The battlefield was engulfed in swirling dust, and Lin Hanmo's expression remained resolute. It was as if the very ground upon which he stood was the Golden Luan Hall. This cavalry formed an empire, and the direction of Lin Hanmo's gaze was the path towards imperial advancement. At this moment, all present seemed to hear a singular proclamation in their minds. Half of the empires in this world are naught but illusions of the Qin. Lin Hanmo intoned, "Kill." At the sound of his command, the cavalry surged forth, "For the majesty." The thunderous chorus of the cavalry reverberated through the heavens, sending shockwaves through the ears of the attacking examinees, causing their bodies to tremble in fear. Their garments billowed, and numerous deities were summoned: Pharaoh, the lord of the underworld Yinma, the moon god Kongsi, the plant god Nafutim, the Nile water god Anuket, Ashurat. In an instant, chaos ensued. Yet, even in the face of these deities, the 1,000-strong cavalry remained undeterred, with Bai Qi leading the charge. Clad in armor, he rode forth upon his steed, moving with unimaginable speed. In a sudden onslaught, several deities were trampled beneath iron hooves. Lin Hanmo stood atop Wang Siqing, observing it all. He slightly curled his fingers, attempting to connect with the examinees atop the Great Wall to activate the domain, simultaneously retrieving his jade seal. Chapter 64. Enfeoffment, the final battle. Though the Qin soldiers were merely ordinary individuals, under the amplification of the Black Dragon Robe's domain, they possessed the capability to contend with F-rank deities. As their commander, Bai Qi received immense enhancements. Within the Black Dragon Robe's domain, the dynamics of offense and defense were clear. The adversary was weak, while they were strong. However, it was still insufficient. Holding the Jade Seal, Lin Hanmo attempted to link with his comrades donned in the garments of the Great Qin above. These companions were the source of his explosive combat prowess. The Black Dragon Robe domain's ability bore no new descriptions. But through practical application, he discovered a significant enhancement in his domain's activation, now subtly connecting him to his comrades atop the Great Wall. Although he could not effectively connect with everyone to garner their mental fortitude, it sufficed to address the immediate circumstances. From the spectator's perspective, the Black Dragon Robe worn by the youth shimmered with 12 luminous patterns, while the square seal in his hand resonated, emanating a blood-red glow. Enfeefment! Lin Hanmo raised the seal high, aiming it towards the Great Qin soldiers ahead, and gently pressed it down. In an instant, a crimson aura materialized around the 100 soldiers of the Great Qin. The foremost Bai Qi was enveloped in swirling radiance, as if he had transcended some limit, erupting with a ghastly scarlet hue. What is this ability? The viewers who had remained in Lin Hanmo's live stream were left bewildered. They recalled that the Black Dragon Robe had never exhibited such anomalies. Amidst their swirling thoughts, Bai Qi's eyes, imbued with a fierce crimson, grew ever more imposing. Donned in armor, "Kill," he uttered with a fierce whisper. Fingers splayed wide as he aimed towards the myriad ethereal deities, then clenched his fist with tremendous force. In that moment, the gray-white mists of the underworld seemed to ripple as if struck by some immense force, spreading outward. Subsequently, all attacking examinees felt themselves ensnared by a formidable gravitational force, and as their vision blurred, they opened their eyes to find themselves in a vast pit aflame with war. Clad in unfamiliar shoulder armor, they were forced to kneel upon the ground. In a moment of sheer bewilderment, a chilling sensation gripped the nape of their necks, as if an unseen hand had brandished a cruel blade aimed at them. At that instant, it felt as though countless vengeful spirits were howling in their ears, assaulting their minds, plunging them into an abyss of silent confusion. Hiss! In this critical juncture, a piercing hiss erupted from the ranks of the attacking force. As the massive serpent, grievously wounded, collapsed with a mournful cry, it stirred the spirits of those around. Ethereal figures of deities materialized, infused with mental energy, as countless rays of holy light burst forth from the heads of the attacking candidates, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness, returning them to the dim realm of the underworld. Over 2,000 candidates emerged from their stupor, feeling a shiver run down their spines, their pupils dilating, a deep sense of dread taking root. Damn! My God! What has transpired? Thankfully, there was Horus. Otherwise, we would have been slain in an instant. Horus! Horus! Many candidates from the attacking side expressed their relief, yet soon sensed something amiss. Ahead of them, the injured golden serpent transformed into a halo, soaring back to the garb of the Egyptian youth, who stood motionless, resembling a statue turned to stone. Just as a sense of foreboding surged within the crowd, in an instant, the Egyptian youth's form shattered, dispersing into waves of green light, vanishing from sight. The dark horse contender on the global leaderboard had fallen to Lin Hanmo's hand. Among the more than 2,000, he was the first to be eliminated. Lin Hanmo had done this intentionally. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone arrived at the same conclusion: capture the leader first. Bai Qi had never intended for all to perish simultaneously. His goal was merely to slay the backbone of the attacking force. The barbaric hordes were nothing more than that, Bai Qi declared, as his spectral form, along with countless riders, gradually faded into the ether, as if dismissing any further engagement with these foreign candidates, including Yenemo. Numerous deities roared in fury, as though subjected to unspeakable humiliation. Meanwhile, the candidates below, calling out for their deities, fell into a profound silence, gazing at the youth clad in black finery atop the city of the wrongfully slain, rendered incapable of immediate response in the absence of their guiding force. This paralysis persisted until the grayish-white mist above quivered, heralding the arrival of Lin Hanmo and the lean monkey, Lin Gu. Let us go! In an instant, the towering figure atop the city wall, akin to an emperor surveying all creation, trembled violently, his complexion paling drastically, even his pupils losing focus. The jade seal in his grasp nearly slipped from his fingers. This was the manifestation of mental energy being drained to its very limits. The formidable black dragon robe, while powerful, imposed an equally grave burden upon its wielder. The cost of commanding a general alongside 1,000 Qin soldiers was a staggering 200 units of mental energy per minute. Lin Hanmo possessed barely over 200. Such mental energy could not be shared through domain sharing to alleviate the toll. Ultimately, Bai Qi's disappearance with his troops was not born of disdain, but rather a recognition that Lin Hanmo could no longer endure. Fortunately, the emperor's domain remained intact, and with Bai Qi having slain the opposing commander, the attacking candidates temporarily lost their leadership, buying a precious minute. By the time the attackers realized something was amiss and sought to advance, it was already too late. Lin Hanmo had been led away by the lean monkey, crossing through the grayish-white mist, returning to the top of the Great Wall, cough, as his feet touched the ground. Lin Hanmo nearly collapsed, only managing to steady himself with the lean monkey's support. His vision blurred, a clear sign of mental exhaustion. Lin Gu? What's wrong? Zhang Lei and the others, anxiously awaiting atop the Great Wall, were startled by the sight and rushed forward. Lin Hanmo fought against the dizziness, waving his hand. I can hold on, relay the message, and prepare. The enemy is coming. Even though Lin Hanmo had slain the Egyptian youth, it did not alter the inevitable outcome of their retreat from the underworld instance. The attacking candidates still wielded their sudden tactical advantage. Now, their sole objective was to traverse the underworld directly, utilizing their ability to teleport everyone to the Great Wall, where they would settle the score with Lin Hanmo and his companions. This was indeed the most perilous moment for the defending side in this round of competition. Almost as if on cue, the grayish-white mist began to surge from various points atop the Great Wall. The attackers had arrived with remarkable speed. Chapter 65, To the Death, the final curtain. All prepare. Engage! The moment of crisis had arrived. Zhang Lei and the others reacted swiftly, unleashing their Qin battle spirits with a mighty shout, charging into the swirling grayish-white mist. Observing this, Lin Hanmo, battling against the fatigue that weighed heavily upon him, summoned the black dragon robe, fully unleashing his domain. This time, the black dragon robe atop the Great Wall coalesced seamlessly with all the Qin military attire. The domain's oppressive force descended like a mountain, instantly pinning several candidates from the attacking side, who had just emerged from the ground, to the ground. Had it been in the previous round, all the attackers would have become lambs for the slaughter. Yet this time, they had not suffered significant losses within the range of arrows. They only encountered some resistance in the underworld. They arrived at the Great Wall in a state of full vigor. Over 2,000 candidates, invoking their guardian spirits atop the Great Wall, clashed against the domain unleashed by Lin Hanmo. The domain emanating from the black dragon robe remained formidable, yet within its confines. The Western deities found room to maneuver. In an instant, chaos erupted, as fierce holy light clashed with the anguished wails of malevolent spirits atop the Great Wall. To the naked eye, countless malevolent spirits, shrouded in black mist, emitted sharp cries, their ghostly hands ensnaring a Qin soldier's neck, choking him until he faded into a flurry of green leaves, carried away by the wind. Yet there were also those among the Qin battle spirits who had reached the firefly level, wielding their swords like swimming dragons, swiftly dispatching Western candidates attempting to breach their ranks. Upon Lin Hanmo's return, Chun Cheng's position was somewhat distant. Despite not receiving any warnings, he responded quickly, gathering the elite troops around him into a temporary squad to eliminate the disoriented attackers emerging from the grayish-white mist. The Qin military attire continued to play a vital role in ensuring victory at this moment. Lin Gu, we cannot remain here. Amidst the turmoil, Zhang Lei called upon his battle spirit, cutting through the oncoming wave of subordinates summoned by the Western deities. Quickly returning to Lin Hanmo's side, urging the others to help him find a safer location. If Lin Hanmo fell, the battle atop the Great Wall would truly reach its end. Very well. Having nearly exhausted all his fighting strength, Lin Hanmo did not hesitate, following Zhang Lei and the others while opening the legendary value panel, striving to replenish some strength through skill points. However, the sheer number of attacking candidates proved overwhelming, and his conspicuous black dragon robe made him a prime target for assault. Kill Lin Hanmo first. A candidate from the east yelled, summoning 5 ninjas, their wrists flickering as they hurled shurikens in an attempt to take Lin Hanmo's life. Are we non-existent? Zhang Lei, feeling helpless, could only shout in anger, stepping in front of Lin Hanmo alongside the Firefly-level Qin battle spirit, swinging his sword to deflect the barrage of shurikens. The cost was his transformation into the primary target of all assaults. His figure was soon engulfed by the holy light of the cardinal, leaving everyone unable to discern life from death, or perhaps they were too preoccupied to care. An increasing number of attackers, drawn by the call, surged toward Lin Hanmo's position, leaving all those defending him in a state of exhaustion. Leaving the underworld did not equate to escaping Yen Mo's relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, as the lean monkey and the other spectral beings inflicted spiritual damage upon their opponents with their soul-binding chains and mournful staffs, their physical immunity through the ghostly attire had begun to yield results. More and more candidates invoking Yen Mo were drawn to this location. Although the abilities of the spectral beings were formidable, their users were merely F-rank. Amidst the tug-of-war with countless Yen Mo, merely maintaining their own survival without being eliminated was already a stroke of fortune. Eliya, donned in the attire of the malevolent spirits from the River of Forgetfulness, and Jiang Qingqiu, masquerading as Ming Pu, found themselves in similar predicaments. Jiang Qingqiu's situation was particularly dire. The restrictions of the Ming Pu attire were excessively stringent, rendering her unable to successfully summon the deity. Huaxia attire, Ming Pu's garb, level, Firefly effect, 1. Summoning, call forth Ming Pu. 2. Domain skill, gain an ever-abundant pot of Ming Pu's soup. Note: only those with pure hearts, free from any distractions, akin to having consumed Ming Pu's soup, can successfully summon her. Pure heart, free from distractions. When this attire's effect was revealed, all present shook their heads in disbelief. They were all preparing for a crucial examination. What was the purpose of the examination? Was it not for a score? Was this not a distraction? Zhang Lei, refusing to accept fate, urged Jiang Qingqiu to don the Ming Pu attire and fed her the soup. Subsequently wearing the attire himself, hoping to exploit a glitch, the outcome was, as expected, ineffective. Thus, everyone could only utilize Ming Pu's domain skill, the mesmerizing effect of her soup. Yet now, amidst the chaos of constant movement and evasion, that immense pot of Ming Pu's soup would not accompany them as they navigated the turmoil in a state of helplessness. Jiang Qingqiu was compelled to frequently activate and deactivate her domain ability, significantly depleting her mental strength to ensure that Ming Pu's soup could refresh beside her each time. Lin Hanmo, encircled by the crowd, felt a sense of responsibility not to be a hindrance to his companions. As they retreated, he picked up the sword of a fallen examinee clad in the garments of the Great Qin and wielded it valiantly to fend off any potential hidden threats. Unfortunately, the Great Wall was too narrow, and he could not completely escape its confines with his domain. Such movement ultimately had its limits. 5 minutes later, many of Lin Hanmo's companions had been delayed, and attacks from various directions began to materialize before him. 10 minutes later, a ninja suddenly emerged from the shadow of a fellow examinee beside Lin Hanmo, thrusting dual blades directly at his chest. Just as Lin Hanmo felt a tingle of danger at his back, someone pushed him aside, narrowly evading the lethal strike. He turned to see Jiang Qingqiu, garbed in white, transforming into scattered green leaves, vanishing with the wind. This companion had fulfilled her prior promise to Lin Hanmo, sacrificing her life in the process. And Jiang Qingqiu was not alone. In the ensuing moments, due to the lack of the Great Qin attire's additional 50 points of mental strength, examinee after examinee donned in spectral garments succumbed to exhaustion amidst the throng. Even the lean figure dressed as the White Impermanence met a similar fate. He barely had time to utter a word before the White Impermanence he summoned struck with a morning staff, leading him and 3 flickering fire-level Yen Mo to perish together. Lin Gu, keep it up. The portly actor portraying Black Impermanence managed to shout before being taken by Black Impermanence in pursuit of the fallen White Impermanence. In the face of elimination, he had no regrets, for the primary objective was to achieve a score of 80 in this round of examination. Now, he had accomplished his task. The motivation that supported this examinee until now was the presence of his companions. He felt it was time for him to make a sacrifice and leave, not wanting to disappoint this group of people. The flames of battle had already engulfed Lin Hanmo's vicinity, threatening his life. The camera in the live stream zoomed out, and a holy light accompanied by various divine auras enveloped the entire Great Wall, as if poised to utterly destroy it. This battle did not last long. In merely half an hour, The entire scene fell into a profound silence, an absolute quietude. Chapter 66. The attackers turn against their own. The outcome of the war was revealed 10 minutes later. The instance of guarding China once again entered a 4-hour rest phase. Indeed, they had withstood yet another wave of attack. Now, less than 5 hours remained until the conclusion of the Seoul garment examination. Some viewers calculated the time. After 4 hours, the final wave could last a maximum of 17 minutes. Theoretically, a new assault on the instance could still be organized. The audience eagerly wished to know the current situation within the Chinese instance and how many defenders Lin Hanmo's side had left. However, the camera in the live stream seemed to play a trick on them, displaying a massive countdown timer on the stream's page. It was a countdown for the instance's 4-hour cooldown. To further prove, they intended to broadcast this message for 4 hours. They even included a warm reminder below. Have you been watching the stream for too long? Take a break. This infuriated the audience to no end. This time, the production team seemed determined to maximize the viewership for the final round of the Seoul garment examination. And every nation's first instance had this countdown sign before the last wave of assault commenced. Of course, some defeated nations received no such courtesy. Countries like Japan and Egypt were annihilated in the second wave and thus did not garner the production team's favor. As the audience scanned the scene, they realized that while China was progressing through the third round of assessment, other countries' first instances barely passed the second round or were still undergoing it. The British Empire's Age of Discovery nearly faced total destruction in the second round. Lin Hanmo's instance had undeniably outpaced the world. Regardless, in this round, Lin Hanmo and his team had exceeded their mission, achieving full marks. Yes, even if they did not hold out in the final round, it seemed reasonable. They had already given their best. Suddenly, the anticipation for the final results surged. How frustrating. I was once part of Lin Hanmo's instance team, but I ended up getting kicked out. What a loss. Some eliminated examinees lamented in the live stream. Teacher Wang, feeling anxious, was currently squatting in the playground with other class teachers, watching the live stream. Jinghai No. 1 High School was a key institution in the entire Jinghai city, and while there were students eliminated during the examination, the numbers were not excessive. They were all preparing to welcome a large influx of returning students in 4 hours. Alongside a welcoming ceremony, a tradition of their school, enormous welcome banners were already hung around the spacious playground. Typically, parents would crowd outside the playground, but due to Lin Hanmo's circumstances, things were different this time. The area was filled with teams of official Seoul garment masters from China, each individual entering subjected to strict scrutiny. The celebratory segment for parents was naturally omitted. Only teachers and returning students were permitted to linger here. Teacher Wang sensed the tense atmosphere surrounding him. He had previously been sent as a representative to inquire of the individual who appeared to be the leader among the Seoul garment masters. The individual simply informed him that an attack was indeed possible. However, they had not received any intelligence indicating that any top-tier foreign Seoul garment masters had entered China. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm, or perhaps it was mere bluster from other nations. But how could they dare to gamble on that possibility? Teacher Wang nodded vigorously at the mention, and before departing, he inquired about the person's name. The response was a surname. Xie.as thoughts raced through his mind. He finally found a direction, his heart racing with excitement. The A-class Seoul garment master of China, Xie Yutong, renowned as one of the 3 pillars of China. He was also the examinee who ranked among the top 30 globally over a decade ago. Lin Hanmo, my boy, you certainly have quite the reputation this time. Teacher Wang murmured to himself while gazing at his phone. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the 4-hour rest period swiftly came to an end. The moment the countdown timer in the live stream hit 0, the number of defenders in the guarding China instance surged to full capacity once again. It began anew. A familiar green light enveloped the foot of the Great Wall. A multitude of players, wrapped in the green glow, arrived at this location. This time, Asian faces comprised the majority of the crowd. All were momentarily silent, eagerly awaiting the disappearance of the green screen, desperate to ascertain how many defenders remained in the Chinese instance. The 10-minute green screen soon dissipated. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement as they gazed upward toward the mountains. The majestic Great Wall stood firm, yet it appeared ravaged by the trials of battle, bearing signs of severe destruction. It was eerily silent atop it, as though everyone had perished in the previous round of conflict. What was happening? The viewers in various live streams felt a tightening in their chests, and the camera swiftly panned upward. The closer they got, the more they could hear the rhythmic footsteps emanating from the live stream. Those were the familiar, synchronized steps, though now they sounded muted, lacking the previous thunderous intensity. The scene finally revealed what was transpiring atop the Great Wall. The robust Chen Cheng led a dozen black-armored soldiers in precise formation to the wall's edge. Their gazes stern, as if preparing for another battle. Behind them stood Lin Hanmo, draped in a black dragon robe, his brown eyes gleaming with authority. They had won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. An indescribable emotion surged within the hearts of the viewers in the live stream. From the foot of the mountain came a chorus of cheers. "Ha ha! The Chinese instance has hardly anyone left. Just a handful. Let's all charge together. We can all score high. I want to knock down all the flags up there." Foreign examinees among the crowd shrieked excitedly, urging those around them to charge toward the Great Wall. Yet, atop the wall, Qin Sheng and his comrades showed no sign of retreat, their gazes fierce, awaiting the arrival of this final round. Until suddenly, a cacophony of blades piercing flesh and anguished cries echoed from the foot of the mountain. "What are you doing?" Some of the attacking examinees shouted in terror. Visibly, countless Chinese examinees suddenly turned against their own, mercilessly slaughtering all foreign examinees and domestic contenders attempting to attack. "Hee, I said I would secure a position here to witness the Chinese instance. Witnessing does not equate to breaking through." One examinee laughed heartily and declared, "Brothers, we cannot let them breach this first instance. Let's take down these foreigners." In the final moments of the last round, with merely 10 minutes remaining, an insurrection erupted among the Chinese examinees at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 67. Global rankings confirmed. We are number 1. Back atop the Great Wall, Qin Sheng and the others, who had prepared for a desperate final stand, stared in astonishment at the sudden eruption of conflict below. Taking a moment to process the situation, "Holy cow! Incredible! Ha ha ha! Well done, brothers! Lin Gu, it seems we may not need to fight after all." The once tense atmosphere relaxed instantaneously, and even Lin Hanmo couldn't help but exhale in relief. A hint of a smile gracing his face. Winning the battle 4 hours prior had indeed involved an element of luck. Under the valiant protection of his companions, he successfully rendezvoused with Chen Cheng, ultimately securing victory in that round with the esteemed attire of the Great Qin and an additional 50 points of spiritual energy. The cost, however, was the annihilation of the Shadow Team, leaving the Great Qin soldiers with merely a handful of a dozen who remained by Chen Cheng's side. Observing the retreating candidates below, Lin Hanmo felt a surge of emotions. After all, if the opposing side had truly launched an attack, they would have undoubtedly garnered a significantly higher score than what they currently possessed. Especially those candidates who had scored less than 120 in the previous 2 rounds. From the ongoing battle below, it was evident that nearly all the candidates from Huaxia had chosen to assist, ensuring that this first instance of the trial endured until the very end. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, until Chen Cheng took the initiative to wave and shout downwards. "Thank you, brothers. Thank you," Lin Hanmo echoed with a smile. The audience in the live stream erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Brothers, you are incredible. I never anticipated this outcome. We have managed to uphold the title of Huaxia's first instance, surviving 3 rounds unscathed. A historic achievement. Brothers, praise me, for I am one among this instance." As the war beneath the mountains concluded, the countdown for the 3rd round reached its 0 mark, including Lin Hanmo. All candidates within the instance transformed into a beam of green light and vanished from the scene. Following this, a broadcast resonated in their ears. The 3rd round of assessments has concluded. This session of the entire Seoul College entrance examination has come to a definitive end. In 1 minute, the scores and rankings of all candidates will be simultaneously announced across the internet. Accessible by identity information. Please hold on. The entire Seoul College entrance examination has finally concluded. Within the green light, Lin Hanmo listened to this announcement and felt the tension ease from his expression. He could not help but reflect on his performance throughout these 3 rounds. His objective of promoting Huaxia's attire had been realized. The aspiration of wearing Huaxia's attire to claim the title of the world's best had also been fulfilled. Even the ultimate wish of having more Huaxia students don the traditional attire had been achieved. He mused that he had done reasonably well. Upon returning to reality, it was time to fulfill his prior promise and ensure the Great Qin attire spread throughout Huaxia. This was indeed a monumental undertaking. Yet, it was also a profoundly motivating endeavor. This summer, he would have much to occupy himself with. As Lin Hanmo's thoughts whirled, a sweet female voice once again graced his ears. Lin Hanmo, congratulations, you scored 100 points in this round. Without a hint of surprise, he had once again attained a perfect score. However, Lin Hanmo was rather indifferent to this, for he had already clinched the title of the global first. More than this, he eagerly anticipated the subsequent global top 30 rankings. How many candidates from Huaxia would make it into that list? Not only Lin Hanmo, but countless Huaxia spectators also remained in the live stream, awaiting the final rankings. This time, there was no deliberate delay from the production team. As the scores of each candidate were announced and simultaneously broadcasted online, the global top 30 rankings were immediately revealed. A cerulean panel materialized before each candidate in transit, as evaluated by the examination group. Now announcing the names of the top 30 candidates in this entire Seoul College entrance examination globally. 30th place, Huaxia, Chuncheng, final score C. The first name to be announced was Huaxia. Countless viewers were taken aback by this unexpected delight. Even Chuncheng, still enveloped in green light, wore a look of astonishment, which soon transformed into excitement. Although he had faltered in the first round and performed modestly in the second, his scores from the 2 rounds were not significantly lower. In fact, they surpassed those of the skinny monkey and his companions. Moreover, in the final round, he achieved a perfect score and ensured Lin Hanmo's survival until the end of the instance. An S-grade rating was inevitable. Thus, he barely squeezed into the global top 30. Chuncheng reflected, feeling rather emotional. The competitive intensity of this year's entire Seoul Masters entrance examination far exceeded that of previous years. Without Lin Hanmo and this splendid Huaxia attire, I would have never brushed against the edges of the global rankings. Even with a perfect score in the first round, as his thoughts swirled, the ranking announcements continued. This time, it seemed as though Huaxia's fortune had been entirely exhausted. The skinny monkey and others who had followed Lin Hanmo since the second round did not appear in the subsequent rankings. 29th place, Britannia, Mord, final score C. 20th place, Britannia. A succession of announcements passed without the names of any Huaxia candidates, leaving many spectators feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, the performances of the skinny monkey and his companions in the earlier rounds had not been particularly strong, and their most probable ranking would have been in the mid-20s. Fortunately, a familiar name soon emerged. 11th place, Huaxia, Zhang Lei, final score B. Here it comes. Upon hearing this name, the entire live stream erupted into cheers. In the Imperial Capital Experimental Center, the fitness enthusiast still clad in great Qin attire was hoisted high by his peers, celebrating in jubilation. Lin Gu, you are amazing. You truly soared to success, the excited youth shouted fervently. Then turned to his sister and Li Ye, who were more prominent figures. As the rankings continued to roll forward, 7th place, Huaxia, Li Ye. 6th place, Bear Country, Ajef. 4th place, Egypt Taurus. 3rd place, Huaxia, Zhang Qingqiu. 2nd place, Britannia, Elizabeth Anna. 1st place, Huaxia, Lin Hanmo. Congratulations to Huaxia candidate Lin Hanmo for becoming the first in this entire Seoul College entrance examination. Chuncheng, Zhang Lei, Li Ye, Zhang Qingqiu, Lin Hanmo. This time, Huaxia had a total of 5 individuals on the list. Among them, Lin Hanmo and Zhang Qingqiu secured the 1st and 3rd positions globally. Countless Huaxia viewers felt their hearts race with excitement at this shocking revelation. In an instant, the sound of fireworks erupted throughout Huaxia. We, Huaxia, have claimed the 1st position. Ha ha ha, on the playground of Jinghai First High, even before Lao Wang and the others could celebrate. A multitude of green lights began to flash from the teleportation point. In an instant, everyone turned their attention there. Lin Hanmo is coming back. Against the backdrop of fireworks, the atmosphere on the entire playground grew intensely serious. Chapter 68. The calm before the storm? The warning of the black dragon robe. 5 individuals made it onto the list. Lin Hanmo traversed through the green light, hearing the global rankings announced in his ears, and finally felt the tension in his heart dissipate. This score should be commendable, right? He pondered, as the surrounding green aura gradually faded, his feet landing on a patch of grass. Rubbing his eyes slightly and surveying his surroundings, it was dusk, with the sun still casting a faint glow. Fireworks continued to burst in the sky, dazzling brilliantly, as if proclaiming something to the world. The crowd around him began to swell, with most students wearing expressions of joy as they stepped out from the green aura. It seemed that everything was as usual, not much different from before. Lin Hanmo contemplated, feeling a sense of relief, when he suddenly heard his homeroom teacher, Lao Wang, bellowing from the front. Lin Hanmo has emerged. He's over there. In the northwest corner. Instantly, the chatter around exploded, and countless students turned to gaze at Lin Hanmo's position. Lin Hanmo? The global first? No way. Is he really the one from our school? Not just a namesake? Wow, I see him. It's definitely him. And that attire looks so cool. Which country's robe is this? Originally intending to slip away quietly, hoping to avoid the spotlight, Lin Hanmo found himself momentarily frozen in place. As his neck stiffened, he suddenly noticed a figure appearing before him. It was a robust middle-aged man clad in a striking purplish-red unique outfit. His broad shoulders and powerful build were evident, and his sun-kissed skin bore a subtle scar, reminiscent of a beast's claw. Unlike Lin Hanmo, who had subdued his attire's radiance, the glow emanating from the man's outfit resembled a blazing sun, evoking feelings of anxiety and heat even from a distance. Was this a setting sun-level attire or a solar-level one? As Lin Hanmo pondered, he heard the man before him cheerfully extend his left hand. Lin Hanmo, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xie Yutong, the captain of the Special Attire Soul Master team in the Eastern Theater. You may call me Captain Xie. For your safety, please follow us. The Eastern Theater. Official personnel? Realizing this, Lin Hanmo regarded the middle-aged man before him, extended his hand for a handshake, and nodded. All right. His expression remained calm, his demeanor as composed as ever, revealing no excessive emotion. In truth, at this moment, Lin Hanmo's mind was racing with thoughts. This is fantastic. If I remain on the playground now, I will be surrounded by Lao Wang and many students, and they will likely demand a speech. This scene. Even if I wanted to suppress my social anxiety, I couldn't possibly be this socially bold. Just thinking about it made him feel overwhelmed. Thus, he smiled and waved at his homeroom teacher, Lao Wang, signaling him, then followed Xie Yutong away from the playground. Lao Wang seemed oblivious, still smiling and waving, calling for Lin Hanmo to come up and say a few words. The noisy sound of fireworks masked all of this. This moment, Lin Hanmo was following the man's lead, boarding one of the green military vehicles that had already parked outside the playground. A group of individuals clad in various unique uniforms followed closely behind, most of them silent, resembling well-trained soldiers. Such a spectacle left Lin Hanmo momentarily dazed. Captain Xie, is this not a tad excessive? He inquired. Excessive? Xie Yutong chuckled heartily. While tempering the brilliance of his attire, he gazed earnestly at Lin Hanmo. Child, you ought to comprehend the profound significance that the attire of Huaxia holds for us. The knowledge encapsulated within is worth any cost. The life that lies ahead may be exceedingly mundane, yet it shall facilitate the swift dissemination of the De Qin attire throughout all of Huaxia. Are you prepared? Mundane? A smile broke across Lin Hanmo's face at these words. Of course, this is my commitment to the first emperor. I shall never find it tedious. Good lad, Xie Yutong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Foreign forces may pose a potential threat to you. Our recommendation is to remain in Jinghai for the time being, arranging personnel to assist you in compiling relevant materials on De Qin, to be dispatched simultaneously. This way, we can mitigate the risks that may arise during travel. Naturally, I will also arrange for various prestigious universities to offer you special recruitment. Xie Yutong chuckled. I've been inundated with their inquiries these past few days. You will need to contemplate where you wish to go. Universities? Special recruitment? Lin Hanmo was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. He truly had no plans regarding this. If he had to choose, perhaps he would opt for the National Defense Yihan University? From what he understood, students from that institution frequently undertook missions to cleanse misty regions and participated in numerous intercollegiate competitions. These thoughts crossed his mind. He was inexplicably engulfed by a wave of weariness. Perhaps the recent Yihan College entrance examination had drained too much of his mental energy. Now, in this moment of complete relaxation, fatigue washed over him, prompting an involuntary yawn. Xie Yutong, observing this, chuckled softly. Why not take a rest? With us here, the journey will remain quite safe. Lin Hanmo nodded, his consciousness gradually slipping into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself comfortably lying on a bed. Outside, the rhythmic sound of military calls resonated intermittently. Lin Hanmo slightly covered his forehead as he rose. The black dragon robe still adorned him. He reached into the specially sewn pocket within his attire, finding the emerald green leaves lying quietly inside. Had he been carried here after falling into a deep sleep? He had no recollection. As he furrowed his brow, a light footfall echoed from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a girl in a dark green uniform, approximately 20 years of age, who entered with a smile and waved. Lin Hanmo, you're finally awake. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Han, a special commissioner from the Eastern Theater Command. I will be assisting you in documenting and disseminating the history of Daqin. Why are you still wearing that black dragon robe? You should change out of it. Surely, you cannot wear it indefinitely, Lin Han remarked, pointing to a corner of the room where a military green uniform lay neatly folded on the table. There, the clothes are ready for you. Change into them. All right. Her enthusiasm left Lin Hanmo feeling somewhat out of sorts, yet acknowledging her point. He expressed his gratitude and reached to remove the black dragon robe, preparing to return it to the leaves of the world tree. The robe, which had not yet absorbed any spiritual energy, suddenly felt warm in his hands. Lin Hanmo felt a weight in his grasp and looked down to see the jade seal materializing before him from the leaves of the world tree. As the jade seal appeared, a gray-white mist seemed to flow within his brown pupils. His fingers, holding the jade seal, stiffened slightly. Chapter 69. The Destiny of Attire, Jing Ku assassinating the King of Qin. The moment Lin Hanmo grasped the imperial jade seal, he felt the surroundings blur into a surreal haze. The gray-white mist enveloped everything around him, as if drawing him into an endless fog. This mist originated from the Forbidden Zone. At that moment, he found himself ensconced within a nebulous forbidden area. The drifting gray-white mist acted like an insidious gas, seemingly intent on engulfing him. Yet, the radiance emanating from the black dragon robe forced it to retreat. Before him, the girl named Lin Han gradually began to fade, transforming into an entirely new form. It morphed into a peculiar humanoid entity composed entirely of crystal. Its eyes glowed crimson, its body reflecting the light around it, with the lively figure of a girl encased within the crystal at its chest. When had he entered the mist? Was it during his slumber in the vehicle? Or had he been here since stepping off the playground? At that time, an A-grade Yihan master, Xie Yutong, had accompanied him. To forcibly relocate him under Xie Yutong's watch would be as difficult as killing him on the spot. A dreadful thought began to take root in Lin Hanmo's mind. Perhaps he had never been transported back to the original playground of Jinghai No. 1 High School. Even Xie Yutong could be an illusion. If that is the case, why didn't this monster eliminate me while I was asleep? Is it because of the black dragon robe? Could it be an assassin sent by another nation? Lin Hanmo's heart brimmed with suspicion. The creature before him seemed to sense his unease. Its crimson eyes flickering as the girl within inquired curiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Hanmo regained his composure and returned the jade seal to the leaves of the world tree. The surrounding gray-white mist quickly dissipated, restoring the room's brightness. Even the girl before him gradually returned to her normal form. Lin Hanmo regarded her with a smile. It's best to err on the side of caution. After all, should anything happen, I would at least have some means of self-preservation. To divert her from dwelling on the topic, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Do you have a mobile phone? I wish to check the news following the college entrance examination and send a message to old Wang." "I left in such a hurry. A mobile phone?" Lin Han responded with a laugh. "It would be of no use to you here. This is a military base, with a complete internet ban. If you truly wish to use one, you would need to apply to Captain Xie. However, military discipline is strict, and even for you, Captain Xie might not grant an exception. Contact the outside world. You could write a letter or ask someone to relay a message. Of course, you could also venture out on your own if you dare. So, feeling bored already upon your arrival?" The girl's words effectively cut off all of Lin Hanmo's retreat paths, a military base with internet restrictions. How reasonable! Lin Hanmo silently deliberated before shaking his head. Then never mind. I shall focus on replicating the historical materials of Daqin for now. I am eager to disseminate this information as soon as possible. It should have been done long ago. Lin Han clapped her hands, then curiously asked, "By the way, where did you acquire all this information on Daqin? Do you have any physical materials?" "Physical materials?" Lin Hanmo realized this could be a breakthrough, yet as the words approached his lips, he hesitated, pondering the potential consequences of revealing even a vague direction. such as the St. Heart Welfare Institute. If these creatures were to investigate there and be discovered, the situation would be dire. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled at the girl before him and said, "It's nothing too secretive. When I was 15 and just starting high school, on a blustery evening, I stumbled upon an elderly man on the verge of collapse in an unremarkable corner of the school's trash heap. He shared a somewhat lengthy tale, recounting how he had saved the mysterious old man, who, as a token of gratitude, had imparted knowledge of Dachine to him daily. He had taken notes and memorized nearly all the information." Lin Han listened intently, her curiosity piqued, and finally inquired, "What happened to those notes?" Lin Hanmo offered a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively. "My master instructed me to memorize everything and then burn the notes. Perhaps I still have a few scraps left in my school dormitory, but 1 or 2 pages wouldn't be of much use that I see." The girl responded, somewhat disappointed. "Let us head out then. Wear the clothes as they are, and we shall commence the relevant writing tasks. Many high-ranking officials in Huaxia are waiting." Lin Han displayed an eagerness that was palpable, her expression natural and her eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge regarding Huaxia's history. If it weren't for the peculiar warning from the Jade Seal, another person might have simply attributed her demeanor to an eager personality, desperate to delve into the culture of Dachine. Did these individuals spare my life merely to obtain Dachine's historical materials? What are their intentions? To eliminate me after acquiring this knowledge and then trade it for a handsome price with Huaxia? Or perhaps, due to certain constraints, they are unable to directly take my life. After a moment of reflection, Lin Hanmo suddenly conceived an unsettling notion. He regarded the girl before him and asked in an uncertain tone, "Now, of course, this is the attire of our Huaxia. Tob by your side, Lin Hanmo, and to promptly grasp the history of the Great Qin, I have exerted considerable effort. Naturally, the sooner I acquire this knowledge, the better. If you are not yet sufficiently rested, I can wait outside." Lin Han displayed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. "Allow me to share a tale from the annals of Qin history, one intricately linked to the black dragon robe I wear, and perhaps even fated. This serves as a foundational understanding of the backdrop against which the Qin emerged." Lin Hanmo feigned a sense of nostalgia. "Do you wish to learn how the successive emperors of Qin met their end? The cause of their demise? I do." The young girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity, nodding eagerly. This story is titled, Jingku Assassinating the King of Qin. Chapter 70. The winds howl, the waters of the Yishui are cold. The second Lin Hanmo. In an atmosphere tinged with uncertainty, Lin Hanmo prepared to secure a contingency plan for himself. Whether or not he would ultimately need it, a measure of safety was always prudent. He also wished to gauge these peculiar beings' attitudes through this attire. Jingku assassinating the king of Qin? Lin Han's eyes lit up as she quickly suggested, "Shall we discuss this while we walk? Our workplace is in the military's archive, and Team Xie will be joining us shortly." "Very well." Lin Hanmo nodded in agreement, and thus they began to walk and talk. "Excellent, excellent," Lin Han chimed in, bobbing her head eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Leading the way out of the room for Lin Hanmo trailed half a step behind, following closely. As they walked, he spoke in a melodious tone. "This tale unfolds after the Qin unified the realm. It is, indeed, a pivotal moment in the rise and fall of the Qin." He spoke naturally, retrieving the jade seal from the leaves of the world tree, gently caressing its intricate patterns, his expression tinged with sentiment. A grayish mist once more enveloped Lin Hanmo, rendering the entire encampment eerily foreboding. The military bugle still blared resoundingly within the camp. Yet, when Lin Hanmo gazed upon it through a lens of reality, he discerned, in the distance, a squad composed of entities akin to Lin Han, reminiscent of crystalline forms. Their crystal-like bodies reflected the imposing figures of soldiers. The only distinction was that these crystalline beings' eyes radiated a cerulean glow, dimmer than that of the creatures beside him. Lin Hanmo desperately racked his brain for information on similar entities from his textbooks, only to find his mind blank. It was akin to having just learned L'Hopital's rule, only to face a test on differential equations. Such topics had not been covered in high school. To avoid arousing Lin Han's suspicion by lingering too long in his gaze, Lin Hanmo hastily continued. At that time, the Qin had just unified all of Huaxia, vanquishing nearly every existing state. The unification wrought by war invariably accompanied profound suffering across the lands. The region of Yin, in particular, bore the brunt of such devastation. Not only had a significant portion of the able-bodied youth been slaughtered, but at that time, Prince Dan of Yin was also being hunted by the Qin soldiers, living in perpetual fear, seeking out the valiant men of Yin to entrust them with an impossible task, to assassinate Qin Shi Huang. As Lin Hanmo recounted, he appeared to lament, while his mind worked furiously to patch the narrative's gaps in his previous life. The tale of Jing Ku's assassination of the king of Qin had been covered in the high school curriculum. Almost every student could recount the gist of it. The original backdrop was that General Wang Jin of Qin had defeated Zhao, captured the king of Zhao, and marched into Yin, instilling terror in Prince Dan. Yet, he intended to alter the story's context, shifting it from the period of the Six Kingdoms' demise to that of a unified Huaxia. Otherwise, if the logical inconsistencies were detected, he might find himself in peril. He turned to Lin Han with a smile and said, at that time, the people had yet to embrace the idea of unification. Most were bound by regional ties and traditions. Dialects, customs, and even scripts varied vastly across Huaxia. To extinguish a nation was tantamount to irrevocably making enemies of its people. However, due to the formidable reputation of the Qin, no righteous hero dared to make a move until a subordinate of Prince Dan recommended a swordsman named Jing Ku. Jing Ku, a figure of little renown, yet imbued with an indomitable spirit and resolute conviction. He accepted Prince Dan's commission, determined to assassinate the Qin Shi Huang, the unifier of the Six Kingdoms and architect of a lasting legacy. As he prepared to depart, the people of Yin sang a mournful farewell. The winds howl, the waters of the Yishui are cold. The valiant man departs, never to return. Then the offering was made, the map unveiled and the dagger revealed. The king of Qin, oblivious, met his untimely end. A single man's wrath spilled blood across the land, plunging the realm into mourning. Thus, the attire of Jing Ku became the antithesis of the black dragon robe's faded garment. In all honesty, my black dragon robe possesses a passive effect even at the candle's end. As long as it is not a person clad in Jing Ku's garb who slays me, I shall be granted a chance to resurrect within the tomb of the first emperor of Qin. This is a technique of substitution that can only be employed once in a lifetime. The technique of substitution? At this moment, a crimson glimmer flickered in Lin Han's eyes. Though it swiftly retracted, it was still noticed by Lin Hanmo, who was ever vigilant with his peripheral vision. However, he feigned ignorance. Following Lin Han until they reached a 3-story building. Due to the narrative, their pace was leisurely, and they arrived at their destination just as the story concluded. Lin Hanmo held the jade seal. Gazing ahead, this time, the surrounding mist seemed to retreat as if threatened, dispersing in all directions. The entire 3-story building appeared to him as an obsidian structure, its walls seemingly woven from strands of white bone. These bones intertwined, piercing the heavens, as if reaching from another realm. Visible to the naked eye, the bones swayed in the air, resembling puppetry, under someone's control. Can we enter here? At that moment, even Lin Hanmo hesitated. The jade seal in his hand emitted a faint energy, as if responding to something in an instant. A dark, iron-hued mystical bird seemed to reflect in Lin Hanmo's gaze. Before him, the somber building underwent a transformation. It was challenging for Lin Hanmo to articulate such a change in his view. The building before him now exhibited 2 distinct forms. Point 1, bathed in the waning light of dusk, inscribed with the characters for military camp beneath the sun's rays. The other remained that iron-black structure, wildly contorted. Lin Hanmo instinctively recognized that the dwelling enveloped in dusk, yet shaded by the depths of night, was the true military camp. What is wrong with you? It seemed as though 2 overlapping voices resonated in Lin Hanmo's ears. Just as he was lost in thought, the crystalline creature with crimson eyes approached him. The girl in its embrace wore a curious expression. Correspondingly, on the same side, a figure appeared to overlap with the creature. This was a young girl clad in green military attire, her short hair grazing her ears. Her visage bore a resemblance to Lin Han within the creature's belly. Yet her aura was subtly different. Before Lin Hanmo could comprehend what transpired, a voice echoed near his ear. It's nothing. Whenever I recount this story, I feel a twinge of sentiment. That voice was unmistakably familiar to Lin Hanmo. It was none other than his own voice. Chapter 71. The Secret Realm of Lishan, Mirror Demon. In that moment, the scene before Lin Hanmo shattered like a mirror. In an instant, only the dark, bone-laden 3-story building remained. The figure of the short-haired girl vanished from sight, leaving only the crystalline monstrosity. Two buildings, each with starkly contrasting styles, stood before him, resembling a fragmented mirror. Lin Hanmo was certain that the image he beheld after removing the jade seal could not possibly be the reality. What is the situation with that other me? Is this a mirror space? Having watched numerous films in his past life, Lin Hanmo had formulated a hypothesis. Perhaps he had been transported to a mirror version of the playground, while someone had replaced him, masquerading as him in reality, leaving no room for suspicion. Amidst his swirling thoughts, the mirror creature, containing Lin Han, approached him. Its red eyes gleaming, seemed to seek confirmation of something. In a moment of desperation, Lin Hanmo sighed, "It's nothing." Speaking of this story evokes a sense of reflection. He spoke, his heart racing slightly. Fortunately, the creature did not exhibit any signs of abnormality, merely responding with an "oh." Before urging, "Let us hurry inside. Shall we? Inside?" At this moment, Lin Hanmo felt a wave of hesitation regarding the eerie building constructed of bones. It was evident that this house was ominous. Should he confront this now or continue feigning ignorance and venture in? As Lin Hanmo wavered, a deep, resonant voice slowly surfaced within his heart. Lin Hanmo, step inside. There is no need. Don't worry. I am here. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, speaking with a stutter that rendered his words disjointed. Lin Hanmo felt a flicker of recognition at the voice but could not place it at that moment, until he finally spoke fluently. "I am Xieyutong, the genuine articled. No one could deceive an A-class soul master within the territory of Huaxia." As I ventured deeper, I was enveloped by the familiar voice that resonated almost identically to that of Xieyutong, with whom I had previously conversed. Gazing at the peculiar beast before me, its crimson eyes flickering with intensity, Lin Hanmo found himself devoid of time for contemplation. He took a step towards the three-story edifice constructed of bones. He chose to trust the voice emanating from the depths of his heart. Firstly, Lin Hanmo believed that to be so easily transported away would be to underestimate the personnel from Huaxia. Secondly, he was confident that he had not revealed any flaws during his previous role. If this beast sought to deceive him, there were far more effective methods at its disposal. It could easily alter the entirety of the bone structure within his field of vision, obscuring his perception and effortlessly drawing him inside. Team Xie, what is the current situation? Lin Hanmo attempted to silently inquire within himself as he followed Lin Han, moving towards the bone house. Xieyutong's voice finally resonated in his mind just as they reached the front of the bone structure. "I cannot hear your thoughts. Allow me to briefly explain the current circumstances. You are in what can be described as a mirrored space. We refer to these entities as mirror demons, originating from the depths of the mist-laden Forbidden Zone in northwest Huaxia, specifically a region known as the Li Mountain Secret Realm, categorized as a sundown-level Forbidden Zone. You may not yet comprehend that when the biological entities within the mist attain a certain level of advancement, they possess intellect comparable to that of humans." Xieyutong's voice grew low and hoarse as he continued. "These highly intelligent beings are termed the rulers of the Forbidden Zone. They possess formidable powers and can command numerous aberrant creatures, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. However, due to the rules imposed by the mist, these elevated beings can only dwell deep within the completely shrouded areas of the Forbidden Zone. Places where the mist is thin are detrimental to their existence. Hence, humans rarely witness their emergence, and to mitigate human fear of these rulers, information about them has not even been inscribed in textbooks. Your recent transfer seems to be related to one such ruler. I did not anticipate their involvement." The term ruler of the Forbidden Zone sent a shiver down Lin Hanmo's spine. High-level aberrant creatures possessed of intellect rivaling that of humans resided in the depths of the mist. Their presence had remained unseen by humanity simply due to the constraints of the mist that limited their territory. Perhaps due to the control of information, he had never encountered such knowledge before. Indeed, the threat attacking him originated from the depths of the mist, Li Mountain. Lin Hanmo murmured softly, gradually grasping why this ruler had such an intense interest in the history of the Qin dynasty. If it was indeed the place he recalled, it was a matter of great consequence. Yet, if the adversary was targeting him, why did Captain Xie not simply dismantle the entire scenario? Lin Hanmo found himself puzzled. Sensing his thoughts, Xieyutong replied hoarsely, "The mirrored space remains merely a reflection. The ruler's power can ultimately only seep through to a limited extent. Should you find yourself threatened, I can shatter this illusion at any moment and extract you. Do not doubt this. At present, it is not only I who is watching over you, but Athena herself is as well. We have detected that this ruler, aside from being interested in you, seems to have laid some unforeseen schemes among humans, such as the mirror that is replacing you in the real world. Xie Yutong's tone turned serious. Lin Hanmo, we require you to create some commotion in the mirrored world. The greater the better. Should the ruler wish to intervene, it will inevitably have to exert more of its power over humanity, and we wish to ascertain its true intentions. Of course, if you prefer to decline this task, you may do so outright, and we will immediately dismantle the situation. A mirror substitute. Create greater disturbances in the mirrored world. Lin Hanmo's heart stirred at the thought. He had no intention of refusing. With such formidable support backing him, this was an opportunity for a nearly risk-free undertaking. Moreover, all that was required was to create a significant disturbance. How simple that was! Lin Hanmo's demeanor grew increasingly composed. Though he remained silent, his actions clearly conveyed his choice. He continued forward, following Lin Han into the three-story structure, arriving at a central room on the second floor filled with documents. Entering the heart of this building, its exterior walls constructed of bones, he found the archive room, where walls were lined with bookshelves, several computers, and a writing board positioned at the center. The room bore signs of recent cleaning, appearing to have been tidied up not long ago. Holding the jade seal, Lin Hanmo felt no further discomfort. He merely observed as Lin Han swiftly approached the desktop computer, preparing to compile data. Shall I type? I type quickly, she said, already seated before the computer. Where shall we begin our delineation of the history and attire of the Qin dynasty? Regaining his focus, Lin Hanmo smiled and picked up a pen from the desk, inscribing 2 Chinese characters on the writing board, Warring States. He intended to commence from the Warring States period, broadly traversing the entire history of the Qin dynasty while subtly interspersing some fabricated history. After all, the attire of the Qin dynasty was meant to proliferate throughout Huaxia, and the relevant history would eventually spread beyond its borders. Should the ruler truly wish to comprehend these matters, future opportunities would abound, requiring no excessive concealment. With so many experts currently observing him, Lin Hanmo decided to leverage the mirror demon to depict the history and attire of the Qin dynasty. Such a useful tool was not to be wasted. His approach received affirmation from Xie Yutong. At that moment, above the military camp, the imposing figure of Xie Yutong, broad-shouldered and robust, stood alongside numerous military leaders, gazing downwards at Lin Han, who remained blissfully unaware of the mirror demon's machinations. Dutifully typing away. Both parties were engaged in the same task, albeit at varying paces. In the real world, Lin Hanmo's mirror often lagged a few seconds behind his speech before narrating a segment of history. To avoid exposing any inconsistencies, he had to feign contemplation after each statement, as if pondering deeply, his expressions mimicking those of a real person, thus ensuring that the genuine Lin Han failed to detect any flaws. Indeed, we have caught a significant fish, remarked a military official. I wonder how Lin Hanmo discerned the anomalies in the mirrored space. It shouldn't have been apparent. An elderly man with graying hair expressed his confusion. In response, the blonde woman portraying Athena offered an explanation, her golden eyes scrutinizing Lin Hanmo within the bone structure. His attire has once again upgraded, and it appears to possess some previously unseen extraordinary abilities. The seal in his hand is not merely decorative. It feels like a material of at least transparency level, possessing its own attributes, an upgrade in attire. Previously at the flickering candle level, now it was transparency level attire. And the seal in his hand is also of transparency level. Gasping, all the military experts collectively inhaled sharply. We all know that Lin Hanmo must possess some ability to elevate his attire's material. But this advancement seems rather swift. Could it be that this black dragon robe possesses its own upgrading mechanism? Perhaps for every individual who upgrades the military attire of the Qin dynasty, the black dragon robe gains experience for its advancement. Go be frank, if this operation poses even the slightest danger, I would rather not risk Lin Hanmo. His value is simply too significant, lamented one of the soul garment masters. Following Xie Yutong's notification regarding the issues in the mirrored world, they had secretly converged from all corners of Huaxia. Only after confirming there was no danger did they consent to this plan. Ultimately, the ruler of the Forbidden Zone was merely a powerful B-level or A-level aberrant creature. They had at least 2 A-level soul garment masters among them. each was not inferior to the lurking aberrant being. Currently, the adversary could only dispatch its subordinates to infiltrate, while its own powers remained largely immobilized. If any danger were to arise, Xie Yutong and his cohorts would truly be at a loss. This aberrant creature is far too overconfident. This is the heart of Huaxia, and its reach is not so extensive. It seems the history of the Qin dynasty holds a strong allure for it. Otherwise, we would not have discovered its existence. However, this peculiar ability of the mirrored space is indeed remarkable, capable of generating an area shrouded in mist within the mirror. Thankfully, we detected it early. I have encountered this mirror demon before. Individually, it is not particularly strong, but if it consolidates within the mirrored space, it becomes a different matter altogether. Captain Xie, should we provide Lin Hanmo with some hints? Encourage him to escalate the situation? Suggested a man clad in military uniform. Xie Yutong shook his head upon hearing, indicating that it was unnecessary. Since Lin Hanmo had chosen to sever ties directly, it implied he had already formulated some plans for the upcoming actions. Our task should be to provide subtle support, granting him the opportunity to exert his abilities. Provide subtle support? The others exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily unable to grasp his meaning. Xie Yutong offered no further explanation, instead instructing them to wait for a while. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night enveloped the sky, he suddenly sprang into action, descending from the heavens and choosing to enter through the main entrance of the building. Accompanying Xie Yutong's movements in reality, a mirror demon, gleaming with a crimson glow, emerged from the mist, following in his footsteps towards the building's interior. The onlookers outside could distinctly see that the figure of the mirror demon reflected Xie Yutong's likeness. Whatever actions the real Xie Yutong undertook, his mirror counterpart mirrored them with remarkable fidelity, exhibiting similar expressions and gestures. This mirror incarnation of Captain Xie appeared to be on par with Lin Han's doppelganger, entirely different from Lin Hanmo's mirror. Perhaps the sovereign of that forbidden zone had not projected all of its power. I genuinely wished to see how many more mirrors akin to Lin Hanmo existed, as the crowd conversed. Xie Yutong had already ascended to the second floor of the building, knocking on the door of the central archives, startling the two individuals engrossed in their work inside. Captain Xie, Lin Han exclaimed upon recognizing him, quickly halting her tasks and rising to her feet. Lin Hanmo's mirror also ceased its actions, gesturing towards Xie Yutong. Within the mirror space, the events occurring beside the genuine Lin Hanmo paralleled those in the external world. Upon witnessing the reappearance of this formidable figure, he felt a slight tension, pondering whether this might be an A or B class beast. However, upon observing the mirror demon with crimson eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Lin Han, he breathed a sigh of relief, greeting it with ease. Xie Yutong looked at the two with a smile, saying, "You've just entered the military camp, and you're already hard at work? Let's go have a meal first. There's no rush. We have plenty of time." Several leaders had already arrived, and many special teams of soul clothing masters had gathered here. Let us dine together. Such an occasion is rare within the military district. If I hadn't intervened, these soul clothing teams from the military would have nearly engaged in a competition right here. Competition? Lin Hanmo quickly absorbed this information, his expression shifting as though an idea had struck him. Chapter 73. Invitations from Major Forces. Lin Hanmo pondered. How could so many military soul clothing teams arrive? Lin Han, listening, appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired of Xie Yutong, "What are they here for? The security measures at this military base should be sufficient, right? Aren't they just creating chaos?" At that moment, Xie Yutong seemed somewhat helpless in his response, glancing at Lin Hanmo as he explained, "Not only are various universities here to recruit you, but these military teams also wish to seize this opportunity to court you. Once you mature, you could join their ranks, bolstering their strength. Furthermore, many among them have come to gather first-hand information on the Qin army's clothing and even the general's attire, having watched the live broadcast." Xie Yutong provided a thoroughly reasonable explanation. Even the high-ranking military officials observing from above could not help but admire this. The stricter the discipline adhered to by the military soul clothing masters of Huaxia, the less likely they were to air grievances between teams openly. Xie Yutong merely exaggerated the situation a little to elicit the so-called competition. Undoubtedly, this was a means of conveying information to Lin Hanmo. He sought to probe the mirror space through this competition, investigating further. That said, Lin Hanmo's mirror was also clad in a black dragon robe, correct? If this plan were to unfold smoothly, and Lin Hanmo participated in the competition, What would happen to that mirror? Some individuals keenly sensed the implications and were quite curious. They knew that while producing the black dragon robe was one thing, attempting to summon it through spiritual energy could lead to disaster. The numerous lessons learned by soul clothing masters across Huaxia made it clear that this attire could only be worn by Lin Hanmo. The basic properties could only be unveiled if Lin Hanmo infused it with spiritual energy. Could the mirror possibly deceive Qin Shihuang? It seemed highly improbable. Captain Xie intended to utilize the competition to test the limits of Lin Hanmo's doppelganger. If Lin Hanmo personally participated in the competition, the doppelganger would undoubtedly be exposed due to its inability to summon the attire. Wasn't the mirror trying to imitate? When the two sides differed, what would it do? Would it forcefully prevent such occurrences? Beasts could not summon deities through attire. They could only rely on their innate abilities. This was common knowledge. Could this mirror doppelganger truly break that rule? The assembled soul clothing masters comprehended Xie Yutong's strategy, and excitement bubbled within them. I think we should notify the captains of 2 more teams, brief them on the mirror space and Lin Hanmo's situation, and let them instigate some conflict first. Once the military competition commenced, it would be the time for both sides to challenge one another. Relying solely on those mirror demons within the mirror would not suffice. They needed more powerful beasts to join the fray. Otherwise, Lin Hanmo would inevitably catch on to the ruse. This did not align with the overarching plans of the unseen sovereign. However, if the opposing side truly contributed more hidden cards, allowing more beasts from the mirrored world to manifest, they would reap even greater rewards. Not to mention, the crystal bellies of those mirror demons were prime materials. That crimson-eyed mirror demon could very well yield a substantial piece of residual-grade mirror material, possibly even with unique attributes. If more mirror demons joined, they would truly strike it rich. Such opportunities were rare. While the crowd schemed in the heavens, Xie Yutong and Lin Hanmo concluded their pleasantries and departed the archives. Making their way towards the 3rd floor, Lin Hanmo's doppelganger appeared unfazed by the notion of competition, maintaining an air of composure that betrayed no flaws. The trio quickly arrived at a military dining hall near the center. As the sun set and night fell, it was prime dinner time. The entrance of the dining hall buzzed with activity, with everyone seemingly not eating but rather huddled at the entrance, gazing intently into the distance as if awaiting someone. Soon, some individuals turned their gaze towards the approaching Lin Hanmo trio, shouting, "They've arrived! Lin Hanmo is here!" In an instant, the dozen or so figures stationed before the dining hall surged forward like athletes responding to a starting gun. Swiftly encircling Lin Hanmo, before he could react, an eager elder firmly grasped his hand. "Lin Hanmo, greetings. I am Professor Qian from the National Defense Soul Clothing University. Come to our university. We will offer you the best treatment." Before the old man could finish his sentence, he was unceremoniously shoved aside. Next, a tall young military officer appeared before Lin Hanmo, beaming with enthusiasm. "Lin, I'm the captain of Team 102 from the Northwest Military Region. I am curious if you have any intention of joining an official soul clothing team." As he spoke, he too was forcefully pushed aside. The crowd was a cacophony of voices, with invitations from various military sectors and top universities flooding Lin Hanmo's ears. Were it not for the surrounding humanoid mirror demons with glowing blue eyes, on the verge of engulfing him, Lin Hanmo might have succumbed to his social anxiety once more. Fortunately, it was Xie Yutong who stepped forward, dispersing the throng, allowing Lin Hanmo to be ushered into a private room within the dining hall. The 3 shut the door, successfully blocking out all the reluctant professors and military personnel, and the surroundings grew considerably quieter. "Captain Xie, why gather them all here at this moment?" Lin Han remarked, leaning against the door and exhaling in relief. There was no way around it. Once I confirmed that the various universities and military personnel posed no issues, I couldn't prevent everyone from attending, as their presence is beneficial for Lin Hanmo, Xie Yutong replied, glancing towards Lin Hanmo. "My suggestion is that after we finish eating, we should have a thorough discussion here in this room. This time, the military teams and university professors have brought many individuals, emphasizing the importance of your decision. You'd best clarify the conditions of all the universities and teams today, then take a few days to contemplate and reach a decision that aligns with your aspirations." Xie Yutong continued, ensuring that Lin Hanmo could hear his words clearly. "Clarifications?" Lin Hanmo pondered Xie Yutong's words, and his plans grew clearer in his mind. Perhaps it need not be so complicated. They had brought numerous formidable individuals. Hadn't they? "Let us have a showdown," He suggested with a smile, I wish to gauge their strength, particularly that of the incoming military soul clothing teams. Chapter 74. Reaping the benefits from the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone. A fight? The moment Lin Hanmo uttered this, the mirror in reality displayed a noticeable delay. Clearly, it seemed to be contemplating something. Its expression grew somewhat hesitant, yet it ultimately echoed the words of Lin Hanmo's true self from the mirror space. I yearn to witness their prowess, particularly that of the forthcoming military soul master squad. Upon uttering these words, the onlookers in the heavens felt a sense of reassurance. It is certain that those young ones will be given the opportunity to truly exhibit their abilities. Lin Hanmo indeed possesses remarkable audacity. I had anticipated he would suggest that these squads engage in a contest to determine the strongest among them. That being said, can Lin Hanmo truly contend with those seasoned veterans? The weakest among those who can participate here must at least be of D rank, correct? I remain skeptical. Should Lin Hanmo indeed summon forth the spirit clad in the black dragon robe? Even without the assistance of the Great Qin military attire, he may still stand a slender chance against a D-rank opponent adorned in tattered garments. Regardless of the outcome, the master of this forbidden zone appears to have fallen into a trap. I sense that once the tournament concludes, we shall be ready to ensnare them. All the military elites in the skies above are quite invigorated. Within the chamber, Lin Han's expression is one of sheer astonishment. Yet due to Lin Hanmo's decision, he refrains from offering excessive counsel. Xie Yutong, who originally intended to propel this entire endeavor, naturally does not oppose it. He merely inquires once more for confirmation. Have you given this serious thought? They are not akin to the novice soul masters who have just acquired their powers during the college entrance examination. These individuals operate at an exceptionally high level in both summoning spirits and combat. Lin Hanmo, upon hearing this, nods earnestly. I have thought it through. Xie Yutong lets out a sigh, ultimately expressing his agreement. Then you all remain here. I shall go speak with them and ensure they prepare adequately. However, this competition format requires some alteration. If we were to test each squad one by one, it would take an eternity. Here is the plan. I shall allow the weakest member of their squad to engage in a preliminary contest, providing a chance to diffuse any potential conflicts among the squads. The venue will be this military district. Should you feel fatigued from your duties, you may come and observe. 3 days hence, we shall select the 5 victorious squads. And at that time, you may choose any one of them for a challenge. Xie Yutong has further considerations in mind. Allowing Lin Hanmo to challenge each squad individually would prolong the process and might arouse suspicion from the lurking beasts. Thus, he opts to initiate a martial selection tournament, permitting the mirror entities within the mirrored space to stir things up for a while and observe what chaos may ensue. He is also curious as to how the lurking beast will instruct their subordinates to imitate once the entire combat commences. Thank you for your efforts, Captain Xie. Lin Hanmo promptly expresses his gratitude. Xie Yutong waves his hand, signaling the two to sit, before exiting to confer with the awaiting captains and professors outside. After Xie Yutong departs, the crimson-eyed mirror entity beside Lin Hanmo inquires with curiosity. How do you intend to confront those individuals? Will you employ the black dragon robe? The mirror entity's words do not align with reality, indicating a suggestion from the master of the Forbidden Zone. It appears they are apprehensive that Lin Hanmo might actually wield the black dragon robe against them 3 days hence, at that point. The mirror in reality would undoubtedly reveal its true nature. The black dragon robe has appeared numerous times in broadcasts. Should its manifestation differ, it could easily be recognized. Although Lin Hanmo did not witness the scene in reality again, the seemingly casual yet probing words sparked contemplation within him. He shook his head. The mental energy consumption of utilizing the black dragon robe is far too great. Should I engage in a prolonged war of attrition with a high-ranking soul master, I would undoubtedly face defeat. I plan to observe the members of each squad and their divine garments over the next 3 days, attempting to craft some targeted huaxia attire. Crafting entirely new huaxia attire. Is it related to the Great Qin? The mirror entity queried, its crimson eyes glimmering with intensity. Lin Hanmo, aiming to deceive, nodded slightly, responding with a soft before cheerfully stating, let us see if I can request some materials to create a few brand new garments. Perhaps something akin to the attire of Jingke. If I cannot procure them, I can always use my prize money to cover the costs. Goodness! In the skies above, the high-ranking soul masters of Huaxia immediately grasped Lin Hanmo's intentions. He is currently within the mirrored space. If he truly proceeds with the request, the materials acquired in reality cannot possibly be transferred into the mirrored space, can they? Lin Hanmo is effectively attempting to fleece the master of the Forbidden Zone. This maneuver is quite ingenious. The creation of entirely new attire necessitates additional special materials. Moreover, while Lin Hanmo fabricates within the mirrored space, the external mirror will undoubtedly require the same materials to replicate it one-to-one. This implies that the quantity of materials provided to the external mirror must be matched by Lin Hanmo within the mirrored space, and these materials will be entirely borne by the master of the Forbidden Zone. We can certainly provide a surplus, and when the time comes to ensnare them, the materials we acquire will be at least doubled. An elated military elder exclaimed in that moment. Even the most upright among the elite soul masters could not suppress a wicked smile. After contending with the Forbidden Zone for so many years, an opportunity to fleece the master of the Forbidden Zone has never presented itself. What if we offer Lin Hanmo some of our top-tier materials? No, but what if the master of the Forbidden Zone does not fall for it? I suggest we initially provide a few transparent grade materials and some tattered grade materials to test the waters. We cannot scare the sheep away outright, can we? It must be a gradual process. Someone suggested slyly. Nearby, Athena turned her gaze and noticed a group of individuals huddled in a small circle, whispering and chuckling. She held no particular opinion on the matter, even finding such maneuvering somewhat astonishing. If such an opportunity indeed exists, no nation would refuse it. As the ancient Greek goddess of wisdom, she bestows extra attention and praise upon those who exhibit cleverness. Just as everyone marveled at Lin Hanmo's ingenious plan, Xie Yutong had located the professors from various esteemed universities and the captains of military squads waiting outside the room. After conveying Lin Hanmo's intentions and the concept of the competition, it elicited a variety of reactions from both parties. The brows of each squad captain furrowed slightly. Lin Hanmo is merely an F rank, correct? Does he genuinely wish to engage us in a serious contest? Wouldn't that be rather unfair? Captain Xie, do you also concur with such a method? An F rank against members of at least D rank. We are all aware of his potential, yet he has yet to mature. Has he not? However, the professor's permitted entry into this endeavor held no objections. Whichever squad Lin Hanmo ultimately joins bears no relevance to them. After all, joining a Soul Master squad would only occur post-university graduation. They have no direct conflict with the military Soul Master squads. Furthermore, allowing Lin Hanmo to witness the strength of their university professors' students through competition serves as an excellent means of fostering goodwill. I am in agreement. Professor Qian from the National Defense Seoul University was particularly enthusiastic. Due to Lin Hanmo, their exploratory mission was cancelled and rerouted to this location. He had brought along his entire research team of students. Undoubtedly a prime selection. Surely, they could subdue Lin Hanmo? Captain Xie, let us proceed as you and Lin Hanmo have discussed. Our National Defense Seoul University shall adequately showcase its capabilities. Professor Qian remarked, casting a sideways glance at the competitors, his tone laced with sarcasm. Unlike certain universities, whose reputations may be grand, but when it comes to actual strength, they can only claim to possess abundant resources. This statement promptly silenced the other university recruiters. They had indeed arrived, but they had not brought an entire student team as Professor Qian had. After all, they had merely come to recruit students, never anticipating they would become embroiled in competition. Yet, to refuse now would be to directly undermine the National Defense Seoul University, wouldn't it? Ultimately, all the teachers from the universities acquiesced, many hastily departing to communicate with their respective institutions and arrange for some of the top candidates to be ready in a hurry. After confirming the consensus from all parties, Xie Yutong addressed the captains of the military squads directly. Show us some strength. I fear you may struggle against Lin Hanmo when the time comes. In 3 days, when the formal competition commences, should any of the remaining 5 squads lose to Lin Hanmo, the special materials and resources allocated for this year will be halved. For those who triumph, their squad's resources will double this year. As long as they defeat Lin Hanmo, it counts. In an instant, the eyes of all the military squad captains present sparkled with excitement. As long as they can endure to the final 5 and win against Lin Hanmo, this year's resources will be doubled. Their elite military Soul Master squads are also in need of resources, and apart from the guaranteed annual resources, all other materials must be exchanged for through merit. Those are hard-earned resources extracted from the mists of battle, and now, with such a splendid opportunity, under Xie Yutong's assurance, As long as they defeat Lin Hanmo, the resources for the second half of the year will be doubled. How much merit would that translate to? How many life and death struggles must they endure to attain such a sum? In that moment, all the military squad captains felt a surge of envy. They held no doubts regarding Xie Yutong's credibility. Captain Xie, surely, you need not send the weakest to compete. I am more than willing to step up. One squad captain eagerly volunteered. Captain Xie, I am indeed the weakest among us. May I participate in the upcoming competition? In an instant, everyone's enthusiasm was ignited by Xie Yutong's words. Observing the fervor, Xie Yutong smiled faintly, feeling a sense of assurance. Should Lin Hanmo truly fail against the 5 squads, then the resources will still be distributed. They would certainly not incur a loss. After all, this military district competition is inherently designed to attract more monsters, however. From Lin Hanmo's words, it seems that the opponent genuinely possesses a modicum of confidence to handle these seasoned veterans. What should he do? Can he truly overcome such a significant level disparity solely by relying on the attire of Huaxia? Xie Yutong, for a moment, could not fathom the reasoning behind it. He merely dismissed everyone and returned to the private room with 3 servings of food. Upon seeing Xie Yutong's arrival, Lin Hanmo and Lin Han hurriedly stepped forward to take the tray from his hands. Lin Hanmo picked up a portion and, upon closer inspection, found stir-fried beef, bok choy, and a large chicken leg. He discreetly touched the jade seal, confirming that the dishes before him were not some disguised beast eggs, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The aroma of the food stirred his appetite. Especially after enduring a diet of toasted bread during the clothing sole examination, it is worth noting that in the school cafeteria, beef was considered a costly luxury, existing primarily in the leader's exclusive meals. Due to his commendable academic performance over the past 3 years, Lin Hanmo had received numerous scholarships, yet he seldom dared indulge in a meal costing 30 to 40 yuan. Instead, the beef skewers sold at roadside stalls for a mere yuan each offered far greater value. Let us eat first, they all agreed. You can come by any time over the next 3 days to familiarize yourself with the opponent. Xie Yutong took a seat and conveyed the message regarding the initiation of their plans to Lin Hanmo, who acknowledged it with a nod. He then reiterated his earlier discussion with Lin Han about applying for or purchasing materials to Xie Yutong. Upon hearing this, Xie Yutong appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Special materials, huh? Rest assured, theoretically, providing materials for you would require merit exchange. However, your contribution of historical information about the Qin dynasty to the nation warrants significant merit points. Just have Lin Han draft an application for the materials you require. Lastly, Xie Yutong added, do not fear a lack of availability from the state. Be bold in your requests. This is not the clothing sole examination, where precision is paramount. I can approve materials of the residual candle level without limit, and those of the luminous level can be processed fairly quickly. The slanting sun level may pose some difficulties, but you might not even need it. It would be best to first apply for the special materials at the residual candle and luminous levels. Ah, you old fox, that was beautifully articulated. In the sky, the former leaders who had previously groaned at the sight of underlings requesting special materials were now devoid of such concerns. They instructed Lin Hanmo directly to request as many residual candle level materials as he desired. In my view, your request is still too timid. I say, let us test the waters with a piece of slanting sun level material. Wait, that domain master is likely only at the slanting sun level themselves. Right? Are you really asking them to part with their flesh? Within the misty realm, Xie Yutong's mirror demon relayed these sentiments almost verbatim. Lin Hanmo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded. Thank you, Captain. I will consider it thoroughly. Let us eat first. The dishes will grow cold. Knowing that Lin Hanmo understood his intentions, Xie Yutong smiled, as everything was implicitly understood. After the 3 finished their meal, Xie Yutong excused himself, citing a patrol duty, while Lin Han and Lin Hanmo returned to the archives to continue their tasks. Lin Hanmo's spirits were high as he paced back and forth in the archives, directing the mirror demon to diligently recreate the history of the Qin dynasty that resided in his mind. While recounting, he found himself eagerly anticipating the events of 3 days hence, the moment he would receive the materials he had applied for. Would the domain master truly grant him such a wealth of special materials? Chapter 75. Wool arrives. Goddess of the night. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The small-scale military district competition, arranged by Xie Yutong and other high-ranking military officials, concluded without a hitch. The recruitment team and military district squads faced no conflicts, as the competitions were conducted separately. Due to the smaller number of participants, the recruitment team only recognized the top 3 schools: Qingbei University, National Defense Clothing Seoul University, and Magic City Clothing Seoul University. These 3 institutions represented the pinnacle of higher education in Huaxia. On the other hand, possibly due to the merit incentive, or because some squad leaders had already been briefed on the current situation, the squads exhibited remarkable effort during the military district competition. Yet, Lin Hanmo in the mirrored space did not witness this. He had taken the opportunity to observe the competition in the mirrored space, but found that the puppeteer behind the scenes seemed to have anticipated his actions, conveniently concluding each match just as he stepped away, falsely claiming a halftime break. To further cover their tracks, they arranged the competition times to coincide with Lin Hanmo's working hours. Each time he finished his tasks, the competitions would also conclude. To avoid raising Lin Hanmo's suspicions, the puppeteer even enlisted Xie Yutong's mirror to counter some of the previous discussions held in the cafeteria. However, they did not oppose the upcoming final competition, and the current delays appeared more like a strategy to buy time for preparations. Lin Hanmo, noticing this, decided not to delve deeper, choosing instead to act as if he had noticed nothing amiss. Consequently, during this period, he took the initiative to have the Mirror Demon draft a materials application, which was successfully submitted. The list requested 20 units of various special materials at the residual candle level and 12 units at the luminous level. Both fabrics and textiles would suffice. 1 unit of fabric could produce 2 garments plus a belt, and Lin Hanmo had requisitioned enough materials to create at least 40 residual candle level garments and 24 luminous level garments. To be candid, as he compiled this list, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing it might intimidate the shadowy domain master. This was undoubtedly a bold request, akin to asking for slanting sun-level materials, tantamount to demanding flesh from that figure. The mirror demon disguised as Lin Han, upon seeing the list, had their crimson eyes glimmering with intensity. However, they ultimately chose to remain silent, opting to assist Lin Hanmo in submitting the materials request. In reality, Xie Yutong undoubtedly received the same materials application. Without hesitation, he approved it that very day, processing the request through the military's internal network right in front of Lin Hanmo's mirror. The higher-ups, upon reviewing the application, unanimously expressed their approval. The directives for approval were swiftly issued, along with a note that the materials would be dispatched the following day. 1 leader even feigned concern by calling Lin Hanmo to congratulate him, stating that these materials were a reward from the military district to commend his outstanding performance in the Global Clothing Soul examination. Everything appeared entirely reasonable and normal, and once the call ended, the leaders secretly reveled in joy. Such a bounty of materials would be sufficient to equip 12 high-ranking military clothing soul master teams. However, after deliberation, the leaders ultimately decided to grant these spoils to Lin Hanmo as a reward. Lin Hanmo had contributed significantly to the execution of this plan, accounting for at least 80% of its success. If the domain master truly delivered the materials, Lin Hanmo would undoubtedly receive the lion's share. I decree that 70% of the materials go to him while the remaining 30% belongs to us. Yet even those will count towards his merit points, which he can redeem for materials at any time. Consider it a reward from our military to this young man. 1 prominent figure stated with grandiosity. Xie Yutong conveyed this news to Lin Hanmo, who was momentarily stunned. Did this not imply that he would essentially receive the materials from the domain master entirely for himself? 70% of the materials would be his, and although the remaining 30% belonged to the military, he would acquire corresponding merit points, which could be directly exchanged for materials from the military's treasury. It felt akin to having taken the full amount without any consequence. This reward was exceedingly generous. Should he ultimately secure this unexpected windfall solely for his use, Lin Hanmo felt confident it would suffice to elevate him to at least level C. With 30 or 40 garments to alternate between, he could go an entire month without repetition. Could these materials truly be exchanged successfully? Including Lin Hanmo, everyone was filled with trepidation and anticipation. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, the results were announced. Holding a small, iron-black cube-sized box, Xie Yutong entered the second-floor archives. Lin Hanmo halted momentarily. The materials you requested have been approved. He interrupted the two still engrossed in their work and casually tossed the box into the air. The box, seemingly guided by some invisible force, began to expand and quickly disassembled point one by one. Materials radiating with the glow of candlelight or illuminating brilliance gradually manifested before Lin Hanmo's mirror eyes. The radiant light illuminated the entire room, rendering it almost blinding to that moment. The room resembled a luminous chamber of gold. Even Lin Han, who was working nearby, was momentarily stunned by the sight. She had never encountered such an abundance of special clothing materials. Lin Hanmo's mirror double also appeared momentarily taken aback but quickly broke into a smile. "Thank you, Captain, indeed." Xie Yutong nodded, his gaze swirling with dark vortices. At this moment, he was observing everything transpiring within the skeletal building. 10 seconds after Xie Yutong's appearance, within the misty space, Lin Hanmo, who was recounting the history of the Qin dynasty, heard a sound from outside the door and turned to look, momentarily stunned. The newcomer was no longer a human figure but a mirror demon that manifested the shape of Xie Yutong within its crystalline abdomen. Instead, there stands a true and flawless Xie Yutong. Even Lin Hanmo, who holds the imperial seal, could discern no flaw within his form. The ruler of the Forbidden Zone has escalated his game. Xie Yutong's mirror doppelganger. This scene did not go unnoticed by the military leaders, who had been observing everything unfolding from the heavens above. Their expressions turned grave. Indeed, the number of these beastly doppelgangers is not limited to just one. How fortunate it is that the opponent revealed a chink in their armor this time. We could have suffered unimaginable losses otherwise, if such mirror doppelgangers had infiltrated various departments of Huaxia. High-ranking officials would have been completely oblivious. When we finally cast our net, we must ensure to capture a live specimen for thorough examination to uncover the fatal weaknesses of this mirror doppelganger. Allowing us to identify it swiftly, however, the arrival of this mirror doppelganger has also brought me a sense of relief. It seems the material should be stable, otherwise the ruler of the Forbidden Zone would not have layered on the stakes so heavily. Just as the last garment spirit master stated, the emergence of Xie Yutong's mirror doppelganger in the mist aligns perfectly with reality. Lin Hanmo, your material approval has come through. He spoke words nearly identical to the real Xie Yutong, yet retrieved from his waist a pouch resembling a beast's stomach. Opening it forthwith in no time. A radiant array of special materials surged forth from the pouch, suspended within the room. The dazzling light dispersed the mist that enshrouded the walls, illuminating the entire chamber. Unlike the finished materials provided in reality, these special materials had only undergone basic cleansing, mostly comprising the hides of some exotic beasts. Some pelts bore vivid crimson markings, as if freshly stripped from the very beasts themselves. In terms of quantity, they were similar to the materials Lin Hanmo had applied for, yet their categories were entirely different. Nevertheless, it sufficed for distribution. This wool was indeed plucked from him. Lin Hanmo gazed at the materials before him, his heart racing with excitement as he inhaled deeply. "Thank you, Captain." The mirror doppelganger of Xie Yutong responded with a soft HM, then continued, "Prepare yourself. The great competition has concluded, and the final match will commence after dinner tonight. There are a total of 8 teams, so you must choose your opponent wisely." Lin Hanmo smiled in response. "All right, thank you, Captain." Observing this, Xie Yutong's mirror exchanged a few pleasantries before finding an excuse to depart swiftly. Once more, only Lin Hanmo and Lin Han remained in the archives. "Lin Hanmo, are you prepared to craft the Jinku attire?" The mirror demon disguised as Lin Han inquired with great curiosity. Having been discreetly investigating this matter for days, Lin Hanmo, fully aware of her intentions, feigned ignorance, adopting the guise of an unsuspecting, diligent student. As she pressed for further inquiries, he felt he had time, and thus employed the leaves of the world tree to gather all materials, leaving only a remnant of candle-grade fabric. Now seems the perfect time to pause my current work and unwind. I should be able to complete the crafting this afternoon. Should I? Lin Han rose. Preparing to leave. No need, Lin Hanmo replied, shaking his head. It would be foolish for her to evade. Such a contingency would render his backup plan ineffective. He needed her to observe intently. He intended to unveil the historical tale of Jingke's assassination of the Qin king, including the methods of garment crafting and the sources of the attire. He chuckled, stating, "Since I promised the first emperor, there is no need to withhold anything from the annals of the great Qin. It is merely a loss of one effect of the black dragon robe. I shall manage just fine without it." Lin Hanmo's words exuded immense confidence, causing Lin Han's eyes to glow a fierce crimson as she nodded in agreement, eagerly asking, "Shall we commence the crafting?" Very well. Without further ado, Lin Hanmo directed his hand toward the floating remnant of candle-grade fabric, his palm gradually emanating a searing light. Correspondingly, from the ancient library unique to the timeless Wuxia, a venerable tome began to emerge. The characters Jingku assassinating the Qin king were prominently displayed. The book slowly opened within Lin Hanmo's consciousness, revealing a long robe with blue sleeves before his eyes. It adhered to ancient ceremonial standards while appearing more lightweight and less cumbersome than traditional formal wear. As Lin Hanmo's consciousness brushed against it, the remnant of candle-grade material began to transform in accordance with his will. Although the Jingku attire was somewhat simplified, it remained a remnant of candle-grade material, necessitating several hours for its completion. Meanwhile, on the other side, under the watchful gaze of everyone present, Lin Hanmo's mirror doppelganger astonishingly mirrored the identical motions of its original. It too reached out toward the attire, independently commencing the garment crafting. This scene left all observers in sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Why would this mirror doppelganger employ the techniques of a garment spirit master? A top-tier garment spirit master in the military exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, even the actress portraying Athena narrowed her eyes, as if attempting to discern the underlying truths. In reality, the true Xie Yutong had seamlessly exited the stage, casually seeking a place to conceal himself and return to the heavens. Upon returning to the celestial realm, Xie Yutong observed the actions of the mirror with a weighty heart. The innate abilities of garment spirit masters are inherently unique to humanity. Logically, they should be impossible to replicate. Yet, this sudden emergence of the mirror threatens to upend everything, transforming the entire paradigm. Initially, everyone believed that the mirror would simply oust the genuine Lin Han and then complete the garment crafting through other means. However, it now appears that the counterpart can even replicate the crafting techniques. Captain Xie, perform the summoning, call upon the Mother of Night, and let her witness what is unfolding, Athena's melodious voice advised. The Mother of Night referenced by Athena is none other than Nyx, the goddess of the night in ancient Greece. She governs dreams, death, and the mysteries of the night. The resplendent purplish-red attire worn by Xie Yutong serves as the ceremonial garb for summoning her. Logically, invoking the goddess of night is an arduous task, even for those possessing certain peculiar bloodlines from ancient Greece, let alone garnering her attention. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xie Yutong succeeded, and no one knows how he earned her favor or what price he paid. At present, in the entirety of the world, including Greece, there exists but one ceremonial garment recognized by the goddess of night. In a certain sense, Xie Yutong can be seen as the earthly representative of Nyx. This is also a significant reason why Athena is willing to extend her assistance. This deity is the foster mother of Zeus, deserving of her respect. Very well. Upon hearing this, Xie Yutong promptly nodded, his ethereal form drifting away as if to perform some ritual. Soon, all garment spirit masters present felt a profound sense of tranquility and slumber wash over them from deep within. It was as if they were compelled to succumb to eternal sleep and death. Captain Xie's summoning technique has grown increasingly formidable. Several B-grade garment spirit masters turned pale, uncontrollably donning their garments and employing various skills to resist. The summoning of a slanting sun-grade garment could almost invoke the essence of the deity. If faced with such a divine shadow, they would likely not endure for long. There are indeed rules governing the inability to gaze upon the divine in the realm of garment summoning. Among the crowd, only Athena remained unaffected. She merely gazed contemplatively at a specific point in the clouds. It was not until the power of night silently enveloped the entire military district, only to disappear rapidly, that she returned to awareness, lowering her gaze. Xie Yutong, clad in the purplish-red ceremonial attire, rejoined the assembly, his bronze face devoid of pallor, yet his expression grave. This mirror does not employ the garment crafting abilities of a spirit master. Chapter 76. Method of Identification, a Grade Mirror Demon. Not the abilities of a garment spirit master? The military leaders were momentarily taken aback, observing the figure below as it altered the garment materials, seemingly perplexed. Old Xie, spare us the suspense. What on earth is happening? One companion could not restrain their curiosity. Xie Yutong regarded the scene below with a serious expression. I have received divine enlightenment. This mirror, indistinguishable from humans, is in fact a higher-grade mirror demon. Its level is at least translucent, possessing a talent attribute known as imitation. A mirror, as the name suggests, reflects. Such a mirror demon, which bears no significant difference from humans, can imitate any individual at will, becoming their mirror. Whatever actions a human takes, it must replicate in reality or within the mirror space, with no substantial discrepancies allowed. They must gradually mimic human behaviors. And the longer they do so, the greater their autonomy becomes. Ultimately, they can completely detach from their human counterpart to pursue other endeavors. When the bound individual is a garment spirit master engaged in crafting garments, they too can utilize their innate abilities to imitate and replicate everything. Of course, mere imitation means that as soon as the spirit master halts their actions, the mirror demon lacks the capacity to continue crafting the garments independently. A translucent mirror demon. This is at least a C-grade mirror demon, and it possesses such an extraordinary ability. Upon hearing these words, everyone present collectively inhaled sharply. Hiss, such an astonishing revelation. How have we never encountered this before? This C-rank mirror demon can disguise itself so convincingly as a human. Had it not been for your constant vigilance while perceiving dreams, we would have been utterly oblivious to Lin Hanmo's replacement. What do we do now? Did the goddess of night mention its weaknesses? Yes. Xie Yutong nodded in acknowledgement. This mirror demon is indeed formidable, yet its vulnerabilities are equally fatal. Firstly, they cannot look into mirrors. When mimicking humans, whether in mirrored spaces or reality, as soon as they gaze into a mirror, they will be discovered, for their reflections do not exist. When a mirror fails to reflect a human form, it indicates the presence of a mirror substitute. Secondly, the human body drawn into the mirrored space will be rendered in an invulnerable state. If it suffers fatal harm while in the mirrored realm, it will instantly swap places with the mirror demon in the external world, thus resurrecting in reality, while the external mirror demon would take its place in death. Naturally, should it be killed by its own substitute mirror demon, this rule will not be triggered. However, the mirror demon substitute must thoroughly understand every aspect of its original to become a second version of it, enabling the traversal between reality and the mirrored space to eliminate the original. Thirdly, mirror demons lack dreams and souls, allowing for immediate detection through these two methods. A mirror demon exposed to a mirror cannot leave its image behind. The human transported into the mirrored space will be safe for a short duration. Xie Yutong's explanation allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Consequently, discerning mirror demons became significantly easier. As thoughts swirled, Xie Yutong continued. This detection method is most effective against B-rank mirror demons. However, if the mastermind lurking behind the scenes is an A-rank mirror demon, such tactics may prove futile. An A-rank mirror demon. The crowd's hearts initially raced, only to quickly settle. An A-rank mirror demon. I believe we need not worry excessively, as the mastermind cannot venture beyond the depths of the fog. The external world is utterly inhospitable to them, at least for now, while we remain outside the depths of the forbidden fog. We need not concern ourselves with this matter, someone remarked with relief. Xie Yutong nodded in agreement. Indeed, we can temporarily disregard the A-rank mirror demon. Let us proceed with the arrangements. When Lin Hanmo's competition commences, we shall utilize mirrors to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the senior officials in Huaxia, ensuring no mirror demons emerge elsewhere. Very well, we shall notify them immediately. I propose we share this information with other nations. Chapter 77. The Fateful Garb, Jingku Outfit. The military district competition commences. Xie Yutong meticulously organized the tasks at hand. He was confident that the authorities would devise a suitable plan for sharing information with other countries. Of course, such a plan would undoubtedly require sacrifices from each nation. Contemplating this, he refocused his attention on Lin Hanmo, closely observing the young man's garment-making process. He found himself perplexed as to why the latter was crafting this so-called attire of the king of Qin's nemesis. Surely, there must be an underlying trap he was unaware of. Time swiftly passed, and soon dusk approached. Just as the cafeteria was about to serve dinner, Lin Hanmo finally ceased his activities. The blue, ancient attire floated before him, radiating a glow akin to candlelight. He exhaled deeply and opened his attribute panel. Name: Lin Hanmo. Level: F rank. Occupation: Garment Spirit Master. Mental Strength: 223. SSS Level. Talent Ability: Huaxia Hall of Thought. Legendary Value: 16,410. Since the conclusion of the Garment Spirit College entrance examination, Lin Hanmo's mental strength had seen a notable increase alongside his continuous garment crafting. Moreover, his legendary value had surged explosively upon securing final victory. 16,410 points. This amount was almost sufficient to elevate 2 huaxia garments to the translucent level. However, this time, Lin Hanmo did not intend to use his legendary value for upgrading garment levels. Given his current prowess, it was exceedingly challenging for him to independently trigger the translucent level Black Dragon Robe. Continuing to enhance garment levels while neglecting the improvement of his mental strength would be a futile endeavor. Lin Hanmo planned to test the limits of his daily mental strength increase in the upcoming days, striving to elevate his mental strength level as swiftly as possible. Now, let me examine the attributes of this Jinko outfit, he murmured, reaching for the floating blue robe, its glow reminiscent of candlelight, and infused his mental strength into it. Instantly, the azure panel revealed a new set of data. Huaxia garment, Jinko outfit, level, residual candle level. Special attributes, fate. Effects. 1. The winds howl and the waters of the Yi are cold. Summon Jingku to attach to your being. When attempting to assassinate the wearer of the Black Dragon Robe, you can always approach them discreetly without detection. 2. The valiant man departs, never to return. When the historical scene unfolds, revealing the hidden dagger, B rank and below allies cannot forcibly interfere with your actions. 3. Fate. Passive. During the final assassination phase, you shall possess no companions, forging a deeper bond with the Black Dragon Robe. The two shall ultimately unlock the predetermined fate, rendering most of the Black Dragon Robe's abilities ineffective at that juncture. Note: Jingku's assassination of the Eternal Emperor, leaving a name for posterity. Gazing at the attributes displayed on the panel, Lin Hanmo's lips curled into a subtle smile. The trap has been set. Without further hesitation, he immediately showcased the effects of the Jingku outfit to the curious Lin Han. The mirror demon masquerading as Lin Han scrutinized the panel, its crimson glow flickering incessantly. Eventually it marveled. This garment truly counters the abilities of the Black Dragon Robe. Is it really safe to let this information circulate? Lin Hanmo replied with a smile. I possess more than just the Black Dragon Robe. Moreover, the one donning the Jingko outfit may not necessarily be my adversary. His words were imbued with a strong sense of confidence, bordering on arrogance. Yet, this was merely a facade, a means to conceal the underlying truth. While the Jingko outfit's description was accurate regarding Jingko's assassination of the King of Qin, it did not divulge what ultimately transpired. Young man, excessive pride is not a virtue, Lin Han teased. Scrutinizing him briefly before losing interest, as the Lin Hanmo within the mirrored space completed his attire, the mirror substitute outside had also reached completion. Their objectives had been achieved, and there was no need for further actions that might arouse suspicion. Having concluded this, it was mealtime. Lin Hanmo and Lin Han tidied the archive room slightly before locking the door and departing. In the coming days, he would engage in combat with at least 8 individuals, essentially undertaking a rigorous practical training session. The work of historical narration would naturally be paused for several days. As Lin Hanmo made his way to the officers' cafeteria, he received a message from Xie Yutong. He learned about the origins of the mirror demons and the authorities' subsequent plans. Xie Yutong anticipated that they would take action after the conclusion of the military district competition. He suspected that the final 8 teams might all be composed of at least translucent-level mirror demons disguised as competitors. If this were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly be a grand catch. Delaying further could result in the mastermind of the Forbidden Zone withdrawing all mirror demons. Simultaneously, he instructed Lin Hanmo to create a significant commotion during the competition, as loud as possible. Their side would also attempt to coordinate, ultimately aiming to reap substantial benefits from the mastermind of the Forbidden Zone. We have enlisted several companions who collaborated with you during the Garment Spirit entrance examination, as well as your homeroom teacher. You can seize this opportunity to make the most of it, Xie Yutong supplemented in Lin Hanmo's mind. They found Zhang Lei and Old Wang. Lin Hanmo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly grasped Xie Yutong's intent. Zhang Lei and his companions would undoubtedly be the bait to entice the mastermind of the Forbidden Zone into unleashing more mirror demons. Though somewhat far-fetched, they were poised to take action. And any deception would be beneficial. Lin Hanmo nodded slightly in agreement, then feigned nonchalance, following Lin Han to the cafeteria for a meal. This time, for reasons unknown, the officers' cafeteria was devoid of members from various universities and teams. Lin Hanmo understood that they were likely preparing for their confrontation with him and did not intervene, simply focusing on satisfying his hunger. Just after finishing his meal, Xie Yutong appeared in the cafeteria. He regarded Lin Hanmo with a smile and inquired, "Finished? Then let us proceed."
They are already awaiting you. Very well, Lin Hanmo replied as he rose and nodded. Beside him, Lin Han seemed uninterested and promptly excused herself. You two go ahead. I will join you later. I also need to organize the previous materials on the Great Qin. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Hanmo bid her farewell and followed Xie Yutong out of the cafeteria. They traversed the main avenue on the right side of the military district, passing through the enveloping fog, ultimately arriving at a sunken clearing approximately the size of 4 basketball courts. This was the trial arena for garment spirit masters. Lin Hanmo was not unfamiliar with this place, as similar venues frequently appeared in televised garment spirit competitions. The arena is constructed from the formidable bodies of extraordinary beasts, designed to maximize the safety of the garment spirit masters during combat. In dire situations, where lives hang in the balance, some high-level arenas even utilize these materials to simulate various battle maps for the garment spirit masters to engage in duels. Peering through the mist, the silhouettes of approximately 30 to 40 individuals can be faintly discerned. Lin Hanmo instinctively focused his gaze. Beneath the haze, the figures of 30 to 40 individuals appeared entirely normal. 30 to 40 translucent level mirror demons? Chapter 78. Beast Armor. The traitors among humanity. At this moment, not only Lin Hanmo, but even the military elites who had been observing from the skies were momentarily taken aback. Yet, soon, an uncontrollable ecstasy spread across their faces. 32. A full 32 level mirror demons. Ha ha ha. What a tremendous windfall. The dominator of this forbidden zone actually invested so heavily to deceive Lin Hanmo. Surely, I can't be dreaming. With this haul, we could essentially sweep through the majority of the translucent level forbidden zone. Harvesting nearly half of the sea-level mirror demons without any risk is an unprecedented achievement in global history. It is known that while forbidden zones can be distinctly identified based on the density of the mist, it is highly improbable for high-level garment spirit masters to suppress and sweep through low-level misty forbidden zones. This may stem from the rules dictated by the mist. When a garment spirit master, 2 levels above the current misty forbidden zone, attempts a sweep, they will inevitably encounter more beasts of the same or higher level to thwart them. Years ago, a B-level garment spirit master brought their students to hunt monsters in a dim light forbidden zone. Unexpectedly, 10 B-level skeleton golden crows emerged from an F-level zone, instantly turning the B-level master into a desiccated corpse before sweeping away all humans in the misty forbidden zone. Similar incidents have occurred frequently across various misty forbidden zones. Based on this rule, achieving a clean sweep of a dim candle level forbidden zone with 0 casualties, while acquiring over 30 dim candle level garments, is nothing short of miraculous. The immense bounty they were about to harvest left them in a state of euphoria. Just as the high-ranking military officials began to fantasize about how to divide these materials, Athena's voice broke through their reverie, shattering their dreams. More than 20 of them are not mirror demons. Dressed in an embroidered gown, Athena gazed into the mist where the 30 to 40 figures lingered, her golden eyes shimmering with fury rarely seen on her exquisite face. More than 20 of them are not mirror demons? Her words stunned everyone, causing their minds to momentarily falter. Some even blurted out, if they aren't mirror demons, then what are they? Humans, Athena replied slowly. I can sense their soul fluctuations. They are human garment spirit masters. Human garment spirit masters. In an instant, the expressions of everyone changed. They gazed down in disbelief, their expressions transforming into one of immense rage. Humans appearing in a misty forbidden zone, mingling amidst the mirror demons. 2 words surged uncontrollably into everyone's minds. Traitors, spies. Looks like we'll have more live captures to deal with later. These individuals could not possibly be members of the military squads. Send a message to Team Xie to check the actual squad members and representatives from the universities. If there are no mirror demons among them, then these are undoubtedly traitors. Unexpectedly, there were indeed those who had become the lackeys of the dominator of the Forbidden Zone. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Initially, the various nations refrained from disclosing the fact that high-level beasts possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, precisely due to such considerations. Human hearts cannot be tested. What if someone chose to ally with the dominator of the Forbidden Zone and was welcomed? The war against the Forbidden Zones could become even more perilous and brutal. There might even be a segment of pessimists in society waving the white flag of surrender, risking the hard-won defensive lines to collapse. Thus, Withholding the information that beasts possess a certain level of intelligence effectively quashed any thoughts of surrender. No one would wish to capitulate to a group of creatures solely driven by slaughter. They had believed that the war against the beasts would continue in this manner. However, the disheartening reality they dreaded had come to pass. Beasts had begun to recruit human traitors. Unlike the mirror demons, these traitors could not be identified through reflection. They were insidious infiltrators who could not be discerned without reading their minds. Capture them alive. Not a single one must escape. An elderly man dressed in military attire growled, "I will capture one and take them away for personal interrogation. You can consider that person dead." In the real world, Xie Yutong, who had accompanied Lin Hanmo with the mirror avatar, also received instructions from above. His gaze turned contemplative, the purplish-red uniform he wore radiating a light akin to the sun. After confirming the absence of mirror demons within, he breathed a sigh of relief and conveyed this information to Lin Hanmo. "There are traitors." Upon hearing Xie Yutong's warning, Lin Hanmo had already strolled to the recessed center of the arena. Standing before the 32 individuals, the captains he had previously encountered remained, clad in military green, seemingly uninterested in taking the stage. The remaining squad members, including students from the 3 major universities, were unfamiliar to Lin Hanmo. Although they were referred to as students, they bore the demeanor of ruthless criminals. Their garments exuded a savage aura, their expressions defiant and cold. As they scrutinized Lin Hanmo, their demeanor was far from amiable. They too had their own explanations for this oversight. "You are Lin Hanmo, the top scorer of this garment spirit entrance examination?" A youth beside Professor Qian stepped forward, sizing Lin Hanmo up with disdain. He wore a green beast suit reminiscent of a toad, and with each movement, the garb exhibited a nauseating contraction and expansion. "You're strong, but still just an undeveloped garment spirit master. To challenge us. An F level is rather presumptuous. Don't be surprised if we knock you down," he continued, seemingly expressing discontent at Lin Hanmo's arrogance, while subtly attempting to justify the demeanor of his companions. "All right, let us discuss this after the match." Xie Yutong's mirror avatar timely interjected, introducing Lin Hanmo. "This is Lin Hanmo. I'll introduce them one by one from left to right. National Defense Garment Spirit University, Qingbei University, and Modu University. This squad comprises Chasing Wind, Pursuing Fire, Thunder, Wind Forest, and Volcano. Each squad has 4 members, including their captains. Who do you wish to challenge first?" Lin Hanmo turned to the youth clad in the toad suit and smiled, saying, "Let us start with him. I'm curious to see what strength he possesses. I would appreciate your guidance," Lin Hanmo said, bowing slightly, unabashedly showcasing his brilliance. "This one is undoubtedly among the traitors, isn't he?" The intention behind his words was likely to draw the ire towards himself. If that is the case, then let him be the first target. "Oh, hee." The youth clad in skeletal attire chuckled, feeling a sense of triumph. He returned the gesture. "Li Dayo, level garment spirit master. When I battle you, I will wear this suit, which can summon the deity known as the swallowing gold toad. It can devour all." Chapter 79. Ancient Fierce Beast. Tao Tai, swallowing gold toad? Lin Hanmo paused upon hearing this term, finding it somewhat familiar. After a moment of thought, he felt a flicker of surprise. Swallowing gold toad? Isn't that a beast from the Misty Forbidden Zone? It can summon as well? Why not? The origins of the Misty Forbidden Zone span a century, rich with historical and cultural significance. The youth who introduced himself as Li Dayo spoke with fervor. Within the Forbidden Zone exist deities that truly survive. The swallowing heaven toad god is one of them. They possess immeasurable power. Why shouldn't we seek strength from these great beings? Before Li Dayo could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a cough from Xie Yutong's mirror avatar. With a smile, he turned to Lin Hanmo to explain. This is currently a pioneering attempt by the military district, and it has yielded commendable results. If you wish to use it as well, you can discuss it with them. Use it? I think I'll pass. Lin Hanmo shook his head in refusal, looking earnestly at Li Dayo. I find your garment far inferior to the Daqin military attire. With the traditional garments of Huaxia available, why resort to these barbaric outfits that barely resemble humans? Barely resembling humans. His words struck a nerve with many traitors nearby, and in an instant, murderous intent enveloped Lin Hanmo from all sides. Li Dayo's face flushed red, as if his very belief had been trampled upon. All right, so you prefer the Daqin military attire? I'm genuinely eager to see what strength your black dragon robe possesses. He exclaimed, "Don't blame me for being ruthless. I can assure you that my attire possesses the ability to devour and grow stronger. It's certainly 1 TB inferior to the Huaxia garments." His voice rang out sharply. What? Li Dao's declaration stunned everyone who was paying attention. Such an astonishing enhancement attribute appearing on beast armor. The swallowing sky toad. This group of soul masters who have aligned themselves with the mist has indeed discovered a means of survival. By pledging allegiance to the wise sovereign of the Forbidden Zone, they gain protection while crafting corresponding garments to summon this beastly ruler. The crowd murmurs in hushed astonishment, though reluctant to admit it. They cannot deny that this is indeed a method of invoking divine beings. After all, if the Eastern Isles can summon the eight-headed serpent, it stands to reason that summoning the sovereign of the mist within the Forbidden Zone is also plausible, albeit never before attempted. Fortunately, this group of spies has been forced into the open. Otherwise, who knows what calamity might have ensued. Summoning a beastly sovereign using soul garments is undoubtedly a perverse method. It must be prohibited. When we close the net, we shall keep his garments for thorough examination. Within the misty soul garment arena, the traitor Li Dao spoke with a triumphant demeanor, eagerly anticipating the shock and fear reflected in Lin Hanmo's eyes. Yet, the latter remained unflappable, betraying not a hint of distress. Upgraded garments? The swallowing sky toad? Elevating the garment's level through consumption? Lin Hanmo smiled. The myths of Huaxia abound with creatures associated with consumption. The Shan Haijing contains numerous relevant accounts. The ancient ferocious beast Taotai is one such example. Consumption? Lin Hanmo was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of crafting Taotai attire to challenge them. Wait. Lin Hanmo's gaze swept across all present, and a novel idea suddenly struck him as the situation evolved. He feigned confusion, asking, "Xie team, does everyone here wear similar beastly garments? Was this prearranged?" Xie Yutong's mirror doppelganger's expression shifted upon hearing this, hastily clarifying, "Indeed, this is a special initiative among various universities and military factions. If you wish to challenge other garments, that is also permissible, and no need." Lin Hanmo promptly interrupted, addressing everyone present. "Since we all wear beastly garments, there is no necessity to observe in teams. Why not? All of you come at me at once. I desire to conclude this fight in one go." All at once. Lin Hanmo's declaration left the entire venue in disbelief. They could see him scanning each individual with his gaze, including the captain. Such arrogance, at that moment, some hot-headed traitors in the squad could no longer contain their outrage, exclaiming, "A newly awakened F-grade, no matter how strong, could only hope for a fair exchange with one of us. And you wish to take us all on?" Xie Yutong, who had been closely observing the state within the mirror space, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lin Hanmo's intentions. He keenly noted that the mirror doppelganger, which was supposed to synchronize with Lin Hanmo, was rendered speechless. How could it respond? Take on all of them. What was his plan? Xie Yutong quickly regained his composure, attempting to convey a message to Lin Hanmo. Listening to the words that resonated within him, Lin Hanmo smiled slightly and said, "It is not merely I who will confront all of you. I was contemplating engaging 8 opponents at once, as individually challenging each would be quite tedious. Instead, how about this? I will summon my companions, and then we can witness the strength of the various university and military squads together. Since they hail from esteemed institutions, these high-level soul masters should not shy away from comparing themselves to a group of students who have just concluded their college entrance examinations, correct? After all, a collective battle will best showcase the disparities in strength, allowing me to observe the capabilities of each squad, thus informing my choices. What say you? Summon companions." Upon hearing Lin Hanmo's words, Xie Yutong and the others immediately grasped his intentions. He aimed to refine the previous wool-gathering concept. This also rendered the later appearances of Jiang Lei and others more plausible. A splendid idea indeed. However, would they agree? The crowd turned their curious gazes toward the mirror space. Listening to Lin Hanmo's remarks, Li Dao and the other traders fell into a conspicuous silence, directing their attention toward Xie Yutong's mirror doppelganger, as if it were the true decision-maker. Was this delay in time excessive? The mirror doppelganger of Xie Yutong appeared somewhat hesitant. Excessive time? Lin Hanmo feigned confusion. It shouldn't be, should it? Just send them a message, inquire if they are willing. I shall cover their travel expenses. They are merely students, perhaps 20 or 30 in total, and their abilities are commendable. If they wish to attend prestigious schools, this opportunity could be beneficial for them to observe as well. After all, they are high scorers on the rankings. With Team Xie present, safety should not be a concern. If it is merely one match, it could conclude within 3 days at most, but engaging in 8 consecutive matches would require at least 8 days. I have thoughtfully analyzed this, and I shall add, this way, I can swiftly immerse myself in the task of compiling and recounting the history of the Qin dynasty. Lin Hanmo's words effectively stifled the mirror doppelganger's retort, its formerly human-like pupils flickering with a hint of red, as if weighing the options. Ultimately, it nodded. Very well, I shall make contact with them. The moment the mirror doppelganger made its decision. Lin Hanmo's mirror doppelganger echoed that sentiment in reality. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Meanwhile, the military leaders above were filled with excitement. Excellent. This time, I am eager to see how many traitors that Forbidden Zone sovereign can still arrange. Such a large-scale operation cannot afford leniency. The strengths and weaknesses will be evident at a glance. The sovereign of the Forbidden Zone must ensure sufficient combat power on both sides. I believe the students we send should also be replaced by mirror phantoms within the mirror space, preventing anyone from discovering Lin Hanmo's issues in reality. I hope to secure another 20 or 30 translucent level materials. We could truly strike it rich. I will notify those children. They will receive rewards for coming. And surely no one would refuse, right? Upon witnessing Xie Yutang's agreement, Lin Hanmo smiled and said, let us schedule the competition for noon 3 days from now, allowing us a day or two to prepare our strategies. Then we shall determine the victor. As he spoke, he surveyed the 32 individuals present. Aside from the captain and the professors, I wish to challenge each and every one of you, as you wish. Li Dao was the first to speak, with several others stepping forward to announce their names. Chun Chong, C-Grade Soul Master, Garment. Crimson Demon Wolf, Candle Remnant Level. Li Li, D-Grade Soul Master, Garment. Red-Eye Giant Lizard. Candle Remnant Level. Chen Dia. As previously stated, all present wore garments modeled after the bizarre beasts of the misty Forbidden Zone, appearing grotesquely unappealing. The sight of them listing their names pained Lin Hanmo's eyes. However, considering that at least the outward appearance was satisfactory, he returned the gestures, thus fulfilling the agreement. As both sides dispersed, the onlookers watched Lin Hanmo vanish into the mist. Wearing his toad attire, Li Dao's expression darkened. The fury on his face now unmistakable, he turned to Xie Yutang's mirror doppelganger, saying, my lord, why not eliminate him now? We already possess the Jingku attire, and his mirror doppelganger is almost granted the authority for free movement. At this moment, the mirror doppelganger disguised as Xie Yutang also fell silent. The master says we must wait a while longer. His knowledge of the Qin dynasty is of utmost importance to the master. Moreover, we must ensure that Lin Hanmo's mirror doppelganger achieves flawless impersonation, as it is a crucial pawn for our infiltration into Huaxia. Li Dao hesitated, ultimately asking, but Xie Yutang is an A-grade soul master of Huaxia. Will he truly not recognize the underlying issues? He will not, the mirror specter confidently replied. Very well. Upon hearing this, Li Dao ceased his inquiries, merely stating, once Lin Hanmo's utility has expired, hand him over to me. I shall ensure he comprehends the cost of underestimating others. Having bid farewell to the crowd, Lin Hanmo returned to his chamber, simultaneously receiving a message from Xie Yutang. Lin Hanmo, what are your plans moving forward? Given the current situation, we could easily close the net before the battle begins, as soon as they arrive. This confrontation is wholly unnecessary. You may respond now. No one will discover. Lin Hanmo pondered for a moment before asking, Captain Xie? Is there a difference between closing the net during a confrontation and doing so beforehand? Hearing this, Xie Yutang promptly replied, none. As long as the net is closed before the confrontation concludes, there is no issue. Lin Hanmo chuckled. Then in that case, let us close the net during the confrontation and engage in a proper battle. This time, my friends and I shall summon the mythical creatures of Huaxia through sacrificial attire and decisively overcome them. Overcome? Xie Yutang echoed, rarely repeating a word. Defeating them seems improbable, as they possess far superior strength, but I will ensure they understand that the beasts of the misty Forbidden Zone are utterly insignificant when faced with the mythical creatures of Huaxia. Lin Hanmo murmured, already formulating his plans in the recesses of his mind. Within the exclusive sanctum of thought belonging to Huaxia, a tome entitled Shan Hai Jing gradually manifested, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Shan Hai Jing versus the Misty Anomalies. Chapter 81. The Gathering of Allies, Crafting the Ritual Garb. Huaxia's Sacrificial Attire, Summoning Mythical Beings from Huaxia to Combat the Misty Anomalies. Xie Yutong, momentarily taken aback, began to grasp Lin Hanmo's intentions. He immediately declared with a solemn tone, "Rest assured. We shall meticulously document the entire process of this confrontation. Should Lin Hanmo indeed manage to exert temporary dominance over the traitors using the Huaxia mythological sacrificial attire, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to their faith. Furthermore, if in the future the Misty Sovereign or the traitors were to publicly disseminate various information or recruit insiders, they could release the video as a means to undermine the credibility of their adversaries. Of course, this presupposes that Lin Hanmo and his companions can genuinely exert immense pressure on Li Dao and the others with their F-level prowess.as for the so-called Huaxia mythological beings. Lin Hanmo chose not to elaborate, nor did he feel inclined to inquire further. "Thank you for your efforts, Team Xie." Lin Hanmo expressed his gratitude. "It is we in the military who should be thanking you. You have no idea how Professor Qian and the others reacted when they heard you intended to challenge everyone," Xie Yutong replied with a smile. "Once this matter concludes, we can explain everything to them in detail." "Absolutely," Lin Hanmo nodded. Their conversation came to a close, and the dimly lit room gradually fell into silence. The mist once again enveloped everything around them. The following morning, as Lin Hanmo had just finished washing up, he heard a commotion outside his door. Brother Lin, is the big shot still asleep? Should we drop off our things first? I've made up my mind. Wherever Brother Lin goes, I shall follow. National Defense Yihan University, Modu University, or Qingbei University. Any of them will do. I'm not picky." Upon hearing these familiar voices, a smile naturally spread across Lin Hanmo's face. He donned the black dragon robe that had been hanging nearby all night and opened the door. Outside stood Zhang Lei, Zhang Qingqiu, Li Yeye, and others, each carrying a suitcase, appearing travel-worn from their hurried journey. All of them bore expressions of slight fatigue, clearly having arrived overnight. That moment, Xie Yutong's voice resonated in Lin Hanmo's mind. Our speculation was correct. The moment they entered the military district, they were swapped by the mirror demon. What lies before you are real individuals. Lin Hanmo felt a wave of relief wash over him as he hurried towards Zhang Lei and the others. "What brings you here so swiftly?" "Haha, Brother Lin. Did you expect otherwise?" The lean monkey hopped over excitedly and embraced Lin Hanmo. "Responding to your call, we brothers happened to catch the last flight together. It's all thanks to you, Brother Lin, that the military district special recruitment was thinking of us." Hearing the lean monkey's words, Lin Hanmo realized that Xie Yutong had evidently deceived them, omitting the truth. Thus, he opted not to reveal anything at that moment to avoid drawing suspicion. "Brother Lin, how are we going to fight?" We brought both the Qin military attire and the underworld garments. Zhang Qingqiu remarked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The military personnel who had invited her and Zhang Lei had shared details about the impending confrontation, piquing her interest. After all, opportunities to contend against several elite military squads from Huaxia, alongside prodigious students from various universities, were exceedingly rare. For a group like them, who had just awakened, it was an invaluable chance for practical experience. Moreover, this was an invitation from Lin Hanmo. How could they possibly decline? "No need to rush. You've been arranged accommodations, right? Rest up in your dormitory first, and we'll gather here at noon. This time, we shall don entirely new Huaxia attire." Entirely new Huaxia attire. Lin Hanmo's words served as a potent stimulant, instantly dispelling the weariness from their expressions. "What, again, Brother Lin? What is this new Huaxia attire? The Qin style, or something entirely unfamiliar?" "Haha, Brother Lin. It seems I've brought the right materials," the lean monkey exclaimed excitedly, slapping his waist pouch, causing an array of colorful firefly-grade materials to fly out. Clearly, this was his storage device. "Just use my materials. I mentioned during the college entrance examination that as long as we got out, we needn't worry about materials. There's plenty," the lean monkey boasted. "That I've also brought materials. Using mine is fine too," Chen Chang said as he began rummaging through his backpack. Lin Hanmo surveyed his teammates, suddenly feeling as though he was surrounded by affluent companions. "Given the circumstances, you all believe you can craft a remnant candle-grade attire within a day?" he inquired hesitantly. as this would determine their strategic approach for the upcoming confrontation. Lin Hanmo had a detailed blueprint for the attire in his mind and could construct a remnant candle-grade garment with 100 effective mental energy. Remnant candle-grade? That hesitation swept across everyone's faces. If given a detailed blueprint, I could attempt it within a day. Jiang Qingqiu ventured first. I'm afraid I may struggle. Crafting a remnant candle-grade attire poses a significant challenge regarding mental energy. While Firefly grade is relatively less taxing, the lean monkey admitted, he recognized that he lacked the qualifications to overreach. At least for now, he could not create a remnant candle-grade attire within a day. Brother Lin, what exactly are we aiming to create? Starting from remnant candle-grade. That's a level above what we encountered in previous instances, Zhang Lei inquired curiously. I wish to summon the mythological beings of Huaxia. Let the Shanhai Jing be unsealed. Chapter 82. The University Yihan Master Competition. The Huaxia Network unfolds. Shanhai Jing? The group paused in confusion. What is that? Zhang Lei asked with curiosity. Lin Hanmo elaborated. It is a record of the cultural and civilizational state during the pre-Qin era of Huaxia. Regarded as an ancient encyclopedia of society, the sacrificial attire we are about to craft is related to the contents of this book. Once donned, it will allow us to summon ancient divine beasts of Huaxia. Ancient divine beasts of Huaxia? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. An ancient encyclopedia of society? Chun Chung listened to Lin Hanmo's words, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. After returning to reality, he had intended to investigate Lin Hanmo's identity through his family's connections. But due to military protection, even his father lacked the authority to access any files on Lin Hanmo. They only knew that prior to awakening as a Yihan master, Lin Hanmo was an abandoned child. Having grown up alone, with no trace of his biological parents, he was, in essence, an extremely ordinary student. Yet, after awakening, Lin Hanmo's life seemed to accelerate into the fast lane. The black dragon robe, the Qin attire. And now the ancient encyclopedia of society. In the modern world where Huaxia civilization is less prominent, Lin Hanmo was akin to a living treasure of Huaxia. Qin's father had already advised him before coming to ensure that he befriends Lin Hanmo. Countless prominent figures eagerly anticipated Lin Hanmo's growth. Even being in Lin Hanmo's presence would garner considerable attention. Once the Qin attire becomes widespread throughout Huaxia, and once the crafting of Qin attire and etiquette becomes an indispensable subject in Huaxia's Yihan education, Lin Hanmo's influence will undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. The same sentiment remains. Only he can don the black dragon robe. As long as Lin Hanmo is alive, he embodies the representation of the Qin attire. The master of the Qin. I want to try crafting the remnant candle-grade attire too, Chun Chung thought, raising his hand enthusiastically. You may, Lin Hanmo replied with a smile and a nod. Everyone, please settle in and rest well to regain your energy. We will gather after lunch. All right, Zhang Lei and the others exclaimed with excitement. Lin Hanmo stepped forward to assist them with their luggage, escorting each individual to their assigned dormitories. Watching their figures, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. If possible, Lin Hanmo hoped to invite even more individuals to partake in this grand event. After all, how vast is the Shanhai? It can accommodate the Kunping, soaring for 90,000 miles without sight of the horizon. It can encompass the Buzhou mountain, bridging heaven and earth, its entirety shrouded in mystery. The 20 or so present could only replicate a few mythological beings at best. Speaking of mythological beings, what kind of attire should he craft for himself? Taotai? Or Yinglong? Or perhaps something not from the Shanhai Jing? Setting aside the Shanhai Jing, the first figure that came to Lin Hanmo's mind was that audacious monkey, the great sage Sun Wukong. In his previous life, its image had left an indelible mark on his childhood. Adorned with a golden crown of phoenix wings, clad in cloud-walking shoes of lotus silk, wearing a golden armor of chainmail, and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, its tales of battling 100,000 heavenly soldiers were well known in his previous life. The historical and cultural elements embedded within this great sage attire were undoubtedly formidable. If he could summon the great sage, Lin Hanmo felt he could truly contend against those D and C level traders. Yet, after some contemplation, he ultimately abandoned this idea. With limited time before the battle, he had to allocate more crafting time to create a remnant candle-grade attire based on the Shanhai Jing. There simply wasn't enough time to meticulously craft such an elaborate garment. The crown and other adornments were already rare treasures, requiring even greater care and refinement during creation, which would heavily deplete his mental energy and time. Moreover, that mirror doppelganger outside had not yet been dealt with. Lin Hamo did not wish to have a garment that could be replicated by a creature deemed a demon. However, after the examination concludes, he could consider crafting an attire that might be useful in battle. As soon as his thoughts were unleashed, a myriad of ideas surged forth in Lin Hanmo's mind. He even contemplated when he might have the opportunity to partake in another team competition. Envisioning the ample preparation time that would allow him to concoct a team attire inspired by the classic journey to the west, Tangsang, Shaoshang, Zhubeiji, by Longmut, even the likes of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, or the White Bone Spirit, he recalled that after the college entrance examination, there was seemingly a soul garment competition. He murmured, his memory of it not particularly vivid. The soul garment competition? The university championship? A sudden sound from ahead interrupted Lin Hanmo's reverie. He regained his focus and looked forward, surprised to see Lin Han appearing before him. She greeted him and then remarked, having just finished the college entrance exam, "You are already thinking about the upcoming university championship?" The university championship? Lin Hanmo was taken aback by her words. "You must be referring to the soul garment competition, right? It occurs every 3 years and is set to take place this September. While its scale may not rival that of the global college entrance exam, it is undoubtedly a contest of prodigies," Lin Han explained. Noticing Lin Hanmo's continued lack of recollection, she elaborated, "This is an internal event exclusive to major universities. Each institution conducts internal competitions to select its representatives, who then face off against representatives from other universities to determine the ultimate champion. The victorious university champion team earns the right to compete against champion teams from universities around the world. Compared to the college entrance exam, this event carries a certain degree of danger and mortality, especially since initially, they do not utilize the World Tree's garment space for combat. Are you interested in participating to broaden your horizons? No university representative team has ever included an F-grade soul garment master. You would need at least 2 or 3 more years of training to qualify, perhaps even aiming to join in your senior year." The university championship? Lin Hanmo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Engaging with students from various esteemed universities while garnering greater recognition to accrue legendary points. How could he possibly forego such an opportunity? As for his mental prowess, with 2 months at his disposal, attaining a higher level would be well within reach. Furthermore, the university championship clearly appeared to be a long-term competitive event, allowing him ample time to develop his skills. If necessary, he could even recruit a few seasoned juniors or seniors in the early stages. I wish to give it a try. It occurs every 3 years, and missing it would be a substantial loss," Lin Hanmo declared. "Well then, I shall await your good news," Lin Han replied, her excitement sparking a memory that I heard from Team Xie that you intend to create a garment inspired by a certain mythical creature from Huaxia? Not the attire of the Great Qin, I hope? Lin Hanmo paused, then chuckled as he clarified, "To be precise, it does relate to a text from the Great Qin era. The idea struck me when I saw them donning the Mist Beast garments. I need to see the final product to understand its full context. I see." Lin Han's eyes glimmered, and she continued, "Lin Hanmo, do you think their approach of seeking power from the ruler of the Forbidden Zone through the creation of Mist Beast garments is correct?" Lin Hanmo was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. This time, he did not respond immediately but pondered for a moment before stating, "Team Xie mentioned that this is a trial. After all, seeking power from the Mist Forbidden Zone does yield certain returns. However, it is undoubtedly a flawed endeavor." "Why do you say that?" Lin Han queried. "I've seen the power of those garments. They are immensely formidable, and the capabilities of the Golden Toad garment rival those of the Great Qin military. Because they are drawing upon the strength of our enemies," Lin Hanmo replied with a hint of perplexity in his expression. "Humans and mist beasts are inherently adversarial. Leveraging the power of such foes may yield results. Yet it inevitably harbors risks. Moreover, a mere century of a forbidden zone pales in comparison to our human civilization. What cultural and historical significance does the forbidden zone truly possess? In terms of historical depth, it cannot compete with that of humanity. Do you not agree?" His words flowed naturally, reflecting thoughts that any student might entertain, devoid of impropriety. Lin Han noticed his remarks, falling into a brief silence before promptly brightening her expression. "Indeed, you already possess the attire of the Great Qin military. Why would you need to rely on other sources of power? But enough of that, genius. You likely have no pressing matters this morning. Do you? How about we seize the opportunity while your companions rest and grab breakfast, followed by some supplementary lessons on Great Qin history?" Lin Hanmo was taken aback by her suggestion but smiled and nodded. Sure, he held on to his perspective that one should not waste the utility offered by those willing to assist. As they made their way to the officers' mess hall, Xie Yutong's voice resonated in Lin Hanmo's mind. Lin Hanmo, we have reached a stage where we can cast our net. Everyone is prepared, and the timing for the final netting is yours to determine. Simply call my name to signal the commencement of our actions. Upon hearing this, Lin Hanmo's final shred of apprehension dissipated entirely. He gazed ahead, nodding slowly in agreement. Then I wish you good fortune. Xie Yutong responded, suddenly adding, by the way, the mirror doppelganger beside you, Lin Han, has upgraded to at least a translucent level. It appears the ruler of the Forbidden Zone is truly investing significant resources. The mirror demon has been changed? Lin Hanmo, maintaining his composure, discreetly retrieved the jade seal from the leaves of the world tree. The moment he touched the seal, a grayish-white mist enveloped the surroundings. He glanced at Lin Han and, indeed, no longer saw the flickering crimson eyes of the mirror demon. She appeared as a genuine human. Had they upgraded to a higher level to prevent him from discovering something? Lin Hanmo furrowed his brow slightly, though he felt he shouldn't dwell on it, choosing instead to consider it from the perspective that the ruler of the Forbidden Zone was seeking to extract more from him. What's the matter? Lin Han noticed Lin Hanmo's gaze and turned to look at him with curiosity. It's nothing. He quickly retracted the jade seal, adopting a facade of normalcy as they continued toward the officers' mess hall. After breakfast and a morning spent working in the data room, Lin Hanmo gathered his team members again around noon. After a leisurely lunch with about 20 people, they requested an activity room to serve as their temporary garment-making space. This time, Lin Hanmo took the initiative, sketching out the general design for the ceremonial attire, and subsequently assigned detailed tasks to everyone based on the design. Jiang Lei and the others, having undergone a prior experience, naturally shared a tacit understanding. Soon, the room was illuminated by the activation of special materials. Simultaneously, in the real world, the mirror doppelgangers of Jiang Lei and his companions began to imitate their actions. However, as they had only just begun to mimic, their creations appeared quite clumsy, resulting in garments that were somewhat askew and far from exquisite. This prompted the military higher-ups observing from the skies to watch with incredulity. After all, they were using genuine special materials. What a waste. Truly a waste. Team Xie, why don't we just cast the net now? Someone couldn't help but inquire of Xie Yutong, who had returned to the skies. Before Xie Yutong could respond, an elderly man in military attire interjected, What's the rush? It's just a few materials. If we cast the net now, we'll merely earn less. Don't throw away the watermelon for a sesame seed. Besides, I genuinely want to see how this group of mirror doppelgangers performs. His words resonated with many. Indeed, I too wish to see how they perform. Theoretically, these mirror doppelgangers can imitate, but the Soul Garment Master's invocation should not be imitable. Right? That requires the infusion of mental energy. Are they planning to surrender en masse? That would be utterly disgraceful. Xie Yutong chuckled upon hearing this. I've already made arrangements. The leaders of each team are aware of the subsequent actions, and they will thoroughly test these mirror demons' offensive capabilities. From this point onwards, they will hold nothing back. As he spoke, he turned to Athena, who had remained silent. I've discussed this with Lin Hanmo. I will cover everything, including the mirrored space. Please keep a close watch on Lin Hanmo and their safety. Understood. Athena nodded slowly, a faint glow emanating from her hand. A golden long spear materialized within her grasp, and her magnificent gown began to radiate a shimmering silver scale armor, imbuing her with an air of solemnity. The grand net from Huaxia had been fully cast. It was only a matter of time before all enemies were ensnared. The agreed-upon day swiftly approached. On the third day, at noon, the figures of Li Dayo and his companions gradually materialized around the military district's Soul Garment combat stage. They had seemingly vanished for the past 2 days. Yet they still donned the previous attire of Forbidden Zone beasts, moving with an air of ease, as if utterly unconcerned with Lin Hanmo and his peers. Chapter 83. The Iron-Eating Beast. There's a 50 chance it's here to be adorable. Where is that Lin Hanmo fellow? Li Dayo strode confidently at the forefront, casually glancing around in the mist. His demeanor was remarkably relaxed, showing no signs of anxiety regarding the imminent battle. According to the intel from the higher-ups, the strongest opponent they faced was merely Lin Hanmo, classified as F rank. The remaining students were hardly worth mentioning. Even if that so-called huaxia attire was somewhat formidable, how much could it possibly exceed expectations? Here, the average rank was D, not to mention the minimum grade of their attire was at least candle level. This was an entirely different scenario from the attacking students during the college entrance examination. At this moment, Li Dayo and his companions held a threefold advantage in terms of rank and ability. In fact, they outnumbered Lin Hanmo's group by a few. They planned to show some leniency to Lin Hanmo. But the others were fair game. As long as they didn't kill anyone, Li Dayo reminded them. Somewhat bored, a fierce grin spread across the faces of his companions upon hearing this. Haha, rest assured. I'll play with them nicely. The military district competition, after all, carried a certain degree of risk. It was not uncommon for someone to lose an arm or a leg. Let me have those burly ones. My mantis attire is just a few pounds short of a promotion with some fresh human flesh. One of them, clad in green insectoid attire, had hands resembling sharp blades, and his eyes glinted with a faint crimson glow. Unlike the Qin military attire, the Mist Beast outfits of this group were described in more gruesome and bloody terms. The Qin military attire empowered the wearer through killing, while their Mist Beast attire grew stronger by consuming human flesh. After all, the beast gods had never regarded humans as equals, and the summoning attributes of their attire appeared even more savage. If humans continued to use such attire, there was a risk of becoming potential madmen. Li Dayo and his comrades were well aware of this, however, having chosen to ally with what they perceived to be a more powerful entity. Such a minor risk was insignificant, as long as they regularly unleashed their brutality and madness. They could maintain a semblance of emotional stability, preventing them from becoming true lunatics. Now was the time to indulge. As they spoke, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the other side of the mist. Upon hearing this, they slightly reined in their ferocity and madness, resembling beasts poised to hunt, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Why are they coming so slowly? At that moment, Li Dayo put on an act, donning a smile as he walked toward the direction of the footsteps in the mist. After taking just a couple of steps, he noticed the mist around him seemed to be impacted by some form of pressure, violently dispersing in all directions. Garments radiating the glow of candlelight suddenly materialized before his eyes. The sight of these extraordinary and previously unseen outfits left Li Dayo momentarily stunned. Ahead, guided by Xie Yutong, Lin Hanmo's figure emerged first. He had shed the black dragon robe, donning an outfit that was beast-like yet distinctly human in design. The attire was predominantly a deep blue, its surface seemingly etched with delicate scales. With each step he took, the blue shimmered like the starry river of the night sky, both profound and mysterious. The garments were adorned with intricate golden patterns that flowed like clouds, or perhaps the trajectories of stars. Imbued with dynamism and vitality, the golden designs sparkled in the sunlight, enhancing the attire's nobility and grandeur. Strangely, Li Dayo felt as though the brilliance of his own attire was overshadowed by Lin Hanmo, as if he were facing a formidable and unknown adversary, causing a surge of anxiety within him. This pressure emanated not only from Lin Hanmo. He sensed that a massive pack of fierce beasts was slowly approaching them. This prompted Li Dayo to glance suspiciously behind Lin Hanmo. Just as he anticipated seeing a particularly menacing and imposing outfit, his gaze was completely occupied by an adorable creature. Behind Lin Hanmo stood a youth clad in a black and white animal costume resembling that of a doll. The outfit was fluffy all over, topped with two round ears that bobbed playfully as he moved, exuding cuteness. The oversized doll outfit was impossible to overlook. The expressions of Li Dayo and his comrades froze. What is this? The pressure that had previously loomed over the traitorous group dissipated as they beheld the attire of Lin Hanmo's companions, their nerves vanishing into thin air. It was indeed just the doll-like outfit. The garments of the surrounding individuals appeared equally bizarre. There were outfits resembling enormous, blue whales, and others that looked fierce yet bore a somewhat shoddy quality, resembling mythical beasts. Pfft. Wait, little brother, did you come dressed like this to be adorable? Help, are you aware that you can't win? So you prepared this outfit to make us laugh to death? Ha ha ha. That chubby fish is also a beast outfit. Ha ha ha. This is killing me. At this moment, everyone erupted into loud laughter. Jiang Lei, standing beside Lin Hanmo, nearly wished for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. He was clad in that very black and white doll outfit, known as the iron-eating beast's priestly attire. To be frank, When Lin Hanmo sketched the design for this outfit, no one wished to make or wear it, even when Lin Hanmo assured them of its strength. I think there are other attires more suited for me. Chun Chang was the first to retreat behind the others. It's cute, but it doesn't fit my physique. The thin monkey felt somewhat relieved about his slender frame. It doesn't match my temperament. Even Li Yaya expressed her rejection. In the end, only Zhang Lei bore the burden alone. Upon Lin Hanmo crafting the attire, he realized how fortunate he was to have it. Shan Haijing, Iron-Eating Beast Priest Garb, level, candle level, effects. 1. Consumes 10 mental points to summon an Iron-Eating Beast, possessing strength exceeding the current attire level 1, immensely powerful, and attacks that ignore all defenses, usable once per day, lasting for half an hour. 2. Domain expansion. Consumes 100 mental points per minute to summon a remnant of Chiyu, one of the 3 ancestors of Huaxia, sea level. 3. Destiny. After summoning the Iron-Eating Beast, a judgment is made. If successful, all abilities of the Iron-Eating Beast are conferred upon the summoner. If unsuccessful, the Iron-Eating Beast's level vanishes, and its cuteness attribute rises to slanting sun level. Note: legend has it that there are 2 Iron-Eating Beasts. One is valiant in battle, while the other is solely adorable. Their master, Chiyu, once mistakenly rode the wrong mount. Zhang Lei could hardly articulate the emotions he felt upon reading these descriptions. Powerful? Undoubtedly. The attributes were nothing short of astonishing. Summoning a beast that exceeds the attire's level. This meant a candle-level outfit could summon a translucent-level Iron-Eating Beast, that is, a sea-level beast. Moreover, it only required 10 mental points. Beyond that was the ability of domain expansion. The title of the 3 ancestors of Huaxia. Just imagining it made Zhang Lei aware of how impressive it truly was. The only regret was the final destiny ability. Upon seeing that line, Zhang Lei felt an immense conflict. A seemingly heavenly attire could potentially reverse the situation in battle. 50 probability of gaining an extraordinary enhancement, and 50 chance of acquiring a cute beast with explosive adorability. Ultimately, Zhang Lei chose to accept it. The attributes were simply too tempting. He reasoned that his luck was decent enough. He wouldn't end up riding a cute beast upon entering the fray. Laugh, laugh. Just wait and see me take on 10 alone. Withstanding the mockery ahead, Zhang Lei muttered in response. His desire to win was undeniably ignited. Brother Lin, shall we proceed with our previous strategy? Lin Hanmo, upon hearing this, chuckled as he turned to Xie Yutong's mirror avatar and said, Xie team, let us commence. Xie Yutong's mirror avatar nodded in agreement and turned to Li Dao and his group. Are you all ready? Of course, let us see how strong these kids truly are. As Lin Hanmo confirmed the engagement, Li Dao didn't forget his masquerade, speaking to himself while promising everyone that if they performed exceptionally well, they dequalify for early recruitment. Hearing this, the thin monkey and the others were all eager to show off. They clamored and made their way to the battlefield. Kid, do you need us to let you a few? Li Dao, observing the clear numerical advantage of his side over Lin Hanmo, feigned. However, he had no actual intention of calling anyone down. After all, Lin Hanmo had previously stated he would take on all of them except for the captain and professor. If the other side now showed cowardice and made a request, he would relish the opportunity to mock them thoroughly. Unexpectedly, Lin Hanmo responded with a smile, shaking his head. No need, let us all come together. As he spoke, he turned to his teammates. We have confidence. Haha, good. Then we shall not hold back. Li Dao, in response, nodded towards Xie Yutong's mirror avatar. Xie Yutong's avatar immediately announced, Everyone, take your positions. From the center of the battlefield, retreat 50 meters. As the command was given, Li Dao and his companions maintained their nonchalant demeanor, even turning to stroll leisurely backward. Entirely disregarding Lin Hanmo and his group, as Lin Hanmo and his companions retreated, the slender monkey nervously inquired from the side. After completing their attire, they had also discussed their strategy for the impending confrontation. Essentially, their approach could be summarized in one word: speed. At the very onset of the battle, they would unleash their most formidable attacks at any cost. Following this initial surge, there would be no subsequent follow-up. This method would lead to rapid victories but equally swift defeats, leaving little room for maneuver. No one among them voiced any dissent regarding this strategy. After all, the disparity in strength between the two sides was overwhelmingly vast. Any tactic could easily become a farce in the face of absolute power. It was better to display their strongest state from the outset and engage in a fight. As they prepared, Lin Hanmo suddenly turned to them and whispered, "When the battle begins, we must not only act swiftly but also ruthlessly. Our goal is to eliminate them all. Kill them all." Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Hanmo's serious expression, their hearts filled with astonishment. What does Lin Gu mean by this? This competition was merely a mutual sparring session. How could it escalate to a life-and-death struggle? To this, Lin Hanmo merely replied, "Before coming here, did anyone hear anything about the mist beasts? Look at their appearance. Do they really resemble members of the military districts or universities? What does Lin Gu mean?" The slender monkey was momentarily dazed, but as he followed Lin Hanmo's train of thought and pondered it carefully, he began to sense something amiss. He was not a fool, yet having been summoned to the military district, who would have thought there could be issues with the personnel? Isn't the mist beast just some experimental gear? Jiang Qingqiu furrowed her brows and spoke up, "No, there's no need to worry. This time, we will only be attacking them," Lin Hanmo stated. "Once we unleash our onslaught, Captain Xie will come to our aid. This is also a trial he has set for us." The notion of a trial set by Xie Yutong carried significant weight, prompting those who were momentarily unclear about the situation to glance frequently at Xie Yutong's mirror doppelganger beside the arena, their minds racing with countless thoughts, with an A-grade soul attire master present. And bolstered by Lin Hanmo's words, they began to grasp the implications. "Damn, Lin Gu, you didn't inform us of such a significant matter? There are hidden tasks involved. So they are not really members of the military district or universities? I knew it. The more I looked at them, the more out of place they seemed. Lin Gu, you should have said this earlier. I could have directly insulted them." As they spoke, they had already retreated to a distance of 50 meters, gazing at Li Dao and his group from afar. "All right, both sides, take your positions," Xie Yutong's mirror doppelganger proclaimed, a flicker of light emanating from its hands. Soon, the entire soul attire arena resonated with a buzzing sound, and on the surrounding walls, strange materials accompanied by unique patterns began to subtly emerge. Everyone felt an intense compressive energy coalescing above the ground and in the sky, seemingly prepared to expel them at any moment. This was the protective mechanism of the soul attire duel arena, which could play a crucial role at critical junctures. Naturally, if someone's attack exceeded the maximum defensive capacity at any moment, injuries were inevitable. Lin Hanmo's admonition to show no mercy was precisely aimed at this rule. The duel begins. Xie Yutong's voice echoed from the heavens, and in that instant, Lin Hanmo and the others sprang into action. A multitude of candlelight and firefly-like glows erupted around them, illuminating their soul attire. Observing this, Li Dao sneered, his attire of the golden toad swelling, gradually radiating brilliance. "Humph, brothers, let us give them a warm welcome and show them our might. Summon the great golden toad god," he called out fervently to the heavens. In that moment, the surrounding mist began to swirl as Li Dao's entire being, along with his attire, was enveloped in a golden hue. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the mist. A massive figure seemed poised to dominate half the arena. It was a giant toad with blood-red eyes, its body exuding a golden liquid. Adorned with bubbles, its size far exceeded any creature they had encountered in textbooks. It inflated its cheeks, inhaling the surrounding mist as if preparing to consume everything. Chapter 84. The Might of the Gluttonous. The Golden Toad God, a being of at least B-grade dominance. As Lin Hanmo and the traders commenced their duel, many powerful figures in the sky remained vigilant, observing the colossal toad summoned by Li Dao. Numerous individuals felt a surge of trepidation. To be honest, it was the first time they witnessed someone summon a truly existing creature through soul attire. Was this being drawn from the gaps of history? It certainly didn't seem so. Just as they were about to engage in discussion, the gigantic golden toad emitted a fervent croak, quack, before the watchful eyes of all. Its mouths opened wide, revealing a gaping maw akin to a black hole. Instantly, a tremendous suction force erupted from its cavernous stomach. In that moment, the air surged violently. The mist surrounding them transformed into a vortex, swirling chaotically towards the gaping maw of the golden toad. The petite figure of Li Yeye was caught off guard and was swiftly drawn towards the golden toad's location. Fortunately, Jiang Lei extended his hand just in time to catch her. Otherwise, she might have been swallowed whole. The golden toad's belly seemed to possess an entire world within it, and its inhaling action appeared never-ending. as if it could consume infinitely. Moreover, as the golden toad continued to absorb, the vortex leading to its mouth grew increasingly ferocious. Soon even Zhang Lei felt as if he were being lifted off the ground. "Haha, is this all the strength they possess?" Li Dayue scoffed, even feeling an illusion that he could single-handedly take on Lin Hanmo and the rest. Of course, this was merely an illusion. "Chen Cheng." Lin Hanmo turned to the tall, robust youth behind him. At this moment, he donned an attire reminiscent of a human with a sheep's body, his hands clad in gloves resembling the claws of a fierce tiger. This was the attire Lin Hanmo had specifically designed to counter the golden toad. The gluttonous sacrificial garb, however, since it was crafted by Chen Cheng based on a design, its appearance was somewhat comical. Nevertheless, the true gluttonous garb Lin Hanmo had encountered in the library emanated a ferocity that seemed to have crawled out from the abyss of antiquity, each line imbued with violence and wildness. It was not an ordinary garment but a symbol of mysterious and malevolent power. The attire was predominantly dark, resembling a sky consumed by night, dense and oppressive. Adorning it was an embroidered image of the gluttonous beast, a ferocious creature with a gaping maw that seemed ready to devour everything. Its eyes glimmered with a ghostly red light, reminiscent of a demon's gaze, exuding an endless aura of evil and greed. The edges of the garment were lined with sharp metallic shards that sparkled coldly and sharply in the light, as if they could slice through the air at any moment, unleashing a force of destruction. The texture of the garment was chilling. It seemed crafted from the hide of some unknown creature, cool and hard to the touch, like frozen snake skin, emanating a cold and terrifying aura, compared to the authentic gluttonous sacrificial garb. Chen Cheng's creation was evidently a crude imitation. Nonetheless, even so, the power of the gluttonous garb remained formidable. Shan Haijing, gluttonous attire, level, remnant candle level, effects. 1. Consumes 100 points of mental energy to summon the gluttonous beast for 5 seconds. The gluttonous beast possesses a strong devouring nature, and each summoning must conclude with a sacrificial offering of an attire of the same level. 2. Domain expansion. Unfold the Shanhai scroll. 3. Devour. Each time a devour of the same level occurs, the materials of the gluttonous garb will autonomously increase in level. 4. Mental instability. Negative can summon the gluttonous beast a maximum of twice within 30 days. Otherwise, the summoner will acquire the trait of gluttony for a certain period. Note: this is a true mythological beast. As Chen Cheng completed the attire and showcased its attributes to the crowd, he garnered a wave of astonishment. Compared to the minor negative effects possibly stemming from incomplete craftsmanship, the might of the gluttonous garb undoubtedly far surpassed that of an ordinary remnant candle level. Not to mention, it also possessed the ability to grow stronger through devouring. All right. Hearing Lin Hanmo's voice, Chen Cheng let out a low shout and leaped directly towards the mouth of the golden toad. Huh. This seemingly self-destructive act left Li Dayue and the others momentarily stunned, rendering them unable to respond effectively. After all, in their eyes, Lin Hanmo and his companions were mere novices to be trampled upon at will. A disdainful mindset stemming from their very core. Thus, those who should have been ready to strike or interrupt Chen Cheng simply stood by, watching as he approached the golden toad's mouth, waiting for him to dive right in. Gluttonous. At that moment, Chen Cheng roared, injecting nearly all his mental energy into his attire. In an instant, the gluttonous garb on him radiated even more brilliance. Following that, a powerful aura erupted from Chen Cheng, as if a slumbering beast had awakened, emanating a pressure that sent chills down the spines of those around him. The air surrounding them seemed to solidify under the weight of an ominous presence, sending a shiver of trepidation through the crowd, as if a colossal shadow lurked in the darkness, watching their every move. No, something was amiss. Li Dayue felt a chill run down his spine as he contemplated taking action. But it was already too late. However, the summoned golden toad clearly had its own intentions. At the moment the sense of crisis emerged, the golden toad's pupils widened dramatically. From its swirling, elongated mouth, a massive, slimy tongue shot forth, ensnaring Chen Cheng, who appeared to have failed in his summoning, and yanked him in, swallowing him whole ribbit. The toad croaked twice, puffing its cheeks, its expression oddly human-like in its mockery. What? The sudden twist of fate startled the high-ranking individuals in the sky. As they beheld the devoured Chen Cheng, many among them immediately fell into a state of panic. This is bad. Something has gone awry. Quickly! Inform Team Xie. Initiate action to rescue Cheng. Cheng has been a bit too reckless. Some murmured, ready to take action, but were halted by a golden spear. It was Athena who intervened. Do not panic. He is unharmed. She spoke, her eyes glinting with gold, her expression tinged with surprise. Something is amiss with the golden toad. Something is amiss with the golden toad? The crowd froze at her words. They turned to look down, and the golden toad's mocking expression remained unchanged, betraying no signs of danger. Instead, the people behind Lin Hanmo appeared increasingly anxious. Until, from the belly of the golden toad, a roar erupted, a sound that was neither beastly nor human. Roar. Accompanying the sound, the golden toad's abdomen swelled rapidly, as if some entity within was expanding relentlessly. Ribbit. The golden toad's pupils dilated alarmingly, its mouth agape, as if attempting to expel some creature. But before it could act, a violent explosion erupted from its belly. In an instant, the golden toad's abdomen was torn open by a pair of fierce claws. A pitch-black shadow burst forth, and the severely injured toad god let out a mournful wail, its form becoming increasingly ethereal. This is bad. Everyone, attack together. Li Dao, witnessing the golden toad's dire state, was taken aback. He whispered in fury, seemingly channeling his mental energy in an attempt to mend the toad's wounds and restore its strength. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. As soon as Taotai emerged, it unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound waves reverberating throughout the battleground, causing the Soul Masters attempting to summon other mist beasts to cover their ears, momentarily incapacitated. It extended its massive claws and seized the still panic-stricken golden toad. The toad struggled, attempting to break free from Taoye's grasp, but its strength appeared insignificant before the monstrous entity. Taotai opened its gaping maw and swallowed the toad whole. The toad emitted a piercing scream within Taoye's throat. But soon it was engulfed by the creature's gastric juices in tandem. The golden toad attire on Li Dao exploded violently, causing him to vomit blood repeatedly, his expression turning exceedingly wan. With the toad's disappearance, Taoye's form grew even larger, as if it had absorbed the toad's power. Its eyes turned an even deeper crimson, emanating an aura of brutality and greed. It seemed intent on continuing its voracious consumption of everything around it. Alas, its form dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke just 2 seconds later. The divine beast summoned by Qiansheng had only appeared for 5 seconds, yet it had utterly vanquished Li Dao's golden toad god. Moreover, it had destroyed a piece of residual candle-level attire. At that moment, the crowd began to understand Lin Hanmo's intentions in wanting to challenge Li Dao and the others. He had not lied. This explosive power had directly incapacitated a C-level soul master, rendering the opponent temporarily unable to fight. The might of Taotai was indeed terrifying. Chapter 85. The response of the mirror demons, strike. As the situation took such a drastic turn, Lin Hanmo was already prepared. He barked a command, the brilliance of his residual candle-level attire intensifying. The azure scales of the garment gradually enveloped his entire body, as if aiming to cocoon him entirely, merging with his form. Accompanying the transformation, the azure scales seemed to imbue a lifelike quality, birthing a colossal beastly shadow within Lin Hanmo's being. The azure shadow gradually shimmered with golden hues, sprouting wings from its back. Cloaked in scales and mist, rendering its precise shape difficult to discern. Its emergence summoned a chilling wind, causing the entire battleground to tremble. Correspondingly, Lin Hanmo's complexion paled, as if he had expended considerable mental energy. The creature he summoned from the classic of mountains and seas appeared even more formidable. After all, this was the attire of the Yinglong. After confirming the sacrifice attire for his teammates, Lin Hanmo deliberated for a moment, ultimately opting for the Yinglong outfit. Firstly, the Yinglong itself held the title of the progenitor of dragons in Chinese mythology, and it bore a slight connection to the black dragon robe he frequently donned. Secondly, since they were all attired in garments from the classic of mountains and seas, perhaps there would be corresponding auxiliary benefits in a group battle. Based on these considerations, Lin Hanmo ultimately crafted the Yinglong sacrificial attire for himself. The resulting attributes also met his expectations. Amidst the flurry of thoughts, the golden-hued Yinglong shadow flicked its tail, which was adorned with dragon scales. In the skies, a surge of energy emanated from its tail. Rapidly expanding outward, The previously dispersed mist grew denser, enveloping the entire battleground in an instant, obscuring everyone's line of sight. As the mist thickened, the crowd sensed a shift in their surroundings. The previously discernible spatial distance evaporated entirely. It was as if the arena that had confined their duel had vanished, and they had entered an endless expanse. To corroborate this notion, a sound reminiscent of a whale's call echoed through the fog. Deceit and trickery, witnessing Li Daio's abrupt loss of combat capability due to the surprise attack. The remaining traitors dared not act foolishly, each activating their summoning abilities. Horizontal Mountain Mantis God, Ninely Fox Demon God. The resplendent radiance emanating from the residual candle-level attire erupted from the mist, and one by one, monstrous figures with glaring crimson eyes emerged. There were giant mantises with flapping wings, surrounded by a swirling aura of monstrous blood. There were fox-like beings reminiscent of certain Chinese fox demons, each tuft of fur seemingly ablaze. Compared to the golden-toed god, they evidently possessed greater intelligence. From the moment they were summoned, they exhibited a human-like demeanor. The fox with a human face surveyed its surroundings before uttering in a raspy voice, "Is this the human world?" The words of the fox sent a chill through the hearts of all the military leaders in the skies. They were already aware that the Mist Sovereigns possessed extraordinary intelligence. However, this was the first time they encountered a Mist Sovereign capable of human speech. Would such a summoned Mist Sovereign become aware of the military's arrangements in advance? As unease crept into their hearts, suddenly, all the Mist Sovereigns appeared to undergo subtle changes in expression, turning in unison to gaze at a particular spot within the mist. There, the whale-like calls grew increasingly melodious. Accompanied by the sound, the mist gradually receded, revealing the outline of a colossal beast-eye, resembling a mountain, to all present. Within it, the silhouettes of all the Mist Sovereigns were clearly reflected. As the battle between the classic of mountains and seas and the mist beasts raged on. In reality, a team of mirror demons led by Lin Hanmo's mirror avatar engaged with the genuine military team members and teachers and students from various prestigious schools. Surprisingly, these mirror demons also pretended, infusing their special attire with mental energy. Subsequently, a series of fearsome beastly apparitions were summoned. The shapes and forms of these beings were unfamiliar to everyone, yet their imposing presence was undeniable. This revelation exchanged glances among the team leaders, who had already received specific information regarding the duel. The mimicry ability of these mirror demons seemed even more formidable than they had anticipated. Is this what they referred to as the classic of mountains and seas Chinese divine beasts? One of the team leaders murmured softly, Chapter 86. In the North Sea, there exists a fish, and its name is Kuan. If the military leaders in the skies had the leisure, they would undoubtedly inform them that the replicas created by the mirror demons were far from the true divine beasts of the classic of mountains and seas. The genuine Chinese divine beasts were mightier and more magnificent than the ferocious creatures fabricated by the mirror demons. When that eye, reminiscent of a mountain, emerged from the mist, every observer held their breath. Even the summoned Mist Sovereigns trembled at the sight of that eye, their monstrous forms quaking with a sense of dread. What is that? The still conscious Li Daio gazed at the prehistoric creature before him. His voice trembling, the creature's obsidian pupils bore no trace of illusion. It seemed like some mythological being summoned by an attire of B rank or higher. It was worth noting that even the Mist Sovereigns they summoned displayed some ethereal qualities. Amidst the tumult of thoughts, the whale-like calls grew increasingly resonant and immense. The surrounding mist was swiftly cleared away. In an instant, a brilliant radiance cascaded from the heavens, compelling the gathered souls, enveloped in familiar mist and somber surroundings, to squint against the sudden illumination. As their eyes adjusted to the light and they surveyed their surroundings, they discovered that the familiar arena of the garment souls had utterly vanished. In its stead floated verdant islands, rising majestically from the ether. Surrounding these islands was a colossal creature resembling a blue whale, swaying gently, its immense form seemingly vanishing into the horizon, completely eluding their gaze. My Geodai in the ranks of the traitor squad. Countless eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the scene before them, a sense of despair burgeoning within their hearts. This is what they had summoned? Impossible! To call forth such a massive being would require an unimaginable expenditure of spiritual energy. This mirage. Cough. This space cannot be so vast. It is an illusion. It must be an illusion. "Great sovereign, please dispel this illusion before us," one of the traitors bellowed in fury. Yet, the rulers of the Forbidden Zone, each with grave expressions, scrutinized the creature in the sky and did not move. Finally, the fox demon spoke slowly. "It is not an illusion." "Not an illusion?" Li Daio's eyes widened in disbelief, his incredulity impossible to conceal. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he witnessed the creature circling the islands violently flick its tail. Perhaps due to its massive size, this action appeared somewhat sluggish to the onlookers. However, 3 seconds later, as the tail swung once more, a ferocious gale erupted, sweeping through the floating islands, transforming the surrounding soil and gravel into a myriad of invisible blades hurtling towards them. Woo! The violent wind instantly stung Li Daio and the others' faces painfully. A moment's carelessness could leave them wounded by the flying debris. Their garments, in the face of such a tempest, proved woefully inadequate, and even the summoned divine phantoms began to waver. Alas! Though this creature's level was exceedingly high, the one who summoned it was pathetically weak. The Mist Ruler, the Fox Demon, said coolly, her fox tail swaying gently as a pink barrier rapidly rose around them, halting all attacks beyond its confines. The howling wind could not breach the barrier even by a step. "Can you tell me, what is its name?" the Fox Demon inquired with keen interest, turning her gaze towards an island that appeared vacant ahead. Soon, a female voice responded from within. "In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan. Its size is unfathomable, spanning thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called Pong." The maiden's voice seemed to echo the Fox Demon's inquiry. But along with her words, the earth-shattering Kuan underwent a transformation. Chapter 87. Mirage, Iron Eater Beast. The massive Kuan, resembling a floating continent, gradually morphed in the eyes of the crowd, swiftly becoming a resplendent Pong. Its skin gleamed black. Wings spread wide like clouds descending from the heavens. Roar! Its cry pierced the sky, and at that moment, its form plummeted like a meteor towards the Fox Demon and the other rulers of the Forbidden Zone. At that instant, the surrounding clouds surged, as if a towering mountain were crashing down from the sky. The approaching gale bore a tremendous weight, causing Li Daio and the other traitors to blanch in horror. They frantically infused their garments with spiritual energy, even as their faces turned pale from the exertion, refusing to hold back. They struggled to solidify the forms of the Mist Mantis God and the other Mist rulers above. Striving to unleash their utmost power, below, the Mist rulers also felt the pressure akin to that of a mountain. Faced with such overwhelming force, some of the inherently savage rulers could no longer suppress their natures. Their eyes turning crimson as they emitted beast-like roars and charged towards the Pong in the sky. It was as if they sought to tear the mountain-like Pong asunder in an instant. An immensely powerful wave of energy coalesced around the Mist rulers, transforming into a ferocious flame that collided violently with the Peng's form. At the moment of contact, Li Daio and the others, including the military leaders in the sky, instinctively squinted, bracing themselves for a cataclysmic explosion. Yet, the outcome was entirely beyond their expectations. Visibly, the gigantic Pong shattered into pieces upon collision with the Julie Fox Demon, dispersing into billowing clouds, dissipating into the cosmos. The colossal energy surged through the Peng's body without any obstruction, shooting straight into the sky, vanishing into nothingness. In that moment, even the Mantis God, poised to carve into the Peng's flesh, swung its dual blades at empty air. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Where is the Pong? Has it vanished? Is it invisible? What use is such a large invisibility? Wait, no, that's not right. Among those present, aside from Lin Hanmo and the other F-grade garment souls, who among them was not battle-hardened, they immediately grasped the underlying truth. The Pong was merely a ruse. The most powerful attack was the gale unleashed by its tail. Its purpose was to intimidate and paralyze its foes. After all, how could this F-grade garment soul possess such immense power to contend with so many C-grade garment souls? Especially when both sides were of closely matched garment ranks. But why did the Pong seem so real? As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a mass of clouds in the sky suddenly began to shift. Soon, a creature of resplendent brilliance, adorned with a long horn on its forehead and covered in golden scales like a serpent, gradually revealed itself. It opened its maw, seemingly exhaling an invisible gas into the air. With its movements, the entire space became increasingly solidified, imbued with an overwhelming sense of reality. Even an island began to materialize above the fox demon, poised to crash down upon them. However, the mantis simply waved its arm, causing the islands to dissipate like mist, fake, or rather, an illusion. This was the result of two mythical creatures from Chinese lore working in tandem. In an instant, everyone comprehended the situation. Alas, it was already too late. The fox demon with a human face in the sky was the first to react, snorting coldly as it swiftly darted towards Li Dao and the others. Its fox tail flicked lightly, and the ground, previously devoid of life, began to radiate with dazzling light. There stood Lin Hanmo and the others. This was the plan they had devised from the outset. Utilizing the effects of the garments from the classic of mountains and seas, they aimed to temporarily distance all opposing deities, then stealthily assault the garment's true form for a decisive strike. Capture the leader first, for if the garment were to shatter, no matter how powerful the summoned deities were, they would inevitably dissipate into the air. This was their most effective strategy. As for the ability to create illusions, that golden dragon shape was the Shindao from the classic of mountains and seas. Renowned for its skill in crafting illusions, mirage, coupled with the immense form of the Kuan, it delivered a profound shock to all. At this moment, their goal had been achieved. Heaven above, could one be so unfortunate? Zhang Lei roared, as the Iron Eater beast attire he wore radiated a candle-like glow. Following that, black and white colors began to swirl before his eyes. The summoning of the Iron Eater beast was commencing. If it was black, it would be the battle-ready Iron Eater beast. If it was white, Zhang Lei resolved to charge forward, even if it meant adorably overwhelming the opposition. After all, he possessed the charm of the setting sun level. Surely, he could not be Chiyu, could he? Perhaps his prayers bore fruit. Ultimately, the pure black orb lingered before him. Splendid. Zhang Lei's heart soared with joy. He felt an invisible force surge wildly throughout his body. In an instant, his form swelled within the oversized black and white bear costume, his bones cracking audibly as he grew taller, resembling a small mountain. While the once bulky costume now fit him perfectly, correspondingly, a plump, black and white Iron Eater beast materialized from the void. Yet, when the chosen black orb fused into its body, the Iron Eater beast emitted a roar reminiscent of an ancient beast. Following that, its size swelled like Zhang Lei, muscles becoming increasingly pronounced as hard, sharp scales grew in layers, as if clad in a natural suit of armor. Its skin took on a deep gray hue. Eyes glinting with ferocity, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Sharp tusks and robust jaws stood out, seemingly capable of severing anything in existence. Roar! The Iron Eater beast let out a deafening roar, its massive form flashing like a specter beside Li Dao and the others. And before their horrified gazes, it opened its jaws wide and bit down fiercely. In an instant, the mist attire surrounding Li Dao was utterly shredded, and in tandem, a mist ruler in the sky disintegrated without a trace. Roar! At that very moment, a dark green figure emerged behind Zhang Lei. The mantis god, armed with its sharp mandibles, had raised its forelimb blade high, poised to strike at Zhang Lei's form. The astute rulers were not fools. They too opted for a change. Summoned by the C-grade garb, it evidently possessed a significantly enhanced agility attribute. Be why the time Zhang Lei reacted, the dark green flash of the blade, accompanied by the scarlet gaze of the mantis god, had already descended upon him. With a ripping sound, the sensation was not that of a sharp blade piercing flesh as he had imagined. The blade merely grazed a surface that resembled the hardest of scales, leaving only a shallow cut. Humph! Zhang Lei pivoted, his left hand clenched into a fist, and with a beastly paw resembling scales, he struck fiercely at the grotesque head of the mantis god. A resounding thud echoed. A piercing scream of agony erupted from the mantis goddess' mouth. A substantial chunk of its insectoid head was obliterated by Zhang Lei's blow. This was the ability bestowed by the iron-eating beast, the capacity to ignore defenses. Chapter 88. The Net Titans. Is the illusionary battle coming to an end? Following the success of their initial ambush, Lin Hanmo and his companions paid no heed to the expenditure of their mental energy. Nor did they consider the necessity of reducing their output for a brief recovery. They fervently invoked the mythical beasts from the Shanhaijing through their garb, striving to extract the last vestiges of their mental fortitude. Such an assault evidently yielded commendable results. The Mist Dominators were forcefully suppressed, rendered incapable of mobilizing their attacks for effective counteraction within a short span. Seizing this opportunity, Chunsheng and his comrades valiantly attacked the pile of traitors, inflicting severe wounds upon several of them. Yet, that was where it ended. The Firefly-level garb was manageable, but the remnant Candle-level garb from the Shanhaijing series demanded a considerable amount of mental power. Their ability to endure for 2 to 3 minutes was already remarkable. A single burst of energy could only come once. As Jiang Lei began to show signs of fatigue, it seemed like a chain reaction. As the weak monkey and others turned pale, utterly incapable of maintaining the summoning of the Shanhaijing beasts one after another, the phantoms of divine beasts dissipated like bubbles, and nearly all the Mist Dominators were liberated. The disparity in mental power between C-grade Garment Soul Masters and F-grade Garment Soul Masters was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Heh, kid. Finally out of mental energy. Huh. The suppressed traitors revealed their vicious visages, their eyes reddening with a desire to tear apart their adversaries in vengeance for their earlier humiliation. It was over. The weak monkey wailed, deliberating whether to continue enduring the beatings or concede on the spot. When Lin Hanmo's voice echoed from behind him, "Xie team, tighten the net, tighten the net." Lin Hanmo's voice caught the weak monkey and the others off guard. Before they could react, a melodious and serene tune accompanied by fervent prayers resounded from the heavens. The slumbering abode belonged to the goddess's realm. The essence of death lay in tranquility and silence. Listening to this sound, everyone in the arena suddenly found peace, as if entrapped in a peculiar state of suspension. Soon after, a heavy drowsiness enveloped their eyelids, akin to having not slept for days, an overwhelming urge to succumb to slumber. The ancient Greek, the nocturne of the goddess of night. Lin Gu, what's happening? The weak monkey recognized it. Wanting to say something, but his form collapsed to the ground, plunging into a deep sleep. This nocturne showed no distinction between friend and foe. Lin Hanmo's eyelids began to droop as well, yet he gritted his teeth against the pull of sleep until he witnessed Li Dao's terrified expression as he crumpled to the ground, prompting him to abandon his resistance and succumb to unconsciousness. My task is thoroughly completed now, isn't it? Lin Hanmo mused before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, radiant beams of light cascaded from the skies as the netting operation between reality and the mirrored space commenced simultaneously. The squad members engaged in fierce battles, and the students from various universities were still oblivious to the unfolding events, when a multitude of at least B-grade powerhouses emerged onto the battlefield, systematically pinning down Lin Hanmo and his companions. Only after receiving a brief explanation did they realize that they had not been fighting Lin Hanmo and the others at all, but rather the C-grade mirror demons. Damn! I knew these students were incredibly formidable. This exchange of mental power made me feel as though I was on the verge of defeat. A military squad member expressed his lingering dread. During the recent confrontation, he had felt no discernible difference in strength between himself and the new recruits on the opposite side. He was frightened, thinking that the newcomers had grown so powerful. To be honest, if this battle continued for much longer, he felt he might very well be exhausted to death by the opposition. C-grade. No shame in that. No shame at all. Such a significant operation. Even we had to keep it under wraps. What a big catch this is. Is there any reward for us in this garb? At least we contributed. A Garment Soul Master gazed at the military powerhouses harvesting the mirror demons, salivating translucent grade materials. So many. Previously, such things could only be found in the most perilous mist zones. These individuals, after receiving a rough briefing, were astonished yet merely felt a sense of lament. Meanwhile, Lin Han, who had been listening to all of this from the side, was utterly bewildered. She had voluntarily applied to be dispatched, genuinely wanting to gain insight into the detailed circumstances surrounding the Qin garb. Who would have thought that she would encounter such a situation? So, the Lin Hanmo who had been working with me for 3 days was actually a mirror demon in disguise. The Qin information I copied might very well be erroneous. Lin Han felt somewhat disheveled. On the other side, Athena, wielding a golden spear, descended beside the slumbering Lin Hanmo, her gaze sweeping the surroundings with a slight frown. One has escaped. She spoke slowly. Xie Yutang's voice promptly sounded from behind her. Lin Han's mirror demon is missing. I only managed to capture a lower-grade mirror demon disguised as Lin Han, while the original one vanished along with the skeletal building. She seems to be a substantial catch, possibly B-grade, or even A-grade, Xie Yutong stated solemnly. The ability to evade his area of effect attacks greatly indicated that it was likely an A-grade mirror demon. This was undoubtedly the presence of a dominator of the Forbidden Zone. The opponent managed to arrive in the mirrored space at this moment and linger briefly. This is not a good omen. The mirrored space has a unique origin, and mirror demons are exceptionally skilled in such abilities. Failing to capture it is quite normal. Our Huaxia will swiftly develop corresponding garment capabilities to counter the mirrored space based on the captured mirror demon. All right, Athena nodded, then suddenly said, I will remain here for a moment. Awaiting Lin Hanmo's awakening. Awaiting Lin Hanmo's awakening? Xie Yutong was taken aback, immediately realizing that this was to converse with Lin Hanmo. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately nodded, no problem. This incident owes a great deal to the goddess's assistance. The promised rewards will be delivered shortly. With that, their conversation concluded, and Athena's figure swiftly vanished within the mirrored space. Xie Yutong did not depart immediately. Instead, he brought Lin Hanmo, the weak monkey, and the others back to reality. It was only after seeing them being meticulously protected by military experts that he turned to leave and attend to the aftermath. Sleep is eternally longed in the depths of slumber. Lin Hanmo felt as though he had arrived in a garden filled with swirling purple petals. Here, night dominated the sky. Everything appeared serene and harmonious. He gazed around, noticing a faint mist hovering at the garden's perimeter, seemingly obstructed by some force, unable to penetrate fully. Chapter 89. Pack and take away. Where is this place? Lin Hanmo sought to explore briefly, yet was overcome by dizziness. His consciousness seemed to gradually awaken. Lin Hanmo? Lin Hanmo. Zhang Qingqiu's voice echoed around him, causing his body to spin within the boundless darkness, eventually landing in a certain location. Lin Hanmo slowly opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reclined on a movable hospital bed. Nearby, Zhang Qingqiu and a few teammates were present, but only Zhang Qingqiu and the weak monkey were awake. They were in the process of rousing their still sleeping comrades. Almost instinctively, Lin Hanmo sat up, reached into his pocket for a leaf from the world tree, and retrieved the jade seal, utilizing its peculiar ability to survey his surroundings. Here was an indoor basketball court, now teeming with various garment soul masters clad in military green. Bright sunlight streamed through the entrance and transparent skylights, casting a warm glow. The pervasive mist that had once stretched across the sky had vanished. The jade seal showed no response. Xie Yutong's plan had succeeded. He had returned to reality. Brilliant. You've shouldered a monumental task while keeping it from us, Zhang Qingqiu, who had awakened him, remarked with a smile. Such a significant event, and you didn't mention it earlier. Had I known, I would have been much harsher during our duel. Clearly, the early risen Zhang Qingqiu had already gleaned the general situation from the military squad. She bore no ill will towards Lin Hanmo, merely feeling regret for not having acted with more ferocity during their previous battle, wishing she had delivered a more thorough thrashing to Li Dayo and the others. Next time we have the chance, we'll have another match. Lin Hanmo responded with a smile. Let us hope not. If we encounter them again, it may very well be a fight to the death. Considering Captain Xia won't always be with us, let's wait a few years until we develop further. Then, it will be a true confrontation. The weak monkey sidled over, excitement radiating from him. Lin Gu? You really stood out today. I just found out that the actual recruitment teachers from the universities are already watching our battle videos. Displaying their prowess, all performances can be recorded live on site. As for the others, as long as they meet the subsequent scoring criteria for release, there should be no issues. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Hanmo's smile broadened. This was indeed the reason he endeavored to invite Shouho and his companions. It could be seen as a form of compensation. Although Xie Yutong was present, the matters at hand were still quite perilous. Just now, the admissions officers from 3 schools approached my brother and me, offering us both generous admission conditions, Zhang Qingqiu remarked, then shifted her tone. However, we intend to reconsider. Lin Hanmo, which school are you planning to choose? Yes, brother Lin. Which one are you going for? My brothers are ready to follow your lead. Shouho inquired eagerly. Well, that I am more inclined towards the National Defense Yihan University, but I have yet to discuss it with them, Lin Hanmo replied with a wry smile. National Defense Yihan University. Shouho fell into deep thought. Then suddenly his eyes sparkled. Brother Lin, if you trust me, I can inquire about the admission conditions and gauge the atmosphere at the three schools, especially at National Defense Yun. My family has been in business for generations. I can definitely handle this. Tio test the waters on his behalf? Lin Hanmo nodded in agreement, feeling there was no harm in it. Just as he was about to consent, he heard Jiang Qingqiu say from the side, "Wait. Take me along too. When the time comes, we'll tell the admissions team that whoever admits Lin Hanmo will also take Zhang Lei along." Oh? Shoho's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What a brilliant idea. Jiang Qingqiu and Zhang Lei are no mere burdens. They are top-tier students ranking among the top 30 globally in the college entrance examination. If they are tied to Lin Hanmo, the conditions and benefits he could receive would be maximized. To recruit Lin Hanmo while gaining two geniuses in return, this deal is a surefire profit. Chapter 90. Athena's Request. After entrusting the matter of revealing his hand to Shoho, Lin Hanmo refrained from interjecting. After a brief discussion, Jiang Qingqiu and Shoho requested Lin Hanmo to remain and continue waking the others, while they directly exited the basketball court, rushing outside. Just as Lin Hanmo stood up to rouse the slumbering Zhang Lei, a soldier resembling a non-commissioned officer approached, extending a hand warmly. "Lin Hanmo, greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Jia, the captain of the Volcano Squad." Volcano Squad? The name sounded somewhat familiar to Lin Hanmo, who promptly shook the captain's hand. "Captain Wang, it's a pleasure to meet you. We have heard about your exploits in the Mist World. You performed exceptionally well, commendable indeed." Wang Jia spoke with enthusiasm, then shifted the subject. "I wonder if you have any thoughts about joining our Volcano Squad after graduation?" Volcano Squad? Before Lin Hanmo could respond, a cacophony of voices erupted from behind. "Well, Wang Jia, UVE dismissed us just to come here and scout for recruits. Haven to you, little Lin. Join our squad, Lin. Our squad offers the best benefits. Don't listen to Wang Jia." Lin Hanmo felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing these voices and turned to see a throng of officers in military green uniforms encircling him. A quick inquiry revealed that these were members of 5 elite military district teams ready to engage him in reality. Realizing the situation was concluding, they were there to finalize Lin Hanmo's ultimate allegiance. This time, no one was coming to his rescue. After much persuasion, Lin Hanmo managed to secure a notebook and recorded the phone numbers of all the captains before successfully convincing everyone to disperse. Just as he was about to catch his breath, Xie Yutong arrived fashionably late. "Lin Hanmo, come out with me for some fresh air. I need to see someone." "Who? Athena." "Athena?" Lin Hanmo followed Xie Yutong out of the basketball court, somewhat bewildered as he listened to Xie Yutong's explanation, gradually realizing who she was. An A-class Yihan master, a top-tier powerhouse at the pinnacle of the realm of human divine unity. "I won't be going back in. You must express your gratitude to her. Of course, if she makes any requests, it's up to you whether you wish to agree. The price for her assistance has already been fully paid by Huaxia. So you owe her nothing." Xie Yutong led Lin Hanmo to a lounge on the right side of the military district and stated solemnly, "All right, thank you, Captain." Lin Hanmo nodded vigorously, then, under Xie Yutong's watchful gaze, entered the lounge. Inside, Athena, with her flowing golden hair, stood at the window, gazing into the horizon. At this moment, she had once again donned her classical embroidered gown, and an ethereal owl perched on her right shoulder, resembling a goddess who had just stepped out of a myth. "Greetings, teacher." Lin Hanmo closed the door and bowed in response. Given that she was one of the proctors, addressing her as teacher was entirely appropriate. Athena nodded slightly, turned, and scrutinized Lin Hanmo's Elong robe before finally retracting her gaze. "I summoned you here because I wish to request your assistance." Assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Hanmo subtly nodded. "Please, teacher, go on." "You recall the space you entered during the Yihan College entrance examination, yes? It was a manifestation of the day-level Yihan capability made from the leaves of the World Tree." "Understood." Lin Hanmo nodded, producing the deep green leaf of the World Tree he had obtained from his pocket. "These details are usually confidential, but given the urgency, I will elaborate. The garment constructed from the World Tree leaf is not as straightforward as one might think. Within the garment lies the true remains, or, shall we say, the ailing body of the World Tree." "True remains of the World Tree?" Lin Hanmo was taken aback, a surge of information flooding his mind. According to myth, there is often only one World Tree in a world. The decay of the World Tree frequently heralds the ruin of the world. However, that is merely a myth. A question abruptly surfaced in Lin Hanmo's mind. Where did this world tree originate? Previously, one might argue that the leaves of the world tree were materials found within the mist-restricted zone, attributing everything to the mist. But now, it was different. The world tree truly exists. It had always been considered a myth. Logically, it should only be summoned through related sacrificial garments. How could its essence still be present in this world? Perhaps sensing Lin Hanmo's confusion, Athena spoke calmly. The summoning of deities is not as simple as you presume. Deities can indeed exist in the world, much like the rulers of the restricted zones. They have merely fallen into slumber. Chapter 91. The World Tree Leaf Bracelet. The Daqin Yihan is officially released across Huaxia. Deities can genuinely exist in the world like the rulers of the restricted zones, yet they are merely in slumber. This statement struck Lin Hanmo like thunder, echoing in his ears. He vaguely sensed that he might have stumbled upon some significant secrets. Lin Hanmo yearned to continue listening, but Athena seemed unwilling to elaborate further, stating that understanding these matters was somewhat premature for him at this stage. To learn more, he must rapidly elevate his strength. The favor I require from you is related to the World Tree. The World Tree is on the brink of death, and despite numerous attempts, we have been unable to halt this decline. The Western deities seem powerless against the withering of the World Tree. However, Huaxia might be different, Athena continued, once more gazing at the Elong robe Lin Hanmo wore. Ever since you showcased Huaxia's Yihan during the college entrance examination, I arranged for my subordinates to inquire with the Western deities and received an intriguing response. Not a single deity knows what Huaxia's deities truly are or where they come from. The area shrouded in mist in Huaxia seems to harbor countless mysteries regarding its deities. My request is that once you ascend to a higher rank, you conduct a comprehensive exploration of ancient Huaxia civilization to seek out a deity or method that could revive the World Tree. This is a long-term commission, and I can advance a portion of the reward. Regardless of whether you complete the task, it will belong to you. As Athena spoke, she flipped her wrist, and 2 leaves radiating a deep green glow appeared between her hands. Almost instantaneously, the World Tree leaf in Lin Hanmo's grasp erupted with a luminous green light. As if it were sustaining some invisible force field, swiftly absorbing the 2 leaves Athena held. The 3 leaves twirled before Lin Hanmo's eyes, ultimately coalescing into a glowing green bracelet that floated before him. Lin Hanmo accepted it, infused a hint of spiritual energy, and the panel promptly unfurled. Material: World Tree Leaf Bracelet. Rank: Slanting Sunday. 1. Infusing 10 points of spiritual energy unlocks a medium-sized storage space. 2. Infusing 10 points of spiritual energy at the location grants the protection of the World Tree, providing a shield capable of absorbing 2,000 points of spiritual energy for a brief period. In note, this is a gift from the deceased World Tree. It only bestows its gifts upon those who are acknowledged. With the addition of 2 new leaves, the entire effect and capability have been enhanced. It even possesses a life-saving function. This advance payment is immensely valuable. Lin Hanmo cautiously adorned his wrist with the leaf bracelet, promising Athena, when I possess the ability to heal the World Tree, I will do so without hesitation. Very well, Athena replied with a gentle nod. At least consider this matter once you reach class at Lin Hanmo. I shall keep a vigilant eye on your growth. With that, her figure transformed into a radiant silhouette under the sunlight, dissipating without a trace. I will fulfill my promise, Lin Hanmo said as he offered a slight bow before turning to open the door. Outside, Xie Yutong remained, patiently waiting. Captain Xie. Noticing Lin Hanmo seemed to have something to say, Xie Yutong directly interrupted with a wave of his hand. Since Athena has spoken to you in private, it is clear there are matters she prefers we remain unaware of. There is no need for you to elaborate. Simply focus on your endeavors, for the days ahead are still long. Understood. Lin Hanmo nodded emphatically, retracting his earlier thoughts. Now, go rest. This incident has concluded, but your work is far from finished. The awarding of bonuses, the promotion of Daqin's traditional attire, the selection of schools. Lin Hanmo, your truly busy days have only just begun. Haha, enjoy it. Xie Yutong chuckled, patting Lin Hanmo on the shoulder. Lin Hanmo felt somewhat helpless at this. Yet the thought of bonuses and the dissemination of Daqin's attire filled him with renewed vigor. The conclusion of the Gaokao for the Hun students also heralded the official arrival of summer vacation for the third-year students. While others packed their belongings to embark on travels, Shouho and his companions informed Lin Hanmo about the prestigious freshman treatment offered by the National Defense Ihun University. The esteemed former principal personally called Lin Hanmo to assure him that he and his companions would enjoy full tuition waivers upon joining the university, along with gradual access to various top-tier resources based on their performance, including but not limited to materials for traditional attire and opportunities for external competitions. As for Lin Hanmo, the old principal boldly declared, "For the next 4 years, all your expenses will be covered by the school." During the video call, Lin Hanmo expressed his gratitude and strong desire to attend National Defense Ihun University, even recording a related promotional video for enrollment. He concluded with an enthusiastic shout to the camera, "Join National Defense Ihun University." Though he felt a twinge of embarrassment, the prospect of benefits made Lin Hanmo quite content. As for his companions, Jiang Lei, Chun Cheng, and the others chose to follow Lin Hanmo to National Defense Ihun University without a hint of surprise, except for a few students who did not meet the required scores. Nearly all were specially recruited by the university. Shouho was among them. His scores in the second round were not particularly impressive, barely passing and significantly dragging down the average. However, due to his negotiations on behalf of Lin Hanmo, he was directly recruited on the spot and admitted under special circumstances. Upon hearing this news, Shouho nearly leaped 3 feet in joy, almost reverting to ancestral behaviors as he expressed his eagerness for Lin Hanmo to come to school early after summer break, insisting on treating him. Only after Lin Hanmo agreed did Shouho finally bid farewell. After saying goodbye to Jiang Qingqiu and the others, the vast military district fell silent. The following morning, Lin Hanmo met the real Lin Han. The girl before him appeared even more competent than he had perceived in the mirrored space, devoid of that rough eagerness to absorb all knowledge about Daqin. Intrigued, Lin Hanmo inquired about this change, especially after learning about the mechanism of the mirror demon. The real Lin Han simply smiled and said, "Perhaps that version of me is the one who just enlisted and has yet to endure the harsh trials of the fog-forbidden zone." Lin Han was not merely a clerk. She also belonged to a combat team, a capable Ihun master who could fight on the front lines. Lin Hanmo fell silent, then immersed himself wholeheartedly in compiling data about Daqin's attire. He entrusted Xie Yutong to temporarily decline invitations from the military district team, even sending someone to collect his award. After taxes, he ultimately received a bonus of 12 million. The day he saw the additional 12 million in his account, Lin Hanmo found it hard to sleep, spending the night meticulously planning how to utilize the funds. The next day, he transferred over 4 million and